1993, summer. The sun blazed down mercilessly, the heat oppressive like a furnace. It was only 7:30 in the morning, yet the air was already stiflingly hot. Song Weiyang stood for a long time in front of the mirror, gazing at the youthful face that was so familiar, yet distant and strange to him. At 17, his face was handsome, clean, and pure. His high nose bridge and slanted eyebrows complemented his clear eyes. His hairstyle, reminiscent of the trendy mid-part popularized by Ku Tinlok, made one want to raise their arms, clench their fists, and sing along. I love you, love you, love you endlessly. Opposite the Simmons bed on the wall hung a poster of the movie Terminator 2, with Mr. Governor wearing sunglasses, looking cold but righteous. Michael Jackson, holding his crotch with one hand and pressing down on his cap with the other, stuck out his but towards Mr. Governor's face. Next to them was Hong Kong singer Caillou, wearing a beret and striped red t-shirt, bathed in soft light that enveloped her in an ethereal aura. Song Weiyang looked down and touched his flat stomach, which faintly showed abs instead of the beer belly of a middle-aged man. Hello, handsome, nice to see you again. Song Weiyang smiled to himself. Outside the window, the morning sun was glaring, cicadas were screeching, and a gentle breeze swayed the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. On the writing desk, by the window, sat a Lenovo 11 domestic computer. Its bulky case and primitive display cost nearly 20,000 yuan, equivalent to 5 years' salary for an average worker earning less than 300 yuan per month. Clearly, our protagonist Song Weiyang was an enviable rich second generation. But unfortunately, Song Weiyang glanced at the calendar on the wall, his expression turning peculiar. He remembered the date July 2nd, 1993 vividly. In a few hours, his father would be imprisoned. In half a month, their 200-square-meter house would be forcibly reclaimed by the new factory manager. In a year, his elder brother would die unexpectedly due to debt disputes, and his mother would fall in a moderate depression from grief. Today marked a turning point in Song Weiyang's life. In his previous life, it had taken him 20 years to become wealthy again, barely reaching the peak achievements of his father. Knock, knock, knock. His mother, Gui Xiaolan, called from outside. Weiyang, time for breakfast. Song Weiyang opened the door and saw his mother's youthful appearance, feeling a sudden lump in his throat as he said softly, Mom, you've worked hard. Gui Xiaolan misunderstood his meaning and forced a smile, consoling him. Don't worry about your father's situation, he'll probably serve just a few years. It's not like he hasn't been jailed before. Yeah, I know. Song Weiyang could only nod. His sister-in-law Kai Fonghua came out with her 1-year-old nephew, worriedly saying, Mom, I won't go to court today. Xiao Chao cried all night, likely uncomfortable, so I need to take him to the hospital. Gui Xiaolan set the tableware, saying, Go ahead, the child's health is important. I'll handle the court. Do you have money? Should I drive you? His elder brother's voice came from the bathroom. I do, I'll take a taxi. With that, she left. Soon, his elder brother finished washing up and appeared shirtless at the table, his muscles gleaming. His elder brother, named Song Qiji, liked fighting and causing trouble, leading to military service after junior high. After 3 years, he earned 2 personal third-class merits and 1 collective second-class merit. Just as he was about to be promoted, he chose to leave the military, claiming he couldn't stand the restrictionsa, typical rogue soldier. Song Qiji and Song Weiyang's names together meant ambition soaring, reflecting their father's aspirations. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was somber, with only the hum of the electric fan breaking the silence. Their father's case had gone through several hearings, with today being the final verdict. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. I'm full. His elder brother put down his chopsticks and went to the balcony to smoke. Song Weiyang followed and held out his hand. Give me one. You're almost 18. You should learn to smoke. His elder brother tossed him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and a lighter, advising, take your time. Song Weiyang lit up and took a drag, contemplating the scene below, where several people were squatting, creditors who never left them alone. His elder brother also glanced down, exhaling smoke rings. You're about to enter your senior year. Don't worry about family matters. Focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Yeah, Song Weiyang replied quietly. The family left home, encountering neighbors in the hallway. Some greeted them warmly, others avoided them like the plague, and some wore expressions of schadenfreude. Everyone knew that the once glorious Song family was now ruined. Here they come. The creditors immediately raised their repaid debt signs upon seeing Song Qiji surrounding the family. Move aside, we'll talk about money later. Today, I need to go to court. His elder brother pushed through, revealing his waist holster containing a military knife. After hesitating, the creditors finally let them pass but followed behind the Santana, unwilling to give up. In this small city of the early 1990s, skyscrapers were rare. The 10-story department store was the tallest building, intimidating enough that even farmers wouldn't dare enter during Chinese New Year. Most buildings along the streets were gray and dull, like frozen black and white photos. A bus topped with a natural gas tank approached, drawing Song Weiyang's attention. It symbolized China's oil shortage. Popular since the 1970s until Rongping City phased out its last such bus in 2003. Unlike the bustling Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, inland cities in 1993 felt stagnant, depressing Song Weiyang upon his return. Arriving at the courthouse, reporters and onlookers had already gathered. Today's trial attracted much attention because the defendant, Song Shumin, was renowned as Rongping City's richest man, drawing many ordinary citizens to attend. Guo Xiaolan, Song Qiji, and Song Weiyang's arrival caused a stir, though the journalists were relatively slow to react, not rushing over or taking many photos. At 9 o'clock, the trial began. Song Weiyang finally saw his father, Song Shumin, not the old and haggard figure from his memories. Flanked by two bailiffs, dressed in prison garb, Song Shumin looked tired but calm. His hair was shaved short, his beard untrimmed for days, yet he still exuded a mature charm, enhanced by a subtle, self-mocking smile. Sadly, no matter how handsome, he had to face justice. Song Shumin accepted his fate, admitting guilt to each charge without hesitation, rendering his defense lawyer superfluous. The trial lasted until noon when the verdict was announced. All rise. According to the law, the following judgment is hereby rendered. Defendant Song Shumin is guilty of embezzlement, bribery, and misappropriation of public funds, sentenced to 8 years and 6 months in prison. Sighing deeply, Guo Xiaolan found the sentence unbearable. Standing tall in the dock, Song Shumin seemed prepared for the outcome, scoffing, "I accept the verdict and will not appeal." Click, click. Reporters finally snapped photos. While the audience buzzed with mixed reactions, some applauded. Others felt sympathy for Song Shumin. In another timeline, Song Shumin emerged from prison 6 years later, physically and mentally worn out, his hair turned gray. Once a dynamic business tycoon, he became an old man content with fishing and playing chess. In a certain era, the distinctions between private enterprise owners and heads of state-owned enterprises were exceedingly ambiguous. To the ordinary populace, Song Shumin was merely a prominent tycoon, the illustrious wealthiest individual in Rongping City. However, in the eyes of the authorities, he was merely the director of several state-owned enterprises, with all operations belonging to national assets. There existed no clear right or wrong. It was a perplexing situation. Let us examine Song Shumin's background. He had encountered the justice system twice. Originally a sit-down youth from Shanghai City, he chose to remain in the countryside after marrying a local girl and fathering children, thus becoming a grassroots civil servant. He subsequently established a small distillery, gradually evolving it into a modest winery. In 1982, during a time of reform, the province dispatched a task force to combat speculation. The nation was then embroiled in a crackdown on such practices, and the task force was at a loss until they caught sight of Song's residence from the outskirts, a 3-story villa adorned with white ceramic tiles. A veritable mansion by early 1980 standards. The team speculated that anyone residing in such luxury must be a capitalist. Upon investigation, it was indeed discovered that Song Shumin's distillery was unlawfully utilizing bottles intended for state-owned wineries and illegally purchasing grain from the municipal granary for production purposes. Although he had paid a high price for those materials, such actions were deemed illegal at the time. Furthermore, his distillery employed 12 workers. According to the definitions set forth in Das Kapital, employing more than 8 individuals classified him as a capitalist, indicating the exploitation of surplus value from labor. As a result of illegally appropriating state assets and pursuing a capitalist path, Song was sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment. Fortunately, he served only a little over 6 months, as a sudden relaxation of central policies led to his early release. In light of this experience, Song refrained from residing in his countryside villa and became wary of displaying his wealth. To ensure lawful operations, he had to affiliate his winery with the town government, transforming its status from a private workshop into a collective enterprise, emblematic of township enterprises. This affiliation sowed the seeds of tragedy for the Song family. Although the winery was founded by them, the collective ownership structure lacked clear delineation of shares, a peculiar byproduct of the historical context of the 1980s. Renowned companies like Kellen and Libo faced similar fates, where unclear ownership led to insurmountable difficulties, ultimately resulting in the resignation of Kellen's president and the decline of Libo amidst disputes. As the central government accelerated reform, the Song family's winery flourished, particularly by the late 1980s. With inflation spiraling and national finances in disarray, the central authority mandated that prestigious liquors would not be served. Seizing the opportunity, the white liquor produced by the Song family expanded its market and garnered support from the municipal government, becoming the preferred beverage for local grassroots units. With the state-owned wineries mired in triangular debts, Song Shumin diligently maneuvered and eventually managed to acquire the largest state-owned winery in the city. The Song family not only absorbed the state-owned distillery, but also took over the local hardware and plastic factories. Do not mistake this for a benevolent act. The acquired hardware and plastic factories were heavily in debt. Situated in the remote southwestern region, the prospect of dismantling and selling these factories was bleak, as there were no buyers and the land held no developmental value. Each year, Song Shumin was compelled to siphon funds from the distillery to cover the financial shortfall. At that time, such practices were rampant across the nation, with local governments grappling with the mess left by state-owned enterprises. They would seize a prominent company and bundle it with others for generous handovers, either forming joint ventures or outright mergers, as these were township enterprises merging with state-owned ones. They were considered collective in nature, with higher-ups overseeing operations. Consequently, Song Shumin lacked even the authority to dismiss a single worker, employing every ounce of his ingenuity. Song Shumin finally acquired greater power, and once he sidelined the higher-ups, he successfully turned the fortunes of these two state-owned enterprises around. The municipal government was elated and entrusted him with managing several other loss-making state enterprises, even aspiring to develop a local conglomerate with exemplary status. To gain the unwavering support of the city government, Song Shumin had no choice but to accept the challenge, reluctantly taking on those ailing state enterprises. In truth, the losses of state enterprises were not alarming, nor was the meddling of higher officials, but the most daunting issue lay in the ambiguity surrounding corporate equity. Although Song Shumin oversaw numerous enterprises and possessed assets worth hundreds of millions, he remained nothing more than a steward, with no personal stake, despite having built the distillery from the ground up. In previous years, the coastal regions had embraced quantitative reforms and begun implementing equity distributions, leading many township entrepreneurs to become genuine wealthy individuals. Song Shumin aspired to emulate this model. However, given the remote nature of Romping City and the rigid mindset of officials, the notion of quantitative reform was met with resistance. Subsequently, he consulted an economist in hopes of achieving equity restructuring through management buyout, MBO, methods. But the municipal government intervened once again. Ultimately, Song Shumin took a bold risk. He initially traveled to Singapore under the pretext of generating foreign exchange, quietly registering a company and relocating assets. He then acquired a nearly bankrupt company in Hong Kong under the guise of his Singaporean entity, using the facade of Hong Kong investors to facilitate joint ventures, thereby achieving ownership of shares for the management team. Everything proceeded seamlessly, and the municipal government was thrilled with the influx of foreign capital. However, when the distribution of profits became contentious, some members of the management felt shortchanged and filed a whistleblower complaint to the provincial authorities, leading to Song Shumin's swift apprehension. The actual charges against him involved the embezzlement of state assets, yet the unique circumstances of the 1990s dictated a different approach. To avoid dampening the entrepreneurial spirit, such situations typically resulted in vague charges of bribery or embezzlement, with the true offenses rarely mentioned. Cases like this were not uncommon. In truth, Song Shumin displayed a degree of impatience. Being still young, had he persisted diligently for a few more years, the large-scale restructuring of state enterprises would have begun. By that time, he would not have needed to resort to illicit actions, as local officials, eager to achieve political success through reform, would likely have willingly offered him shares. Many of the affluent individuals emerging around the year 2000 in China had risen to wealth through similar means. Now, Song Shumin has become a prisoner, and the winery he once managed has appointed a new director, severing all ties with the Song family. In Song Weiyang's recollection, ever since his father's incarceration, the winery swiftly fell into distress. Under the new director's leadership, nepotism prevailed, management became rigid, marketing languished, and corruption proliferated. A series of issues emerged, gradually eroding its market competitiveness, culminating in its merger with a provincial winery in 1998. As for our protagonist, Song Weiyang, he has transformed from a wealthy heir into a fallen young gentleman, burdened with over 3 million yuan in family debt, not including unrepayable bank loans. Yes, debt. Initially, Song Shumin had devised a contingency plan, entrusting a nearly bankrupt canning factory to his eldest son. Given the dire circumstances of the canning factory, the local government showed little concern, allowing the eldest son to easily acquire full ownership of the factory, which he swiftly turned around with Song Shumin's assistance. According to Song Shumin's vision, even if he were imprisoned, his family could still thrive on the canning factory's profits. However, with the rise of health products and the proliferation of various beverages, coupled with the joint anti-dumping actions of Western countries against Chinese canned goods, the once thriving canned fruit market rapidly declined. Now, the warehouse of the canning factory is filled with unsold inventory, and distributors are clamoring for refunds. Additionally, debts owed to fruit farmers, workers' wages, and payments to partner enterprises remain unsettled. Song's elder brother tragically lost his life in a previous debt dispute involving the canning factory. This indeed constitutes a tragedy. The family's once flourishing winery has been confiscated, while the severely unprofitable canning factory's ownership remains intact, leaving them to navigate the repayment of these debts. In a short span, it is impossible for his father to be extricated. The gravity of his offenses has drawn the attention of the provincial authorities, and no one dares to advocate for his case. The year 1993 is a particularly awkward period. The central government is cautiously navigating reforms while the populace is recklessly charging ahead. The entire nation recognizes the necessity for reform. Yet the specifics and extent of these reforms remain unclear. The state-owned enterprises sector is particularly sensitive, and any collision with it is fraught with peril. Song Weiyang believes the only viable way to expedite his father's release is to strengthen the Song family's influence to seek sentence reductions. More than 10 minutes after the verdict concluded, as the staff began to clear the courtroom, Xiaolan, appearing dazed, stumbled as she exited, prompting Song Weiyang and his elder brother to quickly assist her. "Mother, do not worry. We can still strive for a reduced sentence," Song Weiyang reassured her. Xiaolan seemed to age a decade in an instant. She nodded, saying, "I understand. You must study hard. The college entrance examination is next year." Song Qiji, displaying a more optimistic demeanor, comforted his mother and younger brother. "I will take care of the family. When father is released in 3 to 5 years, we can make a comeback." However, Song's elder brother's smile did not last long, as he soon found himself astonished by the situation outside the courthouse. A multitude of workers, numbering in the dozens, had gathered at the factory, alongside enterprises collaborating with the canning factory, fruit farmers, and distributors, creating a crowd that estimated over 100 individuals. Upon the emergence of the Song family, these debt collectors swiftly surrounded them, clamoring, "Director Song, please settle our wages first. Mr. Song, your canned goods are unsellable. We demand a partial refund of the payment. Mr. Song, you still owe us for the sweet oranges collected last year. Director Song, payments for the canning jars you procured are overdue for 2 quarters. These individuals were acutely aware of the Song family's decline. If they did not seize this opportunity to demand repayment, it might never arise again. Faced with such a throng of over 100 creditors blocking the road, and with reporters and onlookers present, Brother Song dared not lash out in frustration. Instead, he steeled himself and proclaimed loudly, "I will find a way to procure the funds. Even if it means selling everything I own, I will repay you all." The crowd encircled Song Qiji, fearful that he might escape, urging him, "Director Song, we will accompany you to secure the money." Yet, Song Qiji found himself utterly bereft of options. He could only beg, "Please grant me a little more time. We have plenty of time. We want our money." "Indeed, stop stalling. You won't escape today. If you fail to pay, you will pay with your life." In a previous life, Brother Song had contemplated divorcing his wife, intending to leave the few remaining thousands in cash for her to take and secretly care for his mother and younger brother. However, his sister-in-law vehemently opposed this. And after Brother Song's untimely death, she supported their mentally unstable mother through wholesale clothing, raised her young son, funded Song Weiyang's university education, and even managed to repay a significant portion of the family's debts amounting to millions. As Song Weiyang recalled his mother's aged and haggard visage, and the hardships endured by his sister-in-law, vivid scenes from his past life unfolded before his eyes. Perhaps the heavens had granted him a second chance at life to return and compensate his family. As the debt collectors pressed closer, engaging in a struggle with Brother Song, Song Weiyang took a deep breath and boldly interjected, "Everyone, let us refrain from violence. Let us converse civilly. The funds will be settled, but I require 6 months' time." "Who is this?" One of the creditors scoffed. "The second son of the Song family, still a student. I've seen him before." What does a clueless student know? You should leave. Brother Song promptly pulled Song Weiyang back, urgently insisting, "Little brother, do not cause trouble. I will handle everything." Their mother, Gui Xiaolan, added, "Yang, do not provoke them. Return to your studies." In the eyes of the crowd, Song Weiyang was merely an ignorant boy. Yet this boy, undeterred by the weight of millions in debt, thumped his chest and declared, "I can pledge my word and provide a written guarantee. If I fail to repay within 6 months, I will forfeit my life." One of the debt collectors sneered, "What use is your life to me? I only seek the money." "Yes, we only want the money." Gui Xiaolan hastily retorted, "If you want money, you must allow us time to gather it." The agitated individual responded, "We've already given you ample time. Ever since Boss Song was arrested, the canned goods factory has not received a single penny. It has been several months." Another creditor interjected, "Sister Gua, I believe Boss Song is innocent. The Song family built the distillery from scratch, and now, with the government confiscating it, all that remains is a money-losing canned goods factory. You must feel just as aggrieved. But consider our perspective. Our glass factory operates on a small scale, and we rely on those hundreds of thousands for salaries. Can you truly expect to receive your dues by coercing us?" Before Gua could respond, Song Weiyang interjected sternly, "Let me make this clear. The canned goods factory owes over 3 million, not including bank loans. Yet the Song family has only a few thousand in cash, and the bank accounts have long been frozen. You number over 100, and with those absent today, the total is even greater. How much do you think each person will receive if we divide a few thousand? Perhaps just a little over 100. The previous creditor asked, "So what do you propose? Should the debts be forgiven?" Song Weiyang immediately countered, "My father is the most successful entrepreneur in Romping City, and I am his son. Are you willing to take a gamble? Bet that I can turn those few thousand into millions within 6 months. If I succeed, you will reclaim your debts with interest. If I fail, each of you only loses that little over 100. Now, make your choice. Do you want to drive the Song family to ruin for a mere fraction of what you are owed? Or risk it all to recover the full amount along with interest?" The crowd exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss for words. On one hand, they realized that coercion would yield no results, as the few thousand would barely suffice for distribution. On the other hand, they were inexplicably swayed by Song Weiyang's conviction, which bore a striking resemblance to the once mighty entrepreneur, Song Shumin. Although Song Shumin was now imprisoned, his reputation lingered, evoking a sense of respect and admiration among the people. As Song Shumin's son, even though Song Weiyang was merely a student, the creditors instinctively felt an unexplainable trust in him. This was an era that believed in miracles, with stories of sudden wealth proliferating in society. Perhaps the Song family could indeed rise again. However, not everyone shared this sentiment, particularly the factory workers. These laborers earned modest wages and had only been owed a few months' pay, totaling merely a couple of thousand each. "Let us not discuss anything further. Just pay us our wages," the workers clamored. What began as a smile and a promise had now transformed into a threat. Song Weiyang narrowed his eyes and coldly laughed. "You refuse to give me a chance? Then let us go down together. Tomorrow, I will file for bankruptcy and auction off the factory's fixed assets to repay our debts. According to the law, the bank loans must be repaid first, and only then will your 3 million be addressed. These funds will be distributed proportionally, and ordinary workers may receive just a few dimes. Moreover, at that point, the Song family can legally evade debts, and it would be unlawful for you to pursue us." The workers were momentarily taken aback, utterly unaware that such a situation could arise, and even less so that the wages of laborers held precedence over societal debts. Though, of course, bank loans took priority, a fact which Song Weiyang did not misrepresent. Although China enacted the bankruptcy law in the 1980s, it wasn't until the early 1990s that private enterprises were permitted to declare bankruptcy, and even now, it is yet to gain widespread acceptance, with some local governments outright refusing to acknowledge the bankruptcy of private companies. Remarkably, the Song family had never contemplated filing for bankruptcy in their previous life. It was only 6 months after the passing of Song's elder brother that the courts and banks collaborated to liquidate and auction the assets, resulting in the land and machinery being left unsold, lying dormant for a decade until a real estate developer finally purchased them for development. Initially promising reasoned discourse, followed by overt threats, these debt collectors were ultimately swayed by Song Weiyang, who instilled fear in them regarding the potential bankruptcy antics of the Song family. "Fine. We shall trust you this once," declared the debt collector from the glassware factory, who had claims amounting to over 800 yuan owed by the canned goods factory, asserting that there was no way to recover the full amount through coercion. A wise choice. Song Weiyang responded with a smile. He needed to project confidence that he could repay the debts, momentarily setting aside the sorrow of his father's imprisonment. The creditors did not require Song Weiyang to draft any guarantees. They departed with a mix of emotions, dispersing in small groups, engaged in animated discussions. Guo Xiaolan glanced at the reporters still lingering and whispered, "We should head back." A 17-year-old high school student proclaiming he could earn millions in half a year would be met with skepticism from anyone. The creditors were no exception. They were merely intimidated by the threat of bankruptcy, fearing they might end up with nothing at all, especially during the mid-1990s when China faced a sudden wave of bankruptcies, most of which were mere facades with genuine debt evasion at play. Even Song Weiyang's family was doubtful. Upon returning home, his mother and elder brother sat in silence, their brows furrowed in despair, racking their brains for a swift financial solution. "Brother, can the canned goods factory still operate?" Song Weiyang inquired. "What operation?" Song Qiji lamented. "The warehouse is overflowing. I have been tirelessly promoting in the market for the past 2 months, pouring hundreds of thousands into advertising. Yet the canned goods simply do not sell." Song Weiyang began to help his brother organize his thoughts. "Have you considered why our canned goods are not selling?" Song Qiji replied. "In the past, gifts consisted of milk powder and canned goods. Now, people prefer health products as gifts, with only a small fraction of farmers still using canned goods for gifting purposes. Moreover, I have heard that Europe and America have jointly imposed anti-dumping measures against Chinese canned goods. Those large enterprises cannot export and resort to price wars domestically, leaving small and medium-sized canned goods factories to face inevitable demise." Song Weiyang analyzed. "In essence, competitive pressure is intensifying while the market size is diminishing. Thus, we are at an impasse." Song Qiji shrugged. "Have you ever contemplated repositioning our canned goods?" Song Weiyang proposed. "Instead of marketing them as gifts, we could present them as everyday consumer products." "That won't work." Song Qiji shook his head repeatedly. "Who would buy canned goods for casual consumption? With that little spare change, one might as well indulge in beverages, biscuits, and confections." Song Weiyang remarked. "We can." "Enough," interrupted Song Qiji, unwilling to delve further into the matter. "The canning factory is undoubtedly beyond salvation, not just our family's factory, but the entire canning industry across China. Little brother, I understand your desire to assist the family. Yet there are many complexities you do not grasp. Focus on your studies instead. Aim for a prestigious university next year, and upon graduation, seek employment in a foreign enterprise in a big city. That is the path to a respectable life." Song Weiyang wished to continue speaking, but his elder brother had already conferred with their mother about strategies, and the family lacked faith in his abilities. After a brief discussion, their mother began frantically making phone calls. "Hello, I am looking for Director Yang. This is Guo Xiaolan from Jiafen Winery. Director Yang is unavailable? Very well, I shall call back later. Hello, President Zhang, this is Guo Xiaolan. You have a meeting? Understood, we will speak another time. Hello, Manager Li." Guo Xiaolan made over 10 calls in one breath to friends she had previously been close with, yet the outcome was clear. No financial assistance was forthcoming. Sister-in-law Kai Fenghua had returned from the hospital with her son and suggested, "Why not ask my family for help?" Guo Xiaolan shook her head. "My father-in-law is quite prudent. He likely has little saved." Kai Fenghua's father had also been a factory director at a state-owned enterprise, but retired 3 years ago, leaving only an older brother working in the archives bureau. Song Dage, smoking a cigarette, sighed. "Perhaps we should simply apply for bankruptcy." Their mother, somewhat swayed, expressed concern. "I fear the government may not approve. Our city has yet to witness a private enterprise's bankruptcy." Song Dage replied, "Although relationships may grow cold, our father's reputation still holds some weight. With the right connections, applying for bankruptcy should not be overly challenging." Their mother decisively stated, "I shall approach the leadership tomorrow." Song Weiyang chose not to speak further. No matter how passionately he argued, his family would not believe in his capability. His sole contribution lay in proposing the notion of bankruptcy, at least providing his mother and brother with a potential escape route. As the petals of flowers bloom and fall, time flows like a river, echoing a myth, a single droplet of tear. In the ebb and flow, there exists you and me, fleeting travelers in this world. At 8 in the evening, the television aired The Investiture of the Gods, with the melodious voice of Mao Min still enchanting. The dilapidated television station in Romping City exclusively showcased leftovers from others. The Investiture of the Gods, filmed 3 years prior, was still considered a premiere on Roping City TV and boasted alarmingly high viewership. In this era, aside from those equipped with cable television, the majority of the populace could only access 3 channels: the Central Station, the Provincial Station, and the City Station. Last year, the 1983 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes generated a sensation upon its debut on the City Station, leading to significant profits for those selling pirated novels. Regrettably, the family lacked the inclination to watch television. Guo Xiaolan continued her relentless pursuit of connections, ultimately securing a meeting with the deputy mayor to discuss the bankruptcy of the canning factory. Song Weiyang quietly returned to his room, where he played a pirated cassette of Michael Jackson on his authentic Sony Walkman. Finding MJ's tapes was no easy feat, not to mention the original copies. Even the pirated versions were sourced from the provincial capital. As he listened to the music, he picked up a ceramic blue piggy bank that sat beside his computer monitor. The whimsical design featured a bamboo dragonfly that could be lifted, and whenever Song Weiyang had spare change, he would deposit it inside. Shaking it produced a delightful clatter. But when he dropped it, the coins scattered among the broken porcelain pieces, mingling with a few paper bills. He gathered the coins and counted them slowly, totaling 103 yuan and 86 cents. This meager amount was clearly insufficient. So he rummaged through drawers based on memory and finally discovered several bankbooks in the bookshelf. These were the red envelopes of New Year money given by his elders, amounting to over 4,000 yuan, a considerable sum in 1993. With the initial capital secured, he felt emboldened to venture forth, rather than persuading his mother and older brother. Despite having some confidence in revitalizing the canned fruit factory, he deemed the effort too cumbersome. First, he would need to negotiate credit purchases of fresh fruit from the farmers, then convince the workers to resume operations, and also require the cooperation of enterprises to provide new packaging designs. After all, why would anyone agree to collaborate without financial backing? The urgent task at hand was to secure a sum of money, ideally several 100,000 yuan, enough to instill hope in the farmers, workers, and partner enterprises. With determination, Song Weiyang retrieved his backpack, placing the coins and bankbooks inside. His mother, brother, and sister-in-law were still engrossed in discussions about the bankruptcy details. He walked straight through the living room to his parents' bedroom, where he retrieved 2 of his father's suits from the wardrobe. This attire was essential for his venture. With his youthful visage, the suit would lend him an air of credibility. Ding dong. As he returned to the living room, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. It was not a creditor, but rather his maternal uncles. During the prosperous times of the Song family, all 3 uncles had benefited, securing jobs and becoming urban residents. However, following Song Shumin's troubles, the second and youngest uncles lost their positions, while only the hard-working eldest uncle remained at the factory. The second uncle and his wife, being ungrateful, had begun to blame the Song family for their misfortunes, fearing that the family might ask them for financial assistance, resulting in a severance of ties for the past 2 to 3 months. Big brother, youngest, what brings you here? Please, sit and enjoy some fruit. Guo Xiaolan hurriedly invited them. Unlike the second uncle's selfishness, the eldest uncle was earnest, while the youngest uncle was simply carefree. Dressed in factory work attire, the eldest uncle, hands calloused, produced a plastic bag and said, "Sister, I heard about today's events. I took a leave this afternoon and withdrew 38,000 yuan from the bank. Please take this to help you out." The youngest uncle, adorned in fashionable attire and with hair styled with mousse, sheepishly added, "Sister, I can't save much. Just over 1,000. I hope it's not too little." Guo Xiaolan quickly declined, saying, "You should take it back." Uncle Do advised, "We are all family here. There's no need for formality." Uncle Xiao, lighting a cigarette, coolly replied, "Indeed, family does not keep score. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to speak up. The worst that could happen is that I'll forego smoking Hong Tashan and settle for Hong Mei instead." Song Weiyang, cradling his suit in his arms, could not resist teasing, "Uncle, once I make my fortune, I promise you'll be able to indulge in imported cigarettes daily." Uncle Xiao chuckled, "No need for foreign brands. A soft Zhonghua will suffice." In a previous life, Uncle Xiao lived quite freely, marrying at the age of 38 only after becoming a father. Little did he know, his beautiful wife would leave him for a wealthy man. To support his chronically ill son, Uncle Xiao toiled tirelessly as a taxi driver, even giving up smoking. Eventually, with Song Weiyang's assistance, he opened a small grocery store. Regardless of the outcome, Song Weiyang would forever remember the warmth and support offered by Uncle Da and Uncle Xiao. As for the ungrateful second uncle, it was best left unsaid. After much persuasion, both uncles insisted on leaving the money behind, departing without even sipping a glass of water. Gui Xiaolan sighed, secured the money, and instructed her son and daughter-in-law, "It's time to sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. I have an appointment with Vice Mayor how to discuss bankruptcy matters. Eldest, count the 50,000 and keep it safe. Remember to take the Maotai from the cupboard. Second, don't fret. Focus on your studies at home." Song Qiji promptly dashed to the cupboard for the Maotai, while Song Weiyang quietly retreated to his room to pack his belongings. The following morning, bright and early, Mother and the eldest brother set out with gifts for their errands, while Song Weiyang slipped away with a bulging backpack, leaving a note that read, "Mom, I'm off to make some money. Don't worry, I'll be back before school starts at the latest." As he passed through the living room, he noticed his brother's Type 81 military dagger resting on the coffee table. He swiftly grabbed it and tucked it into his backpack. His first stop was the bank, where he presented a stack of passbooks and his ID at the counter, declaring, "I'd like to withdraw some money." The teller, a robust middle-aged woman, calculated the amount and, noticing that Song Weiyang was only 17, transformed into a vigilant guardian, saying, "A few thousand? You should have your parents come to withdraw it." Indeed, in this small city in the southwest, a few thousand yuan was a significant sum. Song Weiyang had no choice but to invoke his father's name, Andy. "My father is Song Shumin. You know him, right? This is all my New Year's money from before." The teller's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she promptly processed his request, quickly handing over the cash. As Song Weiyang exited the bank, the teller, now invigorated and blushing, left her station to gossip with her colleagues. "Did you hear? Song Shumin was sentenced to over 8 years, and his family is too afraid to leave the house due to debt collectors. Now his son is here to withdraw his New Year's money. He must be using it to pay off debts. TSK, life is going to be tough for them." Her colleague, having finished his tasks, ignored the next customer waiting to withdraw money and eagerly joined in the conversation. Isn't that the truth? Some people just seem to have a streak of bad luck. Once, Song Shumin basked in glory. Last year, he celebrated his mother-in-law's birthday, and even our vice president attended the banquet. Now, however, he finds himself in dire straits, imprisoned, and his wife and child burdened with insurmountable debt. Song Shumin is somewhat wronged. The distillery was undeniably his own, yet he has been unjustly convicted of embezzlement and bribery. What nonsense! Do you have any idea how much wealth he has moved? Several tens of millions. If such charges are to be pursued, he would be condemned to a lifetime behind bars. That is indeed the case. The management of the distillery has been dismissed en masse. Only after Song Shumin's case is concluded can the others be adjudicated. Mark my words, there will be a slew of sentences ranging from 3 to 5 years. Two bank tellers were deep in conversation when the waiting customers grew impatient, urging, "Hey, are you even working?" The teller, equally vexed, retorted, "What are you making a fuss about? Keep it up, and I want to serve you." "What kind of attitude is that?" A customer snapped back. Unfazed, the teller declared, "This is my attitude. If you think you're tough, go report me to the management and see if they fire me." "Well, I certainly will report you today. How dare you shout at me?" "Fine, if you want to withdraw money, I want to process it for you today." 3 hours passed, and the customer began to relent. "Sweet-talking, sister, please, I was in the wrong today. My words were too harsh." The teller, with an air of superiority, scoffed, "You were indeed in the wrong. Stirring up trouble for no reason. What about my money? The day is almost over. Come back this afternoon to withdraw." Carrying a bag filled with personal belongings and clutching his father's briefcase with 86 yuan in hand, Song Weiyang finally boarded the train to the provincial capital. His ultimate aim was to transfer to the special economic zone. Since last year, when the great leader embarked on his southern tour, the winds of reform have swept across the land, igniting a fervor in all of China. People have shed their last vestiges of innocence, seeking wealth and material gain by any means necessary. Countless state, enterprise employees and civil servants have chosen to venture into business, ushering in a wild and frenzied materialistic era. In these times, going into the sea represents engaging in commerce, rather than the entry of actresses from island action films. Of course, both pursuits share a common goal of profitability. The tides of fortune have birthed heroes. Those who ventured into business last year are now collectively referred to as the 92 faction, leaving an indelible mark on the annals of Chinese commercial history. They founded prestigious entities such as Jiada Auction, Taikong Life, Wanong Group, Weiyang Group, Songhui Corporation, and International Futures Company. The early 1990s in China were rife with untamed energy. The long-suppressed desire for reform unleashed. Everything seemed to be flourishing in a wild, untamed manner. Many actions that would later be deemed illegal were, at this moment, shrouded in ambiguity. Countless loopholes awaited exploitation, and both the government and public opinion encouraged such endeavors. As no one could ascertain whether these actions would benefit or harm the reform process, both the government and the populace needed to experiment. In the journey of navigating the uncertain waters of reform, both heroes and charlatans emerged, entwined in the same tumultuous tide. There are two grand deceivers. One is Wang Hongcheng, who claimed to have transformed oil into water, and the other is Shen Taifu, who purportedly invented energy-saving motors. Both have managed to deceive even at the level of national ministries, with Shen Taifu even receiving accolades from the esteemed Fei Xiaodong. They currently remain unscathed, but their freedom will not last long. Shen Taifu is expected to face a death sentence next year. It is worth mentioning that the illustrious scholar Fei Xiaodong, after the reform and opening up, morphed into a harbinger of misfortune, his praises bringing ruin wherever they were directed. He extolled the Sunan model, which thrived for a decade before collapsing entirely, and later lauded the Great Wall model, only for Shen Taifu to be swiftly condemned to death. As for commercial heroes, there are many, with two rising to prominence. One is Shi Yuzhu, an undisputed icon of youth entrepreneurship. At present, Shi Yuzhu's image is remarkably inspirational. A boy from a border town, he arrived in the special economic zone with nothing but a backpack and, through high-tech innovation, amassed a fortune of hundreds of millions in just a few years, all earned through legitimate means. However, over a decade later, when people recall Shi Yuzhu, they are left with only memories of Brain Platinum, Golden Partners, Journey, and the pay-to-win Godfather. The other hero is Mao Zedong, who is recognized as a commercial genius. In 1974, he penned an essay titled "Where is China Headed?" and was sentenced to death, but by a twist of fate, he was forgotten in prison. 3 years ago, as a middleman, he exchanged canned goods for an aircraft, turning a profit of 100 million yuan, thereby gaining national fame. In the subsequent years, he would propose a series of fantastical ideas, such as blasting open a passage in the Himalayas to introduce warm, moist air from the Indian Ocean to transform the arid regions of northwest China. Ultimately, however, he too became a fraudster, receiving a life sentence. In 1990s China, the landscape was devoid of conventional entrepreneurs. It was populated by unconventional mavericks. Even graduates from prestigious universities or high-ranking officials venturing into business were eagerly engaging in high-stakes gambles, as the rewards were undeniably swift. In the words of Boss Zhao from Sanjiu Weitai, with so many assets lying idle in society, it is a golden opportunity for Sanjiu to seize the peaches. One must not let it slip away. Once this village is gone, the shop is lost. Thus, Boss Zhao descended to pick peaches everywhere, ultimately choking on his own ambitions, leaving behind a trail of chaos as he entered prison. This was a vibrant and untamed era, where gold seemed to be strewn across the ground. Those with capability and vision were not lacking in opportunities for wealth, but rather in the self-discipline required to confront the allure of profit. With gold in abundance, some were tainted, others concealed blades, and a moment's carelessness could lead to the demise of the treasure seeker. Once, Song Weiyang, in his naivety during the 90s, returned to his 17-year-old self to find an endless pile of gold before him. His task was simply to discern which gold was poisonous and which mountains concealed blades, gracefully avoiding the dangers. Yet, the dire situation at home no longer allowed for such caution. He must now stage a thrilling performance. If a system were present in Song Weiyang's mind, it would surely assign him a mission. Please earn $1 million within 2 months. Regrettably, there exists no system, nor any novice gift package. A 17-year-old youth, aimlessly wandering, armed solely with his bare hands, strives to carve out his own niche in the tumultuous world. In the era of the Republic of China, Romping City was still a place of impoverished landscapes and troublesome citizens. Even after the establishment of the new China, there were still those in the remote mountains crowning themselves as emperors, enshrining empresses and concubines, and conferring titles upon prime ministers and nobles. Ultimately, they were pursued by local law enforcement, leading to their downfall, leaving behind a tale both absurd and amusing. Around the late 1960s, as the nation prepared for a potential Third World War, large-scale internal migration for the third line construction began. The once desolate Romping City finally witnessed a revival, welcoming state-owned enterprises and the advent of railways. even doubling its administrative area. However, since the 1980s, the industrial landscape of Roping City has languished in a state of stagnation. Song Shumin, an undisputed star entrepreneur in the area, successfully revitalized several state-owned enterprises under his stewardship. Had he not ventured too far ahead of his time, city officials would likely have revered him, for provincial leaders consistently chose to inspect Song's winery during their visits. The 10-story department store in the city, also a product of Song Shumin's investment 2 years prior, saw its 8th, 9th, and 10th floors transformed into a hotel. Whenever distinguished guests visited Roping City, they invariably chose to stay there, significantly broadening Boss Song's social connections. Consequently, despite the severity of his transgressions, Song Shumin received a hasty sentence of merely 8.5 years in prison after nearly 6 months of deliberation. As Song Weiyang rode the bus past the department store, he couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Had his father acted with greater restraint, he could have comfortably lived as a wealthy second-generation heir. The towering structure, centrally located, would be valued in the billions 2 decades hence. Yet it has regrettably reverted to state ownership. Arrived at the stop, hurry and disembark. Do not waste time. The ticket collector bellowed, fiercely clutching money in one hand and the ticket box in the other, her gaze fixed intently on the door. It seemed that any passenger who dawdled would be unceremoniously kicked off. The other passengers, accustomed to her demeanor, instinctively quickened their pace, surging through the partially open doors. The train station was dilapidated, its exterior stained with grimy coal dust, as the city's sole state-owned coal enterprise relied on this location for transportation. Just as Song Weiyang approached the ticket window, he witnessed someone slicing open a bag with a blade. He refrained from alerting anyone, knowing it was futile, and instead remained vigilant over his belongings. In the early 1990s, social order was exceedingly chaotic, with violent crimes rampant. On trains, such lawlessness had escalated to alarming levels. Nightly, bandits would scour through luggage, armed with knives, leaving travelers with no choice but to feign sleep when discovered. The lawlessness prevailed. It was precisely for this reason that, a decade after the severe crackdown of 1983, the central government initiated another wave of stringent measures in 1993. While wrongful convictions certainly occurred, the situation had deteriorated to an unbearable extent, necessitating intervention. As Song Weiyang stepped out, he took his elder brother's Type 81 military dagger along, a precautionary measure against potential threats. Should someone attempt to seize his startup funds, he would feign weakness in the presence of many, yet fiercely defend himself when alone. 2 deaths would hardly be considered excessive self-defense. After all, during the crackdown, the police might even reward him for his bravery. Carefully boarding the train, he found it was already past 3 in the afternoon when the train finally departed. In this era, the tourism industry was underdeveloped, resulting in scarce summer travelers, which afforded Song Weiyang ample space to stretch out comfortably. With no incidents during the journey, he arrived at the provincial capital by evening. Spending the night on a bench in the waiting hall, he woke early to gnaw on a bun while queuing for tickets, finally managing to secure a seat. This was, after all, the provincial capital, where passengers from all corners of the province converged to transfer to coastal routes. With a train scheduled for 10 o'clock, Song Weiyang clutched his backpack and briefcase, the sheath Type 81 dagger tucked at his waist, and soon found himself drenched in sweat. The absence of air conditioning, repeated thrice for emphasis, made the carriage feel like an oven under the blazing sun, exacerbated by the throngs of passengers, rendering the experience indescribable. Fortunately, his seatmate was a genteel middle-aged man. Had it been someone with body odor, Song Weiyang might have perished before his journey even began. "Excuse me, could you lend a hand?" the middle-aged man requested, struggling with a large suitcase. Reluctantly, Song Weiyang stepped into the aisle to assist in placing the suitcase on the luggage rack, casually remarking, "It's quite heavy, must weigh around 100 pounds. Once they secured the luggage, the man produced a business card, stating, "Just a little local specialty, a sample to gauge the market along the coast." "May I ask your surname, young man? You seem quite youthful." "Though my face may suggest otherwise, I'm actually 25, Song Weiyang replied, fabricating nonchalance. "My surname is Ma. Ma Qiangdong." The man chuckled, "Brother Ma, you certainly do not appear your age." Glancing at the card, which read Lu Bin, general manager of Shenlan Trading Company, Song Weiyang dismissed it, recognizing that in these times, managers were as common as weeds. A single fallen billboard could crush 10, with 9.5 being managers, and the remaining half an assistant. Putting away the card, he inquired, "So, Lu Ge, you ventured into business?" Adjusting his glasses, Lu Bin replied with a hint of arrogance. Being a minor department head is quite dull. Venturing into commerce is far more promising. You know Mu Qizhong, right? The one who traded canned goods for airplanes. I've dealt with him, and once I establish my business, he'll invest 10 million in me. Impressive. Song Weiyang praised, silently mourning for the man for 30 seconds. This former minor official turned businessman, if he failed to make a profit, would surely find himself ensnared by Mu Qizhong in a perilous predicament. Their idle chatter was soon interrupted by the arrival of the passengers across from them. One was a man in his 50s, wearing an overly large suit, soaked in sweat yet unwilling to remove it. The other was a striking young woman in a crisp shirt, her hair styled in braids, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Her complexion flushed with heat, quite a formidable presence indeed. The young lady fanned herself with her palm a few times before rising to firmly push the car window, saying to the elderly man, "Uncle, come sit over here. It's cooler by the window with the breeze." The old man replied, "No problem, I can withstand the heat." Lu Bin fixed his gaze on the young woman for quite some time, not averting his eyes until the train set in motion. He then took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "From your accents, I gather you hail from Chong'an?" The young woman remained silent, while the elderly man responded, "Yes, we come from Chong'an." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Bin produced his business card and began to boast, "I'm quite familiar with Chong'an. I've been there numerous times for research with the leadership. You must know the Chong'an steel plant, right? Director Wei is a good friend of mine." At this remark, the young woman's interest piqued, and she quickly inquired, "Are you familiar with the cotton spinning factory?" Lu Bin confidently thumped his chest, "Absolutely. The director of the cotton spinning factory is named Zhong Yuanshao. I've had drinks with him. Wouldn't you say that as familiar?" The young woman was instantly delighted and turned to the elderly man, exclaiming, "Uncle, he really knows Director Zhong," clearing his throat twice. The elderly man appeared reluctant to continue the conversation. Lu Bin, undeterred, pressed on, "Are you heading to Huadu or Shenzhen?" The young woman, seemingly unguarded, replied, "We're going to Shenzhen." "How fortunate. I'm also headed to Shenzhen," Lu Bin remarked, adding, "You have the border pass, right?" "What border pass?" the young woman asked, confused. Lu Bin explained, "You need a pass to enter the special zone. Without it, you can't get through." The young woman grew somewhat anxious and turned to the elderly man, asking, "Uncle, what shall we do?" The elderly man squinted and assured her, "We have the pass. It was arranged long ago. Taodao, there are many bad people outside, so refrain from speaking carelessly." "Oh," the young woman replied, immediately lowering her head. Lu Bin cast several suspicious glances at the elderly man but thought little of it, acknowledging that caution was indeed warranted when venturing out. Sitting nearby, Song Weiyang had remained silent, occasionally stealing glances at the young woman. He felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her in a previous life. Yet he could not recall where. "Hello, I'm Song Qiangdong." He suddenly extended his hand. The young woman seemed unaccustomed to the handshake, retracting her hand halfway before shyly nodding. "I'm Qintao." Song Weiyang racked his brain for a considerable time but could not remember when he had met a beauty named Qintao. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. With such a vast population in China, it was not unusual for several to bear resemblance to one another. As night gradually enveloped the landscape, the train traversed the undulating countryside. Song Weiyang, savoring the nocturnal beauty, indulged in a cup of instant noodles, while the young lady named Chun Tao nibbled on steamed buns and sipped water, casting envious glances at the delightful noodles. Lu Bin, being a small businessman newly immersed in commerce, felt it befitting to enjoy a meal from a box. This man, both lecherous and stingy, incessantly flirted with the young woman yet hesitated to treat her to a meal, instead boasting about his influence and extensive connections. The elderly man, appearing increasingly impatient, finally could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "If you keep blabbering aimlessly, I will call the police." As the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Bin awkwardly forced a smile. Accustomed to the situation, Song Weiyang, disinterested in trivial matters, tidied up the dining table and closed his eyes, succumbing to a brief slumber. After a restless night at the provincial train station, filled with the anxiety of theft, he had not rested well. As he drifted into sleep, the sounds of commotion in the carriage stirred him awake. Instinctively, he grasped the handle of his military dagger and inquired, "What is happening?" Lu Bin, visibly agitated, stammered, "There are thieves in the next carriage, and they may be coming this way." The elderly man directed the young women to act swiftly, retrieving some small change to place in their pockets for the assailants, while the remaining money was securely hidden away. Lu Bin, observing their actions, followed suit. stuffing a wad of cash into his underwear and feigning sleep, though his trembling body betrayed him. Will they resort to murder? Conceal the money and pretend to sleep while they search. Trust me, I have experience. They'll leave once they have the money. Do not make a sound, do not resist, lest you provoke them. Quickly, summon the train police. The train police are ineffective. They come only to rob, someone countered. Shall we hide in carriage 7? No escape. They will search the entire train. For the children of the new century, the madness of the 1990s is difficult to comprehend, let alone the audacity of individuals daring to rob an entire train. Amidst the panic, a burly man with a square face rose and declared, "Silence. I am a soldier of the People's Liberation Army." He approached another passenger, demanding clarity on the situation. "I just went to the restroom and saw many robbers in the next carriage, searching bags along the seats," the passenger explained. "How many robbers are there?" the soldier inquired. "Perhaps dozens, or maybe just a handful," the passenger replied. The soldier, exasperated, pressed, "How many exactly?" "Certainly more than 1 or 2, and they wield knives, quite intimidating." The passenger responded. Unable to ascertain the numbers, the soldier made his way to the restroom to investigate further before returning to the center of the carriage. He called out, "I am a soldier of the People's Liberation Army. A group of criminals is robbing the next carriage and may soon approach us. Party members, military personnel, police officers. Step forward. Our resolve is being tested." No one responded. The noisy carriage fell silent, each person feigning sleep. The soldier, feeling frustrated yet restraining his anger, cautioned, "When the thieves arrive, prioritize your safety. I shall seek assistance in other carriages and return promptly." Seeing someone willing to take charge and recognizing his composure, Song Weiyang felt a glimmer of hope. He stood and smiled, addressing the soldier. "Uncle Soldier, I am not a party member, but I am a member of the Communist Youth League. Will that suffice?" The soldier, bemused yet understanding, nodded. "That will do. Even young pioneers are welcome. Come with me." Song Weiyang gently patted Lu Bin on the shoulder, saying, "Manager Lu, please make way." Lu Bin shifted his legs to clear the path, remaining silent and feigning sleep. The young woman opened her eyes to watch as Song Weiyang stood up, softly warning, "Be cautious. They have knives." Understood, Song Weiyang nodded in acknowledgement. The burly man cast a glance at Song Weiyang and cautioned, "You are a student, aren't you? Don't rush forward. Follow orders during the operation." Song Weiyang produced an 81-style military dagger and offered it, stating, "I find it cumbersome. You may borrow it." "Have you served in the military?" the burly man inquired, taken aback as he accepted the dagger. "My brother did," replied Song Weiyang. The burly man drew the dagger, admiring the 4 blood grooves on either side, and remarked, "Well maintained. Your brother must be a commendable soldier." They swiftly moved to the next carriage, where the burly man shouted, "I am a soldier of the People's Liberation Army. A gang of thieves is robbing in the next carriage and will soon approach. Party members, military personnel, and public security officers, step forward. It is time to be tested." Without a doubt, panic swept through this carriage as well. "I am a party member. I will follow you," a sudden voice interjected. Following the sound, Song Weiyang beheld a middle-aged man in a suit, portly and with a round face, his belly resembling that of a woman in her final month of pregnancy. Despite his appearance reminiscent of a corrupt official, he now exuded a sense of noble grandeur. The man approached the burly soldier, shook his hand, and introduced himself. "Comrade, greetings. I am Zheng Xiahong, Deputy Director of the Sports Bureau of Mengping County." "Comrade, greetings. I am He Gang, an instructor from a unit of the People's Liberation Army," the burly man responded. After traversing several carriages, He Gang was soon surrounded by more than 10 individuals, including soldiers, public security officers, railway police, and civilians like Song Weiyang, who joined spontaneously. Each held various weapons. Even Zheng Xiahong clutched a thermos, seemingly ready to use it as a weapon. Song Weiyang, holding a bottle of homemade fruit preserves, still unopened, felt a surge of excitement. Engaging in a scuffle promised to be the most exhilarating experience. He Gang began to outline the battle plan, stating, "I have observed that the thieves number at least 20, with their leader armed with a firearm. We cannot act recklessly. We must first pose as ordinary passengers and then act upon my command. If circumstances do not allow for action, we must prioritize our safety above all else. Do you understand?" "Understood," the group responded, spirits high. In this era, passion, justice, and madness were abundant, and the fervor of self-defense lingered in the hearts of the people. Song Weiyang felt something was still missing. Yes, A fitting BGM would complete the atmosphere. Gang led the team back to the scene of the crime. And perhaps due to their increasing numbers, several other passengers joined them along the way. The carriage where Song Weiyang had been seated had already fallen under the control of the robbers, prompting the group to quickly set an ambush in the next carriage. After a few more minutes, the assailants finally arrived. The leader, brandishing a firearm, remained silent while the henchmen swiftly rummaged through the passengers' belongings. The entire robbery unfolded in eerie silence. The robbers exchanged no words, while the victims feigned slumber, a tacit understanding among them. Song Weiyang leaned against the aisle, half-closed eyes, when one of the thugs approached to search his backpack. Finding no cash, the intruder proceeded to delve into his briefcase, then brazenly began to pat him down. Suddenly, the thug pressed against Song Weiyang's groin, feeling a substantial bulge that suggested a significant amount of money was concealed within. Before the assailant could strip him of his trousers, a brawny voice erupted, "Charge! Go!" Song Weiyang swung a can of fruit with force, striking the robber squarely on the forehead. The glass shattered upon impact, sending syrup and sweet orange pulp mingled with shards flying in all directions. The leader wielding the firearm had no opportunity to shoot, as he was swiftly disarmed by a soldier from the People's Liberation Army, a bayonet pressed against his throat. Should this villain dare to move, formidable blood channels would ensure his swift demise. "Surrender your weapon. The PLA does not take prisoners." With the soldier's commanding shout, the previously subdued passengers erupted in unison, launching themselves at the assailants in a frenzy. "That's our hard-earned money." A middle-aged woman tackled one of the criminals, delivering several resounding slaps that left him momentarily dazed. Of course, there were injuries. The rotund deputy director had sustained a cut on his arm. His thermos proved useless, and in a moment of bravado, he confronted the thug empty-handed. "I used to lift weights," he boasted afterward. The muscular man bound the gang leader and tossed back the bayonet with a grin. "Thanks, brother. No need to thank me. The bond between military and civilians is strong," replied Song Weiyang, still clutching the substantial sum hidden in his trousers, feeling a shiver of trepidation. Had it not been for the soldier's leadership, his 4,000 yuan in startup capital would undoubtedly have been seized by those ruffians. At that moment, China seemed to have entered a wild mode. Even stepping out to earn a living had become fraught with peril. The aftermath was meticulous. The train police cleared the dining car to set up an office and notified other passengers to reclaim their stolen property. However, it was not as simple as reporting a loss. Identification and proof of residence were required. Under such conditions, few dared to fabricate claims, as discrepancies were often minor. Usually just a few hundred yuan, often due to misremembering. When Song Weiyang and the brawny man returned to their compartment, they were greeted as heroes. Passengers rising to applaud and offering various snacks and fruits. "Ma Laudi, well done," Lubin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. A young woman cast a disparaging glance at manager Lu before turning to Ma with admiration. "Brother Ma, you are truly remarkable." Upon resuming his seat, Song Weiyang chuckled modestly. "Oh, it was nothing, really. I hardly exerted myself. It was the PLA comrades who were truly impressive. By the way, did you all manage to retrieve your money?" The young woman remarked, "It's not our turn yet. A railway officer just came by to take notes. You all can wait for your money. I'll take a brief nap." Song Weiyang indeed felt a bit drowsy. Around 4 in the morning, the train halted in a certain prefecture-level city, where 20-odd criminals were handed over to the local public security authorities. During the crackdown, committing crimes despite the scrutiny was enough to warrant severe punishment. Song Weiyang slept soundly, awakening to find it was already 7:30 in the morning, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a round, chubby face. "Brother, let us go to the dining car for breakfast," the jovial director Zheng Xiahong suggested with a grin. "I think I'll pass and just have a can," Song Weiyang replied. Zheng Xiahong reached out and pulled him along, saying, "Come on, the brothers who fought last night are all there. Let us celebrate with a few bottles." Reluctantly, Song Weiyang slung his bag over his shoulder and inquired, "Is your injury all right?" "It's nothing, just a few cuts," Zheng Xiahong replied casually, linking arms with Song Weiyang as they walked. "And what about that soldier?" Song Weiyang asked again. "He got off at the previous station. He returned home to visit family," Zheng Xiahong explained. The dining car appeared to have been specially cleared for the valiant heroes to hold a celebratory feast, and the other passengers showed no objection. Some had already disembarked early, leaving only 14 brave souls, including Song Weiyang. A cheerful train attendant popped open a bottle of Mao Tai, calling out, "On behalf of all the staff and passengers on this train, We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all you heroes. Enjoy your meal and drinks. It's all complimentary. Our leadership has assured us that we can reimburse the costs later. Furthermore, for those who Haven Tea registered, please do so after your meal. We will send a letter of appreciation to your organization or community committee. Too kind, too kind. One of the brothers exclaimed. Let us raise our glasses. Brother, here is my business card. Let us keep in touch. Absolutely. Now, let us drink. The atmosphere in the dining car quickly became lively, as strangers bonded closely through their shared experience of battle. Despite his reluctance, Song Weiyang found himself downing several cups of liquor and gathering numerous contact details, with those without business cards writing down their addresses for him. As toasts were exchanged and spirits soared, a few revelers even missed their stops, merrily returning home on the free train. After a day and a night, the journey concluded as the train rolled into Huadu. All passengers disembarked in a rush. This was the final stop, and those heading to Shenzhen would need to purchase tickets for a transfer. The girl named Chen Tao, dragging her suitcase, seemed eager to exchange a few more words with Song Weiyang, but was quickly swept away by the crowd. As he made his way to the platform, Song Weiyang unexpectedly bumped into director Zhang Xiahong once more. Brother, what a coincidence! Zhang Xiahong exclaimed, pulling out a cigarette. Care for one? Quite the coincidence indeed. Song Weiyang replied, tucking the cigarette behind his ear. During the celebratory feast, they had grown quite familiar, and this chubby director was also heading to Shenzhen to seek fortune. The deputy director of the county sports bureau, instead of fulfilling his duties, has chosen to venture into the world of commerce. A decision that is quite commonplace in this era. He has merely opted for a leave without pay, even if he stumbles in the special economic zone. Zhang Xiahong could still return to his official post. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they made their way to the ticket hall. Just as Song Weiyang was preparing to slip away, Zhang Xiahong was utterly bewildered. Do I need a border pass to go to Deep City? He asked, perplexed. Song Weiyang, taken aback, replied, You came here without knowing? No one told me. Zhang Xiahong lamented, his frustration evident as his ample form trembled. He was not alone in his confusion. At the special ticket window for Deep City, many fervent youths appeared lost and despondent. Some unfortunate souls, having resigned from their positions back home to seek fortune in the special zone, found themselves victims of theft along the way, and upon reaching Huadu train station, they faced further obstacles, lacking even the qualifications to enter the zone and left with no choice but to retreat in disgrace. To enter the special zone, the procedure is as follows. One must first obtain a letter of introduction from their original workplace or community committee, then apply for a pass through the relevant local departments. If one lacks connections or funds, it could take 3 to 5 months for approval. After securing the pass, they would then travel by train to Huadu, where they could purchase tickets at a special window and embark on their journey to Deep City. Naturally, Song Weiyang also lacked a pass. Damn it. If I go back like this, I'll be the laughingstock of the bureau, Zhang Xiahong exclaimed, plopping down on the ground, unwilling to rise. In light of their shared history, Song Weiyang decided to lend a hand, jesting, Brother, do you truly wish to go to Deep City? Rubbing his round face. Zhang Xiahong retorted, Of course, or else why would I be here? Then let's go. I guarantee I can get you there, Song Weiyang assured him. Zhang Xiahong sprang to his feet, momentarily shedding his hefty demeanor, and quietly inquired, Do you have connections? Song Weiyang gestured outside. I don't have connections, but I'm sure someone does. Indeed, it was a lucrative venture. A glint of cunning sparkled in Zhang Xiahong's narrow eyes. Understanding each other implicitly, they exited the train station, casually smoking and wandering until they soon noticed something unusual. Not far from the station, several vans were regularly parked along the roadside, with people boarding and departing, often laden with substantial luggage. Let us go ask. Zhang Xiahong tossed aside his cigarette. Song Weiyang promptly followed suit. He too required a companion for the journey, to avoid potential peril along the way. In these times, anything could happen, and it was essential to have a reliable ally. At least this robust director was capable of defending himself. Approaching one of the vans, Zhang Xiahong knocked on the window and inquired, Brother, are you heading to the special zone? No, not going. The driver waved his hands dismissively, indicating they likely had a fixed clientele and were reluctant to accept random passengers. Zhang Xiahong offered a cigarette, saying, Let us make this convenient. The driver, noting his accent indicating he was not an undercover officer, pondered for a moment before responding, 800 each, and I guarantee you'll get through. Song Weiyang interjected. 800 is too expensive. How about 100? Get lost. The driver lacked even the inclination to haggle. 300, 600, if you are unwilling, then be gone. The driver retorted curtly. Song Weiyang and Zheng Xiahong exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. Deal. In truth, they had a more economical plan, to travel to the outskirts of the city and then find an opportunity to crawl through the barbed wire. However, that would consume too much time and involve certain risks. Song Weiyang was reluctant to delay, and Zheng Xiahong was averse to complications. Before long, a smuggler arrived with a group of people, unceremoniously shoving everyone into a van. Song Weiyang and the plump director were squeezed to the point of immobility. The driver swiftly started the vehicle, speeding out of the city, only halting in a desolate area as dusk approached. Get out, follow me, and keep quiet. There are people waiting here. The plump director scrambled out of the vehicle, exhausted, hot, and hungry, panting. Damn it, this feels like we're enemy agents. Song Weiyang felt equally drained. The cramped van, stuffed with over 10 individuals and their luggage, rendered them unable to move for half a day, like sardines in a tin. They were fortunate to have survived without suffocating. Under the cover of night, their contact guided them through winding paths to a secluded spot. Lifting a small section of barbed wire and saying, "Crawl through here, and you will reach the special zone." Zheng Xiahong muttered, "It looks just like a dog hole." "Let us go," Song Weiyang urged. On the 6th day of the lunar month, a slender crescent moon hung high in the night sky. The smugglers, resembling mice, formed a line to wriggle through the narrow dog hole. Though unfamiliar with one another, they moved in tacit understanding, striving to minimize any noise. Suddenly, a tearing sound shattered the stillness as the plump director, halfway through, turned back to curse, "My trousers, they're branded." Laughter erupted, someone unable to contain themselves. Stifling their giggles, Zheng Xiahong snapped angrily, "Shut up and keep it down." Ignoring him, the others began to murmur quietly. "Which way should we go?" "To the left. I see many lights over there. There is also light to the south." "Which side is south?" "We came from the north. Ahead is south." "No matter east, west, south, or north. Let us head towards the brightest lights." "That must be correct." "Indeed, I've heard the special zone is a city that never sleeps, illuminated all night long." "Comrades, let us divide and conquer. We must not be caught all at once by the border guards." "I agree. There are too many of us. We present a large target, so we need to scatter." A group of individuals raised on a diet of war films felt their spirits soaring, swiftly dispersing towards the east and south. "Wait up, brother," Zheng Xiahong called out to Song Weiyang, slipping into a pile of gravel. "Could you please cover for me while I change my trousers?" "Sure thing. Take your time. There's no rush," replied Song Weiyang, suppressing a chuckle. After a few minutes of rustling, Zheng Xiahong finally managed to change his trousers. The two men dared not use their flashlights, instead navigating through the dim moonlight, stumbling over uneven ground and nearly tripping over the wild grasses and vines several times. Suddenly, Zheng Xiahong issued a warning, swiftly darting into the bushes by the roadside. His agility reminiscent of a martial arts master. Song Weiyang was startled, initially fearing an inspection by Border Patrol, and he scrambled into a pile of stones and grass to conceal himself. As they drew closer, Song Weiyang discerned the situation. A bicycle convoy stealthily approached, comprising approximately 7 or 8 sturdy bicycles laden with various goods heading towards the border. Chuckling, Song Weiyang rose and reassured the portly director, "It's nothing, just smugglers." "Thank goodness, I thought I was going to have a heart attack." Zheng Xiahong's heart raced. The barbed wire border line of the special zone had cost over 100 million to establish, due to a series of tax exemption policies in Deep City. Imported goods were significantly cheaper than those in the mainland, necessitating payment of taxes upon exit to bridge the price gap. The bicycle transporter's sole purpose was tax evasion, strictly classified as smuggling. After walking for several more minutes, Zheng Xiahong, out of breath, plopped down on the ground, tossing a cigarette to Song Weiyang. "Let us take a breather." Song Weiyang lit the cigarette and pulled out 2 cans of fruit. "We haven't eaten in 2 meals. Let us fill our stomachs." Zheng Xiahong extracted a knife and pried open the can, drinking deeply and chewing vigorously, then lay back, reflecting, "Damn it, just last night we were heroes bravely combating villains. And now we've turned into frightened stowaways. Regret it?" Song Weiyang asked with a smile. "Regret?" Zheng Xiahong sprang up. "I, Zheng, do not know the meaning of regret. If I don't earn hundreds of thousands, I won't return." "What business do you plan to pursue in the special zone?" Song Weiyang inquired. "I haven't decided yet. I'll find a place to settle down first," Zheng Xiahong replied, rising with fervor. Brother, I'm not ashamed to say. I came to the special zone to make a fortune. I have a 5-year plan. Earn 100,000 in the first year, a million in the second. And by the 5th year, I shall be a billionaire. I see you are also clever and capable. What do you say? Do you want to join me in this grand endeavor? Is that a plan? A daydream is more fitting. I'm planning to become the world's richest in 10 years, Song Weiyang retorted, barely able to contain his laughter. Forget about being a billionaire. Focus on making money first. The cost of living in the special zone isn't low. Unfazed, Zheng Xiahong, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, we'll take it step by step. Can a living person be suffocated by holding their urine? I certainly want to work for anyone. Even if I have to beg, I want to work for others. For a few measly coins, I'd rather continue being the deputy director back home. Trust me, brother. The streets of the special zone are filled with money just waiting for us to collect. Even if I shed this 200-pound frame, I will accomplish great things. Brother, what ambition! Song Weiyang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Years later, when people reminisce about this era, some will describe it as dark, while others will call it romantic. Passion, vigor, and wildness. This is manifested in the countless individuals like Zheng Xiahong. Approaching middle age, with a stable job, he nonetheless cast aside family and career. Driven by ambition and ideals, plunging headlong into the turbulent waters of entrepreneurship. They often lack concrete plans, simply aware that the special economic zone is rife with golden opportunities. Akin to ravenous wolves descending upon their prey, striving to carve out a boundlessly bright tomorrow. Amidst this irrational and wild frenzy, innumerable individuals suffer setbacks. While many grassroots figures transform into dragons, Song Weiyang hesitated to leave, as it was difficult to find accommodation in the pitch darkness. He reclined on the ground, gazing at the starry sky, casually inquiring, Brother, do you have a story? What story? Zheng Xiahong replied, pinching the cigarette butt. You were drunk on the food truck and mentioned that you almost participated in the Olympics, Song Weiyang remarked. Zheng Xiahong sighed wistfully. There was indeed an opportunity. I used to train in weightlifting, with my best achievement being a silver medal at the National Games, recommended by the provincial team for Olympic trials. But, alas, misfortune struck. I injured my back at a crucial moment and had to lie in bed watching the 1984 Olympics. However, there's really nothing to regret. As I was quite old at the time, and even with my best efforts, I likely wouldn't have made it. Does your wife support your move to the special zone? Song Weiyang asked. Mention of his wife brought Zheng Xiahong back to reality, and with a bitter smile, he replied. Support? Not at all. Women, with their long hair and short-sightedness, have no idea how splendid the world outside can be. Your wife is also worried about you. Song Weiyang added. Let us not dwell on that. Zheng Xiahong quickly changed the subject. Do you know who my idol is? Who? Song Weiyang asked, slightly choked. Mao Zedong, the one who traded canned goods for an airplane. Zheng Xiahong exclaimed. Song Weiyang chuckled. I knew it was him. Individuals like Zheng Xiahong, lacking formal education, yet brimming with passion, are often enamored with Mao Zedong. They revere unconventional paths, believing that such audacity is the hallmark of true business genius. In contrast, a vast number of young students idolize Shi Yuzhu, dreaming of one day achieving wealth through knowledge and talent. Zheng Xiahong seemed to be bursting with pent-up frustration. Hailing from a remote, conservative county where people regarded him as a fool for abandoning a secure job to venture into business, he felt isolated and despondent. Now, seizing the opportunity to confide in Song Weiyang, a trusted comrade from their shared struggles, he poured out his heart. As they chatted into the late hours, they rested sufficiently before continuing their journey. They ambled along, somewhat unaware of how far they had traveled, passing through several villages until they finally arrived at a district infused with modernity. The so-called city that never sleeps proved to be an exaggeration. Darkness enveloped the streets, and neon lights were a rare sight, likely extinguished after nightfall, with only a few buildings displaying faint glimmers of light. The two of them, too weary to seek out a hotel, opted to sit by the roadside and wait for dawn, inadvertently providing a feast for the mosquitoes of the special zone. As the moon set and the sun rose, with the first light of dawn illuminating the surroundings, Song Weiyang finally discerned the words on a distant building, electronic building. How on earth did we end up in Weiyang by? He mused. Dreams are radiant, yet reality is frigid. Upon arriving in Shenzhen, Song Weiyang and Zheng Xiahong were struck by one overwhelming impression: the exorbitant cost of living in this special economic zone. They hesitated to rent accommodations within the city, as the prices were simply beyond their means. It was merely 1993, yet the highest property prices had already soared past 10,000, utterly unreasonable. Concurrently, rents escalated wildly, compelling them to seek housing in the suburbs. This dramatic surge was a direct consequence of last year's momentous visit by the esteemed leader, which attracted a frenzy of fortune seekers from across the nation to Shenzhen. Consequently, prices spiraled out of control, rising by 10 within a single year, with property values skyrocketing like a rocket, only to cool down and decline a few years later. In the following days, Song Weiyang and Zheng Xiaohong wandered the streets, which they described as a quest for opportunity. Naturally, they had to inspect the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Zheng Xiaohong, feeling like a country bumpkin in the city, found everything fascinating and declared with unbridled enthusiasm. So this is the stock market. I've heard that merely buying stocks can yield profits. There were even riots last year when some could not acquire shares. That was last year, Song Weiyang replied, gazing at the sea of red on the electronic screen. Zheng Xiaohong, without any formal training, observed, red means stop, green means go. The market looks promising. Which stock should we buy? Let us not linger. There's nothing to see. The bull market has passed, and we've encountered a significant bear market, Song Weiyang responded. Zheng Xiaohong, with a glimmer of delight, remarked, bears are good. They feast on meat, while bulls only graze on grass. Overwhelmed by the myriad of issues, Song Weiyang was at a loss for where to begin his explanation, succinctly stating, a bear market signifies that everything you buy declines in value. Do you see all that red? Those are all losses. Surely not, Zheng Xiaohong said, somewhat bewildered. As a former weightlifter turned bureaucrat, Zheng Xiaohong possessed only an elementary school education. His past back injury had been quite severe, nearly rendering him paralyzed, and it took several years of rehabilitation before he could walk again. This setback forced him to return to his hometown as a physical education teacher, and with the assistance of former teammates, he gradually ascended to the position of deputy director in the county sports bureau. Narrow-minded and lacking in education, Zheng's comprehension of the special economic zone was entirely derived from news reports and personal fantasies, oblivious even to the necessity of a border pass to enter Shenzhen. In many respects, our director Zheng could indeed be deemed naive. Such naivete was rampant in Shenzhen. Some individuals adapted swiftly and evolved, while others left battered and disheartened. Nature's law of survival of the fittest prevailed. Zheng Xiaohong belonged to the former category. He quickly confronted reality, adjusted his mindset, and set aside any notions of a 5-year plan, aspiring instead to commence with small, profitable ventures. On the 5th day of their arrival in Shenzhen, within a suburban shared residence, Zheng Xiaohong abruptly burst into the room where Song Weiyang was working, exclaiming, "Brother, how about we engage in wholesale trading?" Wholesale trading of what? Song Weiyang inquired without lifting his head, busily drafting an English document. Zheng Xiaohong elaborated, "Here is the plan. We first purchase bicycles, then head to Zhongying Street to wholesale goods from Hong Kong, and finally, we will drive through the barbed wire and cross the border." I've inquired, "And as long as we transport the goods to Huadu, we can turn a profit of 2 to 30%. No. Song Weiyang set down the ballpoint pen in his hand and stared at Zheng Xiaohong for a moment, his expression peculiar. "Brother, you are a director and a party member. How could you contemplate engaging in smuggling? We are so valiant and upright on the train, we cannot partake in illegal activities." Zheng Xiaohong chuckled. "It's merely a trifling matter. How can it be considered smuggling? Besides, even if we refrain from it, others will still engage in this business. Who isn't earning a profit? We are merely contributing to the economy of the mainland." No. Song Weiyang shook his head repeatedly. "You are too timid," Zheng Xiaohong mocked. Song Weiyang replied, "The risks of smuggling are too great, and it might encroach upon someone else's business. If they quietly report us, we could be caught red-handed." Zheng Xiaohong frowned. "That is indeed a concern." Suddenly, Song Weiyang broke into a smile and said, "Smuggling lacks sophistication. We might as well engage in fraud. It is safe and effortless." Huh. Zheng Xiaohong thought he had misheard. With limited startup capital, Song Weiyang had only 3,600 left after his expenditures. Earning quick money legally was out of the question. Over the past few days, he had been evaluating projects while also assessing Zheng Xiaohong. Due to his youth and inexperience, it was challenging for him to gain the trust of potential victims. In contrast, the corrupt image of Director Zheng made him an ideal accomplice in fraud. His only concern was Zheng Xiaohong's strong moral compass, fearing he would refuse to engage in illegal activities. Now, with Zheng Xiaohong suggesting smuggling, the prospect of executing a fraud scheme seemed feasible. "Fraud doesn't seem right," Smuggling feels more secure. At least there is no moral burden. Zhang Xiahong hesitated. Song Weiyang laughed. Rest assured, although it is fraud, we do not harm anyone, even if the other party is aware they are being deceived. They willingly and happily hand over their money to us. It's a mutually agreeable arrangement. Zhang Xiahong exclaimed angrily. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? My plan is as follows. Song Weiyang leaned in to whisper to Zhang Xiahong. As Zhang Xiahong listened, he became perplexed and questioned, is that really feasible? Those people are not fools. Song Weiyang responded. Only a fool would not take the bait. Who cares for a con? If one is to deceive, let it be the clever ones. Well, it's not deception in the harshest sense. I am merely aiding them in their joyful growth. I still find it unreliable. Zhang Xiahong shook his head. Song Weiyang reassured him. Don't worry. After all, the cost of fraud is low. Even if we do not profit, our losses will not be significant. After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiahong finally relented. Then, let's give it a try. Song Weiyang immediately pulled out several documents. Smiling, I have prepared the materials and am translating them into English. When we present a bilingual version, it will appear international, ensuring those individuals are left bewildered. Zhang Xiahong glanced at the unfinished English draft on the table and admired. You are impressive, little brother. You even understand English, resembling someone capable of handling significant matters. In the coming days, we will act separately, Song Weiyang stated. You shall venture into the streets to procure beverages, paying close attention to the addresses, specifically targeting manufacturers from Guangdong province and its neighboring regions. Avoid the well-known brands. Focus only on those lesser-known second- and third-tier labels. I will seek individuals to forge documents and secure an office space. Then we can truly embark on our grand endeavor. No problem, Zhang Xiahong replied, eager for action. Song Weiyang inquired, how proficient are you in acting? Zhang Xiahong responded, I have never acted before. Song Weiyang remarked, then you must practice. We shall commence tonight. No. From this moment forth, I shall address you as Director Zhang, the head of the South China branch office of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association. Zhang Xiahong nodded, yet suddenly shook his head, his cheeks quivering. That's incorrect. One must not use their real name as a deceiver. After a moment's contemplation, Song Weiyang suggested, how about Lu Huadeng? That name resonates well, Zhang Xiahong agreed, adding, brother, you should also adopt a pseudonym. With a serious demeanor, Song Weiyang proclaimed, a man of honor does not change his surname nor his name. Even as a fraud, I, Ma Qiangdong, shall use my true name for an authentic deception. Zhang Xiahong gave a thumbs up, impressive. Early in the morning, as Song Weiyang stepped out, he encountered a group of neighborhood watch members who were chasing several young laborers, causing them to flee in panic. Zhang Xiahong, feeling apprehensive, muttered, damn, it's like being pursued by bandits. We need to acquire a counterfeit temporary residence permit. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable, Song Weiyang fretted. These neighborhood watch members apprehend individuals based on their attire. Anyone dressed in tattered clothing is subject to interrogation, and failing to present a residence permit can lead to dire consequences. The two men walked side by side through the alleys, and not far ahead, they came upon a neighborhood watch member who seemed to have lost sight of his quarry and was scanning the area. Upon spotting Song Weiyang and Zhang Xiahong, the officer, unwilling to let an opportunity slip by, approached them for questioning. Song Weiyang remained unfazed, smiling at Zhang Xiahong. Director Lu, it's your turn. Zhang Xiahong maintained his composure, preemptively greeting the officer. Good morning. The neighborhood watch member paused, instinctively nodding. Morning. Zhang Xiahong produced a pack of prestigious Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one. Didn't he catch anyone? The officer accepted the cigarette, grumbling, they're all slippery little rats, adept at evasion. Zhang Xiahong patted the officer's shoulder, adopting an official tone. Comrade, your efforts are commendable. You're working hard early in the morning. With the increasing influx of newcomers to the special economic zone, public safety is deteriorating, and it's all on you neighborhood watch to maintain order. The officer, visibly pleased by the flattery, casually inquired, do you live nearby? Not far, in Shangsha village. Zhang Xiahong began to lament. Finding housing in Shenzhen is truly a challenge. Even with money, one struggles to secure a place in the urban area. As a director, I ventured into business with over 100,000, yet I find myself residing in a rural area of the special zone. I am too embarrassed to even share this with my friends. Comrade, do you not agree with this sentiment? Song Weiyang and Zhang Xiahong, dressed impeccably in suits, certainly do not resemble those unwilling to spend on temporary residence permits. Director Zhang's commanding presence leaves no room for doubt among the auxiliary officers, who promptly concur. Indeed, This is the reality. Everything in the special zone is in high demand. The city's accommodations have long been fully booked. It is not just you. Even a county chief would find themselves in rural lodgings. The special zone is distinctly different from the outskirts. Zheng Xiaohong's tone fluctuated with emphasis. Is that not why it is called a special zone? Even you auxiliary officers are astute and capable. If a conflict arises, you could directly head to the front lines to defend the nation. Truly, as a leader, his eloquence is commendable. The auxiliary officers were nearly floating with pride. Just then, several more auxiliary officers approached, panting, and inquired, "Is there an issue with these two? How many times must I reiterate? Do not address me in that manner." One of the auxiliary officers pointed at Zheng Xiaohong and introduced him. "This is the director from beyond the border, residing in Changsha village. He is quite decent and should be looked after." Zheng Xiaohong immediately lit a cigarette and said, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. I am Lu Huateng, and this is my nephew Ma Qiangdong." After watching the scene unfold, Song Weiyang quickly adopted a youthful demeanor, smiling, "Greetings, brothers. You were truly impressive just now." The auxiliary officers accepted the cigarettes, and upon realizing they were from the prestigious Zhonghua brand, their demeanor became more amiable. The leader among them remarked, "I am well acquainted with the auxiliary team in Changsha village. Should any issues arise, just mention my name, Niu Jiangwo. Brother, you are straightforward." Zhang Xiaohong tucked away the cigarette case, engaged in casual banter for a while, and cheerfully declared, "I must go negotiate a business deal. Let us converse further next time. And I shall treat everyone to drinks." The auxiliary officers warmly bid farewell. "Director Lu, safe travels, and may you prosper." "Haha, may we all thrive." Zheng Xiaohong waved graciously and strode forth confidently. Song Weiyang followed closely, giving a thumbs up and murmuring, "Director Lu is impressive. Ordinary, really. I have hosted mayors before. Do I fear these minor figures?" Zhang Xiaohong replied, brimming with confidence. Having witnessed the fundamental operations of his partner, Song Weiyang felt even more assured about their impending fraudulent endeavors and smiled. "Let us part ways for now and reconvene this evening." Zhang Xiaohong advised, "Exercise caution. Do not fall prey to those counterfeit certificate dealers. They wish to deceive me? They would need another 20 years of practice. Farewell, Director Lu." Song Weiyang waved and departed. Later that morning, Song Weiyang found himself at a stamp engraving stall and squatted down to inquire, "Boss, do you engrave official seals here?" "Official seals require an additional fee." The stall owner replied. "How much for one?" asked Song Weiyang. 500 yuan, the stall owner stated. "Are you trying to take advantage of an outsider? The prices in the special zone are exorbitant." Song Weiyang retorted with a smile. The stall owner continued engraving without looking up. "What about 10 yuan? Song Weiyang suggested. The vendor said, 10 yuan will allow you to engrave 3 private seals. However, for 50 yuan, I can carve 2 official seals." Song Weiyang began to haggle. "What will you engrave?" the vendor inquired. Song Weiyang produced a piece of paper, revealing 2 official seals inscribed with Zhengda Technology Company, Limited, and China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association, South China Branch. The vendor shook his head repeatedly. "Too many characters. That will require additional payment. 60 yuan. Or I shall seek another," Song Weiyang replied. The vendor responded, "Place the paper down and pay a 10 yuan deposit. You can come back tomorrow to collect." Song Weiyang retorted, "You wouldn't abscond with my money, would you?" The vendor, amused yet irritated, laughed. "I have many obligations to fulfill monthly. Would I abandon my stall for a mere 10 yuan? Are you foolish, or am I? If you doubt me, I can write you a receipt." Upon receiving the receipt, Song Weiyang did not leave but picked up a sample of the private seal, idly asking, "Boss, do you know anyone who can handle permits?" The vendor cast a disparaging glance at Song Weiyang, then cautiously glanced around, whispering, "I will require a commission." "That is acceptable. But payment will be made only upon receiving the permit," Song Weiyang stated. Now it was the vendor who appeared apprehensive. "What if you flee?" Song Weiyang assured him. "I am not just acquiring permits. I intend to fabricate other items as well, which will cost me at least 1,000 yuan. If your acquaintance is reliable and the products are exquisite, not only will I pay the commission, but I can also reward you with a generous red envelope of 200 yuan. Just consider whether you wish to partake. I am engaged in substantial business and am not deterred by a trifling sum." After careful deliberation, the vendor concluded that this venture was worthwhile. Even if Song Weiyang absconded without paying, his loss would be minimal. He swiftly scribbled a note and handed it to Song Weiyang, saying, "Take this and seek out a person named De Tu Bin, introduced by me, Hu Jinfa." "Thank you. I shall return with a generous red envelope. Song Weiyang replied with a grin as he tucked the note away. In truth, there were numerous sources of permit information along the streets, but Song Weiyang feared deception. Encountering a scam would certainly be unfortunate. The address on the note indicated a village, which would eventually be a part of the special economic zone, yet for now, it remained a mere outskirts. As Song Weiyang strolled leisurely, he possessed only a little over 100 yuan, the remainder already deposited in the bank, rendering any ill-intentioned permit issuers incapable of inflicting significant loss. Upon entering the village, it was midday, and every household was engaged in their meals. As Song Weiyang passed one home, he noticed a woman squatting at the door, engrossed in her food. He approached and inquired, "Sister, where does the Tubin reside?" Upon hearing his voice, the woman looked up and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Ma, you are that Chen Tao from the train." Song Weiyang was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, that's me," he affirmed. The girl nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman emerged from the house, addressing the girl, "Sister, have you had enough to eat? Shall I serve you another bowl?" The girl gratefully cradled her bowl, replying, "I'm full, thank you, sister-in-law." Song Weiyang scratched his head, wondering if the girl was begging. He expressed his gratitude for the support received from various patrons, acknowledging their generosity without enumerating the names. He candidly admitted that he had only managed to produce less than 20,000 words over the course of a month and a half due to extensive revisions, indicating that he had exhausted his backlog and was currently writing in real time. Chen Tao's attire was somewhat soiled, the white fabric marred by unsightly stains. She had lost not only her bag but also her shoes, standing barefoot on the ground, resembling a village girl fleeing from hardship. "Did someone rob you?" Song Weiyang inquired with curiosity. "Sort of," Chen Tao replied, forcing a smile as she hastily finished her meal and returned the bowl to a middle-aged woman. "Thank you for the food, sister. I became separated from my brother, but fortunately, we have reunited now, so I won't trouble you any further." "Such a simple meal is nothing," the woman chuckled. "Just be cautious when you go out." Once the woman turned to re-enter her home, Song Weiyang pressed on with his questions. "What is going on with you? Where is your uncle?" Chen Tao's expression darkened instantly, her voice laced with anger as she declared, "He is a fraud, not my uncle." "Calm down, let's take our time," Song Weiyang reassured her. After approximately 10 minutes of conversation, Song Weiyang pieced together the story. Chen Tao hailed from a remote mountain village where her father worked as a local private teacher. Despite their poverty, she had not endured much hardship in her youth and excelled academically, becoming the first vocational school graduate to emerge from her village. Before the wave of layoffs in state-owned enterprises, vocational schools were even more challenging to enter than prestigious high schools, as graduation often guaranteed employment as a worker. However, Chen Tao's fortunes took a turn for the worse. She was laid off from the cotton spinning factory within 2 years for the simple reason that she refused to marry the foolish son of the factory's secretary and had spoken ill of the secretary in her frustration. As for the elderly man on the train, he was a former procurement officer for the cotton spinning factory who had retired early for unknown reasons and ventured into business in the special economic zone. To the workers at the factory, he was quite resourceful, having successfully referred several laid-off female workers to jobs in the deep city. With both of her parents in poor health and a younger brother still in school, Chen Tao pleaded with the elderly man to bring her to the special zone to earn money. They had even crossed the border by crawling under barbed wire. The old man brought Chen Tao to a house and introduced her to the so-called workshop director, promising to recommend her for a team leader position at a Taiwanese-funded factory the following day. Being a perceptive girl, Chen Tao began to sense something was amiss. She feigned a stomachache, retreating to the bathroom to hide, and waited until the two entered the bedroom before eavesdropping. What she overheard nearly terrified her to death. The elderly man and the workshop director had sinister intentions that very night, engaging in a heated dispute over who would take the first advantage. Amidst their quarrel, Chen Tao grasped the grim reality. The workshop director was not a leader from the Taiwanese-funded factory, but rather the proprietor of a hair salon. The women whom the elderly man had previously brought into the factory had all ended up working as escorts in his establishment. After luring female workers to this location, they would first commit acts of violence, subsequently detaining them for a time and confiscating their identification and other documents, thereby coercing these women into submission and exploitation. Terrified, Chen Tao seized her bag and fled, but the two men, alerted by the commotion, immediately pursued her. After a harrowing escape, she realized her bag was lost. Her shoes had fallen off, and she possessed only a few coins, with her identification still held captive by the elderly man. Is it true that you have been begging for food these past few days? Song Weiyang inquired. Not entirely. I still have enough to buy steamed buns, Chen Tao replied. Today in the city, I encountered the joint defense team, and they nearly apprehended me, forcing me to hide in the countryside. I thought I should keep some money for emergencies, so I tried begging for food while seeking an opportunity to return to the city to work as a nanny. I've heard that being a nanny in the special economic zone is quite lucrative, earning over 1,000 a month, which is equivalent to what I would make in half a year at my previous job. Song Weiyang asked, how much do you have left? Chen Tao answered, $1.65. You seem remarkably composed, speaking with such clarity, Song Weiyang remarked with intrigue. Why panic? I won't starve, Chen Tao retorted. When I went to the city for vocational school, I was robbed mid-journey, leaving me without even bus fare. I walked over 40 miles by myself and still made it to school. If I can't survive in the special zone one day, I can always beg my way back home. Song Weiyang sincerely admired her resilience, exclaiming, impressive, a true heroine among women. Chen Tao smiled brightly. But I still have Brother Ma. Surely you can help me find a job. Are you not afraid that I might be a villain, selling you out along the way? Song Weiyang jested. Villains do not act heroically, Chen Tao giggled, revealing her dimples. Song Weiyang chuckled. Well, I might just be a villain. Come. Let me show you how a villain conducts his misdeeds. In a dwelling reminiscent of a forgery workshop, Song Weiyang encountered Data Bin and his accomplices. The room was cluttered with counterfeit materials, including many lost identification cards, which could easily be rendered authentic with a mere photo change, undetectable even at the police station. After revealing his intentions and introducing himself, both parties swiftly engaged in formal discussions. As Song Weiyang conversed, he assessed the capabilities of his counterparts, his gaze wandering until it settled on a machine, prompting him to exclaim, "Oh, you even have a typewriter here. One must exhibit dedication to their work. Without proper equipment, I wouldn't dare to be involved in this business," Databin replied. What exactly are you aiming to accomplish? Song Weiyang did not respond directly, instead inquiring. Is the typewriter in Chinese or English? Both. I purchased two. The English one is in used, gathering dust, Databin explained. Song Weiyang was quite pleased with the outcome. He rummaged through his bag and produced a stack of manuscripts. Please arrange for several licenses, using the finest paper. By the way, do you also create medals and trophies? I only handle documents, but I can refer you to acquaintances for other items, Datu Bin replied. That would be greatly appreciated, Song Weiyang responded. Also, please assist me in obtaining 2 temporary residence permits. I will bring my friends along with their photos tomorrow. Suddenly, Chen Tao, who had remained silent, interjected. Make it 3 temporary residence permits. Song Weiyang chuckled softly. Very well, 3 it is. Datu Bin appraised the situation, stating, the entire set will cost 3,000. That's too expensive, Song Weiyang shook his head. And how much are you willing to offer? Datu Bin inquired. 500, Song Weiyang replied. After a round of haggling, they settled on 800 yuan, and Song Weiyang left a 100 yuan deposit before departing. Chen Tao, barefoot, followed him closely, seemingly unwilling to part ways. Noticing her limping gait, Song Weiyang felt a pang of compassion and spent 2 yuan at a roadside stall to buy her a pair of sandals, tossing them to her with the words, "Put these on. Brother Ma, you are truly kind." Chen Tao beamed with a silly smile. Song Weiyang began to see through her facade. She was not the naive and innocent girl she appeared to be, but rather shrewd and crafty beneath her charming exterior. Nevertheless, having her assist Director Zheng would undoubtedly enhance the authenticity of their performance. Upon returning to the rented apartment, as soon as Song Weiyang stepped through the door, he heard Zhang Xiahong exclaim, "Little brother, I've brought back 100 different beverages. Some of the bottles were scavenged along the way to save money." "Oh, why did you bring back a girl?" "This is Chen Tao. She has been deceived." Song Weiyang briefly explained the situation. Zhang Xiahong, filled with righteous indignation, cursed, "Bastard. I detest such people. Their conscience must have been devoured by dogs. Sister, lead the way. We shall deal with him another day. I'm not sure where they live. I don't know the way. Perhaps it's best to leave it be." Chen Tao interjected with a smile. "Brother Zhang, you are truly kind, just like Brother Ma. Both of you are real men." Receiving such flattering words from a beautiful girl, Zhang Xiahong felt an exhilarating rush and boasted, "Of course, if you ever run into trouble, just let me know, and I will stand up for you." "Brother, you're old enough to be someone's uncle," Song Weiyang remarked, unable to hold back his disapproval. Chen Tao chimed in, "Brother Jing appears young. Calling him uncle makes him seem old." "You speak well," Zhang Xiahong chuckled heartily. Enough of your theatrics. Let us get to business. From now on, Chen Tao will serve as Director Lu's secretary. Song Weiyang delineated their plan further. After listening intently, Chen Tao finally grasped the situation and eagerly asked, "Should I also adopt a pseudonym?" Song Weiyang replied, "You can go by Wang Yun. That name doesn't sound appealing." Chen Tao protested. "Feel free to choose one yourself," Song Weiyang replied, disinterested in deliberating further. "I have always enjoyed reading Qiong Yao's novels and even tried my hand at writing, though my submissions were never accepted," Chen Tao said with a cheerful grin. "I have a pen name, Chen Mingxi. Doesn't that sound lovely?" Song Weiyang abruptly lifted his head and asked, "What did you say your name is?" Chen Tao replied, "Chen Mingxi. Isn't it particularly reminiscent of Qiong Yao?" I pondered for quite some time before settling on this pen name, and now it has finally come in handy. At last, Song Weiyang recognized who this young woman was. No wonder she had seemed familiar upon their first encounter. Chen Mingxi, the future female tycoon of Xikang province. He had heard numerous rumors about her, but the most credible one suggested that she had once been a mistress to a Taiwanese businessman, skillfully maneuvering her way into legitimacy, and then returned to Xikang with a substantial inheritance, subsequently leveraging her connections to acquire land for development. That would be a matter of over a decade into the future. This girl is quite cunning. One must be cautious around her. At Yimin Shopping Mall, Chen Tao donned inexpensive attire purchased from a roadside vendor, trailing behind Song Weiyang and Zheng Xiahong as they headed straight for the mall's clothing section. The ordinary decor seemed opulent to her, and the array of beautiful garments displayed on the racks dazzled her senses, reminiscent of the scenes she had only witnessed in Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas. At that moment, she longed to pack them all home. Youthful and inexperienced, she found herself utterly awestruck by this modest mall. Song Weiyang selected a store to enter, and immediately, a female attendant approached them. "Good day, sir, madam. How may I assist you? We offer the latest imported fashions, including Pierre Cardin and Gucci from Italy, as well as Missoni and French brands. I'll choose for myself. You may attend to other matters," Song Weiyang interjected directly. The attendant smiled, "Of course. Please take your time." Chen Tao was still in a daze, her gaze fixated on a striking red V-neck dress. Suddenly, Song Weiyang handed her a set of garments, saying, "Try this on." "How expensive?" Chen Tao gasped as she glanced at the price tag. Over 3,000 yuan, nearly equivalent to her entire annual salary. Zheng Xiahong feigned interest in the men's clothing while actually scrutinizing the price tags. After a brief perusal, he returned and whispered, "Damn, this is a ripoff. The prices are outrageous. If you're envious, once you have the means, you can open your own store," Song Weiyang teased. To his surprise, Zheng Xiahong nodded in agreement. "That's a splendid idea." After a brief exchange, Chen Tao emerged from the fitting room, clad in a form-fitting mini-skirt and a tailored blouse that accentuated her figure, making her curves even more pronounced, while her long, slender legs captivated Zheng's attention. "This girl is extraordinary." Noticing the two men swallowing hard, Chen Tao instantly became proud, deliberately twirling around and asking, "Brother Ma, Brother Zheng, does the outfit look good on me?" "Very much so," Zheng Xiahong affirmed repeatedly. Song Weiyang, emboldened by the sight, remarked, "It just needs a pair of stockings and some high heels." The sales attendant promptly chimed in, "This young lady has a remarkable figure. Perfectly suited for the office lady style. She resembles a star from a Hong Kong film." Chen Tao, increasingly delighted by the compliments, did not forget her purpose and inquired, "Could it be a bit cheaper?" "Madam, we sell internationally renowned brands and do not entertain haggling. I hope you understand," the salesgirl smiled. Chen Tao stepped aside, choosing silence. Song Weiyang, engrossed in his own thoughts, approached the shelves, picked up a label for scrutiny, and suddenly turned to inquire, "All the clothing in your store is of Hong Kong A grade? Isn't it?" The smile on the salesgirl's face froze instantly, and she awkwardly replied, "Sir, you certainly have a sense of humor. Whether it was a jest or not, you know in your heart." Song Weiyang commanded, "Lao Zheng, commence." Zheng Xiahong, armed with a rented Seagull camera devoid of film, began to snap photographs fervently, the flash nearly blinding the salesgirl. "What are you doing?" she questioned, bewildered. Song Weiyang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he brandished his freshly acquired press credentials, intimidatingly stating, "I am Ma Qiangdong, a reporter for the Deep City Special Zone Daily, conducting a series of investigative reports on counterfeit goods. I am delighted your esteemed store has made it onto our prestigious list." "Mr. Ma, I will fetch the manager. Please wait," the salesgirl stammered. Her face drained of color. There was no need for her to report, as the flurry of flashes had already summoned the store manager, who had overheard their previous conversation. In these times, journalists are indeed akin to kings without crowns, causing anxiety among officials, as a single report could stir significant repercussions. The manager, not daring to be dismissive, extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Ma. I am Zhang Guiqiang, the general manager of this establishment." "Greetings, Manager Zhang. I am Ma Qiangdong, economic reporter for the Deep City Special Zone Daily, and this is our photographer, Lao Zhang." Song Weiyang offered a brief introduction before his expression turned grave. "Following our recent undercover visits, we have discovered that the so-called international brands here in Sha Tao Coke are merely sourced from the Zhongming Street and are Hong Kong-produced counterfeits. Our editor-in-chief takes this matter very seriously and has tasked me with writing a series of reports. It just so happens that your store exclusively sells counterfeit goods, and I wish to conduct an interview with Manager Zhang." A misunderstanding. "Mr. Ma, you are mistaken. Our store has never sold counterfeit goods," Zhang Guiqiang insisted, attempting to slip money into Song Weiyang's hand. 100 yuan, a bribe for silence. "I do not accept money. It violates the newspaper's ethics," Song Weiyang retorted deliberately. Zhang Guiqiang felt a pang of anxiety and softened his tone. "Mr. Ma, Mr. Zhang, we all face difficulties. Could we resolve this matter privately without it making the news?" Song Weiyang's tone softened. "Though the clothing here is imitation, it appears to be of decent quality. Indeed, it is a high-grade imitation, made from the same materials. While it may not be authentic European products, it is still imported Hong Kong merchandise," Zhang Guiqiang quickly concurred. "Whether it is indeed Hong Kong goods, I shall only know once I try them on," Song Weiyang declared, pointing to Qintao. "Fortunately, my cousin has just arrived from the border. She can assist you in trying on the women's attire." Zhang Guiqiang suddenly grasped Song Weiyang's implication. It was clear he was here to extort. As for the so-called cousin, he surmised it was likely a newly acquired local worker, reluctant to spend on clothing and thus seeking to take advantage of his establishment. Manager Zhang inwardly cursed. Yet he spoke with enthusiasm. "Reporter Ma, Reporter Zhang, and this young lady, feel free to choose. Each of you may take a set home to try on at your leisure." Song Weiyang interjected. "One set may not suffice for a proper assessment. Each person should have 2 sets. Zhang Guiqiang was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. "Then I shall not hold back." At last, Song Weiyang broke into a smile. Certainly. Zhang Guiqiang could only force a smile in return. Half an hour later, the 3 who had extorted the clothing store departed, vanishing without a trace. If one intends to undertake significant endeavors, they must don attire befitting the occasion. Zhang Stehong's suit was woefully outdated, while Qintao's garments were even worse. Reluctant to spend lavishly, they thus enacted the earlier farce. Since the mid-1980s, counterfeit goods have proliferated across the nation, and even in legitimate markets. One could easily procure a plethora of fakes. Among these, Wenzhou leather shoes became synonymous with counterfeit products. They had been publicly burned thrice, with the most notorious incident occurring in 1987. This debacle was sparked when the Minister of Commerce, or perhaps his daughter, purchased a pair of shoes that detached after a single day of wear. Upon hearing this, a reporter from Xinhua promptly penned a report, igniting a strong societal reaction and initiating a vigorous anti-counterfeiting campaign. Subsequent investigations revealed that the shoes purchased by the minister were, in fact, not produced in Wenzhou. As the proliferation of counterfeits continued unabated, the public suffered greatly until the enactment of the Consumer Rights Protection Law in 1994. Thus emerged a hero, Wang Hai, who specialized in purchasing counterfeit goods and demanding double compensation. Wherever Wang Hai went, local markets were enveloped in panic, coining the phrase "guard against fire, theft, and Wang Hai." When news of his arrival in Huadu circulated, the executives of several major shopping centers convened an emergency meeting overnight, agreeing to refuse compensation for the tens of thousands of yuan worth of goods Wang Hai had purchased, compelling him to resort to legal action. In 1998, estimates indicated that Wang Hai's anti-counterfeit efforts, which prompted the Ministry of Health to issue directives for the abolition of fraudulent practices, saved consumers approximately 2 billion yuan annually. Returning to the Special Economic Zone, in Sha Tao Coke, the area closest to the Sino-British Street, one could find a staggering abundance of counterfeit goods from Hong Kong. Particularly, high-end replicas, which could be procured for a mere 1 to 200 yuan, were resold at tenfold profits. This had become a well-known secret among locals, specifically designed to deceive those who wished to shop on Sino-British Street but lacked the time to secure special permits. Visiting Sino-British Street required additional documentation. In just half a day, Song Weiyang gathered intelligence and meticulously planned, effortlessly acquiring 6 sets of clothing valued at over 10,000 yuan. Engaging in such a risk-free venture, Song Weiyang felt no psychological burden. The thrill of underhanded dealings was utterly delightful. Even if the previous store proved uncooperative, they could simply move to another. There would always be those feeling guilty who were willing to comply. Chen Tao was as joyful as a lark, humming a tune along the way, exclaiming, "Indeed, the special economic zone is paved with gold, such fine clothing, and I acquired it without spending a dime." Song Weiyang cautioned, "Those who frequently walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. This is a one-time deal, don't even think about coming back for more. Or you'll end up beaten to a pulp sooner or later." "Got it. I'm not greedy." Chen Tao giggled, eager to rush back and try on her new clothes. Shared table. In the rented apartment, a crack split the mirror of the floor cabinet, dividing Song Weiyang's reflection diagonally in two. The tie, bought from a roadside stall, was bright red, gold lion. His shirt collar stood stiff and sharp, paired with a tailored suit, exuding the effortless elegance of a wealthy young gentleman. His once parted hair was now cropped into a neat, short style, shedding its boyish softness for a more spirited and polished look. Compared to when he first left home, he was practically flawless now. At least the suit fit him better. "Hey, how do I put this damn tie on? It's choking me," Zhang Xiahong pleaded beside him. Finally tearing his gaze away from his own reflection, Song Weiyang turned to help Zhang with the tie. The director had somehow managed to knot it into a noose tight enough to hang himself from the rafters. Before they could sort out the tie, Chen Tao walked in from the next room. Dressed in an office lady suit, her wavy hair cascading down, she stood tall with an hourglass figure, curves in all the right places. The black stockings and high heels were the final touch, an irresistible temptation that could make men willingly fall for any scam, just for a glimpse of her beauty. Ouch. After just 2 steps, Chen Tao wobbled, her face paling in panic as her poised corporate image shattered instantly. Song Weiyang chuckled. "Never worn heels before? Huh? You'll get used to it after a while. Big feet, tight shoes, not used to it," Chen Tao muttered, carefully steadying herself. Everything about this girl was exquisite, except her feet. Having run barefoot through the mountains as a child, her feet had grown unrestrained, now barely squeezing into size 40 shoes. Soon, Zhang Xiahong was also properly dressed. Clad in their battle attire, the trio strode through the village like a team of overseas investors scouting projects. Taking the bus was out of the question, far too beneath their image. Once in the city, they hailed a taxi. "Where to, bosses?" the driver asked. "Xinhai Tower," Song Weiyang replied. Fooled by their appearance, the driver chatted eagerly, steering with one hand. "Taiwanese or Hong Kong investors?" "From Singapore," Song Weiyang said. "Returned overseas Chinese." The driver grew even more enthusiastic, handing over a business card. "I've met plenty from Taiwan and Hong Kong, but Singaporeans are rare. If you're staying in Shenzhen long, call me anytime. I won't take detours like those drivers who cheat outsiders." "No problem." Song Weiyang casually passed the card to Chen Tao. The driver kept chatting. "Your Mandarin is flawless. Can't tell you're foreign at all." "Singapore speaks Mandarin too," Song Weiyang said. "I thought you spoke Cantonese?" the driver asked, surprised. "More people speak Hokkien. But the government's been pushing Mandarin for years now." "Is that so?" the driver inquired. "You are here to invest in Deep City, aren't you? Planning to develop a residential community?" Song Weiyang replied with a smile. "Indeed, we have purchased a parcel of land." The driver instantly became animated, exclaiming, "Well, boss, since you are in my car, it seems we are destined to meet. If the community is constructed, could you possibly grant me a prime position on the waiting list?" "Certainly, not a problem," Song Weiyang responded, turning to Chen Tao. "Secretary Chen, please ensure to collect this gentleman's business card and reach out to him when we launch the sale." "Of course, young master," Chen Tao replied effortlessly, her familiarity with the situation evident. In truth, her frequent indulgence in Xiongyo novels had led her to find the title of young master quite sophisticated. The driver, believing he had indeed encountered a wealthy magnate, beamed with delight, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, Miss Secretary." In 1993, the real estate market in Deep City revolved around a singular keyword, queues. In Luohu, the highest housing prices had already surpassed 10,000, yet demand remained insatiable. Whenever a new community launched, individuals would fervently brandish their cash, clamoring to purchase. The China Overseas Group's Highly Garden even set a record of queuing for 7 days and nights. Securing a favorable number meant the driver could forego purchasing a property and instead profit handsomely by reselling the number for over 1,000 yuan. The driver became increasingly attentive, elaborating on various aspects of the special economic zone along the way. From policy updates to local folklore, the myriad of information proved invaluable to Song Weiyang. Boss, we have arrived at the Shunyi building, the driver announced, gently applying the brakes to bring the vehicle to a smooth halt. Thank you. Song Weiyang replied with a smile as he exited. The trio proceeded directly to the building's management office, where Song Weiyang inquired, "Do you have any office spaces available for rent?" The property staff, recognizing them as potential high-profile clients, greeted them with a warm smile. "We no longer have entire suites available, only scattered desk spaces. What are the prices for the desks?" Song Weiyang asked. "They range from 800 to 2,000. Depending on the specific floor and location," came the response. "Could you show us?" Song Weiyang requested. The staff led the three into an office area, pointing to a corner desk and saying, "That one is 800, then indicating a desk by the window, "That one is 1,000. If the three of you are not satisfied, we can continue to explore the upper floors. The higher the floor, the more expensive the rent. No rush. I would like to assess the situation first," Song Weiyang smiled. The office space was approximately 40 square meters, densely populated with over 10 desks, each representing a different company. The year 1992 was heralded as the year of entrepreneurship, with both Deep City and Beijing's office buildings filled to capacity, as even the most inexperienced individuals rushed to establish companies. By 1993, securing an entire office suite in a prime location was a challenge even for those with substantial wealth, unless one was willing to pay exorbitantly to displace others. Song Weiyang, however, was not picky. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "I will take that desk by the window. Let us proceed with the paperwork for a 2-month rental." The property staff responded with a smile, "I'm sorry, but we have a minimum 6-month rental policy. You may continue with your tasks. I will contemplate further." Song Weiyang hesitated to spend several thousand yuan on renting an office desk. His financial resources were limited, and should he choose to rent a desk, it would necessitate Zhang Xiahong to shoulder a larger portion of the costs. An imbalance in initial investment could potentially lead to disputes over profit distribution later on, if not a sense of dissatisfaction. After all, if one spends more, it is only just to receive a greater share. The property staff promptly withdrew, harboring a sense of disdain. They had anticipated a prominent client, only to find a superficially affluent individual in financial straits. Zhang Xiahong whispered, "What shall we do? Let us consider a different building. This one is too costly," suggested Chen Tao. "There is no rush," Song Weiyang replied with a smile. Surveying the office space, he quickly identified a target, a desk by the window, occupied by a single employee leisurely perusing a newspaper. Approaching, Song Weiyang greeted, "Good day, sir." The individual set down his newspaper and responded, "Greetings. This is the Top Traditional Crafts Company. We offer a variety of products, including root carvings, wood carvings, bamboo carvings, and prints, among others. Our company is affiliated with a genuine state-owned enterprise, boasting over 20 master craftsmen. You must have seen our advertisement. Are you interested in making a purchase? By the way, we only accept orders exceeding 5,000 yuan. I'm not here to buy anything," Song Weiyang replied. "Are you jesting? If you're not here to buy, then leave," the man retorted angrily. "I'm merely concerned about your desk rental expenses," Song Weiyang explained. "That's the boss's concern. I'm just an office assistant," the man replied. "Since business seems scarce, why not share the desk? You take one half, and I'll take the other, splitting the rent equally. Whichever company secures business will have sole access to the entire desk temporarily. This way, you won't hinder your boss's operations and can pocket half a month's rent. It's a win-win situation," Song Weiyang proposed. "Is that even possible?" the man asked, momentarily taken aback. Previously employed at a state-owned enterprise, he had been brought to Shenzhen by a relative who started a company, where he served as a clerk. The boss handled advertising and client relations while he merely awaited assignments, benefiting from dual salaries, one from the state enterprise and another from the private one. Yet even combined, his income amounted to a mere 1,800 yuan. If they were to share the desk, it would immediately provide an additional 500 yuan each month. Ahem. The man coughed, stating, "The boss comes by every Monday morning, so the desk will be mine then. If you agree to share, then let us proceed. If not, it's of no consequence. Deal." Song Weiyang smiled and extended his hand. Zhang Xiahong and Chen Tao, witnessing the entire exchange, were left speechless, never having imagined that establishing a business could entail desk sharing. Song Weiyang turned and issued instructions. "All is in readiness. Director Liu, Secretary Chen, let us commence." The scene unfolds in a modest office space of less than 2 square meters, devoid of any partitioning panels, which is soon divided in half. Zheng Xiaohong sits confidently at a desk, adorned with a nameplate indicating her title as director. This setup appears more formal than that of conventional companies, as none of the employees in their shared office possess such identification. Meanwhile, Song Weiyang and Chun Tao have temporarily secured an empty desk, aiming to print 100 copies of a letter to be dispatched this afternoon. Song Weiyang, having previously drafted the document, adds the office's address and notes. Staff from this office will attend meetings in Hong Kong every Monday morning, with office hours from Monday afternoon to Saturday. Unfortunately, he must forego that half-day as his deskmate's boss arrives every Monday morning. Chun Tao swiftly takes the document and departs, as her workload is quite demanding today. Their deskmate, Deng Xinhua, casts inquisitive glances at Chun Tao until she leaves, and then curiously inquires, "Director Liu, what exactly does your China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association do?" Zheng Xiaohong replies, "You've just read it. Promoting the development of private enterprises. Is it a government agency?" Deng Xinhua asks, somewhat perplexed. "If you were a government body, you wouldn't be sharing a table with me." Zheng Xiaohong lifts a porcelain teacup, leisurely skimming off the foam with the lid, exuding an air of authority, and replies with a smile, "Have you heard of the China Merchants Group? I only know of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Is your bureau specifically responsible for investment promotion? What level is it?" Deng Xinhua continues, uneducated. Zheng Xiaohong scoffs. The China Merchants Group is a state-owned enterprise established by Li Hongzhang during the late Qing dynasty, over a century ago. China Merchants Bank is a subsidiary of our group. Deng Xinhua, filled with newfound respect, responds, "I've heard of China Merchants Bank." Zheng Xiaohong elaborates, "To foster the development of China's private enterprises, we have newly established an association. The headquarters is located in Hong Kong, the North China branch is in Beijing, and the South China branch was originally set in Shenzhen, but that was seized by those rascals from Shanghai. Consequently, we can only temporarily set up an office here, and I, as the office director, have to rent the space myself. Do you think I'm unfortunate? Does the China Merchants Group not provide funding?" Deng Xinhua queries. "Not much. I have to be frugal." Zheng Xiaohong replies. Deng Xinhua then asks, "How can you assist private enterprises without funds?" Zheng Xiaohong explains, "We primarily offer consulting services, which essentially means helping private enterprises understand domestic policies, acquire foreign information, assist in establishing management systems, and provide ideas to those in distress." "Oh, I see." Deng Xinhua responds cheerfully. "Then why not offer some ideas for our company?" Zheng Xiaohong shakes her head, stating, "That's not feasible. You are a shell company profiting from the resale of state-owned enterprise products, which falls outside our association's support scope. But shell companies are private enterprises too," Deng Xinhua retorts. Zheng Xiaohong merely smiles, remaining silent. 3 days later, in a county town of central Guangdong, Yuan Weidong was conducting his routine inspection of the factory workshops. After reprimanding a slothful worker, he returned to the manager's office, his mind heavy with discontent. A decade ago, Yuan Weidong was merely a modest workshop director in a struggling beverage factory burdened with debt. During a company-wide meeting, he boldly stood up, pledging that if appointed as factory manager, he would resign from all party and administrative positions if he failed to turn the company around within a year. The former manager, hearing this proclamation as if it were divine, promptly requested a transfer to another unit, thereby entrusting the factory's management to Yuan Weidong. Yuan Weidong possessed no extraordinary secrets. He merely established a few simple regulations for the workers, such as prohibiting public urination and defecation in the factory, forbidding horseplay during work hours, banning tardiness and early departures, and disallowing the removal of products from the premises. Within a year, the factory not only exceeded national production targets but also captured a significant share of the local beverage market. The beverage factory transformed into a well-known enterprise, rebranded as Taihe Beverage Company, Limited, expanding its product lines to include ice cream, popsicles, sodas, and juices. However, with the influx of foreign beverages, an increase in domestic brands, and the competition from counterfeit products, Yuan Weidong's company swiftly fell into peril. He recognized the downturn in business, yet was at a loss as to how to rectify the situation, having spent over $2 million on advertising with little to show for it. Manager Old Li, the office director, rushed in, flustered and forgetting to knock. Yuan Weidong frowned. "What now?" Old Li exclaimed. "Manager, great news. Our factory's soda has won the Gold Award at the inaugural Asia-Pacific International Beverage Expo. You must take a look. This package just arrived from the special zone." "What Asia-Pacific Expo?" Our soda didn't even participate, Yuan Weidong replied, bewildered. Oldly explained. An organization called the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association represented us at the expo. You should check it out. Inside the envelope was a thick stack of papers, over 20 pages, the weight of which would cost several dollars just for postage. The top sheet bore a printed letter addressed to Taiha Beverage Company, Limited, handwritten to promote the growth of state-owned beverage brands. This May, our association brought over 300 types of beverages to the first Asia-Pacific International Beverage Expo, held in Melbourne, Australia. Your company's beverage has been unanimously recognized by judges from over 30 countries, triumphing to win the Gold Award. Please send a representative with the necessary documentation and a fee of 50,000 yuan to collect the trophy, medal, and certificate in Shenzhen, South China office of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association. Yuan Weidong's emotions fluctuated. Initially elated, he quickly turned skeptical upon reading the requirement for a 50,000 yuan payment. Is this a scam? He questioned. Manager, please look at the other materials, Oldly urged. In addition to the printed letter, there exists relevant information pertaining to the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association, as well as a comprehensive introduction to the Asia-Pacific International Beverage Exhibition. These documents are available in both Chinese and English. There is even a detailed schedule of events and a list of award winners for this year's exhibition, featuring beverages from regions such as Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, the Philippines, Singapore, and Malaysia. Yet, the only award-winning beverages from mainland China are Jianlibo and Yuan Weidong soda. Oldly produced the last sheet of paper. Director, look, this is a photocopy of our award certificate. It's entirely in English, beautifully crafted. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Indeed, it was exquisite and legitimate. Song Weiyang had even designed a logo for the so-called Asia-Pacific International Beverage Exhibition. As Yuan Weidong scrutinized the densely packed English text and reread the corresponding Chinese content, he began to feel bewildered, murmuring, could it be that we truly won an award? An international accolade, bringing glory to our nation. Oldly, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Director, send me to Shenzhen. I guarantee I will bring back the trophy for our factory. However, Yuan Weidong interjected, but we still need to pay 50,000 yuan. Oldly clarified. The documents clearly state that their association operates on a semi-official basis and is self-financed. Participating in international exhibitions is costly. We cannot let them make the trip in vain. Moreover, once we secure the award, publicizing it through television and newspapers will generate significant buzz for our soda, far more effective than spending tens of thousands on advertising. Indeed, it can serve as a promotional tool. Yuan Weidong suddenly stood up, quickly arrange for my travel permit. I will personally visit the special economic zone. Ordinary citizens typically wait months for a special zone permit, but for those with wealth and connections, it can be arranged in mere hours. With 50,000 yuan in hand, Director Yuan hurriedly made his way to the special economic zone, stayed overnight at a hotel, and set off early the next morning for the Shenzhen Industrial Building. Following the address to the third floor, Yuan Weidong noticed a beautiful woman standing in the hallway and promptly approached her. Excuse me, is the Shenzhen office of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association located here? Hello, I am Xiao Chen, the receptionist for the Shenzhen office of the association. Here's my identification badge, she replied, lifting her badge proudly. Yuan Weidong caught a glimpse of the fair skin beneath Xiao Chen's neck and felt his heart race, quickly diverting his gaze back to the badge. The details, organization, position, name, issuance date, were all meticulously presented, strikingly formal. Director Yuan thought to himself, no wonder this large organization, headquartered in Hong Kong, is more advanced than domestic institutions. Upon returning to the factory, I must ensure that all leaders are provided with identification badges, which must be worn during working hours. May I ask if you are? As she spoke, Xiao Chun had already walked to the office door, discreetly signaling, prompting Song Weiyang and Zheng Xiahong to swiftly clear the desk. By now, Yuan Weidong had gathered enough information about Xiao Chen's position from her badge and presented his credentials, stating, Hello, Secretary Chen. I am Yuan Weidong, the director of Taiha Beverage Factory. It turns out to be Director Yuan. It appears that your esteemed company has received our association's correspondence. Chen Tao slightly bowed and gestured for him to enter. Upon stepping inside, Yuan Weidong couldn't help but exclaim, Your association is indeed impressive. So many individuals in just one office. Chen Tao smiled wryly and replied, Director Yuan, you are mistaken. Our association has been established for less than 6 months. The headquarters is located in Port City, the North China branch is in the capital, and we initially intended to set up the South China branch in Deep City. However, Shanghai seized that opportunity, leaving our special zone with only a small office. She paused, adding, not only did Shanghai appropriate our official position, but they also commandeered the funding. I apologize. I shouldn't have mentioned that. I understand, Yuan Weidong thought, piecing together the underlying power struggles. Thus, our special zone office is facing significant financial constraints. Moreover, with the office buildings in Deep City fully occupied, we could only afford to rent a single desk for our operations, Chen Tao lamented. I've had it tough. I fear you might struggle to find a place. So I have to stand at the entrance for 8 hours each day as the receptionist. Secretary Chen truly has it hard, Yuan Weidong remarked casually. Chen Tao led him to the desk and introduced, this is our special zone office's Director Lu Huateng, and this is our resident advisor, Dr. Ma Qiangdong. Director Lu, Dr. Ma, this is Mr. Yuan Weidong, the director of Taihe Beverage Factory. Greetings, Director Lu, Dr. Ma. Let us smoke. Yuan Weidong attempted to establish camaraderie immediately. However, Song Weiyang maintained a stern expression and said, during working hours, smoking is prohibited. Yuan Weidong's smile faltered, and he put away his cigarette case, replying, it's best not to smoke. It is detrimental to health. Zheng Xiahong, with a cheerful demeanor reminiscent of Mithriya Buddha, reassured, Director Yuan, please do not take offense, Dr. Ma is a recent graduate from Hong Kong University and is not familiar with social nuances. He only sees the rules. Young people lack experience. But that will change after a few years of work. My respects, my respects. So you are a PhD from Hong Kong University, Yuan Weidong said with newfound reverence. Zheng Xiahong chuckled. I was initially meant to be the president of the South China branch, but instead, I was assigned here as director. There is no funding, and we are short-staffed. As compensation, I managed to bring in this exceptional graduate that the Investment Bureau has specially recruited this year. Do not be deceived by Dr. Ma's youth. He specialized in business management, and many large enterprises in Port City are vying for him. Song Weiyang continued to wear a frigid expression, seemingly dissatisfied with the current situation, feeling that his talents were underutilized. Director Yuan, please have some coffee. Chen Tao approached once more. It's instant coffee. There is a water dispenser in the office. Yet, Yuan Weidong perceived it as quite high-end and even contemplated asking where to purchase coffee, intending to use it to entertain guests at his factory. Thank you. He placed the coffee down and directly addressed the matter at hand. Director Lu, may I first take a look at the award certificates and trophies? Not at the moment, Zheng Xiahong explained. The award certificates and trophies are located at the headquarters in Port City. Director Yuan can present the relevant documents first. We can make copies and then proceed to Port City to retrieve the award certificates. In truth, it was Song Weiyang who was uncertain about which company would fall for the scheme. The certificates and trophies were temporarily limited to just 10 sets, with specific details, such as the company and beverage names, yet to be finalized. Observing the convoluted procedures, the other party's reluctance to accept immediate payment only strengthened Yuan Weidong's belief. As he remarked, a large organization is indeed formal. Zheng Xiahong tossed the verification documents brought by Yuan Weidong to Chen Tao, saying, Secretary Chen, please make a copy of this. Of course, Director, Chen Tao replied with a smile, nodding at Yuan Weidong. Please hold on for a moment. No rush. Yuan Weidong said, while sipping his coffee. Zheng Xiahong complained, this is too cumbersome. Our unit doesn't even have a copier, and I have to run downstairs. Yuan Weidong casually inquired, from the southwestern dialect you speak, I gather you are not a local from the Port City? Zheng Xiahong self-deprecatingly responded, I hail from Xikang province. I used to work in the light industry sector and came to Shiko with General Yuan in 79. As I meandered through, I became less and less distinguished, eventually becoming the director of the office. In 79, with General Yuan and Shiko and the China Merchants Group, this all began to align perfectly in Yuan Weidong's mind. After about half an hour, Chen Tao returned with the copied materials and presented a form for Yuan Weidong to fill out, sign, and leave a thumbprint. The performance was thorough, and even Deng Xinhua, who had been merely observing, held no suspicions, genuinely believing his tablemate was a representative of some association. Zheng Xiahong instructed, Secretary Chen, you must head to the Port City immediately and bring back the award certificate, trophy, and medal for Director Yuan. Understood, Director, I will set off at once. Chen Tao smiled. Yuan Weidong quickly interjected, Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Chen. Once Chen Tao had departed, Zhang Stehong remarked, Director Yuan, please come back tomorrow afternoon. No problem, Yuan Weidong said, not intending to leave just yet, adding, Director Liu, I noticed in the materials that your association's mission is to assist private enterprises in growing and thriving. Could you perhaps provide some guidance for my factory? Zhang Xiahong laughed and pointed to Song Weiyang. That is Dr. Ma's responsibility. Song Weiyang replied coldly, that comes at a cost. I understand that, Yuan Weidong quickly responded. Yang charges 100,000 for an idea. I approached him, and he said there was nothing he could do. If Dr. Ma could assist, I would offer you 150,000. Yang is renowned as the idea king, making a living by advising others. For instance, when a company faced an excess of plastic cups, Yang suggested printing the Jingzhou Railway and maps on them and selling them on the trains along the Jingzhou line, resulting in remarkable sales. Furthermore, during the Gulf War, Yang advised the company to design a desk lamp resembling a Patriot missile, which sold out at the expo in the port city. Song Weiyang, with an air of arrogance, stated, good ideas can only provide temporary relief. For a company to truly grow and thrive, it relies on management and operations. I do not offer ideas. I teach others how to manage and operate their enterprises. Zhang Xiahong suddenly remarked, Director Yuan, once you return with the international award, will you still worry about selling your products? If we were to incorporate Dr. Ma's management techniques, both distant and immediate challenges would be resolved. Would you not agree with this reasoning? Indeed, Yuan Weidong nodded and inquired, may I ask, Dr. Ma, how should enterprises be managed to achieve a more scientific approach? Different enterprises exist within varying environments, necessitating distinct management strategies. Even if you were to take Coca-Cola's management system, Director Yuan, it would likely be of no use to you. In fact, it could prove detrimental, Song Weiyang remarked. I understand. This concept embodies adapting to local conditions and addressing issues precisely. Yuan Weidong's respect for Song Weiyang deepened. Song Weiyang continued, please share the specific circumstances of your company with me, and I shall design a tailored management system for you. This is not mere deception. After accumulating some wealth in his previous life, Song Weiyang felt inadequate in his professional abilities, prompting him to enroll in several prestigious MBA short courses. Various management systems from different enterprises are now etched in his mind. Coupled with his practical experience, crafting a system for Yuan Weidong would be more than feasible. As long as Yuan Weidong can apply it effectively, it will undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Selling it for only 150,000 is quite a bargain. The following afternoon, Yuan Weidong, elated, departed the special zone clutching his award certificate, trophy, medal, and a comprehensive management system. Though he carried merely 50,000 yuan with him, he promised to remit an additional 150,000 upon his return, effortlessly securing a substantial sum of 200,000. This money is truly easy to earn, Zhang Xiahong laughed heartily. Chen Tao remarked, that is because Brother Ma is exceptionally clever. Zhang Xiahong added, indeed, without Brother Ma, neither Tao nor I would know where we'd be floundering now. The notion of a management system being sold for 150,000 is beyond my comprehension. It is all thanks to everyone's contributions, Song Weiyang humbly acknowledged. That 150,000 was merely unexpected windfall. Zhang Xiahong and Chen Tao needed to maintain their faade, ensuring others believed in their identities. Otherwise, if Song Weiyang casually approached any factory director claiming he had a management system for sale, he would undoubtedly be dismissed as a fraud. Song Weiyang had long asserted that he was not engaged in deception, but rather in facilitating others' joyful growth. Whether it be international accolades or management systems, both significantly propel the development of private enterprises. As for the sudden emergence of numerous beverage companies in Guangdong province winning international gold awards within 2 months, such awkwardness was beyond Song Weiyang's concern. Fraudsters can generally be categorized into 2 types. The predatory type, which targets specific victims for precise strikes, and the net-casting type, which indiscriminately casts a wide net, inviting any willing participants. Should one opt for the former, the profits could be substantially greater. By directly targeting a local government or specific enterprise, one could easily amass hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, such actions lack integrity, embodying a classic case of self-interest at the expense of others. Song Weiyang, however, has not descended to such depths. Thus, he chose the latter approach, one of mutual consent, where both parties benefit. Even if one realizes they have been deceived, they are likely to find joy in the experience, perhaps even sharing a drink together the next time they meet. Furthermore, the situation is remarkably secure. When the populace does not report, the authorities do not pursue, rendering the risks almost negligible. Of course, this does not apply to notorious fraudsters like Shen Taifu, who ensnared victims with his elaborate schemes, amassing a staggering 200 million in just 2 months and over $1 billion within half a year, leaving countless individuals destitute. His case even drew the attention of the central government. He has since been apprehended and is set to face execution next year. As for why Weiyang targeted the beverage industry, the rationale is quite straightforward. It is summer, a time when the demands and challenges faced by beverage companies are at their zenith, making them far more susceptible than other sectors to such schemes. Returning to Weiyang, he hastily tossed an award certificate to the factory office director without arranging any promotional activities and immediately summoned the Seoul University graduate in the factory. Xiaofeng, come quickly and take a look at this enterprise management system I commissioned at great expense, Weiyang said with a cordial demeanor. Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Director, I am not a management major. I want to understand it, he replied. Weiyang insisted, do not be modest. If you cannot comprehend it, then we, the unrefined, would be even more lost. Reluctantly, Xiaofeng braced himself and began to read. After finishing the content, he cautiously remarked, it should be feasible. What do you mean, should? Feasible is either feasible or it is not. Weiyang retorted, visibly annoyed. Director, I truly do not grasp management, Xiaofeng, in a moment of inspiration, suggested, you could consult Professor Zhang Hongba at Sun Yat-sen University's School of Management. A classmate of mine is one of his students and claims that Professor Zhang's theoretical research in enterprise management ranks among the top 10 in China. After considering this, Weiyang responded, very well. Set aside your current tasks and accompany me to Sun Yat-sen University. A couple of days later, under the introduction of Xiaofeng's classmate, Weiyang finally met Professor Zhang Hongba. After exchanging pleasantries, Weiyang stated his purpose directly. Professor Zhang, please take a look at this enterprise management system. I have understood the content, yet I feel utterly lost regarding where to begin implementation. Professor Zhang quickly scanned the document and smiled, of course. You are unsure how to proceed, for this is merely an outline. Have I been deceived? Weiyang inquired. Did you pay for it? Professor Zhang countered. Not yet. Weiyang replied, shaking his head. Then that is precisely the point. To obtain the complete management system, payment may be necessary, Professor Zhang elaborated. Weiyang sought further guidance. What is your opinion on this outline? I shall take another look, replied Professor Zhang, donning his glasses. In this regard, Weiyang was indeed not lying. He had meticulously crafted a management system tailored to the specific circumstances of the companies involved. Primarily, Weiyang's company lacked computers and internet access. Thus, the popular MRP and ERP systems that flourished in America were entirely disregarded. Continuing on, given the beverage company's pronounced product seasonality, limited product variety, and the resultant risk of inventory backlog, Weiyang adeptly integrated the 3 major models of SCM, OKP, and LP, addressing every facet from production management to the sales chain. Although the hastily devised management system may exhibit discrepancies with actual operations, it undoubtedly surpasses Weiyang's current rudimentary management approach by 100-fold. As for the rationale behind providing only a broad outline, it is straightforward. Firstly, there is concern that Weiyang may withhold payment. Secondly, the specific details require careful deliberation. Initially, Zhang Hongba merely glanced at the outline, but soon he became earnest. Though it was merely a rudimentary management system outline, it sparked a moment of enlightenment, provoking innovative thoughts in many areas. In terms of research and business administration, China has only recently begun to make strides, having barely a decade of experience. It was not until this year that Sun Yat-sen University obtained the authority to confer doctoral degrees in business management, highlighting the significant lag in academic theory. Most renowned professors, including Zhang Hongba, have devoted their time to studying existing management models from abroad. Initially, they perceived these models and theories as sophisticated and sought ways to introduce them into China to foster the scientific development of Chinese enterprises. The outcome was evident, as various mismatches led to domestic companies facing dire consequences. The crux of the issue lies in the disparity between professors like Zhang Hongba, who possess theoretical knowledge yet lack practical experience, and entrepreneurs like Weiyang, who are seasoned but lack specialized knowledge. Their inability to engage in close collaboration has rendered the development of business administration in China akin to a castle in the air, leaving entrepreneurs to navigate uncharted waters independently. The government has recognized this issue and has begun sending batches of university students abroad to study MBA programs, which has resulted in even more awkward situations. A portion of these students opts to remain overseas, unwilling to return home. Meanwhile, those who do return are assigned to various state-owned enterprises, SOEs. The leaders of these SOEs value these talents highly, relegating them to office roles, engaging them in reporting and publicity, and taking them out for drinks to enhance their image, yet they are not permitted to partake in actual enterprise management. Consequently, these high-caliber individuals assigned to SOEs either become mere office drones or choose to leave the country again. Private enterprises, though envious, find themselves powerless. They cannot entice these talents away. First, SOEs hold onto their talent tenaciously, and even if they were to release them, those MBA graduates often look down on private enterprises. Given the overall dire situation of private firms in China at that time, there exists a complete disconnection between theory and practice, talent and enterprise. Strictly speaking, Song Weiyang's management proposal is also somewhat ill-suited, considering the significant changes in the social environment over the past 20 years. He can only strive to align as closely as possible with contemporary times. Nonetheless, Zhang Hongbo discerned numerous management methods within the rudimentary outline that are suitable for Chinese private enterprises. Setting aside the management system outline, Zhang Hongbo eagerly inquired, Director Yuan, from which esteemed individual does this management system originate? Upon hearing the term expert, Yuan Weidong felt a surge of confidence and joyfully remarked, he is a PhD from Hong Kong University and currently serves as an advisor at the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association. Such an organization exists in China? Zhang Hongbo inquired, his expression one of confusion. Yuan Weidong clarified, it is an association recently established by the China Merchants Group, dedicated to facilitating the advancement of private enterprises in China. I intend to pay a visit and seek guidance from this esteemed doctor regarding corporate management. Zhang Hongbo replied, let us go together. We might as well procure the entire system. Unbeknownst to Song Weiyang, he could never have anticipated that he had inadvertently deceived the genuine professor into attending. And he might even extend an invitation for him to engage in academic exchanges at Sun Yat-sen University. The surprises did not end with the arrival of the esteemed professor. More perilously, the award recipients had finally collided, although fortunately, neither party recognized the other. Chen Tao had already rushed off to a counterfeit workshop to customize the awards, leaving Song Weiyang to take matters into his own hands. Before the two award recipients could engage in conversation, he seized one of them under the pretense of insufficient office space and swiftly led him to a nearby copy shop. Engaging in a flurry of nonsensical chatter, he managed to bewilder his companion to such an extent that they were utterly disoriented. The relevant documents were soon replicated, yet Song Weiyang lingered in the shop, delaying until he could ensure that Zheng Xiahong had escorted the client away. Boss Zhao, the predicament you mentioned is a common challenge faced by the entire beverage industry. Song Weiyang continued to ramble, seeking to unlock market potential. Let me provide an example. 3 years ago, while I was still studying in Hong Kong, a friend of mine opened a car wash. Regardless of his efforts, the business was languishing. At that time, I proposed an idea that quintupled their performance within 6 months. Can you guess how I accomplished this? He inquired, eager for Dr. Ma's insights. Boss Zhao respectfully asked, completely forgetting about the trophy. I advised them to implement a membership system, which allowed customers to reduce their car wash fees by 2/3 upon purchasing a car wash card, Song Weiyang explained. But with such low prices, how could the car wash remain profitable? Boss Zhao questioned, perplexed. With a smile, Song Weiyang elaborated, due to the reduced washing costs, customers would frequently recharge their cards, and thus, they could not utilize all their credits. Consequently, customers began lending their cards to friends and relatives. Previously, one card served one car and one customer, but soon it transformed into one card servicing 3 cars and 3 customers, tripling the customer flow. With increased traffic, business flourished, and the car wash could recoup losses by selling automotive products. Now, my friend's car wash has evolved into a comprehensive vehicle beauty center, primarily focused on automotive sales with car washing as a supplementary service. Dr. Ma is truly remarkable. Boss Zhao expressed his genuine admiration. It is a pity that the number of cars in mainland China is limited. Otherwise, I would be tempted to open a car wash using this method. Song Weiyang praised. You possess great insight, Boss Zhao, demonstrating an ability to draw parallels. Indeed, even the most astute business strategies can only be effectively applied in suitable environments. In Hong Kong, one could make a fortune by opening a car wash shop like this, but on the mainland, it would only lead to losses. Boss Zhao grew increasingly admiring and grasped Song Weiyang's hand, saying, "Dr. Ma, I have a question to ask, and you must help me." Of course, Song Weiyang smiled. Our association exists precisely to help private enterprises grow and thrive. Boss Zhao sighed. My factory is a private business, responsible for its own profits and losses. Not long ago, I tried imitating foreigners by producing cola, but it just won't sell. I've been running around handling sales myself every day, exhausted like a dog. Once, when I returned to the factory, I saw several workers playing cards and chatting. I scolded them, but they retorted, "What's the point? The cola we produce doesn't sell anyway." Can you believe that? I pay their salaries, work myself to the bone, yet they get to relax in the factory. It's truly disheartening. The product doesn't sell, and I'm even disrespected by my own workers. What should I do? You have two problems, Song Weiyang pointed out. Please enlighten me, Dr. Ma. Boss Zhao leaned in attentively. Song Weiyang explained. First, you haven't found your proper role. You're the boss. You should oversee the big picture, not charge into the front lines of sales. Take Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, for example. Heroes like Han Xian, Xiao He, and Zhang Liang worked for him, while Liu Bang only needed to know how to employ talent. He certainly didn't lead every battle personally, did he? Do you see the logic? Dr. Ma is absolutely right. Boss Zhao nodded repeatedly. Song Weiyang continued, your priority is to identify and utilize talent. Determine which employees are suited for management and which excel in sales. Once you've selected the right people, motivate them with tangible benefits, even if sales are sluggish. Your task isn't to dive into frontline sales, but to focus on broader strategies, building brand recognition, networking with government and corporate clients. Understand? A boss handles grand endeavors. Trivial matters should be delegated. Otherwise, your company will never grow. I see. Dr. Ma's insight is profound. I've been a terrible boss all this time. Boss Zhao admitted sincerely. Song Weiyang smiled. Now, the second issue. You copied foreign cola. Can you compete with them in brand recognition or taste? If not, of course sales will suffer. What should I do then? Boss Zhao asked. Find your own advantage, Song Weiyang advised. Boss Zhao frowned. Compared to foreign cola, what advantage could I possibly have? You're Chinese, Song Weiyang declared. You're creating a domestic brand, a national cola, a vanguard in the beverage industry resisting foreign dominance. That's it, Boss Zhao exclaimed in exhilaration. Thank you, Dr. Ma. I'll rename it Patriot Cola as soon as I return. Glancing at his watch, Song Weiyang sensed the timing was right. He escorted Boss Zhao back to Shinai Plaza, continuing their leisurely conversation to stretch the encounter. At the building's entrance, Boss Zhao retrieved 10,000 yuan from his bag and offered it gratefully. Dr. Ma, this is a small token of my appreciation. Thank you for guiding me out of the darkness. Much obliged, Song Weiyang replied with a smile, pocketing the money. Boss Zhao suggested, Dr. Ma, how about becoming a special consultant for our company? I can offer you a monthly salary of 3,000. Song Weiyang, trying to impress, replied, in Gangcheng. Chung Kong Holdings offered me an annual salary of 300,000 HKD, which I found insufficient and thus declined. Zhao, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, I apologize for my forwardness, Dr. Ma. No worries. I won't be in Shenzhen for long. I will be transferred back to the headquarters of the in 2 months, Song Weiyang clarified. Zhao quickly replied, Then I wish you the best in your future endeavors. After engaging in light banter for over 10 minutes downstairs, Song Weiyang finally spotted another client emerging. He greeted him in front of Zhao, managerly, Has everything been settled? Indeed, I had a delightful conversation with Director Liu. Thank you for your association's assistance. Manager Li responded. We shall meet again another day, Song Weiyang said. Goodbye. Manager Li smiled as he departed. Zhao inquired, What was this person here for? Song Weiyang explained. He is the manager of an enamel factory that encountered some difficulties and sought our association's help. Zhao remarked, Seeing him so cheerful must mean the issue has been resolved. Your association truly excels. It's simply our duty, Song Weiyang replied with a smile. Finally, after successfully seeing off both clients, Song Weiyang, Zheng Xiahong, and the returning Chun Tao sighed in relief. Their tablemate, Deng Xinhua, asked, Why does your association distribute awards everywhere? We assist enterprises with publicity while also earning some extra income, Song Weiyang explained. How much do you charge? Deng Xinhua aware that they charged for the trophies but unsure of the exact amount, noted that payments were directly transferred to their newly opened account at the bank. Zheng Xiaohong laughed. Not much. Each trophy costs 5,000. 5,000? That's quite excessive. They're not made of gold, Deng Xinhua exclaimed, envious. Song Weiyang cheerfully stated, no more talk. Let's call it a day and head home. Their lives were quite lavish, as they not only took taxis daily but also rented an apartment in the city, finally free from the worries of rural living. Upon returning to their rented home, Chen Tao immediately began cooking, while Song Weiyang took out the 10,000 yuan. Old Zheng. This is yours, he said, handing Zheng Xiaohong 1,000 yuan. Zheng Xiaohong gleefully counted the money and asked, did you give someone advice again? Just a few casual suggestions. Song Weiyang replied. It takes skill to earn money just by speaking, Zheng Xiaohong remarked. Each time they distributed the 50,000 yuan in awards. Song Weiyang and Zheng Xiaohong would take 20,000 each, leaving 10,000 for Chen Tao. Unexpected gains, such as the 150,000 from selling the enterprise management system and today's 10,000 consultation fee, allowed Song Weiyang to keep 80 while Zheng Xiaohong and Chen Tao each received 10. More work yields greater rewards. This is a universally accepted principle of distribution. At the end of the corridor, a few young men engaged in conversation while smoking, their eyes occasionally darting toward the entrance of a certain office. Ever since Chen Tao assumed the role of receptionist, many smokers on this floor have become more civilized. In the past, they would casually smoke while working, oblivious to the feelings of those around them. Now, they opt to leave the office, traversing the long corridor, with the ventilation shaft seemingly transformed into an unofficial smoking lounge. Which company does that beautiful lady belong to? You must be new here. She is Secretary Chen from the Private Bond Issuance Association. Private Bond Issuance Association? I haven't heard of it. It was just established. This pair of stockings is of excellent quality. Indeed, I'm tempted to buy a pair for my wife. Her dress is lovely as well, though a bit short. Short is refreshing in this hot weather. I prefer straight hair. Women look more beautiful with it. Curly hair is fashionable. The actresses in Hong Kong films all sport that style. My cigarette is finished. I must return to the office. Let's chat later. Take care, brother. The man walked slowly, eyes fixed ahead, but as he passed by Chen Tao, he couldn't resist taking a deep breath, thinking, so fragrant. The atmosphere of the 1990s, though wild, retained certain traditions and modesty. Over half a month had passed, yet no one had made a bold move to strike up a conversation. The most one could expect was a nod in passing. Employees from the mainland tend to be shy, preferring to gradually build familiarity before engaging. Meanwhile, a few from Hong Kong and Taiwan harbored desires but lacked the courage, fearing they might be mistaken for troublemakers by the local authorities. Chen Tao faced countless curious gazes daily. Initially, she felt somewhat uneasy, but gradually she acclimated. This experience became a form of personal growth, instilling greater confidence in her demeanor and poise. She found immense satisfaction in her current life, relaxed, free, exhilarating, and financially rewarding, infinitely better than the monotonous days of the past. The only downside was the discomfort in her feet and legs from standing in high heels for too long. Secretary Chun, good morning. At last, a man mustered the courage to approach her. Good morning, Chen Tao replied with a smile. The man, his mouth dry and smile awkward, said, I see you standing all day must be tiring. Would you like me to bring you a chair? Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Chen Tao continued to smile. Well? The man suddenly found himself at a loss for conversation, abruptly blurted out, Are you free this weekend? I'd like to take you to a movie. Chen Tao maintained her smile, replying, I'm sorry, but I have to return to Hong Kong this weekend. Upon hearing Hong Kong, the man instantly felt a wave of inferiority wash over him, realizing he was akin to a toad dreaming of swan meat. Then, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. The man retreated in defeat. Goodbye. Chen Tao continued to smile. Standing in the corridor for over 10 minutes, Chen Tao unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. She had no choice, as the first award recipient, Director Yuan Weidong, left a profound impression on her. Yuan Weidong strode towards her, greeting her from afar. Secretary Chun, we meet again. Hello, Director Yuan, Chen Tao replied, glancing nervously at the individuals accompanying him, inquiring, and these friends are? Allow me to introduce, Yuan Weidong said, stepping aside. This is Professor Zhang Hongbo from the School of Management at Sun Yat-sen University. This is Miss Gao Yu, a reporter from the Yangqing Evening News. This is Mr. Lin Daching from our Municipal Propaganda Department, and this is Section Chief Zhu Weimin from our county's Publicity Department. Professor Zhang, Reporter Gao, Mr. Lin, Section Chief Zhu. This is Secretary Chun Mengxi from the Private Enterprises Development Promotion Association. Hello, Secretary Chun. Everyone chimed in. Hello, everyone. Please come in. Chen Tao suddenly felt flustered, utterly bewildered by the situation, her left hand behind her back frantically signaling to the office. Just a few days prior, the Shenzhen office of the China Private Enterprises Development Promotion Association had expanded from a mere half a desk to a full one. Well, no more sharing tables, she thought. Zhang Xiahong observed the large group entering, his expression shifting slightly, and whispered, "Brother, do you think Director Yuan has realized he was misled and brought people to trouble us?" "Stay calm. Adapt accordingly," Song Weiyang reassured him. Yuan Weidong quickly approached Zhang Xiahong, shaking his hand warmly. "Director Liu, hello, we meet again." "Hello, hello," Zhang Xiahong responded, instantly regaining his composure upon realizing that Yuan was not there to cause trouble, his demeanor steady and assured. Yuan Weidong then shook hands with Song Weiyang, saying, "Dr. Ma. Hello, thank you for your guidance." Pointing towards the individuals behind him, Song Weiyang inquired, "Director Yuan, what is the occasion?" Yuan Weidong replied cheerfully, "Director Liu, Dr. Ma. The news of our factory winning an international award has sparked significant reactions. The municipal and county leaders have placed great emphasis on it, sending 2 comrades from the propaganda department to express their gratitude to your esteemed association. This is Mr. Lin Daching from our Municipal Propaganda Department. And this is Section Chief Zhu Weimin from our county's Publicity Department. Thank you, Mr. Lin and Section Chief Zhu, for traveling such a distance. Your efforts are truly appreciated," Song Weiyang said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. A century of humiliation had instilled a sense of insecurity deep within the veins of the nation. Suddenly, Song Weiyang realized the flaw in the scheme he had devised. What he dismissed as a trivial award was regarded as a prestigious honor by others, particularly in economically underdeveloped counties and cities. An international trophy could easily captivate local leaders, with the mayor personally leading a team to express gratitude and seek advice. If 2 mayors happened to cross paths, each bringing their own delegation, goodness gracious. Yuan Weidong continued. This is Professor Zhang Hongba from the School of Management at Sun Yat-sen University. Professor Zhang is particularly interested in Dr. Ma's management system, which is why he has joined us today for a face-to-face exchange. Song Weiyang and Zhang Xiahong exchanged glances, both bemused, and stepped forward to shake hands with Zhang Hongba. "Dr. Ma looks so young," Professor Zhang remarked. Song Weiyang chuckled. "Indeed, I am merely 25 years old." Zhang Hongba remarked that even a 25-year-old PhD is quite remarkable. Yuan Weidong added, "Director Liu, Dr. Ma. Our city leaders are taking this matter very seriously and have gone so far as to leverage connections to invite a journalist from the Yangqing Evening News. This is none other than the esteemed journalist Gao Yu. The Yangqing Evening News, being the most widely circulated newspaper in Guangdong Province, would undoubtedly see any award-winning report disseminated across various media, potentially reaching half of China. How could they continue their deceit then? The gravity of the situation left Song Weiyang feeling a chill run down his spine. "Hello, journalist Gao," he greeted, while Zhang Xiahong felt her legs weaken, contemplating a hasty escape that very evening. Gao Yu, producing her shorthand notebook, expressed her keen interest in the development of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association, having even called a friend at the Investment Promotion Bureau, only to learn that no such association had been established there. Zhang Xiahong found herself at a loss for words, as the script had veered completely off course. Song Weiyang interjected, "Miss Gao, the Private Enterprise Association is experimental in nature. Newly formed with limited funding and personnel, everything is still in the exploratory phase. Your friend's position at the Bureau may not be high. He likely hasn't received the news yet." To this, Gao Yu surprisingly set aside her suspicions, acknowledging the limited flow of information in these times, especially given the Investment Promotion Bureau's reputation for being unconventional and avant-garde over the past decade. Yuan Weidong chuckled, "Director Liu and Dr. Ma have truly faced challenges in building something from nothing. Their entrepreneurial spirit is commendable and serves as an inspiration for us all." Zhang Xiahong humbly replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. We are merely serving the public." Gao Yu, imbued with a sense of social responsibility, stated, "Having reviewed the mission and principles of your esteemed association, I am greatly impressed by your noble ideals aimed at wholeheartedly supporting the development of China's private economy. Therefore, I wish to conduct an exclusive interview with your association, leveraging the influence of the Yangqing Evening News to enhance your visibility and, in turn, assist more private enterprises in China to thrive in a scientific and healthy manner. Song Weiyang, mustering his resolve, responded, "We are immensely grateful, Miss Gao. Your support would be a tremendous boon for our association." Zhang Stehong chimed in, "Please, have a seat. Do take a seat." "Secretary Chen, why are you still standing there? Hurry and bring over some chairs." Chen Tao hurriedly dashed away but stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The commotion was so pronounced that it was nearly impossible not to draw attention. Upon learning of the visit from a journalist of the Yangqing Evening News, a professor from Sun Yat-sen University, and 2 officials from the publicity department, the employees in the office perked up with keen interest. The trio of Song Weiyang, Zhang Xiahong, and Chen Tao had already cultivated an air of mystery, having skillfully misled numerous inquiries about their affairs. While some suspected them of deceit, it was of little concern to others. The arrival of journalists, professors, and officials had solidified the legitimacy of the Private Enterprise Association, and soon, everyone became utterly convinced. Gao Yu, with a shorthand notebook in hand, took a seat and commenced the interview. "Director Liu, could you elaborate on the details of the private release conference?" Zhang Stehong retrieved a document and replied, "This is the constitution of our association." Having reviewed it, Gao Yu sought more intricate insights, inquiring about the initiators, the approval process, and the challenges and stories encountered during the establishment of the association. Zhang Xiahong responded, "As you can see, our circumstances are rather challenging. 3 individuals share a single table, and our daily expenses are somewhat insufficient." Before Gao Yu could pose her next question, she speculated internally, wondering if some leaders within the China Merchants Group were unsupportive. Coughing lightly, Zhang Xiahong's mind raced as he adopted an official tone, saying, "Well, it's a sensitive subject, and I hope you can understand, Ms. Gao." Acknowledging this, Gao Yu noted it down and continued, "Now, Director Liu, please introduce yourself." "There's not much to say," Zhang Xiahong waved his hands dismissively. "My educational background is modest. I previously worked in the light industry department, and when accompanying General Yuan to Shiko, I was merely a subordinate. Regarding the Shenzhen office, I am merely a figurehead. All professional matters are handled by Dr. Ma. I believe it would be best for you to interview Dr. Ma first." Song Weiyang, feeling compelled to intervene, remarked with a smile, "Director Liu is being overly modest. He has toiled tirelessly, overcoming numerous obstacles to establish the Shenzhen office. Without him, there would be no Shenzhen office." "Not at all. I must credit Dr. Ma for his substantial contributions." Zhang Xiahong continued to pass the ball back. Gao Yu interjected, "Speaking of the Shenzhen office, it seems your association also has branches in North and South China." "Let us not dwell on that." Zhang Xiahong waved his hand. "The North and South China branches are still only on paper. We Haven Tea even put up signs. I'm just an honest person, whatever the leadership requires. I strive to create opportunities, even in the absence of resources. I endeavor to create conditions despite the lack thereof. I am, by nature, a diligent person, not one to enjoy leisure." Noticing Zhang Xiahong's growing confusion, Song Weiyang quickly reassured him, "Director Liu is commendable in every aspect. Except for his lack of cunning, he is exceedingly sincere." Gao Yu's imagination soared as she contemplated the internal discord regarding the establishment of the private release conference within the China Merchants Group. The bureaucratic demeanor of the leaders in the North and South branches, and the courageous Lu Huading, who was appointed as the director of the Shenzhen office. The image of a dedicated, pragmatic official devoted to serving enterprises emerged vividly, and Gao Yu was exhilarated, having identified the focal point for her report. Faced with a barrage of subsequent inquiries from Gao Yu, Zhang Xiahong soon found himself overwhelmed. His face flushed as he said, "Ms. Gao, I truly have little to say. You should really consult Dr. Ma." Initially flushed with anxiety and sweating profusely, Zhang Xiahong appeared particularly endearing in Gao Yu's eyes. His commitment to diligence and humility rendered him a paragon of contemporary officials. Gao Yu did not continue to trouble the good-natured man and began interviewing Song Weiyang. "Dr. Ma, I heard you hold a doctorate in business administration from the University of Hong Kong and even tailored a management system specifically for Director Yuan. Could you elaborate on this? In mainland China, it's referred to as management engineering, while in Hong Kong, we call it business administration," Song Weiyang corrected. "My oversight. I didn't do enough research before the interview. Gao Yu jotted down a few notes in her notepad before continuing. Dr. Ma, your Mandarin is impeccable. Are you truly from Hong Kong? Song Weiyang replied, my grandparents migrated from the mainland, and our family insisted on speaking Mandarin. In fact, many in Hong Kong don't speak Cantonese. Take, for instance, the martial arts master Jin Yong and the film magnate Run Run Shaw. Neither of them ever spoke Cantonese. So Jin Yong didn't speak Cantonese, Gao Yu murmured, as if uncovering a revelation. Song Weiyang continued, why have I come to work on the mainland? Because I believe the future belongs to China. As long as reform and opening up persist, China will achieve economic prosperity, surpassing the GDP of nations like Britain, France, Germany, and Japan is merely a matter of time. I was born in Hong Kong, an inseparable part of China. As a Chinese citizen, it is my duty and obligation to contribute to the nation's development. Brilliantly put. Gao Yu grew increasingly animated, realizing that Dr. Ma offered far more journalistic potential than Director Liu. Song Weiyang added, currently, China's state-owned enterprises are plagued with inefficiencies, while private enterprises remain weak and outdated. As a professional in business administration, I hope to guide more Chinese private enterprises, offering them direction so they may embark on a sustainable and scientific path of development. Gao Yu scribbled furiously before asking, could you elaborate on the management system you designed for Director Yuan? What are its advantages? And what tangible impact has it had on his enterprise? You wouldn't understand. It's highly specialized, Song Weiyang replied. Zhang Hongba, who had remained silent until then, interjected. Perhaps I should engage with Dr. Ma on this matter. Please, Professor Zhang, Gao Yu acquiesced, hoping to glean newsworthy insights from the exchange between the two experts. Zhang Hongba remarked, Dr. Ma, your system seems derived from Toyota's Kanban model? Sharp observation, Professor Zhang, Song Weiyang chuckled. If I couldn't recognize that, I wouldn't deserve my position as a management professor, Zhang Hongba quipped. Since the 1980s, not just China but the entire world has held Japanese corporate management models in high esteem. Over a decade ago, Toyota's JIT production management was introduced to China and swiftly became the benchmark for large state-owned enterprises. Today, Toyota's JIT system has evolved into the TPS system, while Dr. Ma's proposal appears to be a streamlined adaptation of the LP system, an advanced iteration of TPS. Zhang Hongba frowned slightly. Yet, Dr. Ma's system seems to diverge significantly from Toyota's Kanban model. Song Weiyang chuckled. Toyota's just-in-time, JIT, system has been promoted in China for over a decade. Yet how many companies can truly implement it flawlessly? Indeed, it is a matter of compatibility. Japanese enterprises strive for excellence, and their workforce is exceptionally skilled, qualities that Chinese companies cannot match, Zhang Hongbo remarked. Shaking his head, Song Weiyang replied, this issue transcends merely the quality of the workforce or the state-owned enterprise system. The management model employed by Japanese companies would falter even in America. Zhang Hongba expressed surprise. But many companies in Europe and America are studying the Japanese management model. That is indeed the case. But these Western companies have encountered numerous challenges when applying the Japanese model in practice. Enterprises that adhere strictly to this approach are destined for failure. Song Weiyang observed with a smile. Is there a flaw in the Japanese management model? Zhang Hongba inquired, astonished. In Japan, it works flawlessly, however. It presents challenges in other countries, Song Weiyang clarified. Zhang Hongba immediately adopted a humble demeanor. Please enlighten me. Song Weiyang elaborated. Take Toyota as an example. Both the JIT and the Toyota Production System, TPS, are tailored to the characteristics of Japanese enterprises. The satellite-like industrial structure and the high stability of employees are conditions that differ significantly from those in the West. A direct replication would inevitably lead to incompatibility. Zhang Hongba countered, this aspect should not pose a significant issue for China's state-owned enterprises. Thus, for Chinese state-owned enterprises to adopt the Toyota Kanban model is indeed a commendable choice. Yet, there lies another problem, the executability of the management system, as you understand, Professor. Song Weiyang smiled in agreement. Zhang Hongba sighed. Ultimately, it all boils down to systemic issues. Song Weiyang continued. As for China's private enterprises, they absolutely cannot adopt the Kanban model blindly. The reason is, as I have stated, achieving high employee stability is a significant challenge. Furthermore, China's private enterprises are relatively small in scale, making them ill-suited for such a large enterprise management model. Therefore, I have adapted certain features of the Toyota TPS system and integrated them with other management models suitable for small enterprises, crafting a system tailored for Director Yuan. Could you elaborate further? I have only seen the outline, Zhang Hongba requested. As their discussion deepened with intricate details, various technical terms emerged, occasionally accompanied by calculations that left everyone in the office bewildered. Although they did not fully comprehend the discourse, the other business leaders gathered around, eager to absorb any potentially beneficial advanced ideas. They were pioneers in China's entrepreneurial landscape, many having left stable jobs to venture into business, and were thirsting for knowledge. They listened intently, their eyes filled with admiration for Song Weiyang, fearful of missing even a single word. Gao Yu, too, was lost in the conversation, swiftly jotting down notes, determined to record everything for later reference. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiahong and Chun Tao gazed at the eloquent Song Weiyang, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Even beginning to question their own identities, were they not imposters, but rather staff members of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association? Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Zhang Hongba was pleasantly surprised to discover that the young man before him was even more remarkable than he had anticipated. Their discussions gradually expanded from corporate management to broader topics, and they spoke with considerable audacity, a sentiment that could be described as bearing a significant risk 2 decades hence. Dr. Ma, what is your perspective on young Master Huang's extensive acquisitions of state-owned enterprises? Do you believe he can introduce advanced foreign practices to assist these state-owned entities in overcoming their predicaments? Zhang Hongba inquired. Young Master Huang, the second son of the leader of Indonesia's second-largest conglomerate, had been sent to study on the mainland from a young age. He had even served as a Red Guard and had worked in remote rural areas. Since last year, he had re-emerged as a savior figure, acquiring hundreds of state-owned enterprises in one fell swoop. National media buzzed with discussions, and both officials and workers held high hopes for young Master Huang, yearning for his ability to revitalize these loss-ridden enterprises. Consequently, an increasing number of local governments began to actively engage with him. Some regions, in their eagerness to offload failing businesses, even packaged profitable state-owned enterprises for sale. Others liquidated their state-owned entities entirely, going so far as to dissolve their light industry and commerce departments, leaving factory managers solely accountable to young Master Huang. Desperate measures in a time of crisis. Since the reform and opening up policy, China's state-owned enterprises have faced numerous challenges, becoming financial burdens for governments at all levels. Both central and local authorities have attempted various strategies, established numerous models, and sought to emulate successful examples, yet with little success. Navigating these waters is indeed no simple task. The emergence of young Master Huang has turned the concept of capital management into a nationwide phenomenon, with the public viewing him as a miraculous remedy for state-owned enterprises. Nowadays, newspapers frequently report on his latest acquisitions of state-owned enterprises, making it hard for anyone, including Song Weiyang, to remain unaware of his activities. I am not optimistic about him, Song Weiyang remarked. Why is that? Zhang Hongba asked. Song Weiyang elucidated, young Master Huang's identity is that of a financial capitalist rather than an entrepreneur. He has never personally managed any enterprise. He merely possesses wealth, but can his financial resources surpass those of the Chinese government? If the central government is struggling with the predicament of state-owned enterprises, how could young Master Huang possibly succeed? Zhang Hongba countered, young Master Huang is a businessman. If these state-owned enterprises are beyond salvation, would he not incur losses from his acquisitions? Who would engage in a business devoid of profit? Song Weiyang chuckled. As far as I know, young Master Huang is backed by influential figures such as Li Chaoran from Hong Kong, the Jintan Group from Indonesia, the Nippon Steel and Sumitomo Metal Corporation, and Morgan Stanley from the United States. Their approach is quite straightforward. They acquire loss-making listed companies in Hong Kong, attract international capital, utilize investors' funds to merge enterprises in China, and then leverage this favorable news to inflate the stock prices of Hong Kong companies. After reaping profits from the stock market, they continue to acquire Chinese enterprises in bulk before heading to the United States and Canada to issue new shares for further capital accumulation. This cycle continues until one day it is inevitably exposed. Isn't capital operation a common practice? Zhang Hongba queried, perplexed. Song Weiyang shook his head, stating, through articles in newspapers, I have discerned a significant issue within the country. There exists an excessive faith in capital, spanning from the government to the populace. Capital is not omnipotent. It merely serves as a tool. Is there danger? Zhang Hongba inquired. Of course there is danger, Song Weiyang replied with a chuckle. That young Master Huang has entangled himself completely. he now finds himself in a predicament, forced to endure with a grimace. The 1990s in China were wild and absurd. Even capitalists who thrived abroad often found themselves led astray upon entering the Chinese market. Take young Master Huang as an example. He initially aimed to acquire promising state-owned enterprises. Yet local governments misled him, packaging and offloading assets haphazardly. You wish to buy a brewery? Excellent. Why not also take a cable factory and a soap factory? You only want 10 enterprises? Our city has 50. Why not take them all? Frequently, young Master Huang found himself at banquets, intoxicated and unwittingly agreeing to acquisition plans, oblivious to the debts attached to the enterprises he was acquiring. Engaging with capital is fraught with peril, had it not been for the land grants accompanying state enterprise acquisitions. Young Master Huang might have faced catastrophic losses. Zhang Hongba asked, "Could you elaborate on the dangers?" "There is no need," Song Weiyang replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Moreover, the implications are too vast. Discussing them would yield little benefit." Although under young Master Huang's management, state assets experienced significant depletion, there were also some positive outcomes. Firstly, he attracted foreign investors to engage in capital ventures, assisting many domestic enterprises in transitioning to a shareholding system. Secondly, he exposed China to the realities of capital operations, providing a reference model for the forthcoming large-scale restructuring of state-owned enterprises. Lastly, he imparted valuable lessons to countless Chinese entrepreneurs, facilitating their rapid and joyous development. Song Weiyang was well acquainted with young Master Huang, as this individual was a frequent participant in MBA courses and his acquisition cases had been scrutinized countless times by successors. Young Master Huang also inadvertently sparked a surprising effect. His success in China incited envy among numerous foreign consortiums. Consequently, foreign investments surged in the following 2 years, stifling many renowned domestic brands in their infancy. In this context, both the government and the public began to awaken, with societal discourse swiftly shifting towards nationalism, culminating in 1995 with the clarion call for a resurgence of national brands. The fervor was akin to waging a business war. Speaking of young Master Huang, I recently recalled an article I read in the China Industry and Commerce Times. According to investigative reports, over half of the thousands of joint ventures in coastal provinces are operating at a loss, Song Weiyang lamented. Foreign entities, through profit shifting and inflated expenses, erode Chinese interests and evade national taxes, with some enterprises suffering losses for 7 or 8 consecutive years, yet their scale continues to expand. In contrast, young Master Huang is rather endearing. To bolster American investors' confidence, he not only avoids showing losses but strives to present even more appealing financial statements. The losses of joint ventures are indeed a significant issue, and I believe the central authorities will soon conduct rigorous investigations into this phenomenon, Zhang Hongbo remarked. Two individuals engaged in a light-hearted conversation, the topic gradually becoming more sensitive, yet all present regarded it as perfectly normal. Even Gao Yu meticulously noted everything down, intending to organize it for inclusion in a future report. Navigating through uncertainties, none could ascertain what was truly correct, thus they reveled in a nationwide discourse. For instance, while many fervently supported young Master Huang, an equally vocal faction vehemently criticized him, resulting in countless duels of words in the newspapers. As dusk approached, Zhang Hongba finally steered the conversation back to the main subject. Dr. Ma, it seems that your enterprise management system will require the guidance of professionals throughout the entire process. Yuan Weidong quickly inquired, is it not feasible for our factory to conduct our own research and experimentation? Zhang Hongbo replied, it is quite challenging. A slight deviation could lead to a significant miscalculation. Song Weiyang chuckled, suggesting, perhaps Professor Zhang could collaborate with Director Yuan. You could treat it as a research project. This notion intrigued Zhang Hongba. That would be splendid. On behalf of all the factory employees, I extend a warm welcome. Yuan Weidong expressed joyfully. Gao Yu refrained from posing further questions, feeling satisfied with the dialogue between Song Weiyang and Zhang Hongba. In the end, she merely requested a personal resume from Song Weiyang before rising to shake hands. Thank you, Dr. Ma. Allow me to take a group photo with you, Director Liu. And Secretary Chen. No need for that. Song Weiyang, Zheng Xiahong, and Shun Tao quickly declined. Gao Yu praised, you three truly exemplify integrity, focusing solely on substantive work without seeking the spotlight. Song Weiyang smiled and remarked, to work diligently while maintaining humility is a principle my father often instilled in me. Then I shall not insist. Farewell. Gao Yu waved goodbye. Suddenly, Song Weiyang inquired, Reporter Gao, when can we expect to see your article published? After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yu replied, the earliest would be next Monday. That leaves us with 5 days. Weiyang promptly settled the sum of 150,000 yuan, departing in a state of excitement regarding the enterprise management system amidst expressions of gratitude. Though Song Weiyang intended to leave, he was obstructed by others in the office. By this time, the sky had darkened, yet none of the company owners had departed. They gazed at Song Weiyang with fervent admiration, respectfully imploring, Dr. Ma, could you offer us some guidance for our companies? Dr. Ma, do you perceive a future in the electronics industry? Dr. Ma, I have a project I would like your assistance in overseeing. Dr. Ma. Chen Tao found herself pushed to a corner, observing the frenzied scene before her. She asked, what should we do? I have no idea, Zheng Xiahong responded, wearing a troubled expression. Chen Tao expressed her concern, next week, everything will be exposed. We must hasten our escape. Zhang Xiahong suggested, shall we return now to gather our belongings, and when young Master Ma returns, we can make our swift exit together? Yes. Let's depart tonight. After all, the profits have already been secured. Chen Tao nodded in agreement. As the two plotted their escape, they suddenly heard Song Weiyang raise his voice. Silence, everyone be quiet. Your enthusiasm is truly overwhelming, and I am genuinely eager to engage with all of you. However, the sheer number of attendees is quite daunting. Therefore, I propose that tomorrow afternoon, I shall reserve a spacious conference room at the Xinai building to host a seminar on entrepreneurial guidance. Friends interested in attending are welcome, but a nominal entry fee of 500 yuan will be required. I kindly ask for your assistance in disseminating this information, ensuring that both the upper and lower floors proprietors are informed. Thank you all. Zheng Xiahong. Chen Tao. Dr. Ma's lecture. The spring breeze revives all things, stirring the world into motion. These 8 words perfectly encapsulate the atmosphere of China in 1993. Flowers, trees, and even the smallest creatures emerged from the earth in unison. Within an office space of the Xinai building, over a dozen micro-companies were densely packed together. At this hour on any ordinary day, bosses and their employees would already be immersed in their work. But today was an exception. People were seen rushing out in haste, leaving others bewildered. Some quickly stopped them to inquire, Boss Jiang, what has happened? Dr. Ma downstairs is about to hold an entrepreneurship lecture, and it's almost too late. Who is this Dr. Ma anyway? Dr. Ma, stationed at the Shenzhen office of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association, is a distinguished graduate of the University of Hong Kong and possesses profound expertise in private enterprises. One might wonder about the authenticity of such credentials. Could this be a case of deception? Journalists from the Yangqing Evening News conducted interviews yesterday, and professors from Sun Yat-sen University also held Dr. Ma in the highest esteem. I must take my leave now. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. No need to rush, but do enlighten me further. Let us converse as we walk. Make haste, for time is of the essence. What remarkable capabilities does this Dr. Ma possess? A customized enterprise management system designed specifically for a beverage factory was sold for a staggering 150,000 yuan. This system even impressed professors from Sun Yat-sen University, who proactively sought collaboration with the factory to incorporate it as an academic research project. Isn't that remarkable? Absolutely extraordinary. What else? It is said that any enterprise mentored by Dr. Ma, no matter how dire its situation, can miraculously recover. The Yangqing Evening News is about to publish an extensive report on this phenomenon, which is bound to cause a sensation in the coming days. If he possesses such extraordinary capabilities, why does he not establish his own company to amass wealth? They are affiliated with the China Merchants Group, a state-owned enterprise, and it is likely that they will pursue a political career in the future. In a few years, a transfer to the central government is a distinct possibility. Please wait a moment. I will call Xiao Zhou when I return. Do not, under any circumstances. Dr. Ma's entrepreneurial lecture today is akin to a grandmaster imparting secret techniques in a martial arts novel, akin to mastering the art of dragon slaying. Do you comprehend? If Zhou had mastered the skills, would he still continue working for you? They've gone off to be their own bosses. Quite right, quite right. Let's hurry downstairs then. Outside the grand conference room, a long queue had already formed early on. Just as the gathered entrepreneurs were growing restless, the doors suddenly swung open. Chen Tao stood there with a gracious smile and announced, "Please proceed inside in an orderly manner after payment." Zheng Xiahong was in charge of stamping documents, while Chen Tao handled the collection of fees. To lend an air of professionalism, they had even printed booklets overnight. one for each attendee, containing various business tips. As an added incentive, every participant received a can of Jian Libo, a small but pleasant surprise that made the 500 yuan admission fee feel like a worthwhile investment. Word had spread that an expert would be sharing invaluable insights, drawing not only crowds from Xinai Tower, but also curious professionals from nearby office buildings. Soon, the grand conference room was packed beyond capacity, with latecomers forced to stand in the corridors. The more this situation unfolds, the more people become unwaveringly convinced, approaching it with a mindset akin to that of a seeker in pursuit of enlightenment, eagerly awaiting guidance from their entrepreneurial mentors. Once everyone had entered, Zheng Xiaohong quietly inquired, "How much?" 85,000 in total, Chen Tao exclaimed in astonishment. "Does that mean nearly 200 attendees have come?" Zheng Xiaohong replied joyfully. Chen Tao glanced around the bustling conference room and suggested with a smile, "Why don't we host another session tomorrow? Indeed, we could hold several more. Perhaps even escape by Sunday." Zheng Xiaohong nodded in agreement. The calm demeanor of Song Weiyang emboldened the two of them. At that moment, a man carrying a briefcase approached and asked, "Excuse me, is this the Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association?" "And you are?" Zhang Xiaohong replied, somewhat apprehensive. The man presented his business card, stating, "I am Lin Hong, the office director of Jinda Beverage Factory, the recipient of the Asia-Pacific Gold Medal." "Oh, you are here to receive an award. Greetings, let's discuss this further in the office." Zhang Xiaohong smiled. "It was quite challenging to locate your establishment. I had to inquire along the way," Lin Hong remarked, pointing to the conference room. "Is there a meeting happening inside?" "So many people," Zheng Xiaohong clarified. "It is not a meeting, but rather an entrepreneurial seminar. Our association's mission is to assist private enterprises in their scientific development, and we hold regular lectures each month. There are over 100 attendees, all company owners, drawn here to learn from Dr. Ma's advanced experiences. All these individuals are business owners." Lin Hong immediately expressed his respect, saying, "Then I must certainly listen in." Zheng Xiaohong replied with a smile, "Not to worry, let us first complete the award procedures." The space allotted for Song Weiyang was limited, with several individuals squatting at his feet, almost clinging to him. These daring pioneers, who had forsaken their homes and careers to venture into the unknown, lacked nothing except an insatiable thirst for knowledge and fervor. They absorbed information like sponges, seizing every opportunity, whether visible or hidden, to enhance their prospects. "Good afternoon, friends," Song Weiyang began. "Let us get straight to the point. I won't indulge in idle chatter due to time constraints. You refer to this as going to sea, but I believe entrepreneurship is a more fitting term, creating one's own enterprise." The owners nodded in agreement. Indeed, entrepreneurship seemed far more prestigious than merely going to sea. Of course, embarking upon the latter exudes a sense of bold passion. The sea is vast and tumultuous, ever-changing and fraught with peril. Diving into its depths for fortune is akin to risking one's life. Success leads to the pinnacle of existence. Failure leaves no trace. Song Weiyang posed a question. "Can anyone answer me? What constitutes a business?" The owners eagerly raised their hands. "You, please." Song Weiyang casually selected one. The individual promptly responded, "A business is an entity that sells goods with the aim of making a profit." "That friend is correct. That is essentially the crux of it," Song Weiyang affirmed. "A business is any entity that provides goods or services to generate profit. Your ventures into commerce and your resignations to embark on entrepreneurship are fundamentally driven by the pursuit of profit, the desire to earn. The focal point that you must concentrate on is merely the selection of goods or services, as well as the methods employed to market them. In simpler terms, it is about choosing the battlefield and engaging in combat. Regarding the former, I shall refrain from elaborating. Present-day China is replete with opportunities. If you lack the foresight to recognize this, you might as well pack your belongings and return home. Let us discuss the strategies of engagement. First and foremost, one must avoid solitary endeavors. It is imperative to establish a cohesive team. The capabilities and energy of an individual are inherently limited, and every successful entrepreneur possesses a dedicated group of partners. Do not treat your employees as mere instruments. Instead, select those with potential to strive alongside you. Should they lack sufficient skills, you have the opportunity to nurture them. While it is natural for individuals to harbor self-interest, it is essential to forge bonds through mutual benefits. If a proficient collaborative team cannot be established, one shall remain perpetually confined to trivial pursuits, devoid of aspirations for growth. The principles of the world are universally applicable. Most of you have previously worked within government or state-owned enterprises. Engaging in politics mirrors the dynamics of business. One must endeavor to attract potential collaborators to bolster one's own strength. Suddenly, someone interjects, "Dr. Ma, I treat my subordinates well. I have trained one for over 6 months and offered a generous salary, yet he has left for another company. How can this issue be resolved?" Song Weiyang chuckles. Human beings possess two fundamental needs. The first encompasses physiological necessities, such as food, shelter, and financial security. The second pertains to psychological needs, including respect, freedom, personal growth, a sense of value in life, love, and the desire to be loved. Many employers focus exclusively on monetary compensation, believing that adequate salaries will engender gratitude and dedication among employees. However, the reasons for talent attrition often stem not from financial inadequacy, but rather from the absence of personal development and the fulfillment of psychological needs, such as respect. A truly charismatic leader inspires a sense of loyalty to a worthy cause in employees. Even in times of hardship, when salaries cannot be disbursed, employees will choose to remain and weather the storm together. Another inquiry arises. If the company expands and the workforce increases, surely the owner cannot attend to each employee individually? Song Weiyang replies, most organizational frameworks radiate from a central point to encompass a broader scope. As an owner, your priority must be to stabilize those around you, particularly the management team, as they constitute your core group. Even in the face of adversity or potential bankruptcy, if you can maintain control over your core team, your chances of resurgence will be greatly enhanced. As for the lower-tier employees, they can be managed through this central team. Delving deeper, it becomes essential to cultivate a company culture that fosters a sense of belonging among employees. Of course, corporate culture is typically associated with larger enterprises. For companies with fewer than 100 employees, attempts to develop such culture may seem superfluous. Establishing a team is akin to assembling troops before a battle. The owner assumes the role of a general, possessing the requisite military acumen to execute precise tactical commands during engagements. How can one enhance their own leadership qualities? In contemporary China, two aspects are paramount for business owners, which differ from those of their foreign counterparts. Firstly, closely monitor shifts in government policies. The current macroeconomic landscape has stabilized, and aligning with official directives is undoubtedly prudent. Regularly watch the news broadcast. Even comprehending a fraction of its content daily could secure lifelong prosperity, as it conceals countless business opportunities. Secondly, stay attuned to international commercial intelligence. Presently, China lags behind and remains disconnected from global trends. To illustrate, merely studying and adapting foreign entrepreneurial models from a decade ago to China's domestic context could yield substantial wealth. With military discipline instilled and forces assembled, the next phase involves rigorous training and organization. Admittedly, time and energy may be limited, thus refining one's troops through actual combat becomes viable. Select the battlefield judiciously, then engage in strategic warfare. The methodology of warfare constitutes a tactical matter, ever evolving with the fluidity of military circumstances. Subsequently, I shall elaborate on specific commercial techniques. Remarkable, in a few years, all sorts of training courses and lecture programs will emerge among the public. You'll never know which random individual might be standing on stage delivering the talk. It could be someone who barely graduated from middle school, achieved nothing in life, never managed a business, nor sold a single product, yet they can eloquently preach about the principles of commerce and teach you to cultivate so-called entrepreneurial spirit. The typical routine goes like this. First, they crack jokes to break the ice, then weave stories to set the mood, pour motivational cliches to brainwash the audience, and finally pump you up with adrenaline, leaving you fired up with grand ambitions. By the end of the session, you feel invigorated, bursting with energy, ready to conquer the world. But the moment you step outside and the cold wind hits your face, reality dawns. You realize everything said was nonsense, and you can't even recall the content of the lecture. Song Weiyang, however, is far more conscientious. What he shares are genuine lessons from years of entrepreneurial experience. Those with insight will undoubtedly benefit greatly. Those without, no matter how much is explained, will remain unchanged. After speaking for over 2 hours, some listeners were utterly captivated, scribbling pages of notes in their little notebooks. Others, however, found themselves lost in confusion, feeling that this Dr. Ma was nothing special and offered little help for their career development. All right, that concludes today's lecture, Song Weiyang said with a smile. For the last 30 minutes, we'll have an open Q&A, one question per person. Me. I have a question. Pick me. Dozens of hands shot up instantly. Song Weiyang pointed at one and said, "This gentleman first, please." "Thank you, Dr. Ma," the man quickly responded. "I sell electronic clocks and can source directly from factories in Hong Kong. But now, this market is oversaturated in the special economic zone, so I wanted to try something new. I even conducted a market survey, and the results showed that most consumers were willing to buy high-end electronic clocks with voice announcements. So I contacted the Hong Kong factory and specially ordered clocks that announced the time in Mandarin. But the reality was completely different. These premium clocks sold far worse than regular electronic clocks and watches." "Dr. Ma, were the survey respondents lying to me?" The situation was indeed puzzling, and the others were equally baffled, leaning in to hear Song Weiyang's answer. Instead of answering directly, Song Weiyang said, "Let me tell you a story. One year, McDonald's conducted a customer survey to explore new profit opportunities. Most respondents said they wanted healthier menu options. To cater to them, McDonald's quickly introduced vegetable salads. But the results were shocking. The salads sold poorly, while the high-calorie, unhealthy burgers and fries remained bestsellers. Why do you think that happened? Yes, why?" The business owners in the room pondered deeply. Song Weiyang tapped his temple and said, "People operate on both logic and subconscious impulses. When filling out surveys, customers are primarily influenced by their subconscious. They think about eating healthy, but overlook the actual context of their consumption habits. However, when they step into McDonald's to satisfy their hunger, indulging in the savory delights of burgers and fries, health consciousness is promptly cast aside. After all, a vegetable salad neither satiates nor tantalizes the taste buds. If health were truly the priority, they wouldn't be at McDonald's in the first place. There are certainly other options available." "Ah, now I see." The crowd had an epiphany. Song Weiyang continued, "This gentleman's idea of selling high-end electronic alarm clocks is commendable. Innovation is indeed the lifeblood of business. However, you must recognize that these clocks are not only more expensive than quartz clocks, but also less accurate, making them uncompetitive. In contrast, affordable and stylish digital watches are far more appealing. When filling out surveys, customers might envision the convenience and sophistication of an electronic alarm clock. But when it comes to purchasing, they weigh factors like price and practicality, ultimately opting for alternatives." "I understand now. Thank you, Dr. Ma, for your insight," the man said with a respectful bow. Turning to the audience, Song Weiyang elaborated, "In truth, a customer's conscious and subconscious inclinations can be skillfully inverted. For instance, by adorning a product with exquisite packaging, attributing to it a high-tech allure, or branding it as a thoughtful gift for elders, you can override their rationality. These added dimensions coax their emotions to the forefront, leading them to make purchases in a haze of delight." Clap, clap, clap. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause from the business owners. To delve deeper, Song Weiyang added, "This principle extends beyond customers. It applies to your employees, friends, even your spouses. Don't just listen to what they say. Discern their true motives, for those are what dictate their actions. A customer nitpicking a product may simply lack the funds. An employee lamenting workload might be struggling with competence. A wife complaining about your busy schedule likely craves more of your time. As merchants, bosses, or husbands, what should we do? The answer is simple. Identify the underlying motive and artfully invert their emotional and rational thinking. When they appeal to sentiment, counter with logic. When they argue with reason, appeal to their emotions. But remember, always engage them with affirmation first, dissolving resistance before gently steering their thoughts. The concept is simple. Mastery, however, is an art. All this talk sounds like you're just slick at sweet-talking folks." A blunt voice from the northeast interjected. "Ha ha ha ha." The crowd roared with laughter. Song Weiyang grinned. "Precisely, it is sweet-talking. But when executed masterfully, even reluctant customers will happily open their wallets. Coordination, guidance, and transformation. These 3 steps guarantee success." Standing by the door, Zhang Xiahong scratched his head and muttered, "Peach, do you think he has used this on us?" "Probably not. Or maybe he has." Chen Tao sounded uncertain. The second questioner spoke up. "Dr. Ma, I once had a business partner, a colleague of 16 years, as close as brothers. Last year, we ventured into business together, and the company grew rapidly. Within just 6 months, we expanded from a single desk to 4. I was even preparing to rent a separate office space when he suddenly wanted to dissolve the partnership. To make matters worse, he started a competing company with someone else, directly challenging my business. You previously mentioned building an entrepreneurial team, but how does one prevent partners from splitting up? And how can you discern who might betray you?" "This situation is quite common," said Song Weiyang. "Some lack capital, Others resources, some are constrained by time, while others lack professional expertise. By pooling together, people can complement each other's strengths and weaknesses to achieve success. However, as time passes, circumstances evolve and conditions change, the original collaborative equilibrium inevitably fractures. Take your friend, for instance. Upon finding a partner with greater financial means and resources, it's highly probable he would abandon you, even without securing a superior partner. Should he realize what previously required two can now be accomplished alone, why would he continue sharing profits? Yet, this constitutes betrayal. The man said angrily, remember, the world of business is rife with betrayal. Kinship and friendship often crumble in the face of profit, Song Weiyang admonished. So when you first embark on entrepreneurship, you must clarify equity stakes. Even among brothers, accounts should be settled openly. This ensures an amicable parting if needed. The marketplace is ruthless. To avoid being abandoned or betrayed, you must strengthen yourself and bind your partners to your chariot through shared interests. Even if you're currently struggling, as long as you possess sufficient charisma and strategy to convince partners that following you leads to a promising future, they won't easily desert you. Some might even forego salaries or invest their own funds, for you offer them a brighter tomorrow. Clap, clap, clap. Another round of applause erupted. Song Weiyang's originally scheduled lecture was meant to last 3.5 hours. But the overwhelming response from the audience led to fervent requests from the executives to extend it. The event stretched on repeatedly until darkness fell. I can't go on any longer. My throat is parched. Let's conclude here for today, friends, until we meet again in this vast world. Song Weiyang clasped his hands in salute and departed without further ado. Dr. Ma, could you share a few more words? Someone called out. Dr. Ma, when will you be holding your next lecture? Another inquired. Give me a precise time, Dr. Ma. I haven't even asked my question yet. Dr. Ma. The bosses crowded around to see Song Weiyang off from the conference room, reluctant to part with him, much like young maidens bidding farewell to their beloved. Zheng Xiahong whispered. Brother, look how enthusiastic everyone is. How about holding a few more sessions? The keen-eared fellow immediately caught on and eagerly chimed in. Indeed, Dr. Ma. Please host a few more sessions. I guarantee I'll attend every single one. This 500 yuan investment is absolutely worthwhile. Very well then, came the response. Shall we arrange for 2 additional lectures? Song Weiyang said with a cheerful smile. The following morning, in the very same conference room, the lecture could not commence as planned. The crowd was overwhelming. Not only was the meeting space packed to capacity, but the corridors outside were also crammed with eager attendees. Through word of mouth, some had even traveled halfway across the special administrative zone just to attend Dr. Ma's lecture. A last-minute change of venue became necessary, and the event was hastily relocated to the rooftop terrace. The property manager of the building arrived, willingly assisting them in unlocking the door, and then stood on the rooftop, captivated by the unfolding events. On the third day, amidst the crowd attending the lecture, 2 local journalists from Deep City unexpectedly mingled in. Astonished by the throng of 400 to 500 people gathered on the rooftop, they were profoundly impressed after the lecture and returned that evening to compose 2 fervent articles of praise. By the afternoon of the 4th day, one journalist's piece was published in the evening newspaper. Song Weiyang was portrayed as an omnipotent entrepreneurial genius, and the lecture series he established was lauded as the Whampoa Military Academy of the entrepreneurial realm in Deep City. Come Monday morning, thousands gathered at the Deep Industry building. Attendees included not only small business owners but also employees from foreign enterprises. And even some individuals visiting the Special Economic Zone for work came to witness the spectacle and gain insights. It was a sensation. The conference room was empty. What about the rooftop? After searching thoroughly, it was clear that neither the rooftop nor the office spaces harbored anyone. Hadn't the announcement for the private session stated that they were to return to the headquarters in Hong Kong every Monday morning? Perhaps they were delayed en route. Should we wait a little longer? Alas, I haven't even conducted any business, having taken a taxi all the way from Futian. What of your situation? I haven't been to the office in 3 days. I have not missed a single class taught by Dr. Ma. By the way, my friend, let us exchange business cards. I am in the ceramics trade, dealing in authentic Jingdezhen porcelain. Should you require any, do not hesitate to call me. No problem, I sell sporting goods. Please take my card. We should share a drink sometime. Certainly, I shall treat. Thousands gathered at the Shinai building, waiting for the principal figure, but as time passed, the spectators gradually dispersed. Until evening, a few dozen loyal fans remained, anxiously awaiting. With time on their hands, they began to network, exchanging business cards and forming small groups to engage in lively discussions. eventually heading to a street-side eatery to indulge in merriment. Days passed, and still Dr. Ma did not appear, nor did Director Liu or Secretary Chen. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting significant internal disputes within the China Merchants Group, leading to the formal dissolution of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association. Consequently, Dr. Ma, Director Liu, and Secretary Chen were reassigned to headquarters, making their return unlikely in the near future. The small business owners who had attended Dr. Ma's lectures expressed profound regret. They collectively wrote a letter to the China Merchants Group, imploring the reinstatement of the private sessions, as the burgeoning entrepreneurs desperately needed the guidance of Director Liu and Dr. Ma. Meanwhile, the Yangqing Evening News dedicated an entire page to extolling the positive impact of the private sessions on China's private economy. In Gao Yu's article, lavish praise flowed. Director Liu was likened to a diligent workhorse, steadfastly navigating challenges to forge ahead. Dr. Ma, a prodigious talent, had forsaken a comfortable life in Hong Kong to return to the mainland in service of the nation. Secretary Chen, graceful and capable, embodied strength and competence, rivaling her male counterparts. However, what truly captured attention was the success story of the beverage factory that had escaped adversity, thanks to the private sessions. Weiyang's beverage factory, having won an international gold medal, basked in local acclaim as its backlog of products swiftly sold out. Under the guidance of Professor Zhang, the factory had begun to implement a scientific management model, with operational aspects falling into place. Director Yuan enthusiastically stated in the article, Dr. Ma is the most formidable business genius I have ever encountered. If he were willing to join our factory, I would gladly offer him half of the shares. Professor Zhang remarked, Dr. Ma possesses significant insights into Chinese private enterprises. His management system deserves to be promoted among small and medium-sized enterprises nationwide. In no time, the entire business community in Guangdong province became aware of the private sessions and Dr. Ma, with countless private enterprise owners personally journeying to Shenzhen for insights. Then, an awkward situation unfolded. At the newspaper office, Gao Yu knocked on the door of the editor-in-chief's office and cheerfully inquired, Editor-in-Chief Liu, did you call for me? Take a look at this, Editor-in-Chief Liu said, presenting a newspaper. It was a local evening paper, boasting an enormous headline proclaiming that a certain beverage had won an international gold medal, with the names of the Investment Promotion Bureau and the Private Issuance Association prominently displayed. As Gao Yu read the article, he was left in a state of disbelief, exclaiming, could they be frauds? Editor-in-Chief Liu sighed. I made a few calls to verify, and within just the past fortnight, 6 beverage companies in Guangdong province have claimed gold medals, all of which have been publicized in the press. There may be even more that I have yet to uncover. That's impossible, Gao Yu insisted, repeatedly scanning the newspaper. Professor Zhang has highly praised Dr. Ma. His knowledge and talent cannot be fabricated. If he possesses such abilities, why would he resort to being a fraud? You've encountered someone exceptional, a master of deception. Editor-in-Chief Liu replied with a wry smile, retracting the subsequent report, deeming it too embarrassing, and forbidding any further mention of the matter. Gao Yu speculated. Could it be that the Private Issuance Association is facing financial difficulties and needs to maintain operations by handing out fake awards? That is indeed a possibility, Editor-in-Chief Liu acknowledged. Gao Yu suggested, how about I visit Port City and inquire at the headquarters of the Investment Promotion Bureau? The Bureau was equally perplexed, as they were unaware of the unfolding events, suddenly inundated with various correspondence. The headquarters in Port City fared somewhat better. The Shiko Management Committee, closely tied to the Investment Promotion Bureau, was besieged with phone calls regarding the Private Issuance Association and Dr. Ma. Local officials and business owners, clutching copies of the Yangqing Evening News, flocked to the Shiko office of the Investment Promotion Bureau after hearing of the cancellation of the Private Issuance Association, desperately pleading for a chance to meet Dr. Ma in hopes of receiving professional guidance. The Investment Promotion Bureau found themselves in a state of exasperation. Thus, a month later, the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association was officially established. However, the small business owners in the Special Economic Zone reminisced fondly about the past, cherishing the warm smile of Director Liu, the enchanting beauty of Secretary Chen, and the extraordinary talent of Dr. Ma. In Guangdong province, several beverage companies continued to fervently advertise, each claiming to be the true gold medalist of the Asia-Pacific Beverage Exhibition. The emperor's new clothes remained unchallenged, as no one dared to expose the truth. For there was no benefit in doing so, only a plethora of troubles. Tales of Dr. Ma continued to circulate in the community. The deceived business owners longed for a reunion with Dr. Ma, hoping to raise a glass in gratitude. Among those who had attended Dr. Ma's lectures, several dozen emerged as standout figures, jokingly referring to themselves as the first cohort of the Ma clan Huangpu. Now, let us return to early August in Deep City. Inside a rented room, faced with several newspapers laid out on the coffee table, Zhang Xiaohong trembled in fear, saying, "This has escalated too much. I dare not step outside." Chen Tao suggested, "Perhaps we should lay low for a while, wait for the storm to pass, and then find a way to escape Deep City? What is there to fear? No one has reported us," Song Weiyang chuckled. "Isn't there something to fear?" The article from Yangqing Evening News, along with reprints from Shenzhen Special Zone Daily and Special Zone Economic Daily, reflects the palpable anxiety of Zhang Xiaohong. Song Weiyang remarked, "Without photographs, there is nothing to fear." Nevertheless, he expressed his reluctance to remain in Shenzhen. Chen Tao commented, while Song Weiyang added, "Do as you wish. I still have one more venture to pursue." Zhang Xiaohong inquired, "Shall we continue distributing trophies or conduct lecture classes?" "Certainly not. I am not foolish," Song Weiyang retorted. Zhang Xiaohong questioned, "Is it profitable?" To which Song Weiyang countered, "What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohong's eyes gleamed as he gritted his teeth. "I trust you." Chen Tao chuckled. After all, following Dr. Ma is never a loss. Song Weiyang revealed a seal inscribed with the name of Zhengda Technology Company, Limited, and said with a grin, "I have one more tool yet to be employed. It is time for an exhilarating endeavor. Once accomplished, we can conclude our business." "How do we proceed?" Zhang Xiaohong asked eagerly. Playing with the seal, Song Weiyang smiled. "Our target is the stock market." Another week passed. The Shenzhen Stock Exchange, previously quiet upon Song Weiyang's arrival, was now engulfed in a frenzy. Amid a sea of green, one particular stock had surged for 2 consecutive days, nearing a 50 increase without any limit on gains. It has risen, and it continues to rise. Hold off for now. It could climb at least another 8 points. Incredible. Had I known, I would have acted yesterday. In the trading room, Zhang Xiaohong and Chen Tao were on edge, their entire fortunes at stake. "Isn't it time to sell?" Zhang Xiaohong suggested. "Yes." Song Weiyang commanded the trader, "Sell 30,000 shares every 10 minutes. We can begin now." The trader cautioned, "Sir, selling now may result in a loss. This stock is bound to rise." "Sell. It's best to secure our profits," Song Weiyang insisted. An hour later, all 160,000 shares were sold, netting a profit of 1.03 million yuan. Disguised with a wig and fake mustache, Song Weiyang, along with similarly disguised Zhang Xiaohong and Chen Tao, promptly left the stock exchange. Heading straight for the post office, after remitting their funds, they could depart the special zone. In this day and age, transferring money across regions was notably cumbersome. One had to visit the post office to send the remittance slip, which the recipient would then use to collect the funds. After completing the remittance form, Zhang Xiaohong, still shaken, remarked, "That was too exhilarating. I dare not return to Shenzhen again, fearing recognition and violence." Indeed, it was nerve-wracking. "I haven't slept for 2 days." Chen Tao added. Song Weiyang inquired, "Shall we have a farewell meal before departing?" Zhang Xiaohong replied, "For safety's sake, let's wait until we reach Wadu for our farewell meal." Through the distribution of trophies, conducting lecture classes, providing corporate consulting services, and their recent stock market gains, the trio had now become small affluent individuals. Song Weiyang received 1.18 million, Zhang Xiaohong obtained 760,000, and Chen Tao garnered 290,000. The recent escapades in the stock market far surpassed the trivialities of orchestrating a faux association. Had it not been for the fear of scrutiny, Song Weiyang could effortlessly have engaged with Junin Securities to indulge in leverage trading, potentially accruing millions in profit with ease. For the sake of caution, he opted for minor skirmishes instead. Let us reminisce about Song Weiyang's maneuvers in the stock market. In the early 1990s, the Chinese stock market was still in a state of irrational chaos. Take the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, for instance. It commenced operations locally even while awaiting central approval. The Shenzhen market operated for over 4 months before finally receiving the nod from the central bank, during which time it was essentially trading under fictitious auspices. Last year, the Special Economic Zone issued new stock subscription certificates, igniting a frenzy among 1 million stockholders in Shenzhen. Within 2 days, this city, with a resident population of merely 600,000, was inundated with 1.6 million investors. The price of tickets from Huadu to the special zone soared more than 6-fold on the black market. Countless individuals found themselves trapped outside the barbed wire, as local farmers voluntarily guided them, risking significant peril to help stockholders navigate through dog holes for profit. Due to the requirement of presenting identification to obtain subscription certificates, bags upon bags of IDs were sent from various locales, nearly paralyzing the postal services in Shenzhen. On the day of issuance, armed police, special forces, and customs officials mobilized en masse, brandishing tasers, whips, and clubs to maintain order. In the queues, the latter clung tightly to the waist of the former, for a moment's distraction could lead to being pushed aside. Those with clever minds resorted to ropes, tying them around their wrists to form a chain, preventing both being shoved aside and queue jumping. In the aftermath of this madness, some, frustrated by their inability to secure new shares, resorted to setting vehicles ablaze in the streets. What is stock? Most remained oblivious, only aware that purchasing stocks could yield profits. In 1992, both the Shenzhen and Shanghai stock markets plunged into extreme fervor, only to cool down rapidly within 6 months. By 1993, both markets encountered a frigid winter, leaving investors thoroughly shaken. Consequently, the Shanghai market devised a strategy, introducing a catfish from Shenzhen. A fierce acquisition battle ensued, rekindling fervor in the Shanghai stock market. This catfish was deemed to have engaged in irregular practices but ultimately paid a mere 1 million yuan in fines while the acquisition was declared valid. Subsequently, stock analysts remarked that the resolution of the Baoyan incident established a gray tone for the Chinese stock market. Almost everyone grasped that this was a battleground where the strong prevailed and rules were secondary. Even more absurd was the Su Sanshan case, involving a minor official from Xiangnan stationed in the special zone, who misappropriated over 1 million yuan and recklessly overspent more than 10 million on stocks. Unfortunately, he encountered a severe bear market and resorted to forging official seals, sending faxes to newspapers claiming he had acquired 5,006 of Su Sanshan's circulating shares. Any acquisition exceeding 5 of circulating shares must be reported to the stockholders. The newspapers, without fully comprehending the situation, hastily published the news, which instantly stimulated the languishing stock market, leading to a remarkable 40% surge in the shares of Su San Mountain within a single day. The minor official, who had not anticipated such success, held only a modest quantity of Su San Mountain shares, reaping a profit of merely 150,000 yuan. This individual was swiftly apprehended, and the circumstances surrounding his arrest were even more absurd. He had utilized the fax machine at the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau in his hometown, leveraging connections to send fraudulent stock acquisition messages to the newspaper. The model of the fax machine could be identified through the transmission, and remarkably, only 4 units of that model existed nationwide. The police, tracing the leads, effortlessly captured him. Upon reading this case, Song Weiyang was both amused and exasperated by the foolishness of the individual, while simultaneously admiring his audacious creativity. Thus, Song Weiyang sought to exploit the loophole, mimicking the previous scheme. After all, it was a one-time endeavor. Everyone would be deceived once, and it would be improbable for them to fall for it again. Even if Song Weiyang had not engaged in this scheme, the minor official would have eventually acted in 6 months, serving as a lesson for the improvement of regulations in the Chinese stock market, embodying the spirit of remedying ailments. Song Weiyang promptly donned a wig and affixed a false beard, paying a handsome sum to utilize the fax machine at a postal bureau in Shenzhen. Subsequently, he contacted the newspaper from a public phone on the street, confirming that they had received the fax. With everything in place, he proceeded to open an account to purchase stocks. As the frenzy ensued, the Shenzhen stock market, which had been dormant for half a year, experienced a slight uptick in April, only to revert to a sea of red thereafter. Once the false news hit the newspapers, bewildered investors, uncertain of which stocks to buy, swiftly took action, with brokerage firms and wealthy magnates further fueling the momentum. On the first day, stocks surged by 30, followed by a 17% increase on the second day. And it appeared that the rise would persist, while Song Weiyang opted to withdraw and make his escape. Absurd, comical, and steeped in dark humor. This episode served as a lesson learned. Even though investors remained blissfully ignorant, the major newspapers would not repeat their folly of publishing misleading information without ascertaining the facts. Years later, when investors reminisced about this incident, it would evoke laughter and nostalgia, a yearning for their youth, for the vibrancy of the Chinese stock market, and for a tumultuous, romantic, wild era. On yet another night, Song Weiyang, burdened by his belongings, slipped through a dog door under the moonlight, as a chaotic mess awaited him at home. In a hotel in Huadu, Chun Tao had reverted to her former appearance as a working girl, her long braids cascading over her shoulders, exuding a fresh and innocent charm that starkly contrasted with the deceitful persona she had adopted in Deep City. Zheng Xiaohong, donning a loose-fitting suit, raised a beer bottle and exclaimed, "Come, come, let us down a bottle first. It's casual, my tolerance isn't the best." Song Weiyang, a man of utmost rationality, seldom indulged to inebriation, even during business discussions. "Brother Ma, I'm easygoing, I'll drink," Chen Tao declared, lifting her beer bottle and tilting her head back to finish it in one go. "Taozi is quite the sport," Zheng Xiaohong praised, finishing his bottle in tandem. Song Weiyang merely smiled, taking a sip before reaching for some cold dishes with his chopsticks. The trio, feeling a twinge of guilt, refrained from drinking openly, fearing both potential robbery and the chance encounter with acquaintances. After all, Gao, a journalist from the Yongqing Evening News, was also in Huadu. They returned to the hotel with an entire case of beer and a generous assortment of stir-fried and cold dishes. As their parting approached, a sense of melancholy enveloped them, hastening their drinking pace. Zheng Xiaohong, already resembling a barrel after several beers, remarked, "Brother, before I went to Deep City, I was utterly clueless, akin to a fool. If it weren't for you, I might have ended up sleeping on the streets of the Special Economic Zone, only to be caught by the Joint Patrol and forced into hard labor. Honestly, in my life, I've admired few, and you are one of them." Raising his beer bottle, Song Weiyang replied, "Brother, you flatter me. Without your and Taozi's assistance, my earnings wouldn't have flourished. Indeed, and Taozi is quite perceptive. She is destined for greater things," Zheng Xiaohong added. Xin Tao, her alcohol tolerance waning, swayed slightly with a flushed face, her eyes glazed, saying, I can't hold my liquor. I'm just here to play along with my two older brothers. When I first met Brother Ma, I had no ID, no temporary residence permit, and just enough money to buy a few buns. Back then, I was content to work as a nanny for a mere 1,000 yuan a month. Who would have thought I'd become a little rich woman now? Brother Ma, here's to you." It seemed the girl was on the verge of drunken folly. "If you can't handle it, perhaps drink less," Song Weiyang gently suggested, clinking his bottle against hers. "What plans do you have for the future?" Zheng Xiaohong shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps I'll return to my post as deputy director. My position still stands. Before I left, I was filled with ambition, but the reality in the special zone is quite different. The depths of society are profound. It's far easier to navigate within government institutions. Regardless, I've already amassed hundreds of thousands. Depositing it in the bank for interest suffices." Zheng, it seemed, remained somewhat myopic, content with modest wealth. Leaning back in her chair, Chen Tao, her posture precarious, wore a silly grin. "When I first passed the vocational school entrance exam, I dreamed of being a worker for life. After being laid off, all I wanted was to earn a living to support my family. Now that I am truly wealthy, I find myself at a loss for what to do. Having money is wonderful. I can buy whatever I desire." Song Weiyang found the situation quite intriguing. Were it not for his reincarnation, the life trajectories of the two individuals before him would undoubtedly have been entirely different. Zheng Xiaohong might have returned home from the Huadu train station due to the absence of a pass, continuing his role as deputy director. Alternatively, he could have taken the risk of crawling through barbed wire, facing a bewildering end, be it with injuries or in triumph, evolving into a grassroots hero. As for Chen Tao, it is likely she would have become a caregiver. If she encountered kind souls, she would be fortunate. However, if she faced ill-intentioned individuals, her vulnerability as a young woman without identification would render her an easy target. One cannot fathom the hardships this girl endured in another timeline, ultimately forsaking her innocence to become a mere mistress for Taiwanese businessmen, transforming into a ruthless and cunning businesswoman. Song Weiyang vaguely recalled the sole interaction he had with Chen Tao in his previous life. It transpired during a grand networking soiree at a business forum, where the illustrious heiress of Xikang province, Ms. Chen Mingxi, dazzled in a black evening gown, eclipsing all in attendance. Meanwhile, Mr. Song Weiyang, a renowned entrepreneur from Romping City, could only observe from a distance as she was surrounded by prominent figures from both political and business circles. That evening, their exchange was limited to a mere 2 sentences. "Hello, Miss Chen, I am Song Weiyang from Dingfeng Real Estate." To which she replied, Mr. Song, I hope we can collaborate in the future. My apologies, I must attend to something." However, collaboration was rendered impossible, as Ms. Chun Mingxi soon found herself incarcerated. And no matter how formidable Song Weiyang was, he could not conduct business in a women's prison. Those bygone days felt like a lifetime away indeed. They were a lifetime away. After another half bottle of beer, Chen Tao, her cheeks flushed, cheerfully inquired, "Brother Ma, how about I continue to stick with you?" Before Song Weiyang could respond, Zhang Xiahong suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I have long wanted to say that. Spending a month with Brother Ma makes me feel like I've lived several decades in vain. What a thrill. I haven't had much education, no little. And if Brother Ma doesn't mind, I would like to follow you from now on. I have no intention of continuing with scams. That would be an unfortunate waste of your talents." Zhang Xiahong jested. "Get lost." Song Weiyang laughed in retort. Zhang Xiahong then squinted mischievously at Song Weiyang while munching on a cold dish, asking, "Brother, Ma Qiangdong isn't your real name, is it? How did you figure that out?" Song Weiyang was not surprised. Chen Tao, with a tipsy grin, chimed in, "Who couldn't see through that? You, being so clever. How could you possibly use your real name to deceive? Hee hee, you're truly wicked. You didn't tell the truth on the train, and I naively believed you. Well, we are all clever individuals here. Which prestigious university do you attend?" Zhang Xiahong inquired. "Not at all. I am still in high school," Song Weiyang replied. "Keep up the charade," Zhang Xiahong chuckled. "A high schooler couldn't possibly fool a university professor. Knowledge cannot be fabricated." Song Weiyang then asked, "Do you genuinely wish to accompany me?" "Of course. Following. Following you means there's money to be made. Big money." Chen Tao suddenly stood up, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing her balance. Burp. Zhang Xiahong, sipping his beer, patted his belly and remarked, "Brother, though I may lack talent, I understand that aligning oneself with capable individuals is the right path. I have read Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Had Zhang Fei not allied with Liu Bei, he would have merely ended up slaughtering pigs for a living. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, my elder brother possesses great wisdom veiled in simplicity," Song Weiyang nodded. Zhang Xiahong scratched his head, saying, "This sounds as if you were implying I am foolish." "Not foolish at all. You are quite astute." Song Weiyang replied with a sly grin. Zhang Xiahong, visibly irritated, retorted, "Nonsense. I am quite the rough character." Upon hearing such crude banter, Chen Tao interjected, "Brother Jing is not coarse. Your methods are quite meticulous." Song Weiyang erupted into laughter. Zhang Xiahong responded with a sigh, "More nonsensical chatter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Weiyang, 17 years of age, soon to enter my 3rd year of high school." "You are truly a high school student?" Zhang Xiahong asked incredulously. Chen Tao gasped, You are even younger than I am? I have been calling you big brother." Zhang Xiahong scrutinized Song Weiyang for a moment, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Where did you acquire such skills? If you were deceiving me, that's one thing. But you converse with professors so eloquently." Song Weiyang replied, "My father is Song Shumen." Chen Tao showed no reaction, while Zhang Xiahong was taken aback, rising to his feet. "The renowned tycoon Song Shumen from Romping City? The one who was sentenced?" "Indeed," Song Weiyang continued, weaving a tale, "I have been influenced by my father's teachings since childhood. Learning corporate management techniques and perusing numerous specialized books he brought back from abroad." "Ah, it makes sense. Like father, like son," Zhang Xiahong expressed his admiration. "Is your father truly that impressive?" Chen Tao inquired. "Extremely so," Zhang Xiahong confirmed. "His winery began distributing to our county 2 years ago. And last year he was recognized as one of the top 10 township entrepreneurs in the province." Song Weiyang added, "The reason I resorted to deception is that our winery was confiscated, and our canning factory is burdened with millions in debt." Zhang Xiahong expressed sympathy. "It must be quite challenging for you, risking so much at such a young age. If my son grows up to possess even a fraction of your capabilities, I would awaken with a smile in my sleep." "That sounds rather awkward," Song Weiyang chuckled. "Nevertheless, it is the essence of the matter," Zhang Xiahong replied. Song Weiyang suddenly ceased his laughter and stated, "So, if you are willing to join me, we shall continue this scheme." Chen Tao, confused, questioned, "But did we not agree to cease the deception?" Song Weiyang clarified, "My funds must remain concealed. We need a plausible narrative. Thus, I propose this plan. Our canning factory has received an international gold award, attracting you, Brother Zheng, a prominent investor, while Sister Tao serves as your secretary. This way, the source of our funds appears legitimate, and we can utilize the international accolade for promotion, thereby pacifying our creditors." "What shall we do then?" Zhang Xiahong inquired. Song Weiyang replied, "From now on, we shall conduct our business with utmost seriousness. You and Sister Tao can invest in the canning factory. The shares will certainly not be substantial, yet you may publicly declare yourself as the major shareholder. As for you, you will genuinely assume the role of the boss, engaging with the government and distributors. Sister Tao will temporarily serve as your secretary, gradually learning the intricacies of business. What do you think? No objections. Zheng Xiaohong and Chen Tao both expressed their contentment. If your family were burdened with several million in debt, while you possessed only 1 million, what course of action would you pursue? Song Weiyang's decision was to first spend hundreds of thousands on a luxury vehicle. Frequently, a single dollar can thwart even the most valiant hero. However, more often than not, if you are indeed a genuine hero, money becomes a trivial concern. The facade must remain intact. For a conglomerate indebted by hundreds of billions, as long as the appearance is maintained, public confidence remains stable, and creditors are less likely to cause trouble. Once the facade crumbles, trust dissipates, creditors swarm in, and the financial chain collapses instantaneously. Thus, to instill confidence in fruit farmers, workers, banks, distributors, and partner enterprises, Song Weiyang must procure a car for Lao Zheng, specifically, a luxury vehicle, one unseen in the entire city of Romping, befitting the stature of a major entrepreneur. When the car is unveiled, no words will be necessary. Creditors will naturally find solace. In this era, there are hardly any 4S dealerships domestically, and purchasing luxury vehicles largely relies on imports. By casually inquiring at the port in Shenzhen, one could uncover numerous luxury car importers. However, Song Weiyang and his associates were hesitant to return, and even if they bought a car in Shenzhen, they could not cross the border without a pass. To acquire a luxury vehicle, their only option was to explore the automotive malls or trading companies in Huadu. After some investigation, Song Weiyang chose a well-known trading company, ensuring they would not fall victim to deception. The three of them polished their appearances and engaged in a role-playing exercise. Zheng Xiaohong as the boss, Chen Tao as the secretary, and Song Weiyang as the driver. Zheng Xiaohong, with a prominent belly and an air of superiority, surveyed the company estate corps, demanding, "Bring me someone who can converse." The receptionist, unwilling to appear negligent, promptly smiled and asked, "What business may I assist you with, sir?" Song Weiyang, feigning authority, declared, "Our boss wishes to purchase an imported vehicle, the more expensive, the better." Upon hearing that a significant client had arrived, the receptionist quickly replied, "Please hold on. I will make a phone call." Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s emerged with a warm smile, inviting them inside. Companies in the early 1990s were quite extraordinary. While small firms might only have a single desk, larger companies often left one in a state of confusion regarding their primary operations. Take Wangshu 2S Bank as an example, which by this time had 55 subsidiaries and joint ventures spread across 12 cities, engaging in real estate, trade, beverages, electronics, building materials, and entertainment. If it was profitable, they pursued it, even venturing into power supply services. Meanwhile, the young entrepreneurial idol, Mr. Shi Yuzhu, had veered far from his original path. Initially operating in the high-tech computer sector, he found himself immersed in the health products market, now advancing into real estate. As for the company's long-term vision, apologies, none existed. For in the eyes of the astute, the 1990s in China were a veritable treasure trove. Once one opportunity was exhausted, another would be seized, and in the end, one could forget entirely what their original business was. In the words of Wang Shurtu, at that time, 95 of the companies within the special economic zones were diversifying their operations. At this moment, Song Weiyang sought out a trading company in Huadu, primarily engaged in the import of special steel materials. Upon learning that a client was interested in purchasing a vehicle, they eagerly ushered them inside to discuss business, revealing their willingness to engage in illicit projects without a hint of discretion. "What kind of car does the boss desire?" The client reception manager promptly presented a stack of luxurious car photographs, boasting of options such as the Tiger Head Benz, Crown, Duke, Audi, and more. "Whatever you wish. As long as the down payment is made, delivery can be arranged within 3 days, and we will even provide complimentary photos in Huadu. If there was a vehicle not depicted in the photographs, simply mention the brand and model, and they guaranteed it would be imported from abroad within 3 months. Zheng Xiaohong flipped through the images of luxury cars and immediately set her sights on a target, the Tiger Head Benz. It bore a powerful name and an equally imposing appearance. "The boss has an impeccable eye," the client reception manager remarked. "This Tiger Head Benz is an S-Class Mercedes, a rarity domestically, and would undoubtedly command respect on the roads. What is the price?" Zheng Xiaohong inquired. "The price is equally impressive," the manager replied, 1 million, with all necessary paperwork included. If you forego the paperwork and license, it can be obtained for 1.05 million. Zheng Xiaohong was taken aback by the price, feigning nonchalance as she asked Song Weiyang, "What do you think?" "It's too ostentatious," It's not aesthetically pleasing. Song Weiyang shook his head, implying the true reason was the cost. Then please select a model for me. Zheng Xiaohong nestled into the sofa, sipping tea. Song Weiyang chose a white Duke. This car is splendid. It's understated, elegant, and possesses a certain charm. Zheng Xiaohong nodded. Very well. I trust your judgment. The client reception manager immediately interjected. This model is priced at 800,000 with complete documentation. That's excessively pricey, Song Weiyang countered. The manager replied with a smile. This is a world-renowned vehicle, imported from abroad. The tariffs and shipping fees are substantial. What nonsense about tariffs? Today, 99% of luxury cars in the country are smuggled, Song Weiyang retorted. He continued, according to statistics from 1994, the annual sales volume of foreign color televisions in the domestic market reached 5 million units, while only 550,000 were imported through legitimate trade channels. Zhang, 800,000 is truly exorbitant, he insisted. I have connections in the special economic zone. I can at least negotiate a reduction of 300,000. Then let us visit the special zone. Zheng Xiaohong promptly stood up. The client reception manager quickly intervened. Boss, it is absolutely impossible to purchase the Duke for 500,000. If you are genuinely interested, the firm price is 700,000. Zheng Xiaohong smiled. I will first see what the special zone has to offer. The manager insisted. 600,000. If you agree, we finalize the purchase. If not, I shall not impede you. To be frank, our acquisition cost is 500,000. The company needs to profit, I need a commission, and I must also spend to smooth over connections. 600,000 is already the lowest price in the province. Although Song Weiyang was skeptical of such claims, he recognized they had reached the limit. He nodded. Zheng, this is roughly the price. Very well, I will return in 3 days to collect the vehicle. When processing the paperwork, remember to register the car under Xiao Song's name. Zheng Xiaohong said with a cheerful smile. You understand. I understand, came the reply. The client reception manager, in a moment of assumption, presumed that Zheng Xiaohong was the CEO of a certain state-owned enterprise. Such occurrences are far from uncommon. Utilizing public funds to purchase a vehicle, registering it under the driver's name, and when mishaps arise, having the driver take the blame is a familiar scenario. 3 days later, a white Nissan Duke, adorned with a Guangdong license plate, sped westward. The license plate was of the 86 style, with all domestic vehicles featuring a green background, eschewing the use of letters A, B, C, or D for regional identification in favor of Arabic numerals such as 01, 02, 03, and so forth. Song Weiyang had specifically invested an additional 50,000 yuan to acquire the plate number Guangdong 01, 66666, ensuring that it turned heads on the road. In truth, in this day and age, one could drive a car without a license plate or even a driver's license. The more luxurious the vehicle, the less likely it was to be scrutinized. There were even those who drove for over a decade without a license, a plate, or proof of purchase, encountering no repercussions whatsoever. Zheng Xiaohong sat in the back seat, playfully touching the leather upholstery and exclaiming, "This car is wonderful, genuine leather, and it even has air conditioning. It's just fine for now. We'll upgrade to something better later," replied Song Weiyang with a smile. It was not an act of pretentiousness on Song Weiyang's part. This 600,000 yuan Duke would merely qualify as an entry-level B-class vehicle in 20 years. However, one remarkable feature was that the air conditioning fan blades could oscillate on their own, producing a remarkably comfortable breeze. Chen Tao, admiring the dashboard decorations, expressed enviously, "When I have the means, I shall buy one for myself." Zheng Xiaohong remarked, "By sticking with Brother Song, we will inevitably have our own vehicles in due time." The trio continued their light-hearted banter, and before long, they encountered a toll station. This was the genuine article, toll fees. A few large stones blocked the national highway, and 7 or 8 villagers squatted nearby, immediately surrounding any vehicle that passed. Their demands were modest, depending on the vehicle's condition. Even Song Weiyang's luxury car only yielded 100 yuan. The journey from Guangdong back to Xikang had cost Song Weiyang over 2,000 yuan just in tolls, enough to cover several round trips by train. In the province of Sichuan, Mengping County, Yao Zuolan has recently been engulfed in despair. Her husband, forsaking his position as deputy director, has taken a substantial portion of their savings to venture into the special economic zone. The neighbors mock her, and her colleagues at work find amusement in her plight. Her husband has become infamous as a lunatic and a fool. in this remote and backward small county in southwest China. The notion of engaging in business is far beyond the grasp of the locals. Even the town's children, if academically gifted, are urged by their parents to pursue vocational education. Some, despite being promising candidates for prestigious universities, are relegated to completing vocational training and subsequently assigned to factories as mere workers, blending into the crowd. As for high school, it is merely a desperate option for those unable to gain admission to vocational schools. University, prior to the expansion of enrollment, was an arduous endeavor, akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst a sea of competition. One afternoon, Yao Zuelan sat listlessly at the county grain station, cursing her husband 1,000 times. Suddenly, Shaolin, a newcomer to the grain station, rushed in, exclaiming, "Sister Zuelan, something terrible has happened." "What now?" Yao Zuelan replied impatiently. Shaolin informed her. "A few police officers have arrived outside, and they want to arrest you." Panic seized Yao Zuelan as she pondered. Could it be that old Zheng has done something wrong in the special zone and the police have traced it back here? Shaolin urged her, "You should flee. Having a second child is not a big deal. Just hide for a while." Yao Zuelan, bemused, responded, "I am not pregnant with a second child." "Then why would the police want to arrest you?" Shaolin asked, puzzled. "Even if I were expecting, the police shouldn't be coming after me," Yao Zuelan asserted as she stood to leave. Before she could exit the room, the police had entered, their demeanor grave. "Who is Yao Zuelan?" one officer inquired. "I am," she answered, raising her hand. The officer produced a remittance slip, his expression darkening as he stated, "We have received a report from the public about a remittance of over 600,000 yuan sent to the county committee's mailroom, and the recipient is you. Confess honestly, what illegal activities have you been involved in? Have you been acting as a spy, betraying national interests?" "Over 600,000? Yao Zuelan was utterly bewildered. "Come with us," the police commanded, flanking her on either side. Yao Zuelan, not significantly less robust than her husband, swiftly broke free from the officer's grasp, exclaiming, "This is a grave injustice. I am not a spy. I work tirelessly at the grain station and have never sold state grain to imperialists. Have you made a mistake?" "We have not erred," the officer replied. "The remittance slip was sent from the special zone, and it bears your name." The mention of the special zone jolted Yao Zuelan, filling her with joy. This had to be related to old Zhang. He must have found success. "Clarify this," the officer demanded sternly. Yao Zuelan elaborated. "My husband is the deputy director of the county sports committee. He answered the central government's call, actively contributing to the construction of the socialist economy, and has gone to the deep city to engage in business. The money was sent back by my husband. He has prospered in the special zone. Truly, as a couple, they articulate official discourse with remarkable finesse. As for the sports committee, it is essentially the sports bureau. The nomenclature varies across regions, though it is predominantly referred to as the sports committee. Following 1998, it was uniformly designated as the sports bureau. Is the wealth amassed from business endeavors? The public security officials remain somewhat uncertain. A sum exceeding 600,000 is not particularly substantial for corporate entities, yet for personal remittances, it marks an unprecedented occurrence in Mengping County. Moreover, Zheng Xiahong resides in the cadre building of the county committee, rendering his status even more sensitive. Upon receiving the remittance notice at the mailroom, the immediate reaction was not envy, but rather a swift decision to report to the authorities. Mid-level officials in a struggling county could hardly amass such wealth. It could only be money earned through dubious means. Zheng Xiahong remains oblivious to the fact that his wife has been restricted from leaving the county and must report daily to the local police station. The narrow and dilapidated streets are even more backward than Song Weiyang's hometown, Romping City. The White Duke car glimmers like a firefly in the night, captivating the attention of countless passers-by along the way. Zheng Xiahong must return, not only to reassure his wife, but also to secure funds. He intends to invest 300,000 in the canning factory. One can only lament that remittances across regions have become exceedingly cumbersome. It is nearly impossible to conceal such transactions, and soon the entire neighborhood would be aware. In Shanghai, there is a certain Yang Baiwan, who made his fortune through trading treasury bonds. For an extended period, he traversed between two locations by train, carrying no less than 100,000 in cash, terrified to close his eyes while sleeping. Such was the plight of small business owners in that era, as banks across different regions were not interconnected, making deposits and withdrawals a challenge. Speaking of Yang Baiwan, his experiences in the stock market are even more intriguing. This individual, having profited over $1 million from treasury bonds, invested all of it into the stock market only to find himself ensnared. After waiting a full 2 years, he finally witnessed a government intervention to stabilize the market. He threw in his remaining capital for one last gamble, and within 2 weeks, the stock prices quadrupled. At the peak of the market frenzy, he exited, using his earnings to purchase property in Shanghai. A decade later, the property he acquired for $1,300 appreciated to $7,000 per unit, leaving those who once mocked him in disbelief. Remarkably, throughout 10 consecutive years of rising property values, Weiyang refrained from selling. Yet, amidst a prolonged bear market spanning a decade, he suddenly opted to sell his property to invest in stocks, only to be ridiculed as a fool. Ironically, half a year later, a bull market emerged, and he reaped considerable profits. Driving isn't difficult, Zhang Xiahong asserts, gripping the steering wheel. Indeed, it can be mastered in a single day. Chen Tao responds from the back seat. 2 novice drivers, lacking licenses, have each covered 200 or 300 kilometers, while Song Weiyang merely needs to supervise from the passenger seat. With no need for reverse parking or parallel parking, it takes merely 10 minutes to get the hang of it, and a few more minutes to learn shifting gears. Driving is truly quite simple. As they enter the city, Song Weiyang suggests, "Let me take over." "No worries, I've got this." "You drove all night and must be exhausted," Zhang Xiahong replies, having developed a penchant for driving. Song Weiyang, too weary to contest, concedes. After all, in case of any situation, he can simply engage the handbrake, and their leisurely pace poses no danger to pedestrians. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of the county committee courtyard. Zhang Xiahong pointed inside and declared, "I have arrived home." Upon recognizing Zhang Xiahong, the gatekeeper shouted, "He has returned." 2 individuals emerged from the gatehouse, both in uniforms, representing the county's Discipline Inspection Commission and Public Security Bureau. What was happening? Zhang Xiahong looked utterly bewildered. One of the public security officers, employing deception, reprimanded Zhang Xiahong. "You have committed a transgression. Why not confess?" "Committed a transgression. Committed a transgression." The phrase echoed repeatedly. Zhang Xiahong felt a chill enveloping him, fearing that his dealings in the special zone had led to this moment, his mind swirling in confusion as he stammered, I confess." Chen Tao was equally disoriented, having lost all strength to flee, sitting idly in the car awaiting capture. "What are you doing?" Song Weiyang interjected, pushing the door open and stepping out to confront them. "Is this how you treat compatriots from Taiwan?" "What is a compatriot from Taiwan?" The officers from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission and Public Security Bureau were now the ones taken aback. Could it be that Zhang Xiahong was acting as a spy for the other side? "You are a compatriot from Taiwan?" one of the officers queried, now on high alert. "This is my Taiwan compatriot certificate." Song Weiyang presented a document, having procured various credentials before leaving the special zone. The officer, likely encountering such a certificate for the first time, scrutinized it for a considerable time without detecting any flaws, then inquired, "What is your relationship with Zhang Xiahong?" "He is my long-lost cousin," Song Weiyang replied. This was a pre-arranged script, essential for explaining the vehicle and the substantial sum Zhang Xiahong had sent home. Zhang Xiahong, regaining his composure, quickly added, "My cousin is an old soldier of the National Party. I recently met him in the special zone, and he gifted me several $100,000. Now it made sense. The officer from the Discipline Inspection Commission immediately chuckled, saying, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We welcome our Taiwanese brothers back home to visit." 10 minutes later, the entire county committee courtyard was abuzz. News spread that Zhang Xiahong had encountered overseas relatives in the special zone who had bestowed upon him a fortune, returning in a noble vehicle with his Taiwanese cousin. The envy and jealousy among the people were palpable. The secretary and county mayor abandoned their work, rushing to Zhang Xiahong's home to offer their regards. In the early 1990s, Taiwan was still quite formidable, and the prosperous days had not yet completely faded away. Much like how the Korean War catalyzed Japan's economic ascent, the Vietnam War also allowed Taiwan to reap significant profits, thereby earning its rightful place among the 4 Asian tigers. Following the 1992 Southern Tour, Taiwanese entrepreneurs wielded their wealth, investing in various factories on the mainland. This led to a misconception that Taiwan was abundantly wealthy, with rural households affording cars, and poverty had been eradicated. At least, this was the belief of the leaders in Mingping County. Zhang Xiahong introduced, "Cousin. This is County Party Secretary Liu Yonggang, and this is County Mayor Zhang Duo." "Secretary Liu, Mayor Zhang, this is my distant cousin, Song Xiaolin." Hello, Mr. Song." "It's truly a rare honor," they greeted almost in unison. "Welcome back to your hometown, Mr. Song." Secretary Liu and Mayor Zhang displayed great warmth, extending their hands simultaneously. However, Song Weiyang, uninterested, remained seated with his legs crossed, sipping tea, leaving the two leaders in an awkward situation. Chen Tao had stepped out of the script, improvising as she stood behind Song Weiyang, massaging his shoulders while coyly inquiring, "Young master, does that feel good?" "Not bad. A bit harder," he replied, eyes closed in enjoyment. The two leaders exchanged glances, and Secretary Liu asked, "Mr. Song, do you plan to return to pay respects to your ancestors? I can arrange for the United Front Work Department to accompany you throughout, and if you encounter any difficulties, please feel free to let the county committee know. We will resolve them immediately." Chen Tao transformed into a vixen, swaying her waist and rolling her eyes, teasingly saying, "Oh dear, young master's hometown is in Liangzhou. If it weren't for meeting my cousin, he wouldn't come to this wretched place." Secretary Liu faced yet another setback, feeling frustrated and unwilling to speak further. Mayor Zhang quickly interjected with a smile, "Whether it's Liangzhou or Mingping, we are all from Xikang province, all fellow townsfolk. Mr. Song, do not be misled by the seeming poverty of Mingping County. It is, in fact, rich in resources. By the way, we have some interesting attractions here. Ancient Song Dynasty architecture, inscribed by Su Shi on a stone tablet. Su Yongkang and Su Yupeng. I know, but who is Su Shi?" Song Weiyang inquired, tilting his head. Mayor Zhang, somewhat bewildered, countered, "Who are Su Yongkang and Su Yupeng? Cut it out. You don't even know these Hong Kong and Taiwan stars. And yet you dare to be a leader?" Chen Tao scoffed. Secretary Liu, Mayor Zhang. Both leaders were on the verge of exasperation, as this conversational rhythm was entirely unforeseen. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't the leaders warmly welcome Taiwanese compatriots, fostering a sense of belonging and familial ties across the strait? Zhang Xiaohong quickly pulled the leaders aside, whispering an apology. "Secretary Liu, Mayor Zhang, please don't be upset. My cousin has been pampered since childhood and is somewhat unlearned. He can't even dress himself without a female secretary by his side. By the way, is his family quite wealthy?" Secretary Liu directly inquired about the crux of the matter. "Several billion, but merely in New Taiwan dollars," Zhang Xiaohong remarked, noting that he was the youngest in his family. His uncle, who had him at over 50, spoiled him immensely as a late child. His older brothers, unconcerned about inheritance disputes, indulged him lavishly, granting him every desire. When he expressed a wish to visit the mainland, upon arriving in Guangdong province, his uncle provided him with a luxury vehicle worth over 800,000. This model was considered rather low-end, likely to be discarded after use. Had he not promised to gift it to me, I would have found it intolerable, such a waste. County Chief Zhang turned to glance enviously at Song Weiyang, lamenting, "Capitalism is indeed rife with corruption." Zhang Sehong concurred, "Quite so, it is indeed corrupt. I met my uncle merely once, and he casually handed me several 100,000, nearly giving me a fright." Secretary Liu chuckled, "Little Zhang, how should I admonish you? You should have mentioned your overseas connections sooner." Zhang Sehong grumbled, "My uncle was conscripted at 17. It's been decades. Who knew he was still alive? Since your uncle is a magnate, shouldn't he consider investing in our county?" County Chief Zhang suggested. Zhang Stehong shook his head vigorously. "My uncle is quite shrewd. He's south involved in real estate in the special zone and has no interest in our humble county." Secretary Liu inquired, "What about your young cousin?" Zhang Xiaohong replied, "He is a frivolous young master, indifferent to the family business. Even so, a few million in investment would suffice to establish a partnership," Secretary Liu proposed. County Chief Zhang eagerly encouraged, "Little Zhang, the economic development of our county rests upon your shoulders. Do not let down the party and the people's high hopes." Although the two leaders typically had a strained relationship, they found common ground upon encountering a compatriot from Taiwan. To put it plainly, Mingping County has 6 state-owned enterprises, of which 5 are in dire financial straits, and only one fertilizer factory is somewhat viable. "I shall give it a try," Zhang Xiaohong declared. "Old Zhang, I implore you." With investment prospects on the horizon, Little Zhang instantly transformed into Old Zhang. Zhang Xiaohong cheerfully settled beside Song Weiyang. "Cousin, don't you have some pocket money? Why not invest a little?" Song Weiyang shook his head repeatedly. "This trip to the mainland was funded by my father, who only exchanged 5 million RMB for me. This sum barely suffices for my expenses. How could I invest? You tell me, is my father stingy? Isn't he stingy? 5 million in pocket money." The two leaders exchanged astonished glances, their perspectives transformed. Zhang Xiaohong remarked, 5 million is ample. If it runs out, I can always ask my uncle for more." "Very well. Consider it a playful investment," Song Weiyang brazenly gestured towards Secretary Liu, that county chief. Zheng Xiaohong promptly corrected him. This is Secretary Liu. Right, Secretary Liu. Song Weiyang acknowledged. My family is in the food and beverage industry. What factories do you have available for me to invest in? Secretary Liu immediately responded with a smile. In the food and beverage sector, we have a noodle and flour factory, a soda and popsicle factory, and a canned food factory. Then let's invest in the canning factory. Song Weiyang casually remarked. Mr. Song has an excellent eye. Director Zhang flattered. Our canning factory has a 30-year history, renowned far and wide for its unique flavors. All right. Song Weiyang said to Chun Tao, Secretary Chun, you shall oversee this matter and assist me in signing the contract when the time comes. Secretary Liu interjected, Mr. Song, you must sign the contract yourself. What a hassle, Song Weiyang replied, visibly displeased. My spending money on the mainland is all deposited in Shenzhen Bank. We can discuss the contract once I bring the funds. Director Zhang, sensing an opportunity, encouraged, you can sign the contract even without the funds. Let us draft a preliminary investment intention. Fine, fine, we will sign tomorrow. No need for the incessant chatter, Song Weiyang said, irritated. This is truly not a scam. The two leaders have come to me themselves. Mengping County lies in the eastern part of the province, while Roping City is located in the southwest. Both regions are famed for their fruits. Song Weiyang's plan was straightforward. First, he would return home to put the canning factory on the right track. And once the products gained market access, he could secure a loan from the bank. He would then use that loan to acquire the canning factory in Mengping County, establishing a foothold in both the east and west to dominate the provincial market, subsequently expanding beyond the province. As long as he succeeded, even if the two leaders eventually learned the truth, they would have to accept it with a smile and treat Song Weiyang as a significant benefactor. Each party stands to gain. Why not embrace such an arrangement? Were it not for the conservative and obstinate nature of this wretched county, which forbids private enterprises from acquiring state-owned ones, Song Weiyang would not need to masquerade as a Taiwanese businessman. After finally dispatching the secretary and the county chief, other officials began to drop by one after another. With each visitor, Zheng Xiaohong found himself explaining the same story repeatedly. He had spun so many lies that he nearly convinced himself of the existence of a wealthy uncle who was a big boss. Director Chen, Director Yang, please take care. Yao Tzuelan beamed as she escorted the guests to the door, unable to contain her delight. She had never experienced such a glorious day in her life. Zheng Xiaohong collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted, muttering, at last, it's over. I need a moment to rest. Yao Tzuelan strode into the kitchen and returned with a plate of snacks, cheerfully enticing him. Cousin, you must try my delicious pork buns. You certainly can't find anything like them in Taiwan. Delicious, Song Weiyang remarked after taking a bite. I told you they were good, Yao Tzuelan replied. Cousin, do you think you could procure some imported goods, like a large foreign television? Zheng Xiaohong frowned. Why do you ask this? Director Yang is marrying off his son and wants a big TV as a showpiece, Yao Tzuelan explained. Zheng Xiaohong countered. Big televisions are readily available in the provincial capital. Why would you need overseas connections? But that's a domestic one. Director Yang specifically wants a foreign television, Yao Tzuelan whispered. He even said that if I could get the TV, he would transfer me to the county committee office. Zheng Xiaohong remarked. Are you foolish? Becoming a minor clerk at the county committee office won't yield as much benefit as your current position at the grain station. Our family isn't lacking in money now. Working at the county committee would be much more respectable, Yao Tzuelan retorted. Stay where it's comfortable. Don't burden your cousin. Zheng Xiaohong dismissed the conversation with indifference. Worried that Song Weiyang might be displeased, Yao Tzuelan quickly added. Then I'll go buy groceries and prepare dinner. What do you like to eat, cousin? Anything is fine, Song Weiyang replied. Then I shall buy a fish and 2 pounds of ribs. My braised ribs are quite delicious, Yao Tzuelan declared, grabbing her basket and strutting out with an air of superiority. Once his wife had gone out of earshot, Zheng Xiaohong remarked, Brother, don't mind her. She's just a naive girl with long hair and short insight. Your sister-in-law has a good character. She speaks her mind, Song Weiyang chuckled. Zheng Xiaohong, still apprehensive, said, I'm glad I returned with you. Otherwise, I might have been caught as a spy. I wouldn't know how to explain that large sum of money. It's not that complicated. Just say you earned it from business in the special zone. Without evidence, who would dare to truly arrest you? Song Weiyang reassured him. It certainly won't be that simple, Zheng Xiaohong replied. In his mind, Zheng Xiaohong believed he could reach home faster than the remittance slip. So he hadn't bothered to call his wife. Ultimately, he decided to continue following Song Weiyang and got delayed for a few days due to car purchases, completely forgetting that the substantial remittance slip might bring trouble. As they chatted, Shun Tao suddenly interjected, "Could my remittance slip also cause problems? Didn't you just call home?" Song Weiyang inquired. Shun Tao responded, "I sent the remittance slip to my aunt in the city and only mentioned over the phone that there was a remittance, asking her to collect it for me. Initially, I had given it little thought, but the commotion created by Brother Zheng left me feeling uncertain." Zheng Xiahong, with a reassuring smile, said, "With Brother Song by our side, we can resolve any issue together." Indeed, Shun Tao smiled sweetly in agreement. Soon, Yao Tzuelan returned with groceries. And shortly thereafter, Zheng Xiahong's son, Zhang Yong, came home from school. "Dad, you're back," Zhang Yong exclaimed, immediately noticing Chen Tao and adding, "This sister is so beautiful. How delightful." Chen Tao was overjoyed. Zheng Xiahong rummaged through her bag and tossed 2 sets of clothes to her son, saying, "Try these on." "Oh, I have new clothes to wear." Zheng Yong gleefully ran off with the garments. Throughout the entire exchange, the dashing Song Weiyang was entirely overlooked, unable to resist a jest. He quipped, "Brother, is this your biological son?" Zhang Stehong replied, "Yes, Zhang Yong is about to graduate from elementary school, tall and slim, completely unlike his parents." "Get lost." Zhang Xiahong retorted angrily, "In my youth, I was quite the handsome lad, robust rather than plump. I only gained weight after being bedridden for years due to an injury." Calm down, Song Weiyang quickly soothed, realizing it was merely a jest. That evening, as Song Weiyang indulged in the delectable sweet and sour ribs and braised fish prepared by Yao Tzuelan, he was unexpectedly visited by 2 waves of guests. It felt as though he and Chen Tao had become the subjects of a zoo exhibit, surrounded by curious onlookers who posed an array of peculiar questions. The following morning, as Song Weiyang just rose from slumber, officials from the County United Front Work Department arrived, declaring their intent to accompany the Taiwanese brothers throughout the day. Shortly thereafter, the director of the county committee office paid a visit, insisting that Song Weiyang sign an investment intention contract. The impoverished county had not established an investment promotion office. Instead, they hastily formed a small investment group, with the secretary serving as the leader, the county mayor as the deputy, and the director of the county committee office coordinating efforts, while the directors of the light industry and commerce bureaus handled specific affairs. The local leaders showed no signs of being deceived. Rather, they intended to exploit Song Weiyang to the fullest extent. In their eyes, he was merely an inexperienced fool. They believed that the money of such naive Taiwanese compatriots would be easily swindled, and it was imperative to finalize the investment intentions. For it was unlikely that any astute Taiwanese businessman would choose to invest in a small county. In the conference room of the county committee building, a circle of officials assembled: the secretary, the county mayor, the county committee office director, the commercial bureau director, the light industry bureau director, the United Front Work Department minister, and the canning factory manager, along with 2 reporters from the county newspaper. "Mr. Song, I'm not boasting, but our factory's canned goods are exceptionally delicious. During the new year, everyone rushes to buy them. Your investment is guaranteed to be a sound decision." The canning factory manager enthusiastically promoted the products, conveniently omitting any mention of the yearly losses. Secretary Liu smiled and said, "Director Deng, you will be the manager of the joint venture factory. You must ensure production is steady and safeguard the Taiwanese investment from any mishaps." Director Deng replied, "Rest assured, Secretary Liu, I guarantee I will fulfill the task." Suddenly, Song Weiyang had a change of heart. "No, I cannot sign." Secretary Liu, alarmed, responded, "Why can't you sign? I still wish to explore the mainland. Having signed this, I must return to Shenzhen to retrieve funds, which is quite a distraction from the main agenda," remarked Song Weiyang. Secretary Liu, frustrated to the point of exasperation, realized that leisure was deemed more important than investing in a factory, which was perceived as frivolous. "No worries, Mr. Song, it is merely a letter of intent," stated Director Zhang. "You may take your time to enjoy, and when you are ready, you can formally invest." "Very well, I shall sign it then." Song Weiyang swiftly inscribed his name. Aside from the character for Song, the other 2 were barely legible. The county leaders were overjoyed. This fool had finally fallen into their trap. Not only was he oblivious to the canning factory situation, but he had not even visited the premises. With this letter of intent for investment from a Taiwanese businessman, they could have the county and city newspapers report on it, thereby gaining political capital, even if the actual investment was delayed. "Come, Mr. Song, Let us take a group photo. Let's skip the photo. I am quite handsome. I fear my presence may induce feelings of inferiority in others. If the photograph is published, I worry it may drive someone to despair. Haha, mister. Song certainly knows how to jest. I am serious. The county leaders gazed at Song Weiyang's solemn expression, collectively speechless. What a peculiar character. It was as if he were deranged. Well, those with sound minds were not easily deceived. The signing ceremony resembled a farce, with one party failing to verify the collaborator's background, while the other was oblivious to the factory's actual conditions. Even the hastily drafted contract was riddled with flaws, with vague descriptions of both parties, and Song Weiyang merely scrawled a signature that resembled a child's doodle, without even affixing an official seal. Were they fooling spirits? However, Song Weiyang remained unfazed. These county leaders, eager for political achievements, would undoubtedly assist in creating a favorable atmosphere, ensuring the entire county and city were aware of the Taiwanese investment. At that point, Song Weiyang merely needed to establish a shell company in Port City, acquire his own canning factory, and return under the guise of a Taiwanese investor to fulfill the agreement. As long as he could boast grandly, he might not even need to spend a single penny. He could leverage local bank funds for a joint venture, exemplifying the adage of catching a wolf with empty hands. Even if his scheme were exposed, he would not fear, as long as the factory turned a profit. The leaders at both the city and county levels would be profoundly grateful. After all, in certain locales, to alleviate the burden of state-owned enterprise losses, entire departments had been dismantled, and dozens of companies sold off to private investors. This illustrates the extent of local governments' distress over the losses incurred by state-owned enterprises. They were not merely state-owned entities. They were countless mouths awaiting sustenance. When Song Weiyang departed from home, the rice was still a mix of green and yellow. Upon his return, it had transformed into a golden hue. Farmers, donning straw hats and coarse garments, toiled under the scorching sun in the fields. The rhythmic sound of rice grains striking the threshing barrels echoed all around. Luxurious vehicles sped along the rutted county roads, with scattered villages visible in the distance. On the walls and fences of the farmers' homes, hastily painted messages proclaimed various slogans, the majority of which were absurd advertisements for pig feed promising a twofold increase in meat yield, simplistic and exaggerated. There were also slogans from local governments, warning against arson and severe punishments. The most imposing scene was undoubtedly that of a single person giving birth to a child, while the entire village opted for sterilization, leaving Song Weiyang feeling a chill beneath him. Driving isn't difficult at all, Zhang Xiahong asserted, gripping the steering wheel. Indeed, it only takes a day to master, chuckled Chun Tao from the back seat. Two novice drivers, both without licenses, had already traversed 200 to 300 kilometers, while Song Weiyang merely needed to sit in the passenger seat and oversee their efforts. There was no reversing into a parking space, no parallel parking. Within a mere 10 minutes, one could grasp the basics, and in another 10, learn to shift gears. Driving was truly a simple endeavor. Now that we're in the city, let me take the wheel, Song Weiyang suggested. No need, I can handle it. You drove all night and must be exhausted, Zhang Xiahong replied. Clearly addicted to the thrill of driving, Song Weiyang, too weary to contest, figured that should any situation arise, he could simply pull the handbrake. At this leisurely pace, there was little risk of colliding with pedestrians. Following Zhang Xiahong's guidance, they soon arrived at the workers' residential complex. To the south lay a large expanse of old-style tenement buildings, inhabited by the factory's ordinary workers, while to the north stood a modern structure, home to the factory's management, comprising several state-owned enterprises overseen by Song Shumin. When it came to the intricacies of social relations, it must be said that Song Shumin navigated them with remarkable steadiness, considering all aspects. Unfortunately, there were still those who rebelled. The former secretary of the state-owned winery, now entirely sidelined, had been promised a 3 stake. This was already quite generous, as Song Shumin himself held merely 30, and none of his entrepreneurial peers exceeded 8. The total management share amounted to just 49, the maximum permissible for a joint venture, as any more would not be sanctioned by local government. This starkly illustrated the disparity between inland and coastal regions. While coastal cities dared to sell their state-owned enterprises en masse, remote inland areas hesitated to allow foreign entities absolute control. To Song Shumin's astonishment, the winery's secretary was dissatisfied, demanding 15. After much negotiation, Song Shumin conceded to offer 5. The secretary feigned agreement, only to later draft a letter of complaint to the provincial authorities. It was unclear how he had leveraged connections, But as soon as Song Shumin was apprehended, the secretary was appointed as both secretary and factory director. He even went so far as to eliminate all opposition. In the original timeline, within just half a month of Song Shumin's sentencing, the Song family was compelled to vacate the workers' housing. Wow, whose car is that? Quite stylish. It must cost over 100,000, someone remarked. Even a Santana would run that much. This car is far more attractive. Isn't that the second son of the Song family? Another exclaimed. Indeed, there's bound to be a spectacle. Alas, if only Director Song could return. The current Secretary Zhong is utterly incompetent. Keep your voice down. You might find yourself out of a job. As the car approached the entrance of the residential complex, someone recognized Song Weiyang. They observed from a distance. Hesitant to approach for fear of incurring Secretary Zhong's wrath and risking their own positions. The complex lacked security personnel, and there were no barriers to halt vehicles. Yet a small reception room was situated at the entrance. Uncle, here you go, Song Weiyang called out, rolling down the window and tossing a pack of cigarettes to the elderly attendant at the reception. The elderly gentleman, Lu Changsheng, had lived alone for many years, childless and bereft of family. In the past, during Song Shumin's tenure as a rural youth, Lu Changsheng had offered substantial assistance. As time passed and Song Shumin prospered, Lu Changsheng acquired an urban household registration and was invited to oversee the reception room at a workers' community. However, it was not long before he faced dismissal, and his household registration would be reverted to the countryside for agricultural toil. Upon encountering Song Weiyang, Lu Changsheng's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, Weiyang, where have you been? Your mother has been deeply worried. Oh, I was just out for a few days, Song Weiyang replied. I called my uncle. Uncertain whether his family would be forcibly relocated from the workers' community, as had happened in the previous generation. Song Weiyang opted to transfer funds directly to his honest and reliable uncle. He also requested his uncle to inform his mother and elder brother of his imminent return, assuring them that the issues with the canning factory had been resolved. A mere 100,000 was sent to instill confidence in his mother and brother. The remaining funds, amounting to 650,000, were earmarked for purchasing a vehicle and its license, while over 300,000 was allocated to revitalize the canning factory, which Song Weiyang intended to transport himself. He feared that if he transferred all the money home, his mother and brother would use it to settle debts, rendering his efforts futile. Lu Changsheng inquired, Are these two on the car friends of your father? They are investors I lured to support the canning factory, Song Weiyang replied. Then the factory might indeed be saved. Lu Changsheng initially rejoiced, but then became anxious. You must hurry to the municipal committee. There's trouble at the canning factory. What kind of trouble? Song Weiyang asked. Lu Changsheng explained. Your mother has made the factory's bankruptcy public, and I don't know who leaked the information. Now, hundreds of workers and creditors are blocking the entrance to the municipal committee, carrying banners and placards demanding that the factory not be allowed to go bankrupt. Old Zheng turned the vehicle around, heading to the municipal committee. Alas, Song Weiyang lamented. Though I sent 10,000 yuan home to reassure them and instructed my uncle to adamantly avoid filing for bankruptcy, my mother and brother still doubt my capacity to save the canning factory. The winery and workers' community were situated on the outskirts of the city. Zhang Xiaohong drove with fervor, and remarkably, no mishaps occurred, suggesting that the road conditions were exceptionally accommodating for novice drivers. Upon arrival at the municipal committee, they found over 200 individuals protesting. Evidently, the entire workforce of the canning factory. Originally a municipal enterprise with a modest scale, the canning factory suffered from an exceedingly bloated personnel structure. With numerous relatives and acquaintances filling positions, along with the annual influx of vocational school graduates, the workforce once peaked at over 500, of which at least two-thirds were unproductive. Why do state-owned enterprises incur losses? A significant reason lies in this very issue. When Song's elder brother took charge of the canning factory, he promptly relocated 350 workers to other companies, all under their father's management. The remaining nearly 200 workers found themselves in a peculiar predicament. While they were classified as state-owned, they worked in private enterprises, receiving wages that were first paid by the factory to the government, which then disbursed them to the workers. Unfortunately, the romping municipal government prohibited the buyout of years of service, and the workers were reluctant to relinquish their stable positions, resulting in this unusual arrangement. The canning factory belongs to all the workers. It cannot simply be shut down at the whim of the capitalists. We demand the resumption of production, the protection of our homes, and the restitution of our hard-earned wages. The creditors merely observe, while the workers shout the loudest. Song Weiyang's mother and elder brother are absent from the scene, and the leadership has not made an appearance. Only a few police officers are present to maintain order and prevent the workers from storming the municipal party committee. Clear the way, Song Weiyang shouted as he stepped out of the car. The workers and creditors instinctively parted to make way for the luxury vehicle. Suddenly, someone recognized Song Weiyang. He's the second son of the Song family. I saw him at the courthouse. Instantly, dozens of individuals surrounded him, demanding ominously, "Return the money. And hurry, let your brother come out to repay us." Another worker exclaimed, "We can forego our wages for now, but we cannot allow the canning factory to go bankrupt. Wages must be paid, and the factory must continue to operate." Another worker retorted. Song Weiyang replied with a smile, "My friends, the canning factory is no longer a state-owned enterprise. It has become a private entity. Whether it goes bankrupt or not is determined by the owner and the government. Even if it were to fail, your positions would still be classified as state employees, and the government will make alternative arrangements. Enough with the idle chatter. I have worked at the canning factory for nearly 20 years. I am a child of the factory in life and a ghost of the factory in death. Anyone who dares to let the canning factory fail will face my wrath. I had warned that the factory should not be sold. No capitalist harbors good intentions. Director Song is inside. Let us rush in and bring him out." The police, frightened, hurriedly shouted, "Do not act impulsively. Storming the municipal party committee will lead to imprisonment. Call the leaders out." "Yes, summon Director Song and his mother as well." Song Weiyang exchanged a glance with Zheng Xiaohong, who promptly exited the vehicle and, in broken Cantonese Mandarin, yelled, "Do not act rashly, do not act rashly. Listen to me, I am the big boss from Xiangang. And I am here to distribute the roosters, What did he say? It seems he is saying we will be paid. A Hong Kong businessman. The arrival of the Hong Kong businessman means the canning factory is saved. The secretary of Rongping City, Fan Zhengyang, is a local figure who began his career as a village captain during the early days of reform and opening up. His proactive response to the central and provincial government's call for household contract responsibility caught the attention of a provincial official who visited incognito, propelling him onto a rapid ascent in his political career. The narrative unfolds almost like a scene from a television drama. The support garnered by the Song family's production of white liquor was facilitated through connections with Fan Zhengyang. However, when Song Shumin was apprehended, Fan Zhengyang quickly distanced himself. Fully aware of the murky depths of the situation, hearing slogans echoing from outside, he remarked, "Xiaoguo, the workers are reacting too strongly. It seems the canning factory cannot declare bankruptcy just yet." "Why can't it declare bankruptcy? The canning factory is a private enterprise. The state permits bankruptcy," Guo Xiaolan retorted. "You must also understand the city's predicament," Fan Zhengyang replied. "Moreover, while the state has only recently allowed private enterprises to declare bankruptcy, the approval lies with the city. In Xikang province, we have yet to witness a single private enterprise go bankrupt. Rongping City cannot be the first to set this precedent." Guo Xiaolan, brimming with frustration, countered. "Secretary Fan, when you were a village captain who dared to initiate household contract responsibility, it was you who, against all opposition and risking imprisonment, led us farmers towards prosperity. Back then, you were willing to stake your life. Why do you hesitate to take a stand now?" "That is a different matter," Fan Zhengyang replied. "I am not saying bankruptcy is forbidden. I am merely stating it cannot happen at this moment. The workers are too agitated. We need to first calm them down. It would not be too late to declare bankruptcy once the situation stabilizes." Suddenly, Song Qiji interjected, "Uncle Fan, the canning factory employs 208 workers, and we have to pay over 50,000 yuan in wages each month. We cannot sustain this." This urgency from Guo Xiaolan and Song Qiji to declare bankruptcy stemmed from the fact that the 100,000 yuan sent back by Song Weiyang was insufficient to cover even 2 months' wages. With the nationwide canning industry in decline, devoid of any prospects for recovery, their skepticism towards Song Weiyang was entirely understandable. Fan Zhengyang seemed disinclined to engage in further discussion, stating directly, "If you can persuade all the workers at the city committee's entrance to leave within an hour, I will immediately approve your bankruptcy application." Guo Xiaolan and Song Qiji were left speechless. They had just attempted to persuade the workers and had nearly been beaten for it, retreating in fright to Fan Zhengyang's office. It was utterly unreasonable. The canning factory was a private enterprise owned by the Song family, yet the workers were employed under state enterprise contracts. The Song family was paying wages to support these workers, yet they were denied the ability to declare bankruptcy and were forced to continue meeting payroll. Even invoking the bankruptcy law was futile, as in the initial years of its implementation, private enterprises were outright prohibited from declaring bankruptcy. Though the law had been reinterpreted in recent years to finally allow for such actions, it remained at the discretion of local governments to heed this change. Aligning with central policy. Fan Jingyang's choices were, therefore, entirely justifiable. Once again, we find ourselves in an absurd era, rife with dark humor at every turn. Fan Jingyang suddenly spoke earnestly. Xiaoguo, I have watched you grow up. How could I truly harm you? Rest assured, as long as the workers are properly appeased, I shall immediately agree to the bankruptcy of the canning factory. Song Qiji replied, Uncle Fan, the workers at the canning factory are all state-owned enterprise staff. I believe we can arrange for them to be transferred to other state enterprises. Fan Jingyang, feeling troubled, responded, Well, I have already initiated arrangements. But you know how difficult it is for enterprises in the city at present. While the factory directors agree to accept the workers, they insist on government funding up front. Where can the government find such resources? Guo Xiaolan, overwhelmed and disheartened, said, Secretary Fan, pardon my intrusion. I shall return and think of a solution. Originally an ordinary village girl, Guo Xiaolan had quietly pursued knowledge and culture while in a relationship with the educated youth, Song Shumin. When the college entrance examinations were reinstated, the couple studied together but ultimately both failed to gain admission. Song Qiji was accepted, yet his political background check did not pass. When Song Shumin established a brewing workshop, Guo Xiaolan took charge of finances, and together they ventured into business and sales, eventually assisting Song Shumin in managing several state enterprises. In terms of insight and capability, Guo Xiaolan had far surpassed the average individual, meriting the title of businesswoman. However, the situation she now faced evidently exceeded her capabilities. After all, she was not a time traveler, nor a prodigy of her era. Fan Jingyang offered, Allow me to escort you out. Let us use the back door of the municipal committee to avoid encountering the workers. Thank you. Guo Xiaolan could only nod in agreement. The personal escort from the city secretary was a significant gesture, preserving some semblance of their past neighborly ties. Fan Jingyang had never harmed the Song family. In fact, he had extended considerable assistance. Yet now that the Song family faced adversity, he wished to avoid entanglement, especially not to incite the workers' anger. As he was nearing retirement age and could not afford any missteps. Before the trio could leave the secretary's office, the secretary rushed in, beaming with excitement, exclaiming, Secretary, good news, splendid news. What good news? You are so flustered that you forgot to knock. Fan Jingyang replied, displeased. The secretary, out of breath, continued, outside. There are investors from Hong Kong. Fan Jingyang's expression swiftly shifted from cloudy to sunny, inquiring, Are they truly investors from Hong Kong? The secretary affirmed. They are investors brought by Song Weiyang, and they arrived in a Duke car. That vehicle costs hundreds of thousands. Ordinary individuals cannot afford it, so it must be legitimate. Guo Xiaolan quickly verified, Is my son truly at the municipal committee entrance? Sister Guo, I did not missee. Your son is indeed there, the secretary confirmed. Song Qiji pondered. Could it be that my younger brother's words on the phone were true? Guo Xiaolan did not respond. She remained composed, considering more deeply. Given the current state of China's canned goods market, even with investment from Hong Kong, the products would struggle to sell, ultimately reverting to their original predicament. If there were no profits to be made, the Hong Kong investors would certainly withdraw, leaving the Song family unable to recover. Nonetheless, having a solution for the immediate crisis was a relief. At least there was no need for excessive worry at this moment. Fan Jingyang, brimming with joy, instructed his secretary. I shall personally greet the Hong Kong merchants. Please ensure the room is tidied and prepare my tin of Tiguanyin for hospitality. Additionally, arrange for the most attentive staff to accommodate our guests and enlist a chef skilled in Cantonese cuisine. Rest assured, Secretary Fan, I will attend to it immediately. The secretary replied, hastily departing. With a broad smile, Fan Jingyang remarked, Xiaoguo, your son is truly remarkable. A tiger begets no dog. He returns with a Hong Kong merchant, making a significant contribution to the investment attraction of Romping City. Oh, you flatter me, Secretary Fan, Guo Xiaolan replied, equally pleased. For what mother does not wish for her son to achieve greatness? The trio swiftly arrived at the entrance of the municipal party committee, where they observed the workers' spirits were now stabilized, while the creditors quietly gathered nearby. Song Weiyang, brandishing a trophy, climbed atop the car's hood and proclaimed, Do you see this? This trophy. Last month, Manila, the capital of the Philippines, hosted an Asian food exhibition. I sent our factory's canned goods to the special zone, entrusted to a friend of my father in Hong Kong to exhibit in Manila, and we received the Gold Award for canned products. This boss Zheng, who is in the canned goods business, was present and immediately decided to invest in our factory. Zheng Xiahong gave a thumbs up, chuckling as he exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. Our canned goods are exceptional, and I am certain about investing." Song Weiyang, with vigor, raised his arms, declaring, "Workers, fear not. The canned factory is saved. Boss Zheng has pledged an initial investment of 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and if sales proceed smoothly, an additional 50 million Hong Kong dollars will follow. Your wages will be disbursed shortly." Without waiting for the workers' reactions, Zheng Xiahong continued, 50 million is but a small investment. I shall ensure it exceeds 100 million. Did he just say 100 million? Is Hong Kong dollar more valuable than the US dollar? They are roughly equivalent. Surely the US dollar holds greater value. America is the strongest. Our canned goods aren't that delectable, are they, to win an international gold medal? The cans I personally crafted are indeed delicious. Could he be a fraud? Would a fraud drive such a fine car? That's true. I heard that the Crown is the best sedan. Is this car a Crown? You must not have seen Hong Kong films. The Benz is the finest vehicle. You're always glued to the video hall, aren't you? Watching those adult films every day. The workers, once filled with anger, now found themselves joking. With the investment from the Hong Kong merchants, the prospects of regular salary payments seemed bright, and the revival of the canned factory appeared imminent. The creditors, too, chuckled with glee, as they would finally reclaim their dues. However, observing Song Weiyang's performance, Gui Xiaolan felt her heart sink. Instinctively, she sensed her son was deceiving them. His smile mirrored that of Song Shumin when he was being dishonest. The father and son duo are nothing but scoundrels, selling people and then expecting assistance in counting their ill-gotten gains. Xiaogua, we should join them, Fan Jingyang suggested. Gui Xiaolan chuckled. I never expected Yang to truly accomplish something significant. He is indeed his father's son. The last few words were uttered through gritted teeth. Comrades, I am Fan Jingyang. I am already aware of the situation regarding the canning factory, he proclaimed with confidence. I can assure you, under my authority, the factory will not face bankruptcy. Your wages will be disbursed shortly. The government will not neglect you. For now, you may return home, and before work resumes at the factory, please ensure the machinery is cleaned. The lives of the workers will improve in the future. Fan Jingyang personally addressed the gathering of workers at the municipal committee entrance, persuading them to disperse. Yang, Fan Jingyang said with a smile, why not make an introduction? Song Weiyang replied, this is Mr. Zheng Yuhong, the third son of the Zheng family from Port City. The Zheng family operates in multiple sectors including hotels, shipping, food, and real estate, with Mr. Zheng primarily overseeing the food division. Mr. Zheng, this is Secretary Fan Jingyang from Romping City. Fan Jingyang stepped forward, warmly shaking hands. Ah, what a rare guest. Welcome, Mr. Zheng, to our humble abode. Zheng Xiahong responded with a grin. Hello indeed. Fan Jingyang exclaimed. Your Mandarin is truly commendable. Zheng Xiahong laughed heartily. Oh, please, no need to flatter me. Mr. Zheng is too modest. Fan Jingyang continued, turning to Chen Tao. And who might this young lady be? Song Weiyang quickly interjected. This is Mr. Zheng's secretary, Miss Chen Mingxi. Hello, Miss Chen. Greetings, Secretary Fan. Mr. Zheng, Miss Chen, shall we proceed inside to discuss matters? At the municipal committee's dedicated reception room, Fan Jingyang personally brewed tea for Zheng Xiahong, cheerfully stating, please try this authentic Anqi Tiguanyin. I brought it back from my recent visit to Fujian for research. Zheng Xiahong pretended to savor it, almost burning his tongue, and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, excellent. Fan Jingyang remarked, actually, our Romping City also produces tea, known as Jingshan Yunwu, which is quite famous throughout the province. Zheng Xiahong responded, then I must acquire some. Fan Jingyang sighed, saying, alas, in these times, even fine wine fears the depth of the alley. Our local tea and peaches have centuries of history, yet they struggle to find buyers. People prefer Tiguanyin, Longjing, Dahong Pao, and exotic fruits, showing little interest in our local specialties. That's just how it is. One must promote them, Zheng Xiahong suggested. Fan Jingyang replied, with Mr. Zheng's investment, our romping products will no longer worry about sales. We are grateful for your timely assistance. Zheng Xiahong chuckled. It seems fortune is on the horizon. Upon hearing that Zheng Xiahong did not oppose, Fan Jingyang immediately remarked, in fact, our tea factory in Romping City is also worthy of investment. How about I take Mr. Zheng for an inspection another day? Zhang Xiahong waved his hand and replied, As for me personally, I am focused on the canning factory. Very well, let us discuss the canning factory then, Fan Jingyang eagerly responded. Suddenly, Gui Xiaolan interjected. Is the canning factory a private enterprise? Let us discuss it with Boss Zheng. In truth, Gui Xiaolan wished to ascertain the situation before deciding on the next course of action. However, Fan Jingyang mistakenly believed that Gui Xiaolan sought to bypass the government and hastily exclaimed, Although the canning factory is privately owned, the workers are from state-owned enterprises, and the government ought to be involved throughout the process. Song Weiyang chuckled. Mother, this business involves Hong Kong capital. The municipal government should certainly take an interest. Indeed, Yang Yang speaks quite sensibly, Fan Jingyang agreed with a smile. Yet, Song Weiyang's tone shifted. Nevertheless, the canning factory remains a private enterprise. The government should merely facilitate and address challenges, while we will negotiate the specifics ourselves. Zheng Xiahong immediately chimed in, Private intentions, the government must be cautious. The way he spoke in Cantonese grew increasingly awkward. Fortunately, Fan Jingyang had not encountered true Cantonese speakers before. The more awkward it became, the more absurd it seemed. And Fan Jingyang, suppressing his amusement, said, Our leadership in Rongping City is quite progressive and will not interfere excessively. Of course, while Mr. Zheng invests in the canning factory, he may also take the opportunity to inspect our tea factory. Previously, in joint ventures, we allowed foreign investment to hold a maximum of 49% stake. But as long as Boss Zheng is willing to invest, he could fully acquire the tea factory. This clearly indicated the dire straits of the tea factory. I will consider it. Zheng Xiahong began to respond nonchalantly. After a bit of back and forth, as mealtime approached, Fan Jingyang suddenly said, Boss Zheng, I have arranged a welcoming banquet with authentic Cantonese cuisine that will surely suit your palate. Let us postpone that for now. The discussion is pressing, Zheng Xiahong declined. Song Weiyang leaned toward Fan Jingyang and whispered, Uncle Fan, let us first discuss the matter of the canning factory when we return. Rest assured. Once the crisis at the canning factory is resolved, I will assist you in persuading the Hong Kong investors to invest in the tea factory. Fan Jingyang replied with a smile, Then I shall entrust this matter to you. We are all from the same village after all. Your family's affairs are my affairs. So rest easy. Song Weiyang winked and smiled. The group soon departed from the municipal committee, with Fan Jingyang personally escorting them downstairs. Zheng Xiahong and Chun Tao shared a vehicle, riding in a Duke. Gui Xiaolan, Song Weiyang, and Song Qizhi traveled together in a Santana. Just as Brother Song drove onto the road, Gui Xiaolan's smile abruptly faded, and she solemnly said, Yang, honestly recount what you have been up to for the past month. You can't fool me. I am your mother. Hee, there's nothing much. I just took a trip to the special zone and made some money. Song Weiyang candidly recounted the events. As he listened intently, Song Qizhi abruptly slammed on the brakes and turned to say, You've deceived over $1 million in just over a month. Was that Duke car also acquired through deceit? It's not really deceit, it's mutual benefit, replied Song Weiyang. Gui Xiaolan was at a loss, torn between feeling proud of her son and wanting to give him a thorough scolding. Yet, her predominant emotion was concern, fearing for her son's safety. With a stern expression, she remarked, Is the money from the stock market also a mutual benefit? Song Weiyang shook his head, saying, In this day and age, how many people who can trade stocks come from ordinary families? I'm not exaggerating. The exchanges are filled with gamblers, not genuine investors. They know nothing yet dare to plunge into the stock market, akin to gamblers throwing money and waiting for dice to roll. Only when they're battered and bruised do they realize it's time to stop. Do you have any justification? Gui Xiaolan retorted. Are that Boss Zheng and Miss Chen also involved in your scams? Song Weiyang nodded. Yes, they are my partners, acquaintances from the train. I'm now their leader. Gui Xiaolan held her forehead in disbelief, recalling her husband. That scoundrel, who seemed frail, had become the leader of all the educated youths in just half a month, leading the village youth astray, even making them willingly steal their own chickens to feed him. When the province issued directives to implement the responsibility system for contracted production, the entire commune hesitated due to unclear directions. Why did Fan Jingyang dare to respond to the policy? It was because he was misled by Song Shumin. This fellow even impersonated a city reporter, writing reform articles sent to the province, immediately catching the attention of the provincial elite, establishing Fan Jingyang as a model for grassroots contracted production. Fan Jingyang's rise was entirely due to Song Shumin's support. The expansion of the Song family's winery was also thanks to Fan Jingyang's assistance. Despite appearing cold-hearted, Fan Zhengyang had contributed significantly behind the scenes. Otherwise, Song Shumin would not have merely received an 8.5-year sentence. As for the canning factory, Fan Zhengyang was also in a bind. He had numerous conflicts with the newly appointed mayor and could not afford to be caught in a scandal due to worker unrest. 17-year-old Song Weiyang was a mirror image of his father at that age. Guo Xiaolan thought, previously, her son had behaved well, perhaps due to a lack of challenges. Now, when trouble arose at home, he stood up just like his father. How do you plan to deceive in the city? Guo Xiaolan asked directly. Song Weiyang replied, I've sent home 100,000, spent over 600,000 on a car, and still have over 300,000 in hand. Old Zheng and Chun Tao together have around 800,000, and they've sent it back home without bringing it here. This amount is certainly insufficient. Relying on deceit will eventually be exposed. Thus, the immediate priority is to rescue the canning factory from its predicament and sell our products. If they don't sell, Song Qiji interjected. This is not like those beverage factories you deceived. The beverage market has always been thriving, albeit fiercely competitive. With your fabricated awards for advertising, it will instantly attract the public's interest. However, the canned goods market presents a stark contrast. Overall sales are languishing, and the general populace has lost interest in purchasing canned food. Even if the President of the United States were to personally award trophies, it would not entice them to buy, as the demand simply does not exist. Currently, domestically produced fruit can only find a modicum of success in the remote rural areas of H County. Securing a gold medal is less advantageous than claiming that our canned goods possess miraculous health benefits, veering towards the realm of health supplements. The Song family is not comprised of fools. While Brother Song possesses clarity of thought, he lacks the nimbleness of Song Weiyang. Why not market the canned goods as health supplements? Song Weiyang inquired. Do you think I don't want to? Song Qiji retorted. The issue lies in who would believe it. If I were to produce health supplements, I could simply fill the cans with water, which would lend greater credibility. Returning to the main topic, Song Weiyang stated, that so-called gold medal is not intended to deceive consumers. Rather, it serves to bolster the confidence of creditors and workers, while also lending credibility to Old Zheng's background. Otherwise, why would a Hong Kong businessman invest in a canned goods factory? How do you plan to open up sales channels? Guo Xiaolan asked. Song Weiyang replied, there are two approaches. First, clear out inventory through price reductions to recoup some capital. I am already doing that, Song Qiji interjected. I've partnered with distributors to sell at half price. Although some units have sold, the effect is still limited. Price reductions must be strategic, Song Weiyang advised. You could implement a buy one get one free promotion or organize price-based sales. The results would undoubtedly be more effective. Perhaps, Song Qiji conceded. Secondly, introduce new varieties and market the cans as artisanal crafts or everyday necessities. I don't quite understand, Song Qiji admitted. You will soon grasp it, Song Weiyang assured him. How can I assist you? Guo Xiaolan directly inquired. She was well versed in these matters, having collaborated with Old Song on numerous occasions and at critical moments. She could seamlessly transform into a performer. Moreover, her outward demeanor is that of an honest person. When honest individuals lie, their deceit is particularly convincing. In Romping City, at the new department store, as previously mentioned, this building, the tallest in the city, was financed and constructed by Song Shumin. The distillery holds absolute controlling interest. Yet the management team possesses shares, including Song Shumin himself. Now, the entire management team has been dismissed and all private shares have been reclaimed, resulting in a fully state-owned establishment. The third floor and above are dedicated to dining and entertainment. The facilities are comprehensive, including a roller skating rink, a dance hall, and a bowling alley, all of which are favorites among the city's youth. For those with little money, roller skating is an option. For a mere 5 yuan, one can skate for half the day. Even though the fees are higher than at other rinks, young people flock here for the prestige and status it offers. Those with a bit more disposable income may enter the dance hall, where couples embrace amidst a modern and fashionable atmosphere, creating an exhilarating experience. The bowling alley, however, falls into the highest price bracket. For young men wishing to spend a few hours with their girlfriends, it requires a month's worth of savings. Zheng Xiahong and Qin Tao have been assigned accommodations in the luxurious suite on the top floor, complete with dedicated service, an honor typically reserved for provincial leaders. The suite's living room. Qin Tao securely closed the door, and Zheng Xiahong chuckled. I am truly overwhelmed. I could hardly contain myself. Please, speak plainly. Song Weiyang admonished playfully, your broken Cantonese is likely incomprehensible even to the locals. It matters not if the locals cannot grasp it. I am speaking for the people of Shikong, Zheng Xiahong replied, rubbing her face. Goodness, after all this time, my tongue is still tangled, and my cheeks ache. My mother and brother are already aware. No need for pretense, Song Weiyang stated. Zheng Xiahong immediately grinned. Sister Guo, brother Song, greetings to you both. Qin Tao echoed the sentiment. Auntie, brother Song, how do you do? Guo Xiaolan remarked. Yagong, you have troubled them. There is no trouble at all. He is quite capable. And we are fortunate to be in his company, Zheng Xiahong replied. Qin Tao added. Indeed, his eyes never waver when he deceives. He has a repertoire of tricks. Guo Xiaolan commented. It is merely childish antics. Zheng Xiahong smiled in agreement, thinking to herself, if this is what one calls childish antics, those deceived must be less than children themselves. Reclining on the sofa, Song Weiyang cut to the chase. I shall spare you the pleasantries. The valuation of the canning factory, encompassing land, buildings, machinery, trademarks, and inventory, amounts to 12 million. However, even if publicly auctioned, no one would be willing to buy these assets, rendering them virtually worthless. As for the debts, we owe the bank over 4 million and an additional 3 million to private lenders. If Old Zheng and Taozi are willing to invest and acquire shares, we must first negotiate a share distribution plan. Zheng Xiahong, unperturbed, replied, you decide. Allocate as you see fit. I trust that following you will lead to prosperity. Qin Tao hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. I feel the same way. Since we are embarking on this venture together, clarity is essential, Guo Xiaolan interjected. You both must understand that once you invest, you will also bear a share of the total debt exceeding 7 million. I am aware, yet I have faith that Brother Song can generate profit. Zheng Xiahong maintained her cheerful demeanor. I am, after all, a swindler, Song Weiyang retorted. Though you may be a deceiver, you have always been transparent with the finances. Zheng Xiahong remarked, take the funds from selling the enterprise management system, for instance. You had no obligation to share with Taozi and me, yet you willingly did. Indeed. Despite your web of lies, you inspire trust, Qin Tao chimed in with a smile, regardless, that money was acquired through deception. And investing in the canning factory bears no loss for us. Zheng Xiahong and Qin Tao's exchange left Guo Xiaolan momentarily speechless. Reminiscent of the year her husband had persuaded the village youth to establish a distillery. There was a foolish lad who, without a second thought, handed over 200 yuan intended for his wedding to Song Shumin, leaving without even a receipt. Another Navi youth sold 2 hefty pigs from his family, insisting on joining Song Shumin in his grand ambitions. These individuals now languished behind bars. Guo Xiaolan harbored grave concerns that her son might, like his father, lead Zheng Xiahong and Qin Tao into a similar fate. The allure of charisma is an enigmatic concept, yet it undeniably exists. First and foremost, one must act with fairness to earn respect. Secondly, one must adhere to their word to gain trust. Furthermore, one should possess outstanding abilities to elicit admiration. Additionally, it is essential to exhibit charm that fosters a sense of belonging. Most importantly, one must illuminate a brighter future for those around them, instilling the belief that success is attainable by following their lead. During his time in the Special Economic Zone, Song Weiyang appeared to engage in little more than deception. However, he exemplified all of the aforementioned qualities. Notably, his art of persuasion was so masterful that it completely reshaped the worldviews of Zheng Xiahong and Qin Tao, leaving them in awe. Zheng Xiahong and Qin Tao vividly recall how Song Weiyang had factory directors, journalists, and professors utterly captivated. At one point, over 300 individuals, akin to mesmerized schoolchildren, attended his lectures. These were all entrepreneurs navigating the Special Economic Zone. People have an innate tendency to idolize heroes, especially in such a tumultuous era. Take the example of Mao Zedong. Many youths, having only read reports about him, revered him as a demigod. These young individuals forsook their families and careers, bringing their own provisions to align themselves with Mao Zedong, believing they were engaging in legitimate business endeavors while simultaneously aiding in his deceit, all the while feeling a profound sense of entrepreneurial sanctity. To outsiders, those who flocked to Mao Zedong seemed entirely deranged. Zheng Xiahong and Qin Tao were equally entranced, having lost all rationality. Another striking example of this phenomenon is Kai Chongqing, a Yale PhD with a lucrative annual salary of $700,000 in Germany. He was inexplicably compelled to abandon his prestigious position after meeting Jack Ma. He traveled great distances to join Ma, accepting a meager monthly salary of merely 500 yuan to assist in establishing the company. Subsequently, he played a pivotal role in securing Alibaba's first angel investment of 5 million, followed by 20 million and 80 million. Without Kai Chongqing's involvement, Alibaba might not have weathered the dot-com bubble, let alone achieved financing and a public listing. Every successful individual gathers a cadre of such fervent believers. To elevate this notion, one might refer to it as wise ministers serving a sagacious sovereign. When failure strikes, all is lost, much like those who ventured into entrepreneurship alongside Song Xiumin, ultimately facing imprisonment. Conversely, success breeds legendary tales, as exemplified by Alibaba's 18 arhats. Why is Shi Yuzhu regarded as a business legend? Because he has experienced both the heights of success and the depths of failure. Within just a few years, Shi Yuzhu amassed a fortune in the hundreds of millions, surrounded by entrepreneurial partners basking in prosperity. Yet, when disaster struck, leaving him burdened with debt, his core team remained steadfast, willingly accompanying him in evading creditors, enduring unpaid salaries without abandoning him. Miraculously, he staged a remarkable comeback, akin to Liu Bei, finding refuge while consistently supported by loyal advisors. "How much do you intend to invest?" Song Weiyang inquired. Zhang Stehong remarked, "Let's set aside 500,000. I wish to keep over 100,000 at home as a safety net in case of failure." Shun Tao interjected, "In the special zone, I earned 190,000, giving 40,000 to my parents and younger brother, leaving 150,000 entirely for investment in the canned food factory." Song Weiyang turned to Song Qizhi and said, "Including the Duke sedan, my total investment amounts to 1 million. Brother, the canned food factory is under your name. How shall we allocate the shares?" Song Qizhi hesitated. "You should decide, little brother." Song Qizhi found himself in a quandary. The factory's assets and liabilities only amounted to around 5 million. If shares were distributed proportionally based on this figure, it would undoubtedly undermine the contributions of Zhang Xiehong and Chen Tao, given the factory's dire situation, which was evidently a money pit. Furthermore, since the personnel were brought back by Song Weiyang, it would be difficult for Song Qizhi to voice his concerns without offending either party. Song Weiyang proposed, "How about this? I take 60 of the shares, my brother 18, old Zheng 16, and Taozi 6. Surprisingly, everyone agreed unanimously. Song Qizhi was indifferent as long as the controlling stake remained with his younger brother. Zheng Xiehong and Chen Tao placed their unconditional trust in him. Unaware of Song Weiyang's developmental plans, as long as it generated profit, they were satisfied. If the factory failed, surely Dr. Ma, being so astute, would stay in the special zone and continue his schemes. Although there was no dissent, Song Weiyang felt compelled to elaborate. During the initial stages of entrepreneurship, equity must not be diluted. Once shares are dispersed, leadership falters. No small to medium-sized company can endure long-term under such conditions. Equity division is a privilege reserved for larger corporations. Zhang Xiehong urged, "Enough with the theory. Just tell us how to proceed." Song Weiyang outlined, "In the upcoming days, Old Zheng and Taozi will pose as inspectors of the canned food factory, then depart under the pretext of returning to Hong Kong to gather funds, each bringing their share home. I will liaise with the glass and packaging factories to redesign the new canned goods packaging. Brother, you will connect with distributors to initiate a promotional sale for the stockpiled canned goods, aiming for a winning rate of at least 2/3, enticing those reluctant to purchase. The goal is to deplete inventory and recoup capital." Song Qizhi raised a concern. "What about the stock with the distributors? If we don't handle that properly, they won't cooperate." Same promotional strategy. Any losses incurred by the distributors will be charged to our canned food factory, but on the condition that they are deferred, Song Weiyang stated. Song Qizhi lamented, "Your approach may lead to bankruptcy for the neighboring canned food factories. It's excessively ruthless. I care not for their fates." Song Weiyang retorted with a cold smirk. "The 2/3 winning rate is more terrifying than a half-price sale. Currently, canned food prices are already plummeting, with profits exceedingly low. Song Weiyang's strategy would undoubtedly result in a considerable loss, causing neighboring factories to falter. The sole advantage lies in swift inventory turnover, enhancing cash flow." Guo Xiaolan observed her son's performance, reminiscent of her husband in his youth, and felt a sense of pride. Suddenly, she inquired, "And what about me? What role have you arranged for me?" "Mother, your task is of utmost importance. You are responsible for severing our family's previous network of relationships. There is no need for their assistance, but we must at least prevent any disruptions, particularly from official channels," Song Weiyang stated solemnly. in the entire romping city. It is not solely Fan Zhengeng who holds sway. The newly appointed mayor possesses formidable connections within the provincial government, which is precisely how Song Shumin fell from grace. Prior to the new mayor's assumption of office, Fan Zhengyang, the former mayor, had already conspired with Song Shumin to oust a conservative secretary, much to the displeasure of the higher-ups. The intricacies of this situation run deep, making it unwise to elaborate further. Do not be deceived by romping city's remoteness and poverty. It is home to a university. In the 1960s, with the relocation of a central enterprise, an industrial school was inexplicably established here, initially functioning as a southwestern branch of a renowned polytechnic university. Following the reform and opening up, the institution underwent several name changes and is now known as Shikong College of Light Chemical Engineering. In a decade, it will merge with several vocational and secondary colleges, ultimately adopting the name Shikong Institute of Technology, thus becoming a respectable second-tier university. When Song Weiyang traversed to this realm, the institution was in the midst of applying for a university status, a pursuit that had repeatedly met with failure. As summer vacation draws to a close, some new students eagerly anticipate their enrollment. Song Weiyang, carrying a bottle of Maotai, arrived at the faculty building of the school and knocked on the door. Guided by the room number, an elderly lady opened the door, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Who are you looking for?" With a smile, Song Weiyang replied, "Hello. I am looking for Professor Liang. You must be old Liang's student. Please, come in," the elderly lady said, turning to call out, "Old Liang, your student has come to see you." In the living room, an elderly man with graying hair was half-squatting, practicing qigong, with hands pressed against his lower abdomen. He rotated them several times, then slowly raised them to his chest, inhaling deeply before exhaling gradually. After completing this set, he approached the table, perusing the books laid out, and continued his practice, saying to Song Weiyang, "Have a seat. We shall discuss matters once I conclude my session." Upon closer inspection, Song Weiyang noticed the title of a book on the table, Jindiangong. In this era, qigong has remarkable power. A master can supposedly destroy Patriot missiles with their energy and even cause American satellites to fall, with the DXL fire being extinguished through qigong as well. A sly smile. After completing a full cycle of qigong, Professor Liang finally paused and inquired, "Are you a new student this year?" With a smile, Song Weiyang greeted, "Hello, Professor Liang. I am Song Weiyang, a shareholder of the city canning factory." "Oh, so Song Shumin is your father. Please, have a seat." Professor Liang's demeanor became even more welcoming. Shikong College of Light Chemical Engineering boasts a program in industrial design, and Professor Liang is a seasoned expert in this field. Having initially specialized in sculpture, he somehow transitioned to become an expert in industrial product design. It was he who crafted the bottles for 2 types of liquor from the Song family. Song Weiyang placed the Maodai on the coffee table and produced 5,000 yuan along with several sketches, stating, "The canning factory is preparing to design new packaging. I have a general plan in mind, but I require your expertise to refine the details. Let me take a look." Professor Liang set the money aside and directly picked up the drawings. Song Weiyang's drawing skills were quite lacking. The bottle was depicted in a crooked manner and lacked specific parameters, necessitating additional textual explanations. While Professor Liang examined the blueprints, Song Weiyang elaborated, "Professor Liang, I intend to create 3 types of can bottles. The first is named water cup can, designed for consumers to use the bottle as a water cup once the contents are consumed. It will feature a handle made of string for easy grip, ensuring durability and sturdiness, ideally with a heat-resistant mesh cover. The second is called 7 Treasures Cup, intended as a gift set containing 7 small cups. These should be compact but not overly robust, suitable for holding condiments such as MSG, salt, or chili powder, with each cup accompanied by a glass spoon. The third design is 1,000 paper cranes, which can vary in size but must exude elegance and modernity, appealing to the youth for storing loose change or decorative origami cranes and stars." Professor Liang suddenly turned to glance at Song Weiyang and chuckled. "You members of the Song family are all quite clever. Once these 3 canned products are launched, they will undoubtedly find a market." "You flatter me, Professor Liang," Song Weiyang humbly replied. However, Professor Liang shook his head disapprovingly, adding, "But your drawing skills leave much to be desired. It resembles a child's scribbling." To which Song Weiyang responded, "That is precisely why I seek your expertise." Professor Liang adjusted his glasses and said, "Come back next week, and I will accompany you to the glass bottle factory to create prototypes." "I appreciate it, Professor Liang. I will take my leave now." Song Weiyang replied as he stood up. In 1993, China's canned food market had not completely perished. Many consumers in rural areas and small towns still gifted canned goods. Those sales peaked during major festivals like Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival, often competing with products like malted milk. The plight of small canned food factories lay in the overwhelming competition. Nearly every city had at least one such factory. Furthermore, with anti-dumping measures from Europe and America, large canned food manufacturers, once thriving on foreign exchange, began focusing on the domestic market, forcing smaller factories into dire straits. In a few years, at least 90 of China's small canned factories would close. By around 2000, only a handful of innovative ones would survive. The three canned products that Song Weiyang planned to introduce were innovative creations to be released in phases. The first to launch would be the water cup can, appealing to the contemporary consumer's inclination to carry water cups. By ensuring the can is sturdy and visually appealing, complemented by a string handle and a heat-resistant mesh cover, it would be more popular than dedicated water cups. Moreover, it would satisfy consumers' desire for value. After purchasing the can and enjoying its contents, they would find it more economical than buying a separate water cup. This product would cater to a broad market, suitable for all ages and both urban and rural consumers. Next, the 1,000 paper cranes can would target young urban consumers. Its aesthetically pleasing design would allow it to serve multiple purposes on a desk, functioning as a pen holder, small vase, or piggy bank, and providing a charming place for folded origami cranes and stars. Ultimately, the product launched as the 7 Delicacies Cup Can Set, a substantial gift package containing 7 small cans, specifically designed for gifting purposes. In fact, canned goods as gifts often remain untouched, circulating among friends and acquaintances, sometimes for 2 or 3 years before being consumed, significantly diminishing market demand. However, the containers of the 7 Delicacies Cup can serve as vessels for seasonings such as salt and MSG, accompanied by a glass spoon and exquisite packaging. This results in 2 outcomes. First, the giver feels a sense of prestige and thus disregards other gifting options. Second, the recipient perceives substantial utility and may open the can on the very same day. Song Weiyang, with ulterior motives, intentionally instructed Professor Liang to design the 7 Delicacies Cup to be somewhat fragile, favoring breakage to encourage replacements, ensuring a continual cycle of gifting year after year. Both the Cup series and the 7 Delicacies Cup series require minimal effort to become bestsellers. Regrettably, the business landscape is rife with imitation, and it won't be long before similar products flood the market. The series that Song Weiyang holds in the highest regard is the 1,000 Paper Cranes series, aimed at cultivating a youthful consumer demographic and establishing the canned goods factory as a fashionable brand. In the food and beverage sector, brand image often outweighs flavor. However, the 1,000 Paper Crane series must be heavily promoted, with substantial advertising investment to imbue it with labels such as artistic, romantic, bourgeois, and trendy. At that juncture, consumers will not merely purchase canned goods, but rather the sentiment behind them, with the potential for sustained popularity over 1 or 2 decades. In the suburban area, within a cylindrical building, the Song family has been displaced from the workers' community of the Winery and now resides in the dormitory of the canned goods factory. Compared to the self-built villas in the village and the 200-square-meter homes allocated by the Winery, the conditions of the cylindrical building are considerably inferior. The 2-bedroom apartment, along with a kitchen, totals only around 60 square meters, and the restroom must be shared with several neighboring households. In a previous life, due to unpaid wages from the canned goods factory, Song Weiyang endured disdain while living here, almost as if fleeing to a distant university. Such a situation is one Song Weiyang will not permit to recur. He harbors a profound aversion to this place, tainted by an abundance of unpleasant memories. In the subsequent 2 weeks, all plans proceeded in an orderly manner, with Zhang Xiahong, accompanied by local officials, conducting a series of visits and assessments of various enterprises in Romping City. As Song Weiyang commenced his final year of high school, Zhang Xiahong finally expressed satisfaction, stating the intention to return to Port City to secure funding. "Brother, we are here to bid farewell," Zhang Xiahong cheerfully announced as he entered the living room. The furnishings in the modest living room were sparse, consisting solely of a dining table and a wire bed. It was upon that wire bed that Song Weiyang slept. Lacking even a wardrobe, his clothes were confined to a box beneath the bed. Song Weiyang lifted a thermos and said, "Make yourselves comfortable. I want to be attending to you." Zhang Xiahong and Chun Tao could only perch on the edge of the bed, the space too cramped for their feet to move. And the two remained silent, cradling the freshly poured hot water. "Old Zhang, leave me your number. You can return only upon receiving my call," Song Weiyang instructed. Zheng Xiahong inquired, "What should we say upon our return?" "The government is not easily swayed. They have been pressing me relentlessly these past few days, almost urging me to invest in several enterprises at once." "You need not worry," Song Weiyang replied with a smile. "My uncle has already set off for the special economic zone, and he will soon obtain the license for the Port City Company." In the past, when Song Shumin engaged in some dubious maneuvers, he made a few acquaintances in Port City. Although the relationships were not particularly deep, they can certainly assist in registering a shell company. My uncle, though somewhat playful, never falters at critical moments. He will contact Port City from the special economic zone, transfer the funds, and acquire the company license without any unforeseen complications. Subsequently, we will invest in and hold a controlling interest in the canned food factory under the guise of the Port City Shell Company, with a joint venture in place. Local leaders will undoubtedly facilitate the process. Not only will there be tax reductions, but obtaining bank loans will also become effortless. That puts my mind at ease," Zheng Xiahong remarked, cigarette in hand. "Brother, your Mayor Huang is quite an interesting character." Song Weiyang inquired, "What has he done now?" Chen Tao chimed in. "Mayor Huang personally visited our hotel last night, expressing his hope that we could invest in the distillery." "Ignore him," Song Weiyang exclaimed, laughing in exasperation. "While neglecting numerous loss-making state-owned enterprises in the city, he seeks investment for a profitable distillery. Anyone capable of such actions is either foolish or malicious. Mayor Huang is certainly not foolish. His motives are straightforward. All other businesses are under Fan Jingyang's direct control, and only the distillery's authority lies in his hands. Their rivalry has reached a fever pitch." Zheng Xiahong chuckled slyly. "I believe we can continue our engagement with him. I am quite familiar with Romance of the Three Kingdoms. There is a tactic called Jianggan stealing the scrolls." Song Weiyang scoffed. "What a ludicrous analogy. It hardly applies." "The essence remains the same, you understand," Zheng Xiahong retorted. Rummaging through his thoughts in search of a better explanation, Song Weiyang stated, "Even if it were akin to Jianggan stealing the scrolls, I am no Zhou Yu. That role belongs to Secretary Fan. You may reach out to Secretary Fan at any time." "Very well then, I shall take my leave," Zheng Xiahong replied, rising. "Farewell, Song." "Little brother." Chen Tao winked, smiling brightly. The two departed in the Duke, first heading to Chen Tao's hometown to collect funds, then proceeding together to Zheng Xiahong's hometown, as it would be perilous for a young lady to carry too much money alone. A torrential rain had fallen the previous night, rendering the county roads exceedingly treacherous, with waterlogged potholes appearing one after another. Zheng Xiahong, mindful of the vehicle, drove slowly as if it were crawling, taking a full half-hour to reach the nearest town to the city. Coincidentally, it was market day, and the town was bustling with activity, making it difficult for the Duke to maneuver through the throngs of people. Suddenly, they heard a vendor's call from the roadside. "Come and see. Scratch-off sales. Scratch off a bottle, win several. I guarantee you'll have enough to last you a year. Come and see. Scratch-off sales." The sellers of canned goods were ordinary workers from the canned food factory. Song Qiji not only contacted distributors, but also mobilized workers to manage the inventory. For every bottle sold, the workers earned a commission of 20 cents, prompting those in need of cash to borrow tricycles and transport the canned goods to the village market for sale. Regrettably, the enthusiasm of the people was lacking. Despite the prolonged shouting, no one showed any interest. Suddenly, an elderly farmer, burdened with a bamboo basket, approached the stall. He intended to purchase a can of preserved fruit as a gift for his brother-in-law's upcoming 60th birthday, serendipitously coinciding with the market day. In the 1980s, gifting among farmers was quite straightforward. A piece of cloth or a towel sufficed, while canned goods and malt milk were considered luxuries. However, as the 1990s dawned, towels and cloth became inadequate, and gifting canned goods appeared rather stingy, prompting a shift towards monetary gifts. "How much do you sell this can of fruit for?" the old farmer inquired. The vendor, noticing a potential customer, eagerly replied, "Canned peaches are 3 yuan per bottle, while canned sweet oranges are just 2.5. The farmer shook his head repeatedly. "Too expensive. The canned peaches from other vendors are only 2.5. The vendor, lifting a jar of canned peaches, explained, "Sir, you must understand, this is the authentic Shifeng brand, renowned, incomparable to those lesser brands. Moreover, when you purchase a can, you can enter a lottery. With a stroke of luck, you might acquire several cans for the price of one." Still discontented with the price, the old man turned to leave. Just then, a child passed by the stall. his eyes lighting up at the sight of the canned goods. He tugged at his mother's sleeve, exclaiming, "Mom, I want to eat canned fruit." "Tao Tao, dear. The canned fruit is too expensive. I'll buy you some tomatoes instead," his mother coaxed. No, I want to eat canned fruit. I want to eat it." The child adamantly refused to budge. The mother, growing frustrated, threatened, "If you keep this up, I'll spank you." Wah, wah, wah. "I want to eat canned fruit. I want to eat canned fruit." The child threw himself onto the ground, clinging to his mother's leg and weeping inconsolably. As his cries intensified, a gathering crowd began to form, urging, "The child wishes to eat. You should buy it for him." The mother, resolute, countered, "No. We must not spoil him. I want to eat. I want to eat." The child continued his lament, his cries growing louder as the crowd swelled. With a flash of inspiration, the vendor chimed in with a smile. "Madam, it is perfectly normal for children to crave treats. I will gift you this jar of sweet orange preserves, no charge." "Really? No charge?" The mother hesitated. "No charge. With so many witnesses, would I dare deceive you?" The vendor chuckled. Gratefully accepting the jar, the mother responded, "Thank you so much. You are truly kind." The vendor reminded her, "The lid has a scratch-off area. Check to see if you've won." Instantly, the child ceased his tears, standing up to exclaim, "I will scratch it." The old farmer, still lingering, leaned closer to observe the child. The child swiftly scratched off the coating and read aloud, "Win another." "Mommy, what does this word say?" The mother, unable to read, blushed and replied, "Ask the uncle." The vendor, in an exaggerated tone, exclaimed, "Oh my, what luck for the little one. It's win another, hurry. Take it." The mother felt embarrassed, responding, "Well, this jar was a gift from you. Asking for another would be too much." "Not at all. Please, take it." The vendor insisted, handing her another jar. The children, brimming with excitement, scratched off their lottery tickets, yet fortune eluded them. However, the old farmer felt a surge of enthusiasm, pulling out 3 crumpled yuan from his waistband. "Comrade, I would like to purchase a bottle of yellow peach." The vendor obliged. The worker, swift and cheerful, attended to him. The old farmer revealed his ticket and handed it to the worker, saying, "Comrade, please check this for me." The worker, with exaggerated delight, exclaimed, "You've won. Get another bottle. Your luck is splendid." The old farmer scratched again, passing the ticket to the worker, who shouted, "Another win. Scratch again." Miraculously, he won yet again, ultimately securing 6 bottles in one breath. Onlookers were left in astonishment, having never witnessed such a streak of good fortune. They hurriedly pulled out their money in hopes of sharing in the luck. "Haha, I've won. Another bottle for me. I've won too. Alas, what dreadful luck. I couldn't win even after buying 3 bottles. You must not have washed your hands before going out. I refuse to be discouraged. Give me another bottle." The atmosphere rapidly transformed into a frenzy. This was no longer merely buying canned goods, but akin to a lottery. Within a mere 10 minutes, the worker's cart emptied of cans, and his method of selling at the village market quickly gained traction. There was no need for distributors. The workers, eager for commissions, began selling everywhere. The city's 4 districts and 2 counties were insufficient to contain their reach, and workers even transported cans to neighboring cities, wherever they went. The local canned goods market swiftly fell to their influence, leaving competitors helpless unless they too resorted to the same loss-leading tactics. As the inventory halved, Song Chiji promptly adjusted the odds of winning from 2/3 to 1/2, effectively selling at half price, a strategy more appealing than a direct price reduction. In just over 10 days, the canned goods factory recouped over 2 million yuan in funds. This was not merely about enhancing cash flow. It significantly bolstered the confidence of the local fruit farmers in the factory. The yellow peaches of Rongping City have a storied history, having once been offered as tribute during the Ming Dynasty. In the 1980s, the government spearheaded the grafting and cultivation of new varieties. With effective promotion, selling these yellow peaches beyond local borders could yield substantial income. Unfortunately, the yellow peaches from Rongping City had yet to venture far, garnering only modest fame in adjacent cities and counties, with most being sold wholesale to the canning factory as raw materials. With the cessation of operations at the canning factory, the fruit farmers were engulfed in despair. August and September marked the harvest season for yellow peaches, which could only be preserved for a mere few days. Unsold fruit would rot upon the trees. Upon hearing of investments from Hong Kong merchants in the canning factory and witnessing the factory's recent surge in sales, the farmers instinctively transported their yellow peaches to the factory gates. Credit? No problem, a simple IOU would suffice. Thus, without spending a single yuan, Song Weiyang welcomed fresh fruit into the warehouse for the new canned goods, prompting the factory's machinery to operate overtime. Huang Yunsheng, the newly appointed director, was tasked with applying the brakes before arriving in Roping. Although the Southern Tour of 1992 accelerated the pace of reform, the state-owned enterprises remained shrouded in ambiguity still. It was said, one must feel their way across the river, step by step. Even the renowned Lenovo, in its early days, lacked a clear ownership structure. Last year, Chairman Liu sought to detach Lenovo from the Institute of Computing Technology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, intending to place Lenovo directly under the Academy's auspices. The following year, seizing the opportunity of Lenovo's listing in the port city, Liu proposed a restructuring plan whereby 55 of Lenovo's assets would be allocated to the state and 45 to the employees. However, the higher authorities, fearing the loss of state assets, declined to approve the plan. It was only several years later, as Lenovo's performance began to decline and months of losses mounted, that Liu finally managed to complete the transformation into a shareholding system. Fan Zhengyang and Song Shumin, indulging excessively in Roping City, attempted several times to implement a shareholding reform in the winery, even putting it into practice, which alarmed the conservative leaders at the provincial level. Had it not been for the 1992 Southern Tour, Fan Zhengyang would have retired to the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference last year. Fortune favored him, and he was unexpectedly promoted to secretary after outlasting the previous one. Upon Huang Yunsheng's assumption of office, he quickly sensed something amiss. Fan Zhengyang had transformed Roping City into an impenetrable fortress, severely hampering his actions. Finally, a turning point emerged earlier this year. The secretary of Zhafin Winery, Zhang Dahua, sought an audience, presenting evidence of Song Shumin's misappropriation of state assets. Huang Yunsheng rushed to the provincial office to consult with his former superior, who ordered him to eradicate this corruption. Consequently, Song Shumin faced ruin, prompting Fan Zhengyang to hastily sever ties. At Jiafeng Winery, Huang Yunsheng, suffering from chronic rhinitis, found the strong odor of the brewing process quite unbearable. Yet he persevered in touring the entire facility. Zhang Dahua accompanied him throughout, presenting the latest developments in the winery, obsequiously behaving like a sycophant. Upon reaching the factory director's office, Huang Yunsheng's smile vanished, and he addressed Zhang with gravity. Director Zhang, I have received 2 anonymous complaint letters, both detailing grievances against you. Taken aback, Zhang Dahua quickly protested. These are slanderous accusations. Someone is framing me, and Song Shumin's influence has yet to be eradicated. Huang Yunsheng retorted. These complaints are made under real names. They are willing to jeopardize their livelihoods to report you. Who? Which despicable person dares to accuse me? Zhang Dahua fumed. Huang Yunsheng sneered. Do you expect me to reveal the accuser's identity directly to you, Director Zhang? Should I announce their name to assist you in retaliating? Zhang Dahua immediately deflated, attempting to placate him. Mayor, that is not my intention. I merely wish to privately discuss with the accuser to understand where I have erred and to correct my actions moving forward. I warn you, Zhang Dahua. As the secretary and director of your winery, I can remove you at any moment. You would do well to conduct yourself accordingly. With that, Huang Yunsheng departed. Huang Yunsheng is neither a corrupt nor malevolent official. On the contrary, he hails from a rural background, graduated from a prestigious university, is known for his integrity, and harbors ambitious aspirations. Nearly 6 months after graduating, he was selected by a former leader to serve as a secretary, navigating the political landscape until, at the age of 35, he became the mayor of a prefecture-level city. He has no interest in ill-gotten gains. He aspires to ascend further in his political career. To this day, Huang Yunsheng's parents still toil on their farm, and his wife is merely an ordinary high school teacher. Regarding the entrepreneur Song Shumin, Huang Yunsheng harbored a profound admiration, yet an equally intense disdain. In his view, Song Shumin had an inclination towards dubious practices, having misappropriated state assets amounting to millions. A transgression severe enough to warrant multiple capital punishments. The betrayal embodied by Zhang Dahua was even more repugnant. Had it not been for the necessity of relying on this individual to manage the distillery and exploit it as a strategic foothold, Huang Yunsheng would have long since dismissed him. As a leader, one must deploy talent judiciously, tolerating subordinates of questionable character to some extent. However, what Huang Yunsheng found most intolerable was Zhang Dahua's incompetence, having presided over the distillery for merely a quarter. He had already caused a staggering decline in monthly profits by over 3 million, a stark contrast to the steady increase witnessed in previous years. The distillery was a renowned enterprise registered at the provincial level. Should Huang Yunsheng, during his tenure as mayor, allow this thriving establishment to collapse? It would undeniably tarnish his political career. Huang Yunsheng felt ensnared by Zhong Dahua's ineptitude, grappling with how to address the situation and resolving to issue a verbal reprimand for the time being. Zhong Dahua, drenched in cold sweat, hunched over as he escorted Huang Yunsheng to the car, suddenly stating, "Mayor, the Song family's canned goods factory is thriving once more. Is it the factory under Song Qiji's directorship?" Huang Yunsheng was well acquainted with the Song family. Indeed, they have recently launched a new type of canned water cup, and sales are promising. They may very well be turning their fortunes around, Zhong Dahua insinuated with ulterior motives. "I see. I have taken note," Huang Yunsheng acknowledged with a nod. Zhong Dahua cautiously closed the car door for him, smiling, "Safe travels, Mayor." Huang Yunsheng closed his eyes and instructed his secretary. To the canned goods factory. At the entrance of the factory, heaps of yellow peaches awaited farmers lined up for weighing and documentation. Observing this scene brought Huang Yunsheng considerable delight, as he had been troubled by the local market for yellow peaches and had even reached out to former university classmates for assistance. Honk, honk. The driver repeatedly pressed the horn as the vehicle was obstructed by a rising barrier. The gatekeeper, donned in a crisp new uniform, approached and saluted. "Please register before entering the factory." The secretary in the passenger seat grew anxious and retorted, "Do you not see this is Mayor Huang's vehicle? Let us pass." The gatekeeper remained impassive, coldly asserting, "Director Song has stipulated that even the King of Heaven must register. Entry is strictly regulated." "You are quite audacious. Summon your director." The secretary fumed. Huang Yunsheng, however, found it amusing and said, "This is quite interesting. Xiao Jin, please proceed with the registration." The secretary begrudgingly complied, seething with indignation as he exited the vehicle. The gatekeeper added, "Identification card, please." "I did not bring it," the secretary retorted irritably. "Then please provide your ID number and sign here." The gatekeeper handed over the registration book. The secretary scrawled some illegible symbols and returned to the car, complaining, "Mayor, this canned goods factory has quite the inflated sense of self-importance. When on another's territory, one must abide by their rules." Huang Yunsheng replied with a smile, though inwardly contemplating. It may be time for a new secretary. Upon completing the registration, the gatekeeper promptly picked up the intercom, announcing a visit from the mayor. "Please send someone to receive him." Huang Yunsheng increasingly felt a sense of curiosity and inquired, "Does your factory still provide walkie-talkies?" The guard replied, "Indeed. Each member of the security department is allotted one." Huang Yunsheng asked, "Is this all arranged by Director Song?" The guard clarified, "It's Director Song's younger brother." Huang Yunsheng further probed, "Who is this younger Director Song?" The guard explained, "He is the brother of Director Song, who has gone to the provincial city to sell new canned products. For the time being, the factory is under the temporary management of the younger Director Song." On his very first day in office, he established a set of regulations. Huang Yunsheng inquired, "What are the repercussions for violating these rules?" The guard responded, "Bonuses for the month will be deducted until completely exhausted. Once that occurs, one must work as a janitor, cleaning restrooms." Huang Yunsheng, surprised, asked, "Has this younger Director Song also served in the military like his brother?" Although he was familiar with the Song family, he had not paid attention to Song Weiyang. The guard replied, "The younger Director Song is merely 17 years old and is in his senior year of high school." "How intriguing." Huang Yunsheng chuckled. The Song family is indeed remarkable. Even when one enters, another can step up. Lacking insight into the upper echelon's grievances, the guard, upon hearing Huang Yunsheng's praise, responded with admiration. Indeed, the younger Director Song is quite impressive. With the family owing several million, he dares to venture into the special economic zone at the tender age of 17, even bringing back investors from Hong Kong to revive our canned goods factory. You are aware of the recent cup can products, I presume? They sold remarkably well without any advertising. Once placed in stores, they flew off the shelves. Previously, canned goods were only popular during major festivals, but now we can sell them daily. The younger Director Song has assured us that as long as the factory performs well, even our security department will receive bonuses. Huang Yunsheng inquired, "I heard the factory owes several months of wages. Have your leaders addressed this?" The guard answered, "Not yet. But the younger Director Song has promised that starting next month, salaries will be dispersed, and we will receive double pay each month. Within half a year, all owed wages will be settled, with the arrears compensated at the bank interest rate. The workers are thrilled and harbor no resentment, considering the previous wages as deposits in the bank." "What else has your younger Director Song said?" Huang Yunsheng asked. the guard replied. He stated that as long as we work diligently under his leadership, our canned goods factory will surpass the liquor factory in growth. The younger director Song also mentioned that our Shifeng canned goods must expand beyond Romping City and West Kong Province, selling our products nationwide and exporting them worldwide. Eventually, every worker will receive new housing, not the cramped kind, but spacious apartments, each equipped with a bathroom and even modern toilets. Huang Yunqing chuckled. Do you truly believe what he says? The guard, with a sense of conviction, replied, Why shouldn't I? Just last month, the factory was struggling. The moment the younger director Song intervened, all problems were resolved. While others failed to pay my wages, the younger director Song not only provides salaries, but also bonuses. Of course, I believe in him. Is the younger director Song at the factory today? Huang Yunqing inquired. The guard responded, Yes, he is. Today is Sunday. He has just completed a tour of the workshop and is in his office doing homework. Homework. Huang Yunqing's facial muscles twitched, and he told the driver, Let's go. He genuinely wished to meet the young director Song. The gatekeeper's incessant reference to young director Song revealed that within a brief span, the 17-year-old high school student had already garnered the trust and affection of the factory's workforce. Indeed, the hearts of the people are often the most invaluable treasures. In stark contrast to young director Song, the director of the distillery, Zhong Dahua, appeared utterly inept. Song Weiyang, a prodigious scholar since kindergarten, had consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class throughout his high school years. Unfortunately, due to family upheavals in his previous life, he did not perform well in the college entrance examination, only managing to enroll in the newly merged Shanghai University. Although Shanghai University was upgraded to a Key 211 institution 2 years after his admission, it still felt like a profound disappointment for someone like Song Weiyang, who aspired to enter Tsinghua or Peking University. Now that he had traversed time, he was determined to rectify his past regrets and strive for admission into those prestigious institutions, an ambitious dream indeed. To his dismay, Song Weiyang discovered that he had forgotten nearly all his scientific knowledge. Aside from his proficiency in English, even the Chinese literature textbooks felt foreign to him. The prospect of gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University seemed insurmountable. Even passing the entrance exam for the Xikang College of Light Chemical Engineering posed a significant challenge. What could he do? The answer was to study diligently. He began reviewing fundamental concepts from middle school mathematics and science, aiming to memorize the periodic table of elements, distinguish between sine and cosine, and grasp the mechanics of variable motion. It was utterly maddening. During the first week of his senior year, the school organized a diagnostic examination. In an attempt to conceal his struggles, Song Weiyang submitted a blank paper. His homeroom teacher summoned him to the office and spoke with him for a full 30 minutes, reassuring him not to be overly distressed by his father's situation and encouraging him to study diligently for university, aspiring to become a young man of value to society and the nation. At this moment, the future exemplary youth, Song Weiyang, was engrossed in the study of quadratic functions. With the cognitive capabilities of an adult paired with the remarkable memory of a youth, he assimilated knowledge at an astonishing pace. Moreover, these concepts were merely forgotten. With a bit of reading, he could gradually recall them, leaving him with the task of practicing and mastering their application. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Come in. Without lifting his gaze, Song Weiyang continued to read and solve problems. Gu Xiaolan entered and said, Yagang, Huang Yunqing has arrived. Come with me to greet him. What brings him here? Song Weiyang inquired. I'm not sure, Gu Xiaolan replied, equally puzzled. While Song Weiyang did not harbor excessive resentment towards Huang Yunqing, he felt no particular fondness either, as the arrest of Song Shumin was a provincial directive. The true animosity held by the Song family was directed towards Zhong Dahua, who had profited alongside Song Shumin but was ultimately insatiable, betraying them at a critical juncture. At 35, serving as a city mayor was exceedingly rare in the new century, yet commonplace in the early 1990s. In the initial stages of reform and opening up, there was a dearth of talent. Any legitimate university graduate could secure a promising career path, leading to a surge of individuals in their 30s attaining high-ranking positions a decade later. Huang Yunqing was among the elite of this cohort, having garnered a mixed reputation in Romping City in his previous life. In his earnest endeavor to assist the local populace in marketing agricultural products, he personally led a team to other provinces for exploration, leveraging private connections to establish a market for yellow peaches, for which the fruit farmers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, He collaborated with an old classmate to promote the cultivation of medicinal herbs in Romping City. Unfortunately, his former classmate, who was the director of a pharmaceutical factory, fell from grace, leading to the dissolution of their partnership and leaving many farmers in debt. In the summer of 1995, torrential rains swept across Romping City, resulting in severe flooding. Before the authorities could arrive, Huang Yunxing took it upon himself to command the flood relief efforts. In a moment of misstep, he slipped and fell into the river, being carried away by the floodwaters for 2 miles before clinging to a tree trunk to survive. From these deeds, it is evident that Huang Yunxing was indeed a commendable official. However, he was acutely aware of Zhong Dahua's gradual dismantling of the distillery, yet chose to turn a blind eye, failing to take action against Zhong even until his departure from office. He also permitted the establishment of a heavily polluting chemical factory, which discharged wastewater directly into the river, causing significant economic and health repercussions for downstream farmers. Despite complaints escalating to provincial authorities, he remained indifferent. This is the hallmark of a career politician. His former superior belonged to the conservative faction of reform, thus he aligned himself with conservative principles. In a couple of years, as the political climate shifted, he transformed into a proponent of reform, adopting even more aggressive measures than Fan Zhengyang. Around 1996, he was reassigned to another prefectural city as the secretary, where he achieved remarkable results with imminent promotions on the horizon. Tragically, in 2000, while en route to a party school, fatigue overtook him, and, neglecting to fasten his seatbelt, he reclined in the back seat to rest. The vehicle overturned. Although the driver emerged unscathed, Huang Yunxing was ejected and met with fatality. Song Weiyang adjusted his attire and stepped out with Guo Xiaolan to greet him, encountering Huang in the parking area. Despite viewing Huang Yunxing as a semi-adversary, Guo Xiaolan managed to muster a cordial smile, extending a warm handshake. "Ah, Mayor Huang, what a pleasure to welcome you personally to our canning factory. I have heard the factory has rejuvenated. I am here to glean insights. Given the substantial losses faced by city enterprises, if the canning factory's model can be replicated, it would indeed be a boon for the workers and the general populace." Huang Yunxing's words appeared to be mere formalities, yet they clearly conveyed his intent. He was not there to create conflict. "I am unworthy of such praise. Merely some minor business strategies," Guo Xiaolan replied. Huang Yunxing then turned to Song Weiyang, smiling. "You must be the renowned director Song, am I correct?" Song Weiyang approached and shook hands. "Hello, Mayor Huang. I am Song Weiyang." "Good day, Director Song," Huang Yunxing replied, patting Song's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie during their handshake. Guo Xiaolan suggested, "Mayor Huang, it is quite warm. Please come inside for a cup of tea." Huang Yunxing waved his hand. "No need. Take me to the production workshop." The canning factory's production equipment was largely antiquated, featuring only a single canning line from the 1970s. The remaining processes, selection, cutting, pitting, peeling, washing, and pre-cooking, were entirely manual, resulting in sluggish production speeds and significantly increased labor costs, necessitating an astonishing workforce of 200 for such a small, struggling factory. At present, each workshop is operating at full capacity, with workers bustling about, too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter. Yet, their enthusiasm is palpable. Huang Yunxing, having conducted a thorough inspection, remarked, 3 months ago, I visited the canning factory, and it was desolate, with security personnel idly playing cards on the open grounds. Now, it is thriving. And I commend you, Director Song, for your adept management. We must also credit Mayor Huang's sagacious leadership. Song Weiyang smiled politely in response. Huang Yunxing was somewhat taken aback, stealing another glance at Song Weiyang. He had anticipated that a young person capable of revitalizing a factory would likely be arrogant and prideful, as is often the case with youth. However, he was surprised to find this young man remarkably astute and devoid of any youthful hubris. Director Song will undoubtedly surpass his predecessor, Huang Yunxing mused. Song Shumin, basking in his accomplishments, may have grown a bit complacent. Or perhaps he stood beside Fan Zhengyang to assert a point to Huang Yunxing. When Huang Yunxing first assumed his position, his initial visit was to Song Shumin, resulting in a rather unpleasant encounter that left a poor impression, as he deemed the other party lacking in basic courtesy and respect, which only intensified their discord. Upon entering the canning workshop, Huang Yunxing picked up a freshly produced can and inquired, "Is this the type of cup can?" Song Weiyang explained, "This is not the final product. I invite Mayor Huang to see the packaging workshop." "Very well, I shall follow your lead, Director Song." Huang Yunxing replied with a smile. The workers in the packaging workshop were equally busy, and upon seeing Song Weiyang's entrance, they did not cease their labors. This was a rule established by Director Song. Unless faced with uncontrollable circumstances such as fire, earthquake, or sudden illness, production must not be interrupted. Song Weiyang picked up a can and said, Mayor Huang, please take a look. Compared to the cans that had just come off the production line, those here were adorned with mesh covers and handles. Guo Xiaolan elaborated, the mesh cover prevents slipping, dropping, and burning, while the rope handle facilitates carrying. Your designs are truly meticulous. No wonder the sales are robust, Huang Yunxing remarked appreciatively. Not only the covers and handles, but even the can's label was not affixed directly to the glass, but rather nestled between the mesh cover and the bottle. This way, consumers can opt to remove the label when using the cup, making it indistinguishable from a regular cup aside from the branding on the lid. Thus, consumers can both enjoy the canned product and find the cup more practical than others, leading them to make the right choice. Song Weiyang chuckled. Allow me to gift this can to you, Mayor Huang. This is not a bribe, but rather a token of respect from an entrepreneur to a government leader, in hopes that you can steer the enterprises of Romping City toward even greater heights. In that case, I shall graciously accept. This gift is far more valuable than 2 cases of Maotai. Huang Yunxing laughed heartily. The group then proceeded to the warehouse, which was starkly empty, lacking even the previously accumulated products, let alone the new canned goods. In the 1990s China, the prosperity of a business could be gauged by the state of its warehouse. Huang Yunxing inquired curiously, are your canned water cups nearly sold out? Song Weiyang replied, my brother has been tirelessly marketing lately, successfully establishing sales channels in the 4 surrounding cities. Just last night, 2 trainloads of goods were dispatched. He has now gone to the provincial capital. Once he secures the distribution channels there, the canning factory will have to work overtime for the next 3 months, or else production will not keep pace with demand. This is remarkably successful. Huang Yunxing expressed his astonishment. Song Weiyang chuckled. The distributors are not foolish. Once they see the samples, they are practically clamoring to place orders. Huang Yunxing remarked, there is great potential here. Song Weiyang shook his head. This will only capture the market for a few months. I suspect that next month imitators will emerge. After all, this product lacks technological complexity and can easily be replicated. Soon, there will be an abundance of canned water cups. Indeed, competition will intensify. Huang Yunxing suddenly asked, Director Song, you must have strategies to counter this, right? For now, that remains a secret, Song Weiyang responded mysteriously. His counter-strategy was actually the Qiqiao Cup gift cans, which needed to be launched before the Mid-Autumn Festival, requiring significant investment in advertising, and leveraging the distribution channels established by his brother to market throughout the province. Huang Yunxing did not press further, but accompanied Song Weiyang to the director's office. Glancing at the review textbooks on the desk, Huang Yunxing suddenly said, Director Song, that businessman's surname Zheng, he must be a fraud you brought in, right? Guo Xiaolan, who was about to brew tea herself, immediately changed her expression upon hearing Huang Yunxing's query, holding the thermos and turning with a smile, Mayor Huang. How could Boss Zheng possibly be a fraud? There must be some misunderstanding. Song Weiyang remained silent, calmly contemplating Huang Yunxing's intentions. When I was studying at the Industrial College in Beijing, now known as Beiligang, I had 2 classmates from Guangdong province, Huang Yunxing said, pulling a chair to sit down and flipping through his textbook. The Cantonese they spoke was quite different from Boss Zheng's. Song Weiyang sat down as well, smiling. Cantonese varies by region, much like the different accents in Sichuan dialect. Slight variations are entirely normal. That is not merely a slight difference. Some of the fundamental pronunciations he mispronounced. Huang Yunxing continued leisurely flipping through the textbook. Upon careful examination, Boss Zheng's accent resembles the dialect from the Xikang province more closely. Song Weiyang inquired curiously, Mayor Huang, were you studying language at Beiligang? Philosophy. Huang Yunxing provided an unexpected answer. Philosophy is wonderful. I have great admiration for philosophers. Song Weiyang remarked. Huang Yunxing chuckled. Do not divert the topic. Tell me, what exactly is the situation with that Boss Zheng? What you believe to be the situation is indeed the situation. Song Weiyang leaned over the desk, asking, does this statement hold any philosophical significance? You little rascal. Huang Yunxing laughed and scolded. Song Weiyang remarked, I believe that under the sagacious leadership of the city officials, the industrial economy of Romping City can flourish remarkably. Thus, everything is quite understandable. What is your perspective, Mayor Huang? Huang Yunxing inquired. Do you presume that I would not expose you? How could I dare to speculate on higher intentions? Song Weiyang chuckled. His unwavering confidence stemmed from the fact that Huang Yunsheng had consistently refrained from addressing the matter of Zhong Dahua. Zhong Dahua was the first individual from Roping to voluntarily pledge loyalty, akin to Huang Yunsheng's loyal steed. Though not priceless, he served a demonstrative purpose. Should he be dealt with, what thoughts would cross the minds of others who had aligned themselves with Huang Yunsheng? No one is entirely untainted. Thus, as long as Zhong Dahua does not incite public ire, Huang Yunsheng must endure. If Huang Yunsheng could tolerate Zhong Dahua for several years, he could similarly endure a fraud masquerading as a Hong Kong businessman, provided there were benefits to be gained. Moreover, since Huang Yunsheng had broached the topic, the possibility of a sudden revelation was effectively dispelled. Poor Zhang Skehong remained fixated on the notion of a literary theft akin to Jiang Gan, oblivious to the fact that he had already been seen through. The so-called Yuepu of this individual originated from acquaintances made during national team selection training. While it might deceive the naive fan Zhengyang, it would be challenging to hoodwink the educated Huang Yunsheng, rather than relentlessly pursuing the scammer. Huang Yunsheng posed an offbeat question. Next month, what profit can the canned food factory anticipate? Song Weiyang replied, with continuous production. The monthly sales are expected to exceed 8 million. So much? Huang Yunsheng expressed surprise. That is merely the sales figure. Song Weiyang lamented, the factory's equipment is outdated. Production costs are excessively high, and efficiency is woefully low, resulting in meager net profits. After a moment of contemplative silence, Huang Yunsheng inquired, if I were to facilitate a bank loan for you to introduce advanced production lines, could we achieve a monthly sales figure of 20 million by year-end? Song Weiyang, unassuaged by the prospect of bank financing, responded candidly, there would be certain challenges. Fruit canned goods exhibit pronounced seasonality. Our factory primarily produces sweet orange and yellow peach canned goods, and due to the constraints of raw materials, it is impossible to infinitely escalate sales figures. Unless what? Huang Yunsheng pressed. Song Weiyang elaborated, first, we must expand production capacity. Second, we should consider the surrounding counties and cities as sources of raw materials for the factory. Weighing both factors, the most expedient solution would be to acquire and merge with other local canning factories. Of course, introducing new equipment is imperative, as it would significantly enhance production efficiency and reduce costs. Huang Yunsheng suggested, why not directly transport fruits from the nearby counties? That is feasible, but it would escalate transportation costs, Song Weiyang replied. Huang Yunsheng countered, I shall reduce your taxes. Song Weiyang noted, tax reductions require policy support, not to mention the involvement of a Hong Kong businessman. Huang Yunsheng reminded him, haha, thank you for the reminder, Mayor. I nearly overlooked that. Song Weiyang smiled outwardly, though internally he cursed. Deceiving discreetly is entirely different from being exposed. This marks a moment where Huang Yunsheng has seized a handle over the situation, and there is an implied sense of coercion. He is compelling Song Weiyang to engage in a false joint venture, pushing him to align with his interests, should he defy. The consequences could be dire. Song Weiyang inquired, what does Mayor Huang desire? In his resolute tone, Huang Yunsheng declared that his tenure in office aims to benefit the region. If the canning factory flourishes, then the fruit farmers of Roping City, along with its glass manufacturers, will find salvation. Song Weiyang added, and the cardboard factory, as our upcoming new canned products will require ample quantities of cardboard. That makes it even better, Huang Yunsheng replied with a smile, stating that he would oversee the signing ceremony for the joint venture of the canning factory. Song Weiyang remarked, it may be difficult to discuss this with Secretary Fan. Huang Yunsheng responded, I will communicate with him. Song Weiyang said, I will ponder this further. Huang Yunsheng asserted, I trust that Director Xiao Song will make the right decision. Your father's situation can indeed be negotiated for a more considerable reduction in sentence. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I will see you off, Mayor Huang, Gu Xiaolin immediately interjected. Together with his mother, Song Weiyang escorted Huang Yunsheng out of the factory gates. Returning to the office with a sigh, Mayor Huang is quite pitiful, lacking even a subordinate, yet he personally engages in such transactions. He is pitiable. But your father is the real victim, Gu Xiaolin lamented. Song Weiyang shook his head. My father's predicament cannot be blamed on Mayor Huang. Without him, there would be Mayor Li or Mayor Zhang. It is his own illegal actions that have drawn the attention of the provincial authorities. It's akin to a group robbing a bank. If someone betrays them, the police cannot be blamed. Rather, the traitor deserves the ire. But the distillery was built through the collective effort of your father and his comrades. Guo Xiaolan struggled to release her attachment, as the distillery embodied her considerable dedication. The environment is such, Song Weiyang suddenly clenched his teeth and declared, "Mother, collaborating with Mayor Huang could allow us to eliminate that fellow named Zhong." Guo Xiaolan paused in silence before responding. "What about Secretary Fan?" Song Weiyang replied, "The veteran leader who values Secretary Fan is on the verge of retirement. Moreover, given Secretary Fan's abilities, being a county mayor is manageable, yet being the city's secretary is sheer luck. This Mayor Huang, a graduate of a prestigious institution and a member of the esteemed old third cohort, has supporters in the province. His future is boundless. In at most a year and a half, he could render Secretary Fan incapable of self-sufficiency. We need not remain trapped in a sinking ship." Guo Xiaolan remarked, "If we proceed this way, are we not akin to that fellow Zhong?" "How could that be?" Song Weiyang chuckled, stating that he never suggested taking sides. "We can lean towards both, slightly favoring Mayor Huang. Aligning with both sides would only offend both." Guo Xiaolan cautioned, "That depends on how we align. I will handle matters on Mayor Huang's side, and you will communicate with Secretary Fan." "Mother, I believe you can manage this," Song Weiyang affirmed. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Yunshin's assistance to the canning factory is not merely for political gain, but also to resolve the future fiscal challenges facing Romping City. Huang Yunsheng has already learned from his former superior that General Zhu is tirelessly traversing various provinces with the intention of implementing a tax-sharing system next year. In order to persuade provincial officials, General Zhu has agreed to use this year's local fiscal revenue as a benchmark. Even though the revenue for the last 4 months of the year has yet to be calculated, effectively granting local governments an additional 4 months' worth of income, thereby allowing for greater fiscal returns in the future. To inflate fiscal revenue, local governments have resorted to a plethora of unconventional tactics. For instance, some enterprises that were exempt from taxes have been coerced into paying their full tax obligations, artificially inflating the baseline, only to receive a clandestine reimbursement afterward. In other scenarios, companies on the brink of collapse or those that have not paid taxes for years have been compelled to settle their dues through transfers or bank loans. There are even instances where taxes for the following year have been collected in advance to elevate this year's fiscal baseline. Huang Yunsheng disdains such dubious practices, wary of the potential blemish on his reputation. Thus, upon discovering the burgeoning success of the canning factory, he promptly offered assistance, even facilitating bank loans, all to ensure a dramatic surge in the factory's revenue during the last 4 months of 1993, which would also benefit the glass and cardboard box factories by increasing their tax contributions. This financial strategy is not merely a temporary measure. By elevating this year's tax revenue baseline, Huang Yunsheng could save a substantial sum in national taxes over the ensuing years of his administration in Romping, granting him a more robust local treasury to exercise his ambitions. Certainly, unscrupulous methods would still be employed, as they are rampant across various regions. However, it would not be the prudent Mayor Huang engaging in such underhanded dealings. That role would fall to Secretary Zhong, who, as the primary decision-maker, would take the initiative. Regardless, the Song family's path in Romping City has become increasingly secure, with no one daring to undermine them covertly. In the factory manager's office, shrouded in smoke, Guo Xiaolan left with a grim expression. Rationally, she understood that her son's choice was the correct one, yet emotionally, she abhorred collaborating with adversaries and was reluctant to betray Fan Jingyang, who hailed from the same village. Similarly, Song Weiyang found little joy in the situation. Sitting in a chair, chain-smoking, while his mother remained unaware of certain matters, Song Weiyang was keenly aware. In the ensuing 2 years, Fan Jingyang's influence would steadily erode. Preoccupied with contending with Huang Yunsheng, neglecting to support the Song family. Eventually, the situation worsened. His sister-in-law sought Fan Jingyang's assistance for her wholesale business, only to find him completely unapproachable, effectively severing ties. Song Weiyang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhong Dahua, a disdain for Huang Yunsheng, and equally, a dislike for Fan Jingyang. Only children discern right from wrong. Adults weigh benefits and drawbacks. The most advantageous course of action now is to navigate between Fan and Huang, leveraging the situation to eliminate Zhong Dahua, that scoundrel. As for Fan and Huang, at a critical juncture, Song Weiyang would not hesitate to apply subtle pressure. But it must be done discreetly and without jeopardizing his own standing. Why was Song Weiyang troubled and smoking in contemplation? It was because Huang Yunsheng had seen through Zheng Xiahong and recognized Song Weiyang's feigned partnership intentions, disrupting his subsequent plans entirely. Impersonating a Hong Kong businessman is no longer a viable option. It is akin to placing one's own vulnerabilities into the hands of Huang Yunxing, thereby necessitating a life of subservience in the future. While refraining from confrontation may yield substantial benefits, the looming threat of this ticking time bomb stirs unease within Song Weiyang. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Xiaozhou Guoxiaochen enters without knocking, his travel bag slung over his shoulder, appearing weary yet determined. He tosses his belongings onto the table and nonchalantly lights a cigarette, declaring, "I've secured the company license." People in the port city are remarkably efficient. One can register a company in just a few days. "Indeed, your efforts are appreciated, uncle," Song Weiyang replies, extinguishing the cigarette butt. Guoxiaochen, unbothered by notions of politeness, eagerly sips the tea on the table and, brushing his hair back, inquires, "I heard someone named Huang just stopped by." "The tea you're drinking was brewed for Mayor Huang," Song Weiyang informs him. "Ugh." Guoxiaochen spits in disgust. "No wonder it tastes foul." With a smile, Song Weiyang reminds him, "The canned food factory has regulations against spitting." Guoxiaochen wipes his mouth and asks, "Did he come looking for trouble?" "Quite the opposite. He is seeking to collaborate with us," Song Weiyang replies. "He is capable of putting his own father behind bars and then approaching his son for cooperation." Guoxiaochen, cigarette in mouth, gestures animatedly. "Let me tell you, this Huang is like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. His intentions are far from noble." "I understand," Song Weiyang affirms. "That is good to hear. I must take my leave. I haven't slept in over a day and I'm utterly exhausted. By the way, can you still get tickets for the bowling alley? It's been over half a month since I last played, and I'm itching for it." "Come by tomorrow to collect them," Song Weiyang responds. "All right then, goodbye," Guoxiaochen exclaims before departing. At times, Song Weiyang finds himself envious of his uncle, who lives a carefree life, indulging in food, drink, and merriment without a single worry. He picks up the phone and dials a number. Soon, a voice on the other end responds. "Hello, this is the party committee building of Mengping County. How may I assist you?" "I'm looking for Zheng Xiaohong," Song Weiyang states. "Please hold," comes the reply, followed by a brief pause. "Zheng Xiaohong, deputy director, on the line." Within minutes, Zheng Xiaohong arrives, breathless and flustered. "Hello. Who is looking for me?" "It's me, Dr. Ma," Song Weiyang replies. "Ah, I've been eagerly awaiting your call," Zheng Xiaohong exclaims joyfully. "Can you bring the money over?" "I can come, but refrain from pretending to be a Hong Kong businessman," Song Weiyang cautions. "Why not?" Zheng Xiaohong asks, puzzled. "You've been exposed by Mayor Huang," Song Weiyang reveals. "That is impossible," Zheng Xiaohong gasps. "That night, I had a delightful conversation with Mayor Huang. He was completely deceived by my performance. How could he possibly know I was a fraud? Alas, he is quite the actor himself," Song Weiyang sighs. "Damn it. I mocked him for being foolish, yet it turns out I'm the real fool," Zheng Xiaohong exclaims, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. "Do you think I'll encounter trouble in Romping City? I hope I won't get arrested by the police." "It's all right. Just come over," Song Weiyang said. His original plan was far from merely engaging in a deceptive joint venture to evade taxes and secure loans. He envisioned a future where pretense turned into reality. Cloaked in the guise of Hong Kong investment to ensure safety, even aspiring to finance the canning factory's listing in the port city. This required collaboration in the act, with Zheng Xiaohong and Chun Tao serving as executors, for how could they possibly bestow such substantial shares without it? Now, however, the entire plan had unraveled, simply because Song Weiyang was unwilling to play the subordinate to Huang Yunxing. After hanging up the phone, Song Weiyang exited his office and sought out the factory director and the head of the technical department. "Director Yang, please contact the construction team immediately to erect several new factory buildings. We need to establish more preliminary processing workshops for fruit. And the washing pools and pre-cooking pots must be expanded at least threefold. Director Li, you will oversee the entire process and ensure that nothing falls short of quality standards." Director Li replied, "Rest assured, Factory Director Song, there will be no issues." Director Yang joyfully remarked, "Factory Director, are we expanding production?" Song Weiyang nodded yes. "Once the 7 Stars Cup canned goods are launched, our current production scale will surely be inadequate. Expanding production is beneficial, but we lack space for new buildings." Director Yang cautioned, "Isn't there a vast expanse of barren land to the east of the factory? Let us tear down the wall and build the new factory out there," Song Weiyang suggested. "But that land doesn't belong to us," Director Yang pointed out. "Who cares whose it is? We'll build first and discuss later," Song Weiyang suddenly chuckled. "If anyone comes to cause trouble, Let them seek out Mayor Huang. Has Mayor Huang approved this? Director Yang inquired. It is Mayor Huang's intention, Song Weiyang confirmed. Great. I'll get right on it. Director Yang exclaimed, leaving with enthusiasm. By the way, bring in Director Chun from the publicity department. Song Weiyang called out. Director Yang strode confidently, shouting, Chen Weifeng, the factory director is looking for you. Coming, coming. Director Chen rushed in, bowing slightly. Factory Director Song. What task do you have for our publicity department? Song Weiyang replied, bring along 2 perceptive individuals and accompany me to the provincial capital on Monday. To handle publicity? Director Chen asked. Yes, to shoot advertisements and place ads, Song Weiyang said. Learn well along the way. Once the factory expands, I will reorganize the publicity department into an advertising department. Oldly, this advertising department is crucial, and for now, I'll have you lead it. But let me be clear, if you do not perform well, I will have to revoke your position. Director Chen promptly thumped his chest. Factory director, you can rest assured. I promise to study diligently and not hinder the canning factory. Very well, you may get back to your duties, Song Weiyang waved him off. Over a month ago, the factory's issue was an overstock of products that could not be sold. By the time the mid-autumn advertisements aired, it was likely they would be grappling with production shortages. This troubled factory severely affected Song Weiyang's ability to perform optimally. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze swept through. Yesterday's sweltering heat was suddenly replaced by the refreshing essence of autumn. A young boy navigated through the bustling traffic on his bicycle, resembling a firefly illuminating the night with its brilliance. It was not merely his handsome visage that drew attention, but rather the mountain bike beneath him, standing out amidst a throng of 28-inch and 26-inch bicycles like a crane among chickens. This distinguished Zhonghua Umini mountain bike, renowned in China as the king of bikes, required the equivalent of 5 months' wages for an ordinary worker to acquire. Suddenly, a 26-inch bicycle caught up, ridden by a student who, with one hand gripping the handlebars, tossed a homework notebook over, exclaiming, Lao Song, catch. Thanks. Song Weiyang deftly seized it. The student assisting Song Weiyang with his homework was named Guobing, who, through convoluted family ties, could be loosely considered Song Weiyang's cousin, Guobing's father. Once a foolish lad who had surreptitiously sold 2 fat pigs from their home and insisted on partnering with Song Shumin to achieve greatness, was now serving time in prison. Nevertheless, Guobing's family remained relatively affluent, free from debts, and boasted savings exceeding 100,000 yuan, marking them as prominent members of Romping City. I no longer wish to study, Guobing remarked as he pedaled along. What do you intend to do instead? Song Weiyang inquired with a chuckle. I plan to establish a canning factory alongside you, Guobing replied matter-of-factly. Aren't you concerned I might drag you into a cell as well? Song Weiyang teased. Guobing retorted with a curse. What I have to fear? When one dies, they face the sky. Focus on your studies. We can discuss it after you graduate from university, Song Weiyang sincerely advised. The two of them attended Romping City's second middle school, the finest institution in the city, boasting nearly a century of history. In Song Weiyang's recollection, this cohort produced 16 students who gained admission to undergraduate programs, with a significant number accepted into the local Light Chemical Engineering Institute. Guobing, having achieved the second-best grades in the city, was accepted into Harbin Institute of Technology, ultimately emerging as a rare expert in robotics over a decade later. Guobing clearly harbored resentment regarding his father's imprisonment, asserting, a true man rises where he falls. I intend to build a business even greater than my father's, so that those in power may open their eyes and take notice. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. Managing the canning factory does not prevent me from attending school daily, Song Weiyang replied. You hardly attend school. You even need me to assist with your weekend assignments, Guobing quipped. Song Weiyang inwardly lamented. If I could solve the problems myself, would I require your help? As they continued their banter, they soon arrived at the entrance of their school. Guobing, with a sly grin, whispered, Hey, Lao Song. Do you see that? Tanyu is over there, smiling at me. She smiles at everyone, Song Weiyang retorted, dousing Guobing's enthusiasm. You can be jealous. I'll take the lead, Guobing declared, pedaling furiously to reach the beautiful girl. Tanyu, what a coincidence, he exclaimed. Hello, Guobing, she greeted, then suddenly waved at Song Weiyang. Hurry up. Song Weiyang, let us go in together. Indeed, it was Song Weiyang's charm that drew attention, leaving Guobing feeling as though his heart was bleeding. There exists no melodramatic love triangle. Song Weiyang is an exemplary student, and his first love blossomed during his university years. Although it was a profound and unforgettable experience, It ultimately did not culminate in the sacred bonds of matrimony, as they parted amicably after 6 years. As for Song Weiyang's wife before his time travel, well, she is likely still in elementary school. He has a mistress who is still in her infancy, lacking even the qualification to enter kindergarten. Should Song Weiyang choose to rekindle his relationship with his wife, this narrative could not be titled Rebirth, but rather Rebirth, waiting for you to grow up. If it were a single female lead, the situation would be even more dire, as Song Weiyang would have to abstain from any romantic pursuits for 6 years. For engaging with a girl under the age of 14 constitutes a criminal offense. Ignoring Guobing's desperate gaze, Tanya moved closer to Song Weiyang, pulling out a stack of notebooks from her backpack, saying, "Song Weiyang, these are my math and physics notes from 3 years of middle school. What do you need them for?" With a bold facade, Song Weiyang replied, "I have a cousin who is about to take his high school entrance examination. I borrowed them for review." "Thank you. It's nothing, just a small matter," Tanya replied with a sweet smile. Suddenly, Guobing interjected, "Old Song, how come I didn't know you had a cousin who was about to take the exam?" Song Weiyang chuckled, "You have a poor memory." "Really?" Guobing began to search his mind for any cousins. The three of them rode their bicycles into the school, and Song Weiyang casually tossed his mountain bike to Guobing. "Old Guo, please lock it up properly. Don't let anyone steal it." "Where are you going?" Guobing, bewildered, pushed 2 bicycles. Taking leave, Song Weiyang dashed towards the office building. The homeroom teacher, Tao Qingfang, was organizing her lesson plans when she saw Song Weiyang enter and asked with a smile, "What brings you here?" Song Weiyang presented a leave request form and said, "Teacher, I would like to take a week's leave." "A week?" Tao Qingfang was surprised, and even the other teachers in the office turned to look. "Well, over 200 people at the canning factory depend on me for their livelihood. I need to go to the provincial capital for product promotion," Song Weiyang explained. "This reason for leave?" Tao Qingfang was momentarily speechless and waved her hand. "Go ahead, I approve it." "Thank you, Teacher Tao." Song Weiyang promptly ran off. The neighboring teacher, Li, teased, "Teacher Tao, your student Song is quite remarkable, becoming an entrepreneur at such a young age." Tao Qingfang beamed with pride. "This child is intelligent. He is no ordinary person." Aside from those who harbor resentment towards the affluent, very few in Romping City truly despise the Song family. When gossip arises, it often carries a tone of regret. In their eyes, Song Shumin is perhaps a tragic hero. The deceased are revered, and those imprisoned are as well. Especially after Zhang Daohua's downfall of the distillery, countless individuals have reminisced about Song Shumin. Many assert that if Director Song were still alive, Jiafeng Distillery could likely rival the Weiyang Group. Song Weiyang leisurely exited the school, pausing momentarily by the roadside until a van approached. Qin Weifeng from the publicity department opened the door and warmly said, "Director, please get in." "Are the materials ready?" Song Weiyang inquired. "Prepared." Qin Weifeng handed over a large wrench. "Director, your tool." In addition to Song Weiyang, there were 4 others in the van, a driver and 3 workers from the publicity department. Each person wielded a large wrench, ready to strike should they encounter highway robbers. In these times, those daring enough to embark on long journeys without a weapon were either fools or exceptionally bold. Previously, when Song Weiyang drove home in his Duke, he carried over 300,000 in cash, perpetually on edge. Fortunately, that was a luxury car, while there were those who would demand tolls. Few had the audacity to rob it, except for those who were reckless enough to risk their lives. The van also contained several sets of promotional canned gifts. Props for an advertisement. This year, the phrase "no gifts during the festival, only brain platinum" was banned by Song Weiyang, destined instead for sure usual. Although it proved remarkably effective, the cost of advertising was steep. A comprehensive campaign across all television networks was essential. Song Weiyang had alternative strategies. After the expressway was completed, the journey from Romping City to the provincial capital took merely 2 hours. However, at that moment, they faced a 10-hour drive. The poor road conditions and slow speeds were less concerning than the winding mountain paths. Encountering highwaymen would only further delay their travel. Fortunately, thanks to the recent crackdown, they experienced a trouble-free journey. Along the way, Song Weiyang spotted various slogans. "It is not a crime to kill highway robbers. Robbing police cars leads to execution. One person sets up a roadblock, the entire village goes to jail. Robbing 3,000 means sitting in prison. Robbing 10,000 spells immediate doom." Simple, straightforward, wild, and imposing. There was no denying that the more remote the mountain roads, the worse the security. In some regions, village leaders led young men in blocking roads. demanding tolls under the guise of striving for prosperity. Recently, the provincial government responded to the central authorities' call, issuing strict orders. If any village encountered trouble, the village officials would be dismissed without negotiation. By the time they reached the provincial capital, dusk was approaching. A hotel room had been reserved, and Song Chiji awaited them for dinner. "Brother, have the channels in the provincial capital been established?" Song Weiyang inquired. Song Chiji smiled. Once the samples of the canned water cups were presented, the dealers were eager to acquire them. Not to mention, the rope handles for the bottles are not available anywhere else. The demand here is substantial. They placed an order for 600,000 bottles in one go. And the canning factory must work overtime to keep up. The canned water cups came in two sizes, the smaller priced at 4 yuan and the larger at 6 yuan. Significantly more than the ordinary cans sold for 2 or 3 yuan. The high packaging costs were due to the customized glass bottles. Nevertheless, consumers were willing to purchase them, feeling they offered exceptional value. "I have already arranged for the expansion of the rinsing pool and pre-cooking pots," Song Weiyang stated. "That's wonderful." Song Chiji joyfully patted his younger brother's shoulder. "You truly excel, little brother. The products from the canning factory have never been this popular." Although the filling line was outdated, its production speed remained impressive. At this stage, the most significant obstacle to development remains the various manual processes. For instance, during the rinsing and pre-cooking stages, only a limited quantity of fruit can be accommodated at once, causing the filling line to frequently halt and wait. "How's the promotion of the Qiqiao Cup gift canned food going?" inquired Song Weiyang. Song Chiji replied, "After reviewing the samples, the distributors and major supermarkets showed some interest. Yet they are apprehensive about sales and insist on payment upon delivery. After all, it is quite expensive, selling at 20 yuan for a set that contains merely 7 small cans. Payment upon delivery is acceptable, provided they assist in selling." Song Weiyang nodded in agreement. However, Song Chiji remained somewhat concerned and asked, "Little brother, do you truly believe these gift cans can sell? Perhaps we should consider lowering the price." With a smile, Song Weiyang responded, "Lowering the price might be detrimental. It is all about maintaining an image." The Qiqiao Cup gift can food targets the mid to high-end market, intentionally disregarding rural areas and small towns. The production cost for 7 small cans, including packaging, is less than 3 yuan, while the factory price is set at 16 yuan, with a market guidance price reaching even 20 yuan. The canning factory profits substantially, as do the distributors and supermarkets, leaving consumers as the unwitting victims. This completely overturned Song Chiji's commercial understanding. He felt he was not selling canned goods, but rather health products. Only health products dare to be marketed in such a manner, and consumers are eager to purchase them. 3 new products, 3 distinct positions. The already popular cup cans sell convenience and practicality. The soon-to-be-launched Qiqiao Cup cans will sell packaging and prestige. The future release of the 1,000 paper cranes cans will evoke romance and sentiment. "If you say it will work, then it shall. Your mind is sharp," chuckled Song Chiji. He had previously regarded his younger brother merely as a good student, but a series of recent changes had led him to unconditionally trust his brother. The advertising company was contacted by Song Chiji, with filming locations and actors already secured. "Manager Wang, this is my brother Song Weiyang, who has the final say on major matters in the factory," introduced Song Chiji. "Little brother, this is Wang Halai, the manager of Feilai Advertising Company. You have seen the advertisement for Balian Daku, right? It was personally crafted by manager Wang. In recent years, the 2 most successful advertising cases in the province have been liquor advertisements. One is the Wenjun Liquor's Feng Xiu Huang, a timeless classic that boasts unparalleled taste and reach. The other is the advertisement for Balian Daku, which features a whimsical narrative, a man drinking while envisioning Chang'e, who astonishingly appears, accompanied by the slogan, "The fragrance of the wine wafts into the moon palace, and Chang'e is delighted by the aroma. The maiden Chang'e descends to earth, insisting on sharing a drink with me. You sip 1 cup, and I sip another, our faces aglow with joy." Song Weiyang smiled as he shook hands with Wang Halai, praising Manager Wang. "You possess remarkable skills. I still remember the lines from the Balian Daku advertisement." "Oh, it's just a bit of cleverness," Wang Halai humbly replied. "Director Song mentioned he needed a large filming studio and some seasoned actors. What exactly will be the content of the shoot?" Song Weiyang pulled a stack of drafts from his backpack. "Manager Wang, please take a look. This is the advertising proposal I designed." "Health seminar?" Wang Halai glanced at the first page of the plan and casually flipped through the remaining 20 pages, puzzled. "Brother, are you advertising canned goods or health products? Moreover, Isn't this advertisement excessively lengthy? It would take at least 20 minutes to broadcast. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Weiyang replied, rest assured. The content is devoid of any falsehoods or exaggerations. It is far more conscientious than those selling health products. What about the advertisement's duration? Wang Halai, perceiving Song Weiyang as a naive novice, cautioned, brother, this year's advertising costs have skyrocketed. An advertisement following the CCTV news broadcast costs over 20,000 for 30 seconds. And even at 8 o'clock, it's around 20,000. Our provincial stations' advertisements are not inexpensive either. 30 seconds during prime time is nearing 10,000. You need not worry about that, Song Weiyang explained. I plan to air the advertisement in the morning, afternoon, and early morning. That's off-peak time. The advertisement's effectiveness will be diminished, Wang Halai warned. With a grin, Song Weiyang countered, if that off-peak time is filled solely with my advertisements, it will no longer be off-peak. Wang Halai continued, after midnight, the station shuts down, nothing airs, only static. If I pay, the television station will broadcast it, right? Who wouldn't want to profit from the money in hand? Song Weiyang asserted. Wang Halai fell silent for a moment, and as an advertising professional, he quickly comprehended the implications. Off-peak advertisements are remarkably inexpensive, often going unclaimed, and are typically bundled with prime time slots. If the provincial station and all municipal television stations aired only advertisements for the canned food factory during off-peak hours, with each advertisement running for 10 to 20 minutes, the saturation would be terrifying. This would mean that viewers in a certain city, as long as they do not watch CCTV, would encounter the canned food advertisement no matter which channel they switched to, especially those without cable, who could only receive 3 channels. A genius, my brother. You are simply an advertising prodigy, Wang Halai exclaimed sincerely. Genius, my foot. These are merely the tactics that have been overused, Song Weiyang replied. Breast enhancement ads, weight loss ads, medicinal liquor ads, a barrage of off-peak time slots filled with lengthy advertisements, leaving countless viewers utterly frustrated. Yet, the advertising effectiveness is remarkably pronounced. Even years later, when people watch The Legend of the Martial Arts Heroes, they still recall Zhu Wuxuang's stunning advertisement debut. Tingmei, good figure, the great cover. Manufacturers nowadays still disdain off-peak advertisements, which are almost given away at bargain prices. The provincial station's off-peak advertisement slots can be purchased for mere hundreds per minute, often bundled with primetime slots. As for municipal stations, one can secure a monthly package, airing as frequently as desired. This is one reason why Song Weiyang opts against brainwashing promotions akin to those of Brain Platinum. It's economical. Despite CCTV's primetime advertisement fees ranging from 15 to 25,000 for 30 seconds, a successful brainwashing campaign necessitates repeated broadcasts, at least 7 or 8 times in one night, with an additional 3 or 4 during midday. Calculating the costs, the daily advertising expenditure amounts to a baseline of 100,000, leading to a staggering total of 3 million per month. The canning factory's financial structure is precarious and cannot withstand such burdens. Moreover, the time constraints are pressing. The Mid-Autumn Festival is rapidly approaching, and prime advertising slots on major television networks have already been sold. Attempting to secure a spot during this coveted time would necessitate considerable waiting, likely pushing broadcasts to post-festival dates. Opting for time slots of lesser appeal offers a perfect resolution to both financial and temporal dilemmas. In just 2 days, the studio was set up, and the actors were in place. The director and cinematographer were not part of the advertising company, but were hired from the Shikong Film Studio. Once flourishing in the 1980s with several stars emerging from its ranks, now reduced to a shadow of its former self. With film professionals relying on side gigs to make a living, the entire studio setup resembled that of a variety show. The audience seating was constructed from wooden planks, draped with red cloth for concealment. The flooring was challenging, leading to the purchase of several large carpets. The backdrop was adorned with colorful lights, haphazardly forming the phrase Health Road. The lighting and sound equipment, although somewhat professional, were all rented from the state-owned film studio. The audience comprised at least 20 to 30 individuals, predominantly elderly, with only a handful of younger attendees. Among them were 4 actors from the film studio, each compensated with 100 yuan, while the remaining audience members, local residents, were paid a mere 10 yuan each. The host, an expert, commanded the highest fees, one receiving 500 yuan and the other 800 yuan. The host, a beautiful young woman with several years of experience at the film studio, smiled at the camera and welcomed the viewers, stating, "Hello, dear friends. Welcome to Health Road. With the continuous improvement of people's lives and growing affluence, consumer attitudes are evolving. Previously, the focus was on merely filling one's stomach. Now, the emphasis is on what is tastier and healthier. Today, we are pleased to have the esteemed medical expert, Teacher Bao Jinkong, with us. Hello, Teacher Bao. Hello, host. Greetings to the audience, replied the expert, a balding gentleman with glasses, clad in a white coat and a stethoscope draped around his neck, with a set of 7-piece canning containers before him. Applause erupted throughout the room. Stop, the director called, pointing to the audience. The group on the left, pay attention to the camera, keep clapping. He sighed, forget it, let's shoot the applause separately. The director, clearly a seasoned professional from a state-run studio, approached the advertisement with utmost seriousness, treating it no differently than a film shoot. Just capturing the audience's applause required him to change angles and shoot 20 different takes, to be selectively edited later. The host inquired, Teacher Bao, what should we eat to maintain optimal health? The expert smiled and replied, first and foremost, we must establish healthy eating habits. For instance, we should not consume drinks that are excessively hot, nor should we eat overly hot foods. Long-term consumption of such items can lead to oral and esophageal cancers. Medical data indicates. He proceeded to share an array of commonplace health tips. In the dawn of the new century, the concept may have become ubiquitous, yet it remains refreshingly novel in these times, captivating even the elder audience members. Besides maintaining a balanced diet with 3 meals a day, what else should we pay attention to, Teacher Bao? Inquired the host. One should consume more fruits, the expert replied, as fruits are rich in essential vitamins and dietary fiber. Many fruits possess unique benefits. For instance, hawthorn, watermelon, pears, and pineapples can help lower blood pressure, making them particularly beneficial for those suffering from hypertension. Additionally, apples, bananas, mangoes, papayas, and kiwis are abundant in folic acid, which aids in the development of the fetal nervous system and helps prevent anemia in pregnant women, who can consume them in moderation under medical guidance. These nuggets of wisdom are indeed factual, as Song Weiyang consulted a physician while drafting the advertisement proposal. The host expressed astonishment. I had no idea fruits had such extensive benefits. Why don't you introduce a fruit suitable for the general populace today, Teacher Bao? The expert raised a yellow peach and proclaimed, today, I wish to recommend the yellow peach, a fruit with a cultivation history of over 3,000 years in China. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the industrious and intelligent ancients grafted peaches with persimmons to create the golden peach, which has evolved into the yellow peach varieties we know today. Historically, yellow peaches were regarded as tributes in various dynasties. For example, the yellow peaches from Rongping City in Xikang Province were reserved exclusively for the emperor and his concubines since the Yongjing era, with severe penalties for commoners who attempted to hoard them. Furthermore, due to the short shelf life of yellow peaches, ice had to be used along with layers of straw for preservation when sending them as tributes to the capital. The host remarked, I suppose ice was not easily obtained in ancient times? Indeed, the expert confirmed, Xikang Province rarely experiences snowfall, necessitating the transportation of ice from other provinces during winter for storage, which was then utilized in summer to preserve the yellow peaches. The host mused. It must have been quite a challenge for the emperor to enjoy a yellow peach. The expert chuckled, indeed. We are fortunate to live in a splendid era where advancements in refrigeration technology and transportation allow ordinary citizens to savor yellow peaches. The host queried, what advantages does the yellow peach have compared to the king of fruits, the apple? The expert elaborated, the yellow peach is exceptionally nutritious, rich in vitamin C, lycopene, beta-carotene, and various essential trace elements. Its flesh contains significantly higher levels of zinc and selenium compared to other peach varieties. Moreover, it includes malic acid and citric acid among its components. Regular consumption of yellow peaches can prevent constipation, lower blood pressure and lipid levels, delay aging, and enhance the immune system, making it an excellent choice for health maintenance. The host, enlightened, responded, I never realized the yellow peach offered so many benefits. By the way, I understand vitamins and carotenoids, but what exactly are zinc and selenium? The expert explained, these are trace elements, minerals that constitute less than 0.01 of body weight are classified as trace elements. Although the human body requires only a minuscule amount of these elements, they are indispensable. Their absence can lead to illness. The high cost and popularity of mineral water stem from its content of trace elements. The host nodded in understanding. The expert stated that zinc, a trace element, plays a crucial role in various metabolic processes within the human body. Adequate zinc levels are essential for maintaining the metabolism of the central nervous system and bones, thereby supporting the normal growth, brain development, and sexual maturation of children. Zinc also preserves taste and stimulates appetite. A deficiency in zinc can lead to altered taste perception, loss of appetite, and digestive issues. Thus, it is imperative for both children and the elderly to ensure sufficient zinc intake. The host inquired about selenium. The expert responded that selenium is equally vital for human health. In fact, 72 of regions in our country are selenium deficient, with low selenium content in our food supply. Conditions such as tumors, hypertension, diabetes, and constipation in the elderly are all linked to selenium deficiency. Renowned nutritionist Yu Ruomu has emphasized that selenium deficiency is a significant concern for the health of millions, advocating for selenium supplementation efforts akin to those for iodine, particularly for the elderly. The host expressed surprise at the comparable importance of selenium to iodine. The expert noted that yellow peaches are remarkably rich in both zinc and selenium, making them an excellent choice for both children and seniors. The host thanked Teacher Bao and vowed to stock up on yellow peaches for himself and his parents. The expert chuckled, suggesting that it need not be so cumbersome, as yellow peaches have a short shelf life, and one could opt for canned peaches instead. The host remarked that he had heard that canned goods are made from spoiled fruit and contain numerous preservatives harmful to health. The expert shook his head, dismissing these claims as mere rumors. Canned products are among the healthiest options available. They became popular long before preservatives were introduced. In contrast, modern industrial foods such as beverages, biscuits, and instant noodles often contain significant amounts of preservatives. The longevity of canned goods is attributed to their packaging method, unrelated to preservatives. Furthermore, with factories producing tens of thousands of cans monthly, the notion that they would use spoiled fruit is implausible. The host admitted to having misinformed beliefs and apologized. The expert then presented a can of yellow peaches from the Shifeng Canning Factory, unveiling its charmingly named product, Seven Wonders Cup. The host queried the significance of the name. The expert invited him to take a look. Upon seeing the beautiful bottle, the host exclaimed in admiration. The expert explained that once the canned peaches are consumed, the bottle could be repurposed for storing monosodium glutamate or salt. The host appreciated the convenience and upscale packaging, expressing a desire to purchase a set as gifts for relatives and friends, especially with the upcoming holiday season, as it represents both health and prestige. The expert affirmed that gifting health is the most precious present, one that money cannot buy. The host acknowledged the wealth of information shared by Teacher Bao, inviting questions from the audience. Audience member A raised their hand. Teacher Bao, my mother has diabetes. Can she eat fruit canned in syrup? The expert replied, this 7 Delights canned fruit has a relatively low sugar content. Furthermore, yellow peaches inherently possess properties that help lower blood sugar. As long as one does not consume too much at once, it can be beneficial rather than harmful. The design of this 7 Delights cup is quite reasonable. The portion is small, making it just right for elderly individuals to consume one bottle at a time. Audience member B raised their hand. Teacher Bao, in the past, traditional fruit canned in syrup was alarmingly sweet, laden with sodium saccharin and sweeteners. During times of scarcity, these products were immensely popular as people had limited access to fresh fruits, and even their sugar intake was inadequate. Canned fruit served to remedy this deficiency. If we are to create a healthy product, it must stand out. The sugar content in the 7 Delights series is exceptionally low, with a hint of sweetness, making it suitable for ordinary diabetics, a statement not made lightly. Of course, to avert any unfortunate incidents, the packaging clearly states, for your health. Individuals with severe diabetes should refrain from consuming this product. Those with mild diabetes may consume it in moderation upon medical advice. Having observed the advertisement's filming, Song Weiyang inquired of the 3 members of the publicity department, did you grasp the concept? Chen Weifeng, the head of the publicity department, responded, understood. It promotes the health benefits of yellow peach canned fruit, presenting our cans as gifts, both healthy and respectable. And you? Song Weiyang turned to the 2 younger individuals, one named Li Hong and the other Pang Xiaojian. Li Hong replied, I share the same thought as Director Chen. Pang Xiaojian added, so do I. Very well. Song Weiyang nodded in approval, though internally he felt somewhat speechless. Chen Weifeng flattered, Director Song is remarkable. Once this advertisement airs, the public will undoubtedly rush to purchase. Unable to contain his thoughts, Song Weiyang remarked, from this advertisement, what promotional strategies can you discern? Chen Weifeng answered, it's about health, prestige. If one doesn't buy our canned fruit as a gift for elders, it signifies lack of filial piety. What else? Song Weiyang pressed, exasperated. Pang Xiaojian interjected. The advertisement must instill belief. We should enlist experts. When an expert, dressed in a white coat, stands there, it appears credible. When they speak, it inspires trust, and only then will people come to buy. Li Hong added. Indeed, even I feel like having yellow peach canned fruit now. Alas, talent is still lacking. Nurturing it is a strenuous endeavor. Chen Weifeng, sensing Song Weiyang's dissatisfaction, quickly suggested, Director Song, why don't you enlighten us? This fellow, though lacking in insight, possesses keen perception. He ought to handle personnel and reception matters instead of publicity work. Song Weiyang took the opportunity to lecture. What is publicity? It is about making people aware and ensuring they remember. Just like a person who is plain in appearance and attire is hard to remember. So, how does one become memorable? By dressing well and looking presentable. Chen Weifeng chimed in. Li Hong remarked, one must possess spirit and vigor. Suddenly, Pang Xiaojin inquired. Is it permissible to appear somewhat unattractive? It seems that classmate Pang Xiaojian exhibits a hint of potential for development. Song Weiyang chuckled and responded. It is indeed permissible to be unappealing. To be memorable, one must either be strikingly beautiful or starkly ugly, speak loudly, or engage in song and dance. The essence lies in being different from others. Pang Xiaojian concluded. Precisely, being distinct is the very crux of effective promotion, Song Weiyang affirmed. Take a look at our Chiqiao Cup series. The gift boxes are exquisite, and the canned goods are appealing, instantly conveying a sense of quality. This is what we refer to as packaging, akin to donning elegant attire. Pang Xiaojin queried, but what of the unattractive? Such appearances would only invite disdain. I propose that an unattractive guise can indeed be beneficial. This form of ugliness is metaphorical, Song Weiyang elucidated. In advertising, it might manifest as something so off-putting that it becomes memorable, provoking a sense of vulgarity. If it annoys the audience, they are more likely to remember it, and subsequently make a purchase upon encountering it again. Chen Weifeng expressed his confusion. If it irritates them, why would they still buy it? Song Weiyang countered. If you needed someone to assist you, would you choose a complete stranger or a familiar acquaintance who annoys you? Certainly, I would choose the acquaintance, Chen Weifeng replied. Exactly. Song Weiyang continued. When consumers seek to purchase a product, upon entering a store, they might exclaim, I recognize this brand. Their advertisements are quite bothersome. Thus, they opt for this brand, as it is well advertised, while they remain oblivious to others. Chen Weifeng, eager to flatter, praised, Director Song. Your reasoning is truly profound. I, Chen, am thoroughly impressed. Song Weiyang added, in addition to these aspects, our advertisements must possess highlights. Much like a young man courting a lady, one must showcase one's virtues. If one lacks physical attractiveness and wealth, what is to be done? One must demonstrate diligence and the ability to care for others. Revealing one's strengths is essential to winning the affection of a lady. Li Hong also gleaned some insight. Our canned goods are akin to the young man, while consumers are the ladies. Thus we must present our merits for their consideration. Indeed, Song Weiyang affirmed. Hence, we must identify our strengths. In this advertisement, we are selling both appearance and health. Our yellow peach canned goods boast high nutritional value and low sugar content. These are our advantages. Pang Xiaojin queried. What if the product lacks any merits? Then we must create advantages. Song Weiyang declared. Advantages need not be tangible. They can also exist as concepts or slogans. Have you heard of the Lenovo company that sells computers? The three shook their heads in unison. Song Weiyang explained. Using traditional terminology, Lenovo essentially acts as a middleman, selling foreign computers to the Chinese populace. However, their advertising campaign last year was remarkable, proclaiming, if humanity loses its ability to think, what will the world become? Lenovo computers may lack inherent advantages, yet they sell a concept that leaves a lasting impression, suggesting that without Lenovo, the very workings of the earth would cease. The advertisement is truly remarkable, exclaimed Pang Xiaojian. Song Weiyang replied, I am assigning you a long-term task to diligently observe advertisements every day, whether they be on television or in newspapers. After viewing these advertisements, you must analyze the strategies employed in them and compose a reflective essay for my review. The three stared in bewilderment. It had been years since they had penned an essay. This is how talent is unearthed and nurtured. Among the trio, only Pang Xiaojian exhibited a modicum of potential, while Chen Weifeng and Li Hong were destined for eventual dismissal. Why? Despite Shi Yuzhu's financial constraints rendering him unable to pay salaries, did none of his core team members depart? because they were all talents he had personally cultivated. They exhibited unwavering loyalty and worked seamlessly under his guidance. Occasionally, when subordinates proposed flawed plans, as long as they were not detrimental, Yuzhu would, while offering gentle reminders, support them in their endeavors, allowing them to confront challenges. Talent is honed through such trials, and through these experiences, subordinates develop a deeper respect for their leader, fostering gratitude and loyalty that swells remarkably. After discussing some principles of advertising promotion, Song Weiyang smiled and said, "Let us head to the television station. Remember to observe and learn as much as possible. I will handle the contact with the provincial station, while you will liaise with various municipal stations. The one who negotiates the best deal will receive a bonus." The advertising placements were swiftly agreed upon. Upon learning that someone wished to purchase airtime during off-peak hours, the Shikong provincial television station regarded it as a windfall. Viewing Song Weiyang as somewhat naive, the final agreement stipulated, for broadcasts in the morning, each lasting 15 minutes, totaling 12,000 yuan for an hour of advertising. In the afternoon, there would be 3 broadcasts totaling 11,000 yuan for 45 minutes. In the early morning, for broadcasts would account for 5,000 yuan for an hour. The early morning slot was normally a closed period, devoid of programming, merely displaying static. The television station specially extended an hour to air canned advertisements. Thus, the provincial station would allocate 2 hours and 45 minutes daily to broadcast canned advertisements, with the daily advertising fee amounting to only 28,000 yuan. Municipal stations offered even lower rates. Song Weiyang signed a 1-year contract in one breath, prepaying 1 million yuan, with the remainder to be settled monthly. Once the canned advertisements gained popularity, the contract could be resold for a significant profit. When Zheng Xiahong and Chun Tao returned to Rongping, Song Weiyang was still negotiating the advertising contract in the provincial capital. To the west lay a bustling factory, while to the east was a similarly busy construction site. Overhearing workers mention that a foundation was being dug in the east for a new factory building, Zheng Xiahong stood outside the workshop, gazing at the incessantly operating assembly line, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this still the canned food factory we visited? It is truly incredible." Chen Tao remarked, previously a worker at a cotton spinning mill. Chen Tao had witnessed her factory operating at half capacity, with 2 waves of layoffs already having occurred. The factory manager had exhausted all avenues without success, at times even relying on bank loans to pay wages. It was precisely for this reason that Chun Tao was so astonished. Unable to fathom how Song Weiyang had accomplished such a feat, Zheng Xiahong scratched his head, remarking, "It seems we are no longer relevant. The factory is thriving and does not require that several 100,000 investment. So, shall we invest or not?" Chen Tao inquired. "Do you even have the audacity to invest?" Zheng Xiahong retorted. Chen Tao was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to proceed. According to their original plan, they were to invest 500,000 and 150,000 respectively, which would entitle them to 16 and 6 shares in the canning factory. However, the factory was no longer in need of such funds. Investing now would merely be taking advantage of the situation. The two stood in silence for a moment until Gui Xiaolan suddenly entered the factory. "Xiaozheng, Xiaochen, why didn't you announce your return? Come in and sit." Gui Xiaolan smiled warmly. "Hello, Auntie. Sister Gua." She ushered them into the reception room and personally brewed tea, saying, Yang and his brother are not here. They've gone to the provincial capital and may not return for a few days. It's fine. We'll just sit for a while and then leave," Zheng Xiahong replied, truly reluctant to meet Song Weiyang, as it would be exceedingly awkward. If they insisted on investing, it could lead to a falling out, jeopardizing their friendship. Even if Song Weiyang accepted the investment, it would be difficult for them to maintain a harmonious relationship afterward. The worst possible outcome would be if Song Weiyang turned against them and demanded they leave. Though Chun Tao was rather thick-skinned, he too did not wish to embarrass himself, and thus echoed, "Yes, we just came to take a look. We'll leave tomorrow." Gui Xiaolan, perceptive as she was, quickly surmised the situation and said with a smile, "Don't be so hasty to leave. Let us wait for Yang to return. When have the Song family's words ever been inconsequential?" "Sister Gui." "That's not what I meant," Zheng Xiahong said, feeling intensely awkward. Chen Tao interjected, "Auntie, I believe the previous investment plan can be revised. We shouldn't take so much. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. Your decision to invest was made during the factory's most challenging period, although circumstances have changed. Some principles should remain unchanged," Gui Xiaolan said with a smile. What do you think? Zhang Stehong and Qin Tao nodded in agreement, holding her in high regard. Guo Xiaolan continued, if you find it uncomfortable and wish to renegotiate the share distribution, that can also be arranged. However, let us wait until Yang returns to discuss it together, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. That is only proper, Zhang Xiahong replied. Qin Tao then shifted the topic, saying, Auntie, the factory is thriving now. I saw several trucks waiting to be loaded outside. Guo Xiaolan smiled. They are all being shipped to other counties. Zhang Xiahong commented. The transportation is somewhat inconvenient. It would be wonderful if the government could repair the roads. By rail, Guo Xiaolan interjected. The central enterprises in the city have dedicated freight trains. Their goods are not selling well, and since the trains are idle, they rent the carriages to the canning factory at a low price. That's fortunate. Rail transport is convenient, Zhang Xiahong nodded. Guo Xiaolan added, however, production is lagging behind, and the fruit supply is insufficient. The local yellow peaches have been nearly depleted. Zhang Xiahong had a sudden stroke of inspiration and remarked, our county also produces yellow peaches. Although they may not be as superior as those from this region, they are more than sufficient for canning. How about I return and contact the local farmers to transport all the yellow peaches from Mengping County? Guo Xiaolan inquired, do you have a canning factory there? Zhang Stehong replied, indeed, though it is struggling. Guo Xiaolan further asked, is the scale of yellow peach cultivation substantial? Zhang Xiahong explained, the scale is not large, as they are scattered among farmers, yet the cultivated area is extensive. In some villages, nearly every household has several yellow peach trees. Then there is no need to transport the fruit. That would be too cumbersome, Guo Xiaolan decisively concluded. We will send the packaging and dispatch a few technical supervisors, allowing your county's canning factory to handle the production. This was a method that Song Shumin had previously employed when he was unable to purchase the state-owned winery, which was also facing difficulties. Hence, he had paid the state-owned winery to produce goods on his behalf. Zhang Xiahong joyfully responded, this is excellent news. Our county's canning factory will surely be pleased. We will set off tomorrow. Guo Xiaolan was known for her expediency. I will join as well. I might be of assistance. Qin Tao quickly added. Zhang Xiahong stated, I can liaise with the county government to take the lead. This way, both the canning factory and the farmers will feel more secure. Both Zhang Xiahong and Qin Tao were ambitious individuals, convinced that aligning themselves with Song Weiyang would lead to success. When opportunities arose, they were eager to showcase their value, unwilling to be seen as mere beneficiaries. This would bolster their confidence in investment discussions. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaolan contemplated that since Zhang Xiahong's hometown produced yellow peaches and there were struggling canning factories locally, it was plausible that other regions in Xikang province faced similar circumstances. Entrusting these factories with canning production could potentially resolve their most pressing issue. Joint ventures. This term was exceedingly popular in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Numerous loss-making state enterprises opted to collaborate with prominent private companies. Being able to subcontract work was certainly welcomed. If not, merely having a joint venture label to bask in its glory was also acceptable, as Vank owned dozens of joint venture enterprises. The term subcontracting was rather unpalatable, akin to implying that state enterprises were working for private ones. Guo Xiaolan was now preparing to travel across the province under the banner of joint ventures, rapidly expanding the production capacity of the canning factories. Even regions devoid of yellow peach production could still engage in canning other products. The more Guo Xiaolan pondered, the more exhilarated she became. With proper operation, she was confident that she could quickly incorporate all the loss-making canning factories in the province, provided that sales kept pace. Xiaozhong, Xiaochun, I have an idea. Guo Xiaolan smiled as she spoke. Within her plan, Zhang Xiahong and Qin Tao found renewed purpose. They would continue to present themselves under the banner of Hong Kong merchants, accompanying Guo Xiaolan and visiting various local governments to discuss joint venture and subcontracting matters. After hearing Guo Xiaolan's plan, Zhang Xiahong and Qin Tao exchanged glances, utterly impressed. Truly, she was the mother of Dr. Ma. Do not speak of them, even Song Weiyang, upon understanding the situation, acknowledged the remarkable prowess of his mother, for he had not conceived of such a method at that moment. Nearly 6 months later, Guo Xiaolan, through a joint venture approach, had assimilated over 20 canning factories as her own subcontracted workshops. These enterprises required Song Weiyang to provide funds for wages, and the canned products bore the Shifeng trademark. With the local government's approval, Song Weiyang could acquire any factory he desired, effortlessly transforming into a colossal enterprise. Of course, Only a fool would aim for acquisitions. Subcontracting is far more convenient. Acquiring these factories would only become a burden, as the workers of state-owned enterprises are notoriously difficult to manage. In the 1990s, within China's beverage and food industry, if one were to designate a leading figure, it would undoubtedly be Jianlibo. Li Jingwei, orphaned at a young age and raised in an orphanage, once served as the deputy director of the county sports committee, a position equivalent to that of Zheng Xiaohong, albeit with a different title. In 1973, he faced political exclusion and was assigned to a distillery as its manager. From a mere workshop containing a few jars of rice wine, Li Jingwei ingeniously developed a beer production line, swiftly establishing a foothold for the beer in the local market. One day in 1983, upon hearing that the Guangdong Provincial Sports Research Institute had developed an electrolyte sports drink, he proactively sought collaboration. He named this beverage Jianlibo, commissioned a logo design, and enlisted the help of Pepsi Cola, Shenzhen, for production, as there were no canning lines for pull-tab cans in the country at that time. With 200 cases of samples in tow, he directly approached a sports conference to meet with leaders from the National Sports Commission. The exquisite packaging, clever branding, and the only domestically produced pull-tab beverage in the nation, combined with impeccable taste and quality, led Jianlibo to be designated as the preferred beverage for the Chinese delegation at the 1984 Olympic Games. As Chinese athletes began to secure gold medals, the drink they consumed during competitions swiftly gained recognition among domestic audiences, earning Jianlibo the moniker of China's magic water. By the 1990s, Jianlibo had established itself as a formidable competitor against Coca-Cola in the Chinese beverage market, even enjoying a certain competitive edge. The success of Jianlibo revealed the power of advertising to Chinese entrepreneurs, rapidly expanding its influence in the health product market. In August of this year, the Ma family army shone at the 4th World Athletics Championships, clinching the gold medal in the women's 1,500 meters, along with gold, silver, and bronze medals in the 3,000 meters and another gold in the 10,000 meters, astonishing the world. A month later, coinciding with the launch of Song Weiyang's canned food advertisements, another advertisement aired nationwide. The coach of the Ma family army stood at a podium, as if delivering a report on achievements. He suddenly raised a box of health supplements, exclaiming in a northeastern dialect, "We drink is Zhonghua Biejing." From that moment, Zhonghua Biejing captivated the nation, simultaneously thriving in the market for turtles. Countless individuals became ardent consumers of turtle meat, while farmers transitioned to turtle farming, with a wild giant turtle fetching prices soaring into the thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. The market and consumers exhibited a complete lack of rationality. Shikong, a certain county. Lu Junsong hails from Hubei province. He previously worked as a procurement officer at a distillery before venturing into business in 1984. After a series of twists and turns, he returned to his hometown to establish a wholesale store, representing a diverse array of products. This time, Lu Junsong aspired to collaborate with Wenjun Distillery, renowned for having held the title of quality product from the National Ministry of Commerce for over a decade. Since 1986, Wenjun liquor has been exported to Southeast Asia and has garnered numerous accolades at international exhibitions. However, the distillery's sales strategies remain rigid and outdated. Premium liquor is reserved for export and state offerings, while mid-range products have fixed distribution channels, making Wenjun liquor scarce in small counties and rural areas. Recently, Lu Junsong was astonished to discover that there were no agents for Wenjun liquor in his city. Occasionally, Wenjun products appeared in the market, but they were sourced from the provincial capital, presenting an enticing financial opportunity before him. Consequently, Lu Junsong entrusted the management of his store to his wife and journeyed directly to the headquarters of Wenjun Distillery. After residing at a friend's house for half a month, he was on the verge of giving up when he was informed that his store was too small to qualify for the agency. One morning, instead of seeking further discomfort at the distillery, Lu Junsong remained at his friend's home, keeping company with his friend's elderly parents while they watched television. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, he had already purchased a ticket to return home and planned to enjoy a farewell dinner with his friend that evening. The two elders were quite talkative, and Lu Junsong could only engage in half-hearted conversation, pondering whether he should take a chance on acquiring the agency rights for Zhonghua Turtle Essence, which had recently gained immense popularity. However, the sales channels were not fully developed, and many provinces in the central and western regions lacked access. Some individuals had even resorted to asking friends for assistance in purchasing it. Sighing, Lu Junsong quickly dismissed the thought. The more popular a product, the more challenging it became to obtain agency rights, which were essentially auctioned off. As he regained his focus, Lu Junsong suddenly noticed that both elders had fallen silent, their eyes glued to the television screen. Healthy Path? On the screen, a host and an expert were enthusiastically promoting the health benefits of canned peaches. After a lengthy 15-minute advertisement, Lu Junsong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "What an impressive advertisement. I want to buy a few sets to gift." The elderly gentleman suddenly interjected, "Xiao Lu, aren't you heading back tomorrow? Come, let us buy some canned peaches, take a portion home for your parents, and wish them a happy Mid-Autumn festival." "No, no," Lu Junsong quickly replied, "Uncle. I've already overstayed my welcome at your home for half a month. It would be inappropriate to let you spend any more." He felt it was his turn to buy gifts for them. The elderly lady chuckled, "What are you being polite about? When you were a Sundown youth, you had such a close relationship with our little Shun. We are all family." Despite their insistence on purchasing the canned peaches, Lu Junsong had to accompany them out. They ventured to a nearby shop but found no stock. Continuing on, they finally discovered the coveted product at a counter in a small shopping mall. The vibrant red packaging exudes an air of festivity, overshadowing all other products on the shelf. To Lu Junsong's astonishment, he discovered 2 larger cans beside the ordinary packaging. "How much do those cost?" he inquired. The salesperson replied with a smile, "The family pack is 20 yuan per set, the deluxe pack is 30 yuan per set, and the Supreme Fortune pack is 66 yuan per set." Lu Junsong then asked, "Why are there only a few sets of the deluxe and Supreme packs displayed?" The salesperson candidly responded, "Those 2 are quite expensive. The boss fears they may not sell well, hence the limited stock." "Are the contents of the cans the same?" Lu Junsong questioned. "Not quite," the salesperson explained. "The deluxe pack features more aesthetically pleasing, larger bottles. The Supreme Fortune pack is even more exquisite, adorned with a relief of an eagle soaring towards great achievements." Lu Junsong pressed further, "Are these cans selling well?" "Fairly well," the salesperson replied. "The provincial advertisement has been airing for 3 days. Yesterday we sold 5 sets, and by mid-morning today, 8 sets have already sold. I estimate that as we approach the Mid-Autumn Festival, we could sell dozens a day." Lu Junsong inquired, "Has anyone purchased the Supreme Fortune pack?" The salesperson responded, "Only 1 set has sold. It's too pricey. My monthly salary only allows me to buy 5 boxes. I'll take 2 sets of each can." Lu Junsong exclaimed, thrilled at having discovered a lucrative opportunity. An elderly lady asked, "Little Lu, are you buying these to gift to your elders?" Lu Junsong replied, "I'm taking them home for research." Upon returning home with his bundles of gift cans, Lu Junsong eagerly opened them for inspection. The bottles of both the family and deluxe packs were already quite striking, but the Supreme Fortune pack was nothing short of an artwork. The reliefs on those bottles were intricately detailed, inscribed with auspicious phrases such as soaring to great heights and fortune at the forefront. Professor Weiyang, responsible for the can design, had previously studied sculpture and could effortlessly carve magnificent eagles. In a moment of clarity, Lu Junsong realized that the Supreme Fortune pack was intended as a gift for leaders and bosses. He noted the production address on the packaging and promptly packed his bags, declaring, "Uncle, Auntie, I must make a swift trip to Romping City. Please extend my apologies to Shunzi. I will visit him for drinks next time." Song Weiyang regarded him with surprise, asking, "You wish to obtain the agency rights for the entire province of Hubei?" "Indeed," Lu Junsong affirmed. "Your factory's canned goods are exceptional and should not be confined to Xikang province. It is vital to actively explore markets in other provinces." Song Weiyang queried, "If I grant you the agency rights for Hubei, how do you plan to penetrate the market?" Lu Junsong chuckled. "Director Song has already set the precedent. Saturate the airwaves with advertisements during downtimes, and consumers will eagerly purchase." "Not quite," Song Weiyang countered, shaking his head. "I first established contact with distributors in various regions. Advertising follows the delivery of goods. You are different. You seek the agency rights for Hubei province, and you possess the capability to distribute products throughout the entire region. Once the advertisement is broadcasted, the distributors will naturally reach out to me," Lu Junsong remarked. Song Weiyang chuckled, "Yet the Mid-Autumn Festival is fast approaching. Purchasing advertisements on Hubei television and subsequently distributing products across various locations leaves us with insufficient time." Lu Junsong replied, "Missing the Mid-Autumn Festival would indeed be regrettable. However, I believe that even outside of the festive season, your factory's canned gifts will find a market. Building relationships, visiting relatives, and making friends are daily occurrences. Everyone needs to buy gifts. The healthy and presentable yellow peach canned goods make for the perfect gift, Song Weiyang stated. I must clarify that once the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, should our factory's canned products perform well, there will inevitably be a surge of imitation products. Even those producing liquor, biscuits, or selling fruits may adopt similar gift packaging strategies. At that point, our factory's canned goods may no longer stand out. Director Song is genuinely business-minded. Had it been someone else, a contract would have been signed by now, Lu Junsong laughed. Song Weiyang replied, I am speaking candidly to prevent any sudden withdrawal from our partnership midway through. Lu Junsong remarked, Director Song, I have observed many unique aspects from your factory's advertisements and packaging. You are not merely being clever, you truly possess strength. I have faith that Shifeng canned goods will soon gain recognition and will not fear competition from peers. How do you envision our collaboration? Song Weiyang inquired. Lu Junsong proposed a 3-year agency right for Hubei province, stating that your company would cover the advertising expenses while I would handle distribution logistics. Insisting on a lower factory price, Song Weiyang asked, does this agency right pertain to the Chichio Cup series or all of our products? All products, including the water cup canned goods, Lu Junsong replied, having thoroughly researched the canned goods factory before our meeting. Initially, Song Weiyang had intended to take a steady approach, focusing on securing Shikong province first. However, with the recent resolution of production shortages by his mother and Lu Junsong proactively seeking contact for the Hubei agency, Song Weiyang was naturally inclined to accelerate development. Boss Lu, may our cooperation be fruitful. A joyful partnership. The two shook hands with laughter, commencing discussions on collaboration details. In this era, unless the factory director is exceptionally astute, the response speed of state-owned enterprises is exceedingly sluggish. The anticipated wave of imitation products for the water cup canned goods has yet to materialize, with only sporadic small private factories producing counterfeit items, while legitimate state-owned enterprises remain oblivious. Conversely, companies selling water cups have been inspired to incorporate elements from the can bottle design, adding pull tabs and heat-resistant covers to their cups. Song Weiyang found no incentive to apply for patents, as such actions would bear little fruit. Local protectionism is far too pronounced. Should a local enterprise infringe upon patent rights, pursuing accountability is virtually impossible. Complaining to local industrial and commercial departments yields no response, and lawsuits in local courts are often disregarded. The local government has truly been provoked, directly preventing your canned goods from being sold, always finding some justification for the prohibition. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, the sales of the Chichio Cup gift cans are becoming increasingly impressive. The advertising industry throughout the entire Shikong province and the general public are astonished at such audacious promotional tactics. Upon waking in the morning and turning on the television, Healthy Path is selling canned goods. After a midday nap, Healthy Path is still selling canned goods. Even after midnight, when the broadcast should have concluded, Healthy Path continues to peddle canned goods. Each advertisement lasts for 15 minutes and is repeated 11 times a day, leaving one's mind saturated with thoughts of canned peaches, along with images of expert Bao and the charming host. Initially, it seems quite amusing, but after a few repetitions, it becomes utterly exasperating, provoking a desire to drag the expert out of the television for a reprimand. However, when they visit relatives during the Mid-Autumn Festival, their first instinct is to purchase the Chichio Cup canned goods. Health-conscious and impressive, in an era when those selling mooncakes have yet to embark on packaging and marketing. The power of this advertisement is astonishing. Just days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, long lines formed at several large shopping malls in the provincial capital, with people queuing to buy gift cans. Those small shops that were previously hesitant hurried to contact distributors for stock. The distribution network for Chichio Cup expanded rapidly, with dealers from various regions calling in to request replenishments. The products sold out instantly, warehouses stood empty, and the number of trucks waiting to load at the canning factory increased significantly. Lu Huijin is an intern reporter at the Rongqing Evening News, having interned for a year. She must continue her internship until a vacancy arises at the newspaper. Today, upon arriving at the newsroom, her mentor, a seasoned journalist, instructed her, Xiao Lu, we've received letters from readers stating that there have been lines at the People's Mall for 2 consecutive days for canned goods. Go and cover the story. It must be the Chichio Cup cans from Shifeng, right? I've heard about them, Lu Huijin inquired. Indeed, that's the one, her mentor replied. Lu Huijin promptly gathered her equipment and took the bus to the People's Mall. Intern reporters often find themselves in unfortunate circumstances, relegated to covering minor news stories, uncertain if their submissions will ever be published. Even if their articles are printed, the primary credit goes to the mentor. with the intern's name appended thereafter. Don't ask me how I know. It's a tale of woe. Upon entering the People's Mall and approaching the canned goods counter, Lu Huijin was astonished to see dozens of people queuing for canned goods. Are these cans made of gold? Joining the end of the line, Lu Huijin approached a customer and asked, "Hello, I'm a reporter from the Rongqing Evening News. Are you here to buy canned goods?" "Yes," the customer replied. Lu Huijin continued, "Why wait in line here when you could buy them at other stores?" The customer responded, "They're sold out everywhere else. Only the large mall still has them in stock." Lu Huijin inquired, "What do you need the canned goods for?" The customer replied, "It's for the Mid-Autumn Festival. To gift to my future mother-in-law." Lu Huijin inquired, "Isn't it customary to gift mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Why would you choose to present canned goods instead?" The customer responded, "Mooncakes can be easily purchased. However, gifting sheafing canned goods is essential to convey sincerity." Lu Huijin probed further. "Is the reputation of sheafing canned goods particularly commendable?" The customer affirmed, "Indeed. Have you not seen the advertisements? Gifts ought to promote health. Sheafing canned goods symbolize wellness and prestige. I intend to purchase the deluxe packaging for my future mother-in-law and a set of the Supreme Fortune packaging for my superiors at work. Both my mother-in-law and the leaders will surely be pleased." Lu Huijin then asked, "So, your decision to buy was influenced by the advertisements?" The customer replied, "Not entirely. Regardless, it seems that this year, gifting sheafing canned goods has become a trend. All my friends and colleagues are doing the same. I would feel quite embarrassed if I did not present canned goods." Lu Huijin subsequently interviewed several other customers and approached the mall manager, disclosing her identity, and asked, "Manager who, which products are the best sellers this Mid-Autumn Festival?" Manager who replied, "Is that even a question? Just look at the line over there." Lu Huijin inquired, "How many can the People's Mall sell in a single day?" Manager who stated, "On the busiest day, over 3,000 sets were sold. Yesterday, around 2,000 sets." Lu Huijin remarked, "That doesn't seem excessive." Manager who retorted, "Is selling 3,000 sets in a single day not significant? Do you comprehend what that signifies? It indicates that the product is immensely popular. The reason we sold only 2,000 sets yesterday was due to supply shortages. The canned goods factory has already run out of stock. Distributors from the provincial capital have been rushing to deliver supplies. And major malls and numerous small shops are fiercely competing for the limited inventory." Lu Huijin was momentarily speechless, pondering the product's immense popularity. Manager who, "What do you believe accounts for the exceptional sales of sheafing canned goods?" Lu Huijin continued her inquiry. Manager who explained, "It's partly due to the Mid-Autumn Festival and partly the advertisements. The combination drives consumers into a frenzy." "Surely, you haven't seen the advertisements, have you?" Lu Huijin replied, "I haven't come across sheafing canned goods advertisements on television. Are they perhaps published in newspapers?" Manager who clarified, "They are indeed on television. Every morning, afternoon, and even at midnight. The advertisements play repeatedly, long and tedious. They enlisted some medical experts to sway the elderly, compelling them to insist that their children purchase sheafing canned goods. Elderly individuals appreciate them, and naturally, the younger generation will follow suit. Word spreads like wildfire. The more people buy, the more this trend escalates. To put it simply, I hardly believe in the advertisements, but this year, I too shall buy sheafing canned goods. My relatives and elders will appreciate it, and it enhances my reputation. After all, that is the essence of gifting." Lu Huijin asked, "So, the success of sheafing canned goods is largely attributable to their appeal to the elderly through advertising?" Manager who replied, "Not solely due to the advertisements. No matter how effective the advertisement, if the product is subpar, it won't succeed. Just look at the packaging of sheafing canned goods. It's vibrant and upscale. Regardless of what essence side, carrying the box itself bestows a sense of pride. The packaging is not only visually appealing, but it also conceals delightful contents within. The heartfelt and luxurious canned goods can be repurposed for storing condiments after consumption, offering both beauty and practicality, a combination that is bound to please homemakers and the elderly alike. The Supreme Fortune packaging is even more impressive, transforming the cans into objects of art, adorned with auspicious inscriptions, allowing proprietors to display them as decorative items on their desks." Lu Huijin inquired, "Can I interpret this as everyone eagerly purchasing sheafing canned goods primarily not for consumption?" Manager who chuckled, "Have you seen the size of each can? The most affordable heartfelt can is something I could finish in a single bite. Who would be foolish enough to buy it solely for eating?" Lu Huijin probed further, "Is this akin to buying the box while disregarding the pearl?" Manager who replied, the box is more valuable than the pearl. What holds even greater worth is the intellect and innovation. From the packaging to the cans, and even the lengthy advertisement, they have executed a comprehensive strategy that leaves consumers in a daze. Those who conceive such ideas truly deserve their profits. Liu Huijin spent a solid 2 hours interviewing but hesitated to write immediately, knowing that the resulting article would merely fill a small column. As a journalist, she possessed a keen instinct that there was a significant story behind Shifeng canned goods. She resolved to visit the canning factory for further interviews, aiming to craft a report on the entrepreneur. If it garnered widespread attention, she might secure her position at the newspaper. Curse the title of intern. I am determined to shed that label. In 1993, the Mid-Autumn Festival coincided with National Day. Although there wasn't a 7-day holiday, a day or two off was still welcome. Song Qiji rushed into the office, addressing Song Weiyang, who was memorizing chemical formulas. The factory's phone has been inundated with calls, all requesting restocks. Mother has already partnered with 2 canning factories, which are working overtime, yet we still cannot meet the demand. Setting his pen down, Song Weiyang replied, "This is typical during festive seasons. Sales will surely plummet after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I just spoke with Mother and advised her not to expand our partnerships further to avoid excess inventory the next month. What should we do now?" Song Qiji asked, visibly anxious. "We continue as we are," Song Weiyang stated calmly. Song Qiji, feeling increasingly restless, lamented, "It's one thing if the cans aren't selling. It's another when they clearly could be selling, yet we lack the product. It's like knowing the enemy is on the hill, and a single charge could secure victory, but we're out of ammunition. Isn't that infuriating?" Song Weiyang chuckled. "What can we do? Time is too tight, and we are unprepared." The peaches sourced from Songping City amounted to over 1,600 tons. With 3 shifts daily and the need to hire temporary workers for peeling and pitting, they could produce 8 tons of canned goods daily, consuming 5 tons of peaches. After a month of operation, they had only managed to produce a little over 200 tons of canned goods, falling far short of the excitement generated by their advertising. Even if those 200 tons were sold at exorbitant prices, total sales would barely reach 5 million yuan. Previously, handling ordinary canned goods could easily recoup 1 to 2 million yuan, thanks to the warehouses being overflowing, with even the outdoor spaces filled. Additionally, 2 joint venture factories have also produced a small amount, and after a full day's work, the sales revenue only reached 6 million yuan. The net profit is even lower, as nearly 10 television stations have been engaged for advertising, with monthly expenses amounting to 1 million solely for advertisements. The pace of profit accumulation is rather languid. Selling health products yields a faster return, effortlessly surpassing 100 million. Song Qiji, taking a drag from his cigarette, remarked, "We must initiate another production line. Our manufacturing efficiency remains excessively low, and our costs are substantially high. The costs at those joint venture factories are even steeper, and for the time being, we must continue utilizing them. But we must extricate ourselves from these factories within a year or 2. Let us first focus on establishing our own facilities." Song Weiyang interjected, "That vast expanse of land to the east, I intend to purchase entirely." Song Weiyang cautioned that area contains considerable farmland. "We must coordinate effectively with both the government and the farmers to avoid any complications." "Rest assured, I am quite discerning," Song Qiji replied. Song Weiyang continued, "The domestic market necessitates astute marketing strategies, and competition will only intensify, especially since packaging and advertising are relatively straightforward. The future of our canned goods lies in foreign markets. It would be prudent to familiarize ourselves with this aspect. Discussing exports is premature. We can barely meet the supply demands of our own province." Song Qiji chuckled. "One must prepare for the future. It is wise to plan several steps ahead," Song Weiyang advised. Song Qiji nodded in agreement. In the early 1990s, despite facing various anti-dumping measures from Europe and America, nearly half of China's canned goods production was still allocated for export. The domestic market is becoming increasingly constricted, especially with the growing abundance of fresh fruits. Who still craves canned goods? Conversely, in many Western countries, people have a penchant for canned foods, with per capita consumption levels far exceeding those of China. As we entered the 21st century, the number of Chinese canned food enterprises surged once more, yet most have devolved into mere manufacturers for foreign brands. If we can secure a foothold in the international market, the canned food industry still holds significant potential, provided we withstand several rounds of anti-dumping measures. The situation in Europe and America is unavoidable. as China's low production costs have driven many foreign canneries out of business, leaving them to retaliate with anti-dumping tactics. Song Weiyang added, "We also need to diversify our product range. Currently, we only offer canned yellow peaches and sweet oranges. We should experiment with producing canned apples and strawberries. And once we diversify our fruit offerings, we can also explore canned vegetables and meats." The mere thought of these tasks made Song Qiji's head ache as he lamented, "Life in the military is far more comfortable, devoid of so many trivial matters. Brother Song truly lacks the temperament for managing a business. It is not a matter of intelligence, but rather of character. He enjoys making friends, drinks as if it were water, and easily connects with everyone. He would excel in expanding markets in other provinces. However, as a factory manager, he falters when subordinates err. He struggles to impose stern penalties due to concerns about his reputation." Song Weiyang suggested, "Once old Zheng returns, let him manage the factory." "I agree. He is more seasoned than I am," Song Qiji acknowledged, aware of his own limitations and unconcerned about his brother taking the lead, though he remained attentive to equity matters. "By the way, are you truly willing to grant him 16% of the shares?" Song Weiyang asked with a smile. "Are you feeling a pang of regret?" Song Qiji remarked, "It would be disingenuous to claim that I am not concerned. After all, it is money at stake. Why should we share it with outsiders?" However, on the other hand, their initial decision to invest was akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. We cannot simply turn our backs on those who have helped us. Thus, I find myself in a quandary. Neither giving nor withholding feels entirely right. I suppose we should consider their perspective. Everything is negotiable, and adhering to the original plan may suffice. Song Weiyang, however, seemed indifferent. As a reincarnated individual, he was certain that he would not be confined to a canning factory for his entire life. There were countless avenues to generate wealth. Furthermore, this situation served as a test. If Zheng Xiaohong and Qin Tao were amenable to reducing their equity stake during investment discussions, it would indicate their worthiness as partners and their trustworthiness. Conversely, should they insist on a larger share, collaboration could still continue, albeit with caution. One must not fully entrust oneself to them. Glancing at the time, Song Qiji said, "It's almost time to leave. You should head home. I will keep an eye on the night shift at the factory. Come on, let's go home together. Your sister-in-law is waiting for you." As Song Weiyang gathered his belongings, he added, "If the factory requires constant supervision, then what is the purpose of the factory office and the production department? A successful entrepreneur must first learn the art of delegation." "Indeed, you make a valid point," Song Qiji chuckled. The workers' dormitory at the canning factory was not isolated. It was integrated with the dormitories of other state-owned enterprises. A sprawling complex of cylindrical buildings, it was allocated by the government. In the 1970s, it was considered the outskirts, but it has since transformed into the urban fringe. Driving home in his Pusang, Song Qiji encountered numerous acquaintances as they approached their residence. With no garage available, the vehicle was parked downstairs. Just as Song Weiyang alighted from the car, he noticed an individual approaching with a can of Chiqiao cup in hand. "Hello, Director Song." "Good day, young Director Song." The man greeted with a smile. "Who is that?" Song Weiyang inquired softly. With a hint of disdain, Song Qiji replied, "He is the production section chief from the state-owned distillery. When our father acquired the distillery, he was dismissed. Have you forgotten? He even caused a scene at our house." "I have no recollection," Song Weiyang admitted. "Such trivial matters belong to decades past." With a sardonic smile, Song Qiji exclaimed, "Well, if it isn't section chief Shou. Long time no see." The man awkwardly responded, "What section chief? I can't even hold the position of workshop leader anymore. That fellow Zhong is no good. He has replaced all the distillery staff, either with relatives or those who have greased his palms." Old Director Song was fair. Capable individuals were promoted, while the incompetent were let go. Although I was demoted by Old Director Song and initially resented it, I later came to respect his judgment. Old Director Song was just. He held no grudges, unlike Zhong, who couldn't even hold a candle to him. Hearing praise for his father, Song Qiji found the man somewhat more agreeable and asked, "Are you here to deliver a gift?" Pointing upstairs, the man replied, "My father-in-law lives here." Suddenly, Song Weiyang asked, "Has the distillery suffered due to Zhong Dahua's antics?" "Indeed," the man replied indignantly. "The rules established by Old Director Song have been completely overturned by that Zhong, reverting everything back to how it was several years ago. At the distillery, many employees have taken to idling away their time. Some merely show up in the morning, only to vanish by afternoon." Song Qiji expressed his astonishment, asking, "Is there no oversight?" The individual replied with a bitter smile, "How can there be? The officials are all relatives and friends of Zhong Dahua, who lead the way in flouting regulations. How can the workers below not follow suit? Last month, the distillery lost several hundred cases of premium liquor, and it is rumored that Zhong Dahua's brother-in-law was behind it. Can you guess what the consequence was? The security department was fined, and all the ordinary workers had their bonuses deducted. I can't believe it. I wasn't even on duty that day, yet I inexplicably had my bonus taken away. Song Weiyang remarked with a hint of amusement. At this rate, in just a few years, the distillery will be brought down by Zhong Dahua. Song Qiji lamented. But that is the hard work of our parents. As the individual ascended the stairs, Song Weiyang suddenly declared, "Just wait. The day our father is released from prison, I will reclaim the distillery." Really? Song Qiji asked earnestly. Absolutely, Song Weiyang affirmed with conviction. The two brothers climbed the stairs side by side, returning home where their sister-in-law had prepared a meal and was watching television with their nephew. "You're back. Sit down and rest for a moment," she said, handing the child to Song Qiji while she hurried to the kitchen for bowls and chopsticks. Song Weiyang reveled in the atmosphere. He thought to himself that his sister-in-law could be at ease as a homemaker for the rest of her life, without the burden of sourcing goods or caring for a mentally unstable mother-in-law while managing a toddler. Oh, their nephew clung to Song Qiji, waving his toy with glee. Suddenly, Song Weiyang, feeling mischievous, snatched the toy, provoking an immediate wail from the child. "Are you out of your mind?" Song Qiji said, half amused. "I'm just teasing. Listen to how loudly little Chow cries." Song Weiyang chuckled. After returning the toy and soothing the child for a while until he calmed down, their sister-in-law called them to the table where their meal was already served. Just as they had taken a couple of bites, a knock echoed at the door. Their sister-in-law quickly went to answer it, and upon seeing a stranger standing outside, inquired, "Who are you looking for? Is this the home of Director Song?" "I am a reporter from the provincial capital, Lu Huijin, and I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so late. However, I only have half a day for interviews and must return to the provincial capital tonight." "Ah, so you are a reporter. Please come in," their sister-in-law exclaimed. Turning to call out, "Qiji, Weiyang, a reporter from the provincial capital, has arrived." With the instinctive sharpness of a journalist, Lu Huijin swiftly surveyed the dimly lit and cramped living room. In the few square meters of space, there was an octagonal dining table where two men sat eating. Not far away was a wire bed, upon which a child sat, while beneath it lay a clutter of miscellaneous items. The octagonal table, benches, and wire bed occupied most of the living room, leaving only a few corner areas for several clay jars, likely used for pickling, as every household in Xikang province, whether urban or rural, customarily made their own pickles. The most valuable possession in the living room is undoubtedly the 21-inch color television, which, lacking a TV stand, is awkwardly placed against the wall beside the octagonal table. Is this truly the home of Director Song from the Shifeng Canning factory? In a flash, Lu Huijin's mind conjures various images. The diligent and austere state-owned factory director, wholeheartedly dedicated to leading his workers towards prosperity. The selfless leader who prioritizes the collective welfare over personal comfort, ensuring the workers thrive before himself. What splendid material for news reporting. What an exemplary figure for promotion. In her haste to arrive, Lu Huijin was unaware that the Shifeng Canning factory is actually a private enterprise. She was also oblivious to the fact that Director Song Weiyang's computer alone cost 20,000 yuan, temporarily residing in the director's office. Beneath the wire bed lies a mountain bike valued at 1,400 yuan, relegated outside due to the cramped living room space. "Hello, Director Song. I am Lu Huijin from Rongqing Evening News, here to interview you about your remarkable achievements." Lu Huijin approached Song Qiji directly. "Greetings. Please, have a seat," Song Qiji said, bringing over a stool with a smile. "Apologies for the cramped space. I hope it doesn't inconvenience you." "Not at all," Lu Huijin replied. This merely indicates that Director Song is not blinded by material wealth and has maintained a commendable spirit of perseverance. Song Qiji chuckled. "Perseverance is more fitting than hardship in my case." Lu Huijin's admiration deepened as she remarked, "Living in such modest surroundings without lamenting your circumstances. Director Song is truly a paragon of the new era as party members." "I am hardly an exemplary party member," Song Qiji confessed. "When I was a soldier, my comrade helped me compose my application for party membership, and I merely copied it." Lu Huijin misinterpreted this, believing Song Qiji transitioned from military service to become a factory director, saying, "You must have achieved great feats during your time in the military, Director Song." Great feats are too grand a term. I merely had the fortune of accomplishing a few minor deeds, he replied modestly. Not long after joining the army, I went to town during a holiday and happened upon a house ablaze. It was one of those old bamboo and wood structures, and the fire spread rapidly. My comrades and I rushed in and managed to rescue 6 villagers, though tragically, 2 did perish. That is indeed commendable. Fire spares no one. And this was not your fault, Director Song, Lu Huijin reassured him. Song Qiji waved his hand dismissively. I am not worthy of admiration. It was my comrade who truly deserves it. Had I not pulled him back, he would have gone back in, undoubtedly facing peril. He exemplified selflessness. Such humility, Director Song, Lu Huijin noted, taking out her notebook to jot down the details. What honor did you receive for this act of bravery? To prevent greater losses among the populace. I was awarded a third-class merit. Although I may seem like a ruffian, I speak passionately about my military experiences. This earned me the favor of my commander, who appointed me as squad leader and later became my party introduction sponsor. Surely, your appointment as squad leader was not solely due to your bravery during the fire. Your military aptitude must also be impressive, Lu Huijin inquired. Song Qiji grinned. I excel in brawling and am quite adept at shooting. During a military competition, I earned another third-class merit. Director Song, what was your military position upon retirement? Lu Huijin inquired. Song Qiji replied, I was a private. A private? Lu Huijin exclaimed in surprise. Song Qiji elaborated. Back then, the company commander wanted to promote me directly and keep me in the military. However, I am rather restless. After earning merit several times, I also stirred up some trouble. If I continued to stay in the army, I might err again at any moment. Lu Huijin then asked, how did you become the director of the canning factory? Song Qiji responded, I simply bought the factory. Lu Huijin was astonished. Is Shifeng Canning Factory a private enterprise? Did you not know? Song Qiji was somewhat surprised as well. Lu Huijin. Song Qiji. Meanwhile, Song Weiyang, while eating, listened to their exchange, nearly laughing until his stomach hurt. Lu Huijin queried, how did you afford to buy the canning factory? Song Qiji replied, my father is also in business. The director of Jiafeng Distillery. He earns a considerable profit share each year, which was used to purchase the canning factory. If your family is so wealthy, why do you live in? Lu Huijin suddenly realized, your father is Song Shumin? Yes, Song Qiji nodded. The case involving Song Shumin had garnered significant attention, even reported in provincial newspapers, so Lu Huijin could not possibly be unaware. You must be wondering how I ended up in such a place, Song Qiji said. Not long after my father was imprisoned, our entire family was expelled from the distillery's staff community. We do have a self-built house in the countryside, but it's quite far and inconvenient, so we temporarily moved into this apartment building. Therefore, let's not romanticize hardship. My situation is not that dire. Lu Huijin was utterly bewildered, unsure how to continue the interview, as the stark reality diverged greatly from her expectations. After gathering her thoughts, Lu Huijin decided to shift the focus of her news report, asking, has the performance of the canning factory always been good? Not at all. It was on the brink of collapse, Song Qiji admitted. Lu Huijin inquired, how did you come to rely on advertising and packaging to open up sales channels? Song Qiji responded, this was my brother's idea. Suddenly, Song Weiyang interrupted. He diligently researched foreign business models and, in conjunction with the realities of the Chinese market, devised a new strategy to boost sales. Lu Huijin asked, and who might this be? My younger brother, Song Weiyang, Song Qiji casually revealed. The method to save the factory was conceived by him. You should interview him. Song Weiyang rolled his eyes, wishing to remain behind the scenes and not be thrust into the spotlight so soon. Song Qiji turned to him, saying, younger brother, this matter cannot be concealed. Everyone in the factory knows your situation. Besides, the story of a high school student saving a canning factory would surely carry more weight in the news. Consider it free publicity for our family's canning business. Reluctantly, Song Weiyang accepted this reasoning, realizing he could not hide any longer. As I awaited the news from the Rongqing Evening News, I was certain that other journalists would arrive for interviews. Once a reporter casually approached a worker for questioning, the truth would inevitably surface. It would be wiser to speak candidly at this moment. With this realization, Song Weiyang promptly resolved to maximize his interests, eloquently recounting there was simply no other option. At that time, the canned food factory was burdened with debts amounting to several million, and wages for the workers were unpaid. Our warehouse was overflowing with unsold products, and creditors were incessantly blocking my front door. Although I was still a student, I felt compelled to contribute to my family. Lu Huijin, brimming with excitement, inquired. How did you manage that? Song Weiyang replied. I pilfered several hundred yuan from my home and took a train to Shanghai to observe how canned goods were sold in the metropolis. To my surprise, I discovered a method. What method? Lu Huijin's interest was piqued. Are you familiar with Weiyang? Song Weiyang asked. Lu Huijin shook her head. No. Is it a type of canned food? Weiyang is a company from Taiwan, a major player in the food industry, Song Weiyang explained. How does this relate to opening sales channels for the canned food factory? Lu Huijin queried. Song Weiyang elaborated. Last year, Weiyang launched a tuna canned product in mainland China, packaged in a gift box. Consequently, this tuna can sold remarkably well. This inspired you, didn't it? Lu Huijin posited. Not quite. Song Weiyang shook his head. Although Weiyang's tuna can feature a gift box, it did not perform well in mainland China. Various conjectures left Lu Huijin somewhat speechless, further fueling her curiosity. Why did the tuna can fail to sell? She asked. Song Weiyang responded. During my visits to numerous shopping malls in Shanghai and discussions with consumers, I identified several issues. First, Weiyang's market research was flawed. Tuna lacks recognition in mainland China, and the public is largely unaware of it, perceiving it merely as a foreign delicacy without strong consumer demand. Second, their promotional efforts were inadequate. Despite being the first product in mainland China to utilize gift packaging, they failed to leverage this advantage effectively. Third, their sales channels were excessively narrow, only available in large urban department stores, while ordinary shops scarcely stocked them. Fourth, Song Weiyang articulated a total of 6 points, thoroughly critiquing Weiyang's marketing strategy in the mainland. He had indeed encountered Weiyang's tuna gift packaged cans, but not in Shanghai. Rather, it was in Shenzhen. The packaging was visually appealing, yet the price was exorbitant, and advertising was virtually non-existent. Consumers would walk away upon learning the price. Lu Huijin asked, how did you draw inspiration from Weiyang's product? Song Weiyang smiled. Despite Weiyang's flawed marketing strategy, their gift packaging left a profound impression on me. Their missteps could serve as cautionary tales, guiding me to avoid similar errors when selling canned goods. Could you elaborate on your approach? Lu Huijin inquired. Song Weiyang stated, to persuade individuals to purchase your product, one must provide a compelling reason. What are the advantages of canned yellow peaches? Upon consulting a nutritionist, I discovered that yellow peaches are remarkably healthy fruits, rich in essential nutrients and trace elements required by the human body. Thus, I focused on health, reducing the sugar content of the canned peaches, and proclaimed the slogan that gifts should embody health. Consequently, young people are undoubtedly inclined to purchase them as gifts for their elders. What about the packaging? Lu Huijin inquired. Song Weiyang responded. The design of the packaging box was inspired by Weiyang, while the canister was conceived by me. In the past, consumers would repurpose canned containers for various uses, such as holding miscellaneous items or condiments. However, I felt that traditional canned jars were both bulky and unattractive. So I envisioned creating smaller, more aesthetically pleasing and refined bottles. This way, housewives could conveniently use the canned jars for condiments, finding them even more practical than dedicated containers. Ah, I see. You are indeed clever, Lu Huijin remarked. Song Weiyang continued. Before launching the gift canned peaches, I had introduced a cup canister. The bottle features a handle for easy carrying, and the body has a mesh cover to prevent burns, slipping, and breakage. Upon its release, it became immensely popular, leading consumers to forego traditional cups in favor of our canisters. Now, those cup manufacturing companies are lamenting their plummeting sales due to our competition. The more Song Weiyang elaborated, the more astonished and excited Lu Huijin became. A high school student, whose father was imprisoned and whose family's canned food factory was on the brink of collapse, bravely stepped forward. With merely a few hundred yuan, he ventured into Shanghai, drawing inspiration from the curved products, and adeptly devised a series of brilliant ideas that revitalized the struggling private factory. This is truly a contemporary business legend. Once the news is published, it is bound to spark significant social repercussions. For the sake of diligently pursuing his studies and striving to become a youth embodying the 4 virtues of socialist modernization, Song Weiyang wished to avoid distractions. Thus, he requested Lu, the journalist, not to publish his photograph or use his real name. Lu Huijin expressed her understanding and grew even more impressed by Song Weiyang's character. What an extraordinary young man, achieving such great things while remaining grounded and maintaining a love for learning, unlike others who would have boasted about their success. Since the 1980s, the government has faced challenges with state-owned enterprises, creating several models of reform. Those exemplary figures, burdened by their sudden fame, have all faltered without exception. In 1980, in a certain county in Zhejiang province, Bu Xingxing took office as the factory director of a shirt factory. He immediately set about implementing reforms, introducing a bonus system, penalizing unproductive workers by deducting their wages, and even dismissing 2 employees. Such actions were unimaginable in that era, as workers were seen as the owners of the factory, and directors had no authority to deduct wages or terminate employment. A worker could scold the director at will. Complaints flooded the county, city, and provincial offices like snowflakes. Yet under Bu Xingxing's leadership, the shirt factory flourished. In 1983, a lengthy report detailing Bu Xingxing's achievements graced the front page of the People's X newspaper. This report garnered attention in internal references, prompting Xinhua News Agency to issue a nationwide press release, leading to an influx of articles from various local newspapers. Numerous visiting delegations and inspection teams flocked to this factory to glean insights. Central government agencies and provincial authorities eagerly invited Bu Xingxing to deliver lectures, and he was appointed as a special member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. The fabric scissors he had used were enshrined in the Museum of Chinese History. It seemed that any state-owned enterprise could effortlessly emerge from adversity simply by following Bu Xingxing's example. Consequently, his daily responsibilities transformed into hosting an array of visiting delegations and traveling to different cities to present reports each month. The renowned private entrepreneur Lu Guanchuan later reminisced about the bustling gravel road leading to Wuyuan town, teeming with individuals eager to observe and learn. At that time, Director Bu was highly sought after. Even high-ranking officials found it challenging to secure a meeting with him. Our vehicle was halted at the entrance, and after much negotiation, the guard consented to let us drive around the factory premises, which we considered a form of learning. With the introduction from 2 journalists, Director Bu finally agreed to meet us. He spoke for 15 minutes before we exited, making way for another group. Bu Xingxing soon ascended to great heights, becoming somewhat detached from production management, preferring instead to impart lofty ideals. Although the shirt factory thrived as a result, he failed to expand its scale methodically. Instead, he recklessly broadened the business scope, successive ventures resulting in losses. Moreover, the factory's hospitality expenses skyrocketed, leading this once prosperous establishment down a path of decline. Several such instances had already emerged. Thus, Lu Huijin greatly admired Song Weiyang's modesty and promptly agreed to abstain from publishing photographs or using his real name, allowing him to develop his business without concern. Initially planning to return to the provincial capital that night, Lu Huijin chose to remain, intending to interview workers at the canning factory. The workers frequently referred to him as Little Director Song, further illuminating Song Weiyang's personal allure. Simultaneously, the luxurious Duke vehicle and the visiting investor, Boss Zheng from Taiwan, repeatedly surfaced in the workers' conversations, leaving Lu Huijin perplexed. Song Weiyang chuckled, explaining, "That Duke car is rented," and the Taiwanese businessman was invited to appease creditors. Otherwise, given the factory's circumstances, we could not have resumed operations. "I am merely a fraud, Ms. Lu. Do you still wish to report on this?" Upon hearing this, Lu Huijin swiftly fell silent. In her ambition to shed the title of intern and secure a permanent position, Lu Huijin felt compelled to produce a sensational report. While fraud could spark controversy, it was unnecessary to complicate matters. Crafting a perfect business legend would serve their mutual interests better. The moment she decided to chronicle Song Weiyang's story, Lu Huijin had already forged a symbiotic relationship with him. Upon returning to the newspaper office, Lu Huijin dedicated 2 days to composing an extensive article exceeding 5,000 words, titled The Business Legend of a 17-Year-Old, The Rise and Fall of Shifeng Canning. She opted not to use a pseudonym, instead referring to Song Weiyang as Little Director Song, just as the workers did. The narrative commences with Song Shumin's establishment of a distillery, extending to the flourishing sales of Shifeng canned goods. The prose is imbued with emotional resonance, resembling a piece of lyrical literature. Moreover, Lu Huijin refrained from submitting the article to her supervisor, fearing potential sabotage, and thus continued under a pseudonym. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Zhang Xiaoguang glanced at Lu Huijin, sensing a hint of familiarity, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Huijin produced her manuscript, stating, "Editor-in-Chief Zhang, I have a rather sensitive piece that requires your personal review." "Just place it down," Zhang Xiaoguang replied. Although Lu Huijin set the manuscript aside, she did not depart and insisted, "Editor-in-Chief Zhang, this article is rather urgent. Zhang Xiaowang picked up the manuscript and asked, "Are you a newcomer in the editorial department?" To which Lu Weijin responded, "I am from the reporting department." "Why would someone from the reporting department seek my review?" Zhang Xiaowang's irritation was palpable, as the editor-in-chief was not merely the head of the editorial department, but the leader of the entire newspaper. Typically not concerned with specific articles, Lu Weijin, having steeled herself, boldly requested, "Editor-in-chief Zhang, could you spare a few minutes to review this report? I am curious to see what trickery you are attempting." Zhang Xiaowang had already resolved to dismiss Lu Weijin. Following the newspaper's reforms, he possessed the authority to do so. Upon his initial perusal, Zhang Xiaowang noted the prose's exquisite quality, though it was somewhat verbose, an affliction often encountered by novice reporters, as news articles are not meant to be lyrical. However, after finishing the manuscript, Zhang Xiaowang swiftly altered his perspective, remarking, "The report is indeed splendidly written. Yet the issues surrounding Song Shumin are quite sensitive, as they pertain to provincial leaders' attitudes towards state-owned enterprise reforms. Therefore, I must consult with Editor-in-Chief Zhang." Lu Weijin smiled, acknowledging, "Currently, no official dares to impede reforms, yet there exists divergence on the manner of implementation. Some advocate for boldness, even suggesting the complete privatization of state-owned enterprises. Others urge caution to prevent the loss of state assets. Song Shumin finds himself caught in this crossfire." Zhang Xiaowang lit a cigarette and directed Lu Weijin. "You may leave for now." "Certainly," she replied hastily. Zhang Xiaowang discreetly made a phone call, and after some exchanges, it was confirmed the article could be published. But the details regarding Song Shumin required careful handling. Lu Weijin waited outside for a full half-hour before hearing the editor-in-chief's voice. "Come in." "Editor-in-chief Zhang, does the manuscript require revisions?" Lu Weijin inquired. Zhang Xiaowang instructed, "The first part should be condensed. Understood?" "I comprehend," Lu Weijin affirmed. Zhang Xiaowang scrutinized the manuscript's authorship and remarked, "Lu Weijin, is it? How long have you been with the newspaper?" "I joined last year as an intern reporter," she replied. Zhang Xiaowang immediately grasped the situation and admonished, "From now on, focus on your work and avoid unorthodox methods. Consult your supervisor when faced with challenges." Internally elated, Lu Weijin lowered her gaze and acknowledged, "Your criticism is valid, Editor-in-Chief. I shall reflect upon my errors." "All right, you may leave. Once the manuscript is revised, submit it directly to the editor," Zhang Xiaowang remarked. "Thank you, Chief Editor." Lu Weijin finally smiled. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the daily sales of the Qiqiao Cup canned goods experienced a dramatic decline, plummeting by 92. However, the once booming gift can successfully established the reputation of Shifeng. While the sales of the Qiqiao Cup series dwindled, the sales of Shifeng's water cup cans began to soar, swiftly positioning them as the leader in the canned goods industry in Xikang province. Amidst this favorable situation, the market not only witnessed a surge in imitation products but also counterfeit goods. Some cans bore the Shifeng trademark directly, while others bore names such as Shifeng, Shiwang, and Shigawei, using hasty fonts that made them appear quite similar at first glance. In light of this, Song Weiyang felt utterly helpless. In the counterfeit-ridden 1990s, not only domestically but even Chinese canned goods exported to the West faced imitation. Some enterprises established connections to affix branded labels to their products for export, even mixing them with genuine goods. Foreigners found it nearly impossible to defend against such deceptions, with counterfeit news surfacing sporadically, tarnishing the international reputation of Chinese canned goods. Fortunately, these imitation products were relatively minor disturbances, easily distinguishable by the cans themselves. Shifeng's cans were thicker, more aesthetically pleasing, and costlier, which small counterfeit factories were reluctant to invest in. In response, Song Weiyang promptly took action, having all high-quality imitation trademarks registered, securing over 30 variations, including those that had never been used such as Shila, Shihuan, and Shitian. Should any counterfeit factory manage to grow larger, it would indeed be amusing. After 10 years, we could litigate with assured success. Currently, most private small factories do not register trademarks, lack production licenses, and are oblivious to tax obligations. On October 11th, a Monday, for days after the cold due solar term, temperatures dropped significantly, accompanied by continuous autumn rain. Yang Xin emerged from the provincial train station, burdened with a heavy pack and a sense of uncertainty about the road ahead. Graduating from Zhejiang University in 1986, he became a deputy county chief within 6 months, a commonplace occurrence during that era. Neighbors believed he was thriving, yet Yang Xin felt discontent. In the county where he worked, there were as many as 16 deputy county chiefs, with overlapping jurisdictions. For any given matter, anyone could take charge, yet anyone could also choose to neglect it. Sometimes, even involvement proved ineffective. After merely 3 months as deputy county chief, Yang Xian proactively requested a transfer to a state-owned enterprise, assuming the role of secretary and factory director at a leather manufacturing plant. Over the course of 4 years, under Yang Xian's diligent management, the heavily indebted leather factory flourished, achieving an annual net profit of 20 million yuan. Unwilling to remain at the behest of the local government, he repeatedly sought to initiate a shareholding reform. After fruitless negotiations, he ventured into real estate in Xiong Island with an investment of 100,000 yuan. 3 years later, that sum multiplied over 100-fold. Yang Xian had long sensed that the real estate market on Xiong Island was on the brink of collapse. However, being a natural gambler, he always believed there was still time for one last wild ride. In June of this year, the central government implemented policies to curb the overheating of the Xiong Island property market. Yang Xian and several friends owned land and properties valued at over 100 million. Yet they still owed the bank over 60 million. With the government's intervention, their land and properties became unsellable, and the bank pressed them for repayment, leading to a catastrophic rupture of their financial chain. The entire Xiong Island descended into chaos, with countless bankrupt speculators leaving behind over 600 unfinished buildings, 18,000 hectares of idle land, and over 80 billion yuan in frozen capital. Some properties remained stagnant for an extended period, and when the bank attempted to auction them off, there were no buyers. They had to be rented out at bargain prices, even repurposed for pig farming. On National Day, Yang Xian and his friends stood atop an unfinished building, drinking and singing, while tears streamed down their faces. "Brothers, I will take my leave first. After 18 years, I shall return a better man." One friend leapt off, his brain splattering, blood pooling around him. Yang Xian and the remaining companions exchanged glances, bidding each other farewell before parting ways. In that moment, Yang Xian yearned to return to his hometown to visit his parents, whom he hadn't seen in years. Yet, as he stepped out of the train station, he found himself unable to move, overwhelmed by shame at the thought of returning. Once, he had been the first university student in his town, sent off with great fanfare by the commune leaders. Upon graduation, he had quickly ascended to the position of deputy county chief, with his parents spending 200 yuan on firecrackers to celebrate, neighbors flocking to offer their congratulations. Now, could he really return in such a disheveled state? A gust of autumn wind chilled him, and he suddenly realized he had wandered into an unfamiliar alley. At the alley's entrance was a bustling tea house. His clothes were soaked from the fine drizzle, and he entered the tea house, ordering a pot of tea as he began to contemplate his future seriously. "General, oh, regret that move, regret that move. No, if you want to take back a move, you shouldn't have played. You regretted yesterday. It's my turn today." The two old men at the head of the table began to argue, their quarrel escalating to the point of rolling up their sleeves for a fight. Yang Xian found this somewhat amusing, though he couldn't quite articulate why. The tea house was filled predominantly with elderly patrons. Some played traditional card games, others engaged in chess, with poker and mahjong being a rare sight. A few simply sipped tea, while a group of old friends sat at one table, brewing tea and boasting until their tales reached the cosmos. An elderly man, holding the Rongqing Evening News, sighed in exasperation. "The youth today are so fierce, they start businesses in their teens." "Which business?" another old man inquired. "That canned food company, you know. The one that sent you 2 boxes during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you forgotten?" "Of course not. I received the deluxe package." "That factory is run by a teenager? 17. Still in high school. Look, it's printed in the newspaper. His father was once a big entrepreneur, but ended up in prison. Their factory owes several million, and his mother and brother are at a loss for what to do. This young lad is quite remarkable. During the summer vacation, he boldly pilfered several hundred yuan from his home and ventured to Shanghai, claiming to investigate the canned goods market in a bustling metropolis. How ingenious he is. He ingeniously devised a plan, returned, and took over the factory, managing the business while pursuing his studies. Now, with the remarkable sales of sheaf and canned goods, it is certain that the factory has been revitalized, if not more than that. Just last month, the sales figures reached several million. Goodness, why isn't my child as astute? Many are clever, yet few possess such audacity. Would you dare to venture to Shanghai at 17? Why wouldn't I? At 17, I was already serving as a soldier in combat. Indeed, you fought at 17, drafted into a losing battle. I was part of a rebellion. I was a soldier of the People's Liberation Army. After the establishment of the nation, such endeavors do not count. Your experience was merely as a captive surrendering. The two old men had drifted into reminiscing about decades past, but young Xin found himself intrigued, prompting him to borrow a copy of the Rongqing Evening News for a thorough read. The nearly 5,000-word feature article elaborated in detail on Song Weiyang's fundamental operations, including the collaborative production with state-owned factories. Suddenly, a thought struck young Xin. This canned goods factory holds great potential, yet it lacks scientific management and long-term planning. With nowhere else to turn, why not try my hand at the canned goods factory? Perhaps this opportunity could herald my resurgence. In tumultuous times, with bandits aplenty, those with talent often sought refuge with the powerful. The same was true in China during the 80s and 90s, among the future stalwarts of Guangdong. Five had once sought the patronage of Mao Zedong, Pan Xi, Feng Luan, Wang Gongquan, Lu Jun, and Wang Qifu. Gaining notoriety allows ambitious individuals to see hope, naturally bolstering their strength. However, when talent arrives, the leader must possess the ability to maintain control. Feng Luan even became Mao Zedong's right-hand man, with two-thirds of the company's managerial positions filled by his associates. Yet, Mao Zedong's unbridled approach proved difficult for Feng Luan to temper, leading him to rally Wang Gongguan and others to study Zhang Xueliang, intending to employ a military admonition, relegating Mao Zedong to merely the chairman's role while they managed the company's affairs. When Pan Xi joined the team, it coincided with the failure of Feng Luan's military admonition, prompting this group to start anew and establish Guangdong. Yang Xin, having placed the newspaper into his backpack and paid for his tea, hurried once more to the train station. He resembled a wandering hero from the rivers and lakes, down on his luck, ready to embark on a venture upon hearing a rumor akin to the legends of Liashan Marsh. Simultaneously, the exploits of the young factory director, Xiao Song, swiftly spread throughout the provincial capital, becoming a topic of fervent discussion on the streets. In these times, celebrity gossip was scarce. People were more engrossed in societal news and had a particular fondness for newspapers. A 17-year-old high school student, single-handedly turning around his family's misfortunes and revitalizing a factory, is certainly enough fodder for discussion for a month or two. There are even rumors suggesting that the remarkable prowess of director Xiao Song stems from his upbringing on canned peaches. Young Xin stood outside the factory gates, gazing at the dilapidated and shabby workshop, juxtaposed against the bustling fleet of delivery trucks. His heart surged with emotion. I am a proud graduate of Zhejiang University, having served as the deputy county mayor of a populous county, leading a struggling state-owned enterprise to prosperity and conducting business worth tens of millions on Hainan Island. Once I reveal my credentials, won't director Xiao Song regard me as Liu Bei de Zhugakongming? Yang Xin felt quite confident. Although this canning factory was in dire straits, its reputation had already been established. In just a year or two, he could steer the factory onto the path of scientific development and, in turn, position himself as the helm of a private enterprise. Suddenly, a honk snapped young Xin back to reality. Turning around, he saw a luxurious Duke sedan, from which a rotund driver shouted, "Please move aside, don't block the road." Young Xin hurriedly stepped aside, his mind racing. Could it be a big boss arriving to invest? This would be a splendid opportunity to make an impression. The Duke sedan swiftly entered the factory grounds, but young Xin was halted and asked to register. "I am looking for Director Xiao Song," he stated. The guard replied, "Director Xiao is unavailable." Young Xin assumed the guard was deliberately obstructing him and insisted, "I am a graduate of Zhejiang University, formerly a deputy county mayor, now here to apply for the position of general manager at Shifeng Canning Factory. Please relay this to Director Xiao. He will surely want to meet with me." "You were a deputy county mayor?" "I wouldn't have guessed," the guard remarked in surprise. "That was in the past. I ventured into business afterward," young Xin explained. The guard chuckled. "Did your business fail?" Young Xin responded with a smile. "What makes you say that?" The guard retorted, "If you hadn't suffered losses, you would be a boss yourself and wouldn't be seeking a managerial position here." That was a fair point, young Xin mused, smiling at his self-deprecation, and urged, "Please inform Director Xiao Song." The guard reiterated, "As I mentioned, Director Xiao is not available. He isn't even at the factory." "Where is he then?" "I shall wait," young Xin inquired. The guard replied, "He is, of course, at school. Today is Tuesday. Director Xiao still attends classes." Young Xin was momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing that he had been rather foolish to seek a general manager position at such a rundown factory. With his capabilities, securing a role in a foreign enterprise in the burgeoning city would have been a simple task. "May I enter then?" Young Xian asked. The guard gestured. "Go inside, turn right. The factory office has a reception room where you can wait." As the guard spoke, he suddenly stood at attention, exclaiming, "Director Xiaosong." Young Xian turned to see a youth clad in school uniform, gracefully riding a mountain bike towards him. Today marked the return of Guistaolan, Zheng Xiahong, and Shintao. They had already formed partnerships with 4 canning factories from other regions, and Song Weiyang had taken a leave of absence to convene a meeting at the factory. "Director Xiaosong," Young Xian called out, stopping him in his tracks. Song Weiyang placed his foot on the ground and, seated in the vehicle, inquired, "Hello. How may I assist you?" Young Xian replied, "Greetings, I am Young Xian, and I have come to pay a visit out of admiration. Please, let us discuss this further inside," said Song Weiyang as he disembarked and pushed the vehicle, walking alongside Young Xian into the facility. Young Xian surveyed the factory, remarking, "The premises are quite immaculate." Song Weiyang chuckled, "If a food enterprise lacks cleanliness, who would dare to purchase its products?" Young Xian continued, "I have toured Hire's factory, and it is spotless both inside and out. Especially upon entering the production area, one senses an immediate immersion into the Hire assembly line, as every moment is meticulously orchestrated. This is a testament to their excellent management, typical of a large corporation." Song Weiyang acknowledged, "Indeed, it is a hallmark of successful enterprises." Young Xian elaborated, "For a company to flourish, it must embrace scientific management. Shifeng Food Factory should aspire to higher standards." With a smile, Song Weiyang asked, "Mr. Yang, do you understand management?" Young Xian responded, "I majored in it during my university studies." Surprised, Song Weiyang inquired, "Which university did you attend?" Young Xian replied, "Zhejiang University." "A prestigious institution," exclaimed Song Weiyang. "It's acceptable," Young Xian humbly replied. Uncertain of Young Xian's intentions, Song Weiyang chose to engage in light conversation, saying, "Zhejiang University is commendable. Had I been fortunate during my college entrance examination, I might have become an alumnus alongside you." Young Xian remarked, "University is merely the first step. The knowledge acquired is theoretical and must be integrated with practical application." Song Weiyang nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case." Young Xian continued, "Particularly in the realm of enterprise management, the case studies studied at university are predominantly foreign. Only through hands-on experience can one discern the significant differences between foreign practices and our domestic circumstances. Hire's management system was inspired by foreign models, yet they successfully localized it." Song Weiyang stated, "Then I must certainly visit Hire to learn from them." Young Xian proposed, "If I were to manage Shifeng Food Factory, my first step would be to restructure the departmental framework, establishing a solid foundation and setting rules to ensure orderly operations across departments. Following that, I would implement several steps. First, expand production scale. Second, enhance production efficiency. Third, reduce production costs. Fourth, improve market promotion. Fifth, refine sales channels. And sixth, establish a corporate image and cultivate corporate culture." Truly impressive, as expected from a graduate of a prestigious university, Song Weiyang praised with a smile. Young Xian suddenly posed a question, "Director Song, do you believe I am suited to manage Shifeng Food Factory?" At last, Song Weiyang comprehended that this individual was self-recommending for a position. He countered, "If you were to take the reins, what commitments would you require from me?" Young Xian replied, "I would take full responsibility for the company's affairs, particularly in human resources, as the complexities of local enterprises necessitate sufficient authority to operate effectively. Furthermore, I would require a portion of equity. With ownership, my motivation would be significantly enhanced." Song Weiyang, intrigued, asked, "Mr. Yang, what was your previous occupation?" Yang Shindo, having served as a deputy county chief and as a director of a state-owned enterprise, rest assured that enterprise flourished under my stewardship, boasting an annual net profit exceeding 20 million. And then, Song Weiyang inquired, "Then I ventured into the sea to Cheong Island." Young Xian hesitated to reveal. Cheong Island, it is a land of tragedy, yet also of miracles. Within 3 years, land prices skyrocketed 100-fold. Song Weiyang couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Let's discuss this in detail." He led Young Xian into the reception room and soon returned with a stack of documents. Tossing them towards him, "Peruse these. I have a meeting to attend." "Very well," replied Young Xian. After Song Weiyang exited the reception room, Young Xian opened the documents, and his eyelids flickered upon seeing the cover page emblazoned with bold letters, Outline of the 3-year development plan for Shifeng canning. What is this? As Yang Xian perused the planning material, he realized that the very matters he had just mentioned were already meticulously outlined by Director Song, with many aspects far exceeding his own expectations. Had the canning factory enlisted the expertise of a sage? I must meet this sage. In the meeting room, after exchanging pleasantries, Song Weiyang got straight to the point. Let us discuss the joint operations. Guistalan stated, we have formed joint ventures with 4 factories, namely, Mengping County Canning Factory, capable of producing 6 tons of canned goods daily, Jingchuan City Canning Factory, with a daily output of 12 tons, Hebao County Canning Factory, able to produce 9 tons, and Shuzhou City Canning Factory, with an 8-ton daily capacity. Currently, these 4 canning factories primarily produce canned yellow peaches and apples, with the potential to shift to sweet orange cans in the autumn and winter seasons. They are all small factories, remarked Song Weiyang. Guistalan responded, larger factories are difficult to negotiate with. While they are willing to collaborate, they refuse to do contract manufacturing. What is the point of a joint venture without contract manufacturing? Song Weiyang asked with a smile. They will produce the cans and simply label them with our brand, paying only a fee for brand usage, Guistalan explained. Song Weiyang countered, that is unlikely. Hence, I did not agree. Guistalan continued, I have also discovered that the canning factory in Zizhou City has begun producing cup cans, which are identical to ours. The director of that factory is a former military officer, quite capable. I anticipate that competition will intensify in the future, once larger factories follow suit in producing cup cans. It is only a matter of time, so there is no need for excessive concern, Song Weiyang reassured. Cup cans can apply for design patents. Yet such applications may prove futile, as local protectionism renders legal battles nearly impossible. Additionally, the duration of a design patent is 10 years. After that, any legal disputes would likely be futile. Guistalan added, the 4 joint venture canning factories are reluctant to allow us to intervene in production. The technicians dispatched by Shifeng have become mere decorations, and the packaging damage rate is alarmingly high. I suspect they are using Shifeng's packaging and trademarks to quietly produce and sell cans independently. If the quantity is small, we can turn a blind eye. If it escalates, we will sever our partnership, Song Weiyang remarked, casting a playful smile at Zheng Xiaohong. Old Zheng, you've gained weight again. Zheng Xiaohong waved his hand dismissively, saying, don't mention it. With all the lavish feasts and drinking, I've been feeling quite ill. Chen Tao chimed in. Brother Zheng once downed 5 kilograms of Baijiu, the 60-degree kind. That's reckless, exclaimed Song Weiyang in astonishment. Zheng Xiaohong replied, what can one do? The local leaders insist on toasting, and I had no choice but to oblige. That rascal drank 6 kilograms himself and ended up in the hospital on an 4 drip. Song Weiyang sincerely said, you have my utmost respect for your efforts. This venture for joint operations saw Guistalan negotiating cooperation details, Zheng Xiaohong engaging with corporate leaders, while Chen Tao managed a myriad of trivial tasks. Each had their roles, and they were utterly exhausted by day's end, especially Zheng Xiaohong, who felt nauseated at the mere scent of alcohol. Chen Tao laughed, I don't find it burdensome. I've learned so much from Auntie and Brother Zheng. You certainly appear more capable, Song Weiyang praised. Guistalan interjected, let's discuss the investment. We must provide an explanation to Xiao Zheng and Xiao Chun. Here's my perspective. Song Weiyang began, but Zheng Xiaohong interrupted. Brother, let me first explain the situation with the canning factory. I'm well aware of it now. Last month's sales reached 6 million, and we hardly lack for our modest investment. I've already discussed with Taozi. I will invest 500,000 for a 5 stake, and she will invest 150,000 for a 1.5 stake. What do you think? That seems rather unfair to you, Song Weiyang responded. It's not unfair. We are the ones benefiting, Chen Tao retorted. Guistalan made a decisive statement. I think this arrangement is acceptable. There's both camaraderie and profit, and no one is at a loss. Very well, let us proceed with that ratio, Song Weiyang added. The investment contract should also include a clause granting you both preemptive rights for transfers, sales, and follow-on purchases of shares. What does that mean? Zheng Xiaohong asked, looking puzzled, while Chen Tao also turned to Song Weiyang for clarification. In essence, Song Weiyang explained, if the canning factory seeks further financing, or if any shareholders wish to sell their stakes, you will have the priority to increase your holdings or purchase shares from other shareholders, and you can also have the first opportunity to sell your shares. Zheng Xiaohong inquired, is this right of any value? Song Weiyang chuckled, it holds significant value. Simply put, no matter what transpires, you will have control over your equity. If the canning factory's performance falters, you can withdraw preferentially. Consider it a form of compensation from me. You shall see its worth in time. However, Chen Tao's focus diverged. Can our canning factory really go public? Anything is possible. Once we are listed, you two could become millionaires or even billionaires. Song Weiyang painted an ambitious picture. I will arrange for 2 contracts. We shall sign them tomorrow. No problem, Zhang Xiahong responded. What will I do afterward? Continue drinking everywhere? Song Weiyang chuckled. Once the contract is signed, I shall make the necessary arrangements. There is someone in the reception area who has taken the initiative to recommend himself. He has previously served as a deputy county chief and has also been the director of a state-owned enterprise. I must first meet with him. Chen Tao had already embraced her role as a shareholder of the canning factory and hastily remarked, such talent must certainly be retained. Preferably not. Zhang Xiahong countered with a shake of her head. Guo Xiaolin concurred. Indeed, keeping him could lead to potential troubles. Why is that? Chen Tao inquired, perplexed. Zhang Xiahong elaborated. Let me illustrate. Our canning factory is akin to a poor young man, handsome and brimming with potential for growth, who attracts the attention of a wealthy heiress. However, these heiresses often possess strong wills and believe themselves to be knowledgeable, wanting to dominate both home and affairs, leaving the poor young man voiceless. Consider this individual. He has been a deputy county chief and a director of a state-owned enterprise. Once he joins us, he would likely dictate all matters. In a few years, the mid-level management could entirely consist of his own allies, potentially leading to a rebellion. Chen Tao summarized, so it's a case of the guest overpowering the host? Guo Xiaolin added, a case of a crow occupying a magpie's nest. Precisely. Zhang Xiahong laughed. Song Weiyang remarked, well said, Lao Zhang, you possess great insight. Zhang Xiahong replied, I have witnessed such occurrences frequently. Without even mentioning governmental bodies, when I was at the Provincial Sports Committee, the leadership invited a national coach to foster the development of our province's sports. The sports sector indeed flourished under his guidance. After all, he was a skilled coach. However, the provincial committee's leaders became subservient to him, compelled to heed his every word. His accomplishments and connections with the national body rendered the provincial leaders utterly voiceless. Ultimately, the deputy director of the provincial committee was ousted, and the coach took his position. Song Weiyang stated, whether to accept this individual will be determined after further discussions. For now, I shall temper his enthusiasm. I shall accompany you, Zhang Xiahong declared. Then let Sister Tao come as well, merely to observe, Song Weiyang suggested. Chen Tao laughed. Is Dr. Ma trying to deceive us again? Nonsense. Dr. Ma never deceives, Song Weiyang replied with seriousness. I believe it, Chen Tao chuckled. As they settled into their seats, Song Weiyang took the lead, with Zhang Xiahong and Chen Tao flanking him. Yang Xin surveyed the scene before him and inquired with a smile, Little Director Song. Are you staging a 3-part interrogation? Song Weiyang responded, allow me to introduce. This is Mr. Zhang Xiahong and Miss Chen Tao. They are shareholders of the canning factory. Mr. Yang, to manage the Shifeng canning factory, the approval of these 2 shareholders is essential. Ah, shareholders. My apologies for the oversight, Yang Xin replied, relieved. Song Weiyang continued, Mr. Yang, you have reviewed the 3-year development outline for the canning factory, have you not? I have, Yang Xin nodded. Though it is merely an outline without specifics, it is evident that it bears the mark of a skilled hand. Little Director Song, who crafted this 3-year plan? Perhaps I could engage in a direct conversation with him. I have taken the initiative. Let us commence our dialogue. Song Weiyang raised his teacup and took a sip. You did this? Yang Xin inquired, somewhat astonished. We have discussed before that the management of Chinese enterprises in the early 1990s was rather rudimentary. Highest corporate management system assimilated the best practices from numerous Japanese companies, such as Toyota and Panasonic, which, in the new century, could only be deemed commendable. However, Wang Shi of Vank, after merely half an hour of observation, experienced an unprecedented shock. He remarked, the sensation is terrifying. I instantly felt that hire would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Meanwhile, Wang Shi was in the midst of planning Vank's initial public offering, with aspirations to list in Hong Kong. The concept of mainland enterprises was exceedingly popular in Hong Kong, and it was anticipated that he could effortlessly raise 450 million Hong Kong dollars, which filled Wang Shi with ambition. During a planning meeting, a manager from Standard Chartered Bank posed a question to Wang Shi. Mr. Wang, what precisely does Vank do? To his astonishment, Wang Shi found himself at a loss for words. Not only did he lack a corporate strategy, but he was also unaware of what his own enterprise primarily engaged in. Despite this, Weiyang ranked among the top 5 private enterprises in China at that time. It was not until 1994, when Weiyang's stock was maliciously attacked by Junin Securities, that Wangsher finally grasped the significance of corporate positioning. Consequently, he began to divest various subsidiaries, focusing solely on real estate, and formulated a strategic plan. First, 70% of Weiyang's profits must derive from real estate, with urban residential projects comprising 70% of that. Second, he would not engage in any business yielding profits below 25%, as the prevailing industry norm dictated not to pursue ventures with profits below 40%. These strategic guidelines enabled Weiyang to weather the storm and thrive amidst tumultuous tides. In such a challenging environment, how could a mere canned food factory and a high school student devise an exceptionally thorough 3-year corporate plan without astonishing Yang Xian? Chen Tao chuckled inwardly. Dr. Ma's capabilities extend far beyond this. Yang Xian perused the planning document and inquired, Director Song, do you intend to venture into the national market by the end of this year, or will you bombard it with gift packaging and advertisements during off-peak times? I apologize, but that is a trade secret, Song Weiyang replied. Yang Xian countered, the canned food industry is experiencing a significant downturn. Gift cans cannot sustain effectiveness in the long run, as many products will inevitably adopt similar packaging strategies. Song Weiyang conceded, indeed, which is why I plan to enter the beverage sector next year. It is explicitly stated in the outline. Yang Xian responded, I believe that is too hasty. You should first solidify your position in the canned food market. If you venture into the beverage industry next year and fail to establish a sales channel quickly, your cash flow will undoubtedly encounter difficulties. Song Weiyang smiled, I understand, but I have devised a comprehensive plan. While I may not directly rival Jianlibo, competing with Lebeishi and Waha is certainly within the realm of possibility. Could you elaborate? Yang Xian asked. I apologize, but that remains a trade secret. Song Weiyang smiled once more. Yang Xian felt a twinge of impatience from that 3-year planning outline. He could discern Song Weiyang's far-reaching vision and immense ambition, and the blueprint captivated him profoundly. Regrettably, only an outline exists, which incites an insatiable curiosity for the details. Only by delving into the particulars can one discern whether it is mere folly or grand ambition. Even if it is folly, it is a folly imbued with plans and goals, far surpassing the understanding of the current 99% of entrepreneurs in China. Yang Xian no longer dares to underestimate this high school student. The formidable rise of Shifeng Canning has demonstrated that Song Weiyang possesses more than just petty cleverness. Moreover, the 3-year planning outline at hand further attests to Song Weiyang's boundless ambition and foresight. Yang Xian enjoys collaborating with such individuals. He initially intended to usurp the opportunity, but has now come to regard Song Weiyang as a business partner. With a proper attitude and positioning, everything becomes negotiable. Just as in the real estate ventures on Qiang Island, Yang Xian and his companions share a remarkably close rapport, even prepared to face peril together, though only one dared to leap. Setting aside any unfounded arrogance and superiority, Yang Xian stated, during my tenure as a factory director at a leather factory, I diligently studied the management models of Japanese enterprises and formulated a set of management strategies suitable for Chinese companies. As long as I can oversee the Shifeng Canning factory, coupled with Director Song's exceptional marketing prowess, I assure you we can accomplish that 3-year development plan ahead of schedule. Do you still desire equity? Song Weiyang inquired. Yang Xian replied, of course, and it must not be less than 20. Song Weiyang chuckled. Imagine a former governor of a U.S. state retiring and traveling to a small African nation, approaching the king with, I have been a governor in the United States. Now I wish to assist you in governing your country, but you must at least make me president. And I want a share of the nation's tax revenue. Do you think the king of that small African nation would acquiesce? Yang Xian, undeterred by the mockery, responded, if that American governor could bring hundreds of Patriot missiles to the African nation, I believe the king might indeed agree. And where are your Patriot missiles? Song Weiyang queried. Yang Xian retorted, are you familiar with the Shenzhen canning factory? Song Weiyang affirmed, anyone in the canning industry knows. It was once the leader of China's canning sector. Shenzhen is the birthplace of the Chinese canning industry, having commenced production during the late Qing dynasty, encompassing a vast array of canned goods, including fruits, meats, and seafood. By the 1960s, the Shenzhen canning factory employed over 6,000 workers and had established several branches elsewhere, with some products designated for military use and others specifically for export. Yang Xian chuckled. That once great leader is on the verge of demise. I am aware of that, Song Weiyang nodded. Yang Xian continued. When I was involved in real estate on Xiong Island, one of my partners was an official from the Shenzhen canning factory. They were unable to pay salaries, which compelled him to borrow money to invest in real estate. After the market collapsed, he returned home. Please go on. Song Weiyang expressed a burgeoning interest. Yang Xian elaborated. My friend mentioned that the Shenzhen canning factory has been negotiating a takeover with the Taiwanese company Weiyang for over a year. What do you imply? Song Weiyang asked. The acquisition of the Shenzhen canned food factory by Weiyang has become a foregone conclusion, with thousands of employees awaiting their livelihoods. It cannot be delayed much longer. Yang Xian remarked with a smile that the Shenzhen canned food factory boasts several advanced production lines, all imported from abroad in the 1980s. I can facilitate the introduction of a few production lines, effortlessly saving you at least several million in funds, potentially even tens of millions. This is my Patriot missile. Song Weiyang turned to Zheng Xiahong and inquired, What do you think, old Zheng? Zheng Xiahong nodded in agreement, replying, It is feasible. Unable to suppress a smile. Song Weiyang remarked, Mr. Yang, your Patriot missiles are indeed hard for me to refuse. While Song Weiyang could secure a loan for several million from the bank, obtaining tens of millions would prove considerably more challenging. The canned food factory would need to reach a certain scale first. Furthermore, there is the matter of time. Bringing in production lines from abroad would take at least 3 to 5 months at the fastest, or even up to a year at worst, provided there are sufficient funds. Skipping this step would be invaluable and would greatly expedite Song Weiyang's business plans. After careful consideration, Song Weiyang stated, Mr. Yang, if you can successfully bring in production lines from the Shenzhen canned food factory, I will agree to grant you a 10 stake. 20, Yang Xian insisted. That is excessive. Song Weiyang replied. Will you not reconsider? Yang Xian chuckled. Song Weiyang countered, your Patriot missiles, aside from myself, who in China would be willing to purchase? Even the leading company in the canned food industry is on the verge of collapse. Other factories are struggling just to maintain production. Who would spend money on production lines? By collaborating with me, you could easily acquire a 10 stake in a company. If you refuse to cooperate, you will not receive a single cent. And your Patriot missiles will merely gather dust in the warehouse. Of course, you could act as an intermediary, helping me connect with that batch of production lines. And I will offer you sufficient profit. Now please choose. How to choose? Yang Xian's expression shifted restlessly. He had fallen into a verbal trap. What began as a dispute over 20 versus 10 of the stake had swiftly transformed into a question of whether to cooperate and how. Faced with immense profit, Yang Xian found himself caught off guard, his thoughts completely guided by Song Weiyang. To put it succinctly, Yang Xian is a person of high caliber, possessing intelligence, management skills, and execution capabilities. However, his rapid responsibility is lacking, and he is easily blinded by profit. His strengths are prominent, yet his weaknesses are equally apparent. Such a person should not be entrusted with strategic decisions and must be tethered when utilized. Among the 3 options presented by Song Weiyang, the second was promptly dismissed by Yang Xian. Now, should he take the 10 stake in the Shifeng canned food factory or act as an intermediary to earn a quick profit? Should he seize the opportunity for a venture in the special economic zone, striving for a brighter future? Yang Xian felt utterly bewildered and was uncertain about what business to pursue. However, a mere 10 stake seemed too trifling. Wait, that's not right. I should be negotiating the percentage of equity. Yang Xian finally came to his senses and remarked, I certainly wish to collaborate with the canning factory. How does a 15 stake sound? Song Weiyang chuckled. Since Mr. Yang is so insistent, let it be. I hope we can work together in the future. As for the canning factory in Shenzhen, I will have to approach them myself. Thank you for the valuable information, Mr. Yang. Faced with Song Weiyang's obstinate demeanor, Yang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The conversation had shifted from how to collaborate to whether collaboration was even feasible. Yang Xian could only sell the production line to Song Weiyang, while the latter could send someone to purchase it independently, marking an imbalance in their negotiating positions. This high school student is quite impressive. Reflecting on their earlier exchange, Yang Xian realized he had been led around by the nose, leaving him exasperated. And he could only force a wry smile, saying, Then let it be 10. I have changed my mind. You can only have 3, Song Weiyang replied with a smile. Because I suddenly realized I could purchase it myself without Mr. Yang's assistance. You. Yang Xian felt as though he could explode with rage. Song Weiyang laughed heartily again. Mr. Yang, do not be upset. I was merely jesting. How about 5? In the midst of his discontent, Yang Xian found himself thinking that at least it was better than 3. Song Weiyang then began to play the emotional card, standing up and placing a hand on Yang Xian's shoulder, saying, "Mr. Yang, it is not that I am being fickle. Rather, Mr. Zhang's stake is only 5, and Miss Chen's is a mere 1. 5. If you were to take such a large share merely as an intermediary for introducing the production line, it would certainly be discontenting for them. We are all partners here. I cannot treat one more favorably than the others. Wouldn't you agree?" Yang Xian countered. "But I can save the factory hundreds of millions in funds." Song Weiyang replied, "Thank you for the invaluable information, Mr. Yang. We can save those hundreds of millions ourselves. The 5 stake I offer you can be considered a fee for information and is already quite generous." Yang Xian's mind felt a bit muddled. He tried to organize his thoughts and said, "Wait, I have my own skills. I can manage the enterprise. Even if I don't assist in introducing the production line, I still deserve a stake. I can manage the enterprise myself. I do not lack talents like Mr. Yang," Song Weiyang stated. Yang Xian found himself at a loss for words. What was amiss? Surely something was amiss. It should not be this way. No matter how he arranged his thoughts, he could not find clarity. He decided to return and ponder further, saying, "Director Song, I will come back tomorrow with a response." "Very well. Take care," Song Weiyang replied, and then turned to Zhang Xiahong, "Old Zhang, please take a trip to Shanshu and see if the canning factory is willing to sell the production line at a lower price." Just as Yang Xian turned around, not yet taking a step, he heard this and immediately spun back, exclaiming, "You cannot conduct business this way." Song Weiyang innocently asked, "In business, where have I gone astray?" "You are not wrong. I am the one at fault for coming here. 5 it is then. You have 1. Yang Xian felt utterly drained, as he found himself faced with but 2 choices: accept a mere 5 stake or depart empty-handed. Zhang Xiahong let out a hearty laugh. "Brother Yang, have you witnessed his prowess?" Yang Xian nodded with a wry smile. "Indeed, Director Song's reputation is well-deserved." Zhang Xiahong, ever affable, threw an arm around Yang Xian's shoulder and said, "Brother, you must adopt a different perspective. We are now partners. The more cunning and formidable Director Song is, the further we shall go together, and fortune will surely follow." Chen Tao chimed in, "Yes, while he may be adept at deceiving others, he is unwaveringly loyal to his friends. From now on, we are comrades in wealth and prosperity." Song Weiyang took Yang Xian by the arm and cheerfully urged him, "Don't be upset, old Yang. Come, let us enjoy lunch. I'll drink 3 cups in penance. Onward." Zhang Stehong joined in, supporting Yang Xian along the way. Yang Xian felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship, a mix of indignation and absurdity swirling within him, rendering his frustration almost laughable. What manner of people are these? Did not Master Ma once proclaim that a business cannot retain its talent for 2 reasons? Either the remuneration is insufficient, or the employees feel wronged. In Yang Xian's case, a meager share would surely breed resentment. Therefore, it is imperative to compensate in other ways, granting him substantial influence to fully showcase his talents. Even when he makes erroneous decisions, Song Weiyang need merely offer reminders and guidance, allowing Yang Xian to recognize his shortcomings while fostering a sense of gratitude and guilt towards his superior. Of course, this requires a tether to ensure Yang Xian does not unleash unwarranted ambitions. This tether must be subtle, established through preordained rules that he can acclimate to and comprehend. Otherwise, he would feel unduly constrained. Ultimately, as the enterprise flourishes, a slight increase in Yang Xian's equity can alleviate his discontent. Throughout this process, Song Weiyang must also cultivate emotional bonds, drawing them closer as intimate friends and partners. The art of nurturing talent, akin to training a hawk or walking a dog, is a realm in which Song Weiyang excels. Individuals of unparalleled loyalty and remarkable talent are a rarity, akin to phoenix feathers, difficult to find and even more challenging to acquire. Every capable individual harbors ambition. The more exceptional their abilities, the greater their aspirations. Those in positions of authority need only guide such ambitions onto the correct path. If a hunting dog always has prey to pursue, it will not turn against its master. Ambition can be transformed into a driving force, and the more ambitious it is, the fiercer the dog becomes. Simultaneously, the master must establish their authority and nurture the bond with the dog. One day, even when prey is scarce, the dog will remain faithfully seated. Yang Xian, this eagle, is indeed worth Song Weiyang's patient cultivation. To put it plainly, the modern corporate management system would baffle Zhang Xiahong. Yet Yang Xian possesses the acumen to navigate it and improve upon it through practice, thereby liberating Song Weiyang from the constraints of business management. After all, managing an enterprise demands considerable time and effort. Lunch was served at the hotel within the department store, marking the inaugural gathering of the shareholders. Despite Yang Xian being a graduate from Zhejiang University, he had previously served as both a deputy county magistrate and a factory director, and thus had undoubtedly been tested by the rigors of alcohol. In this era, one must drink to hold an official position, and in business, it is equally essential. It only takes a few years to become a connoisseur of spirits. "Brother Yang, come, let us fill your glass," Zhang Xiaohong insisted, pouring drink after drink. His hand resting warmly on Yang Xian's shoulder, exuding enthusiasm. Yang Xian found himself overwhelmed. Having consumed 2 jin of baijiu, he shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "Brother, you are my dear brother. I truly cannot drink anymore." Zhang Xiaohong tilted his head back and drained his glass, flipping it upside down, proclaiming, "I have finished mine. You may drink as you please." Being a recent addition to the team, it was imperative to uphold this courtesy. So Yang Xian steeled himself and raised his glass, slurring, "Brother, your capacity for alcohol is formidable, truly formidable." Concerned about the potential repercussions of excessive drinking, Song Weiyang quickly intervened. "Old Zhang, let us take it easy." Chen Tao assisted by serving dishes, smiling, "Brother Yang here, have something to eat to settle your stomach." Thank you." Yang Xian struggled to steady his chopsticks, dropping food multiple times. Song Weiyang exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Xiaohong, who immediately responded, "Brother Yang, I've heard you've had experience in Qiong Island. Is it truly a lucrative place?" Yang Xian supported his forehead with one hand and swayed slightly. Don't mention it. I had a business with a few friends, worth over 100 million, and it all went down the drain. That place is quite peculiar, rife with dubious dealings." Zhang Xiaohong inquired, "What avenues were there?" "Real estate speculation. You all know about that. Have you heard of flipping cars?" Yang Xian asked. "Reselling automobiles?" Chen Tao replied, "Yes, in 1984 and even in 1985, Qiong Island was flooded with imported cars." Yang Xian took a sip of tea to sober up, then organized his thoughts. "A friend of mine who was in real estate had a brother who was a kindergarten teacher. He told me that during that time, it was madness. Even kindergartens were engaged in the import and export of automobiles." Zhang Xiaohong exclaimed, "Smuggling?" "No, not smuggling," Yang Xian clarified. "Everything was sanctioned by the government, although they issued permits in abundance. Just in 1985 alone, the volume of automobiles imported to Qiong Island was equivalent to the total import of vehicles for the first 20 years since the founding of the nation. Can you imagine how astonishing that is? Back then, even ordinary workers in Qiong Island were involved in car imports. If they lacked funds, they would rally their neighbors to pool together tens of thousands of yuan and leverage connections to obtain permits, enabling them to co-invest in an imported vehicle and resell it. Is that truly the case?" Zhang Xiaohong realized how little he knew about such matters. Yang Xian smiled wryly. "Thus, I say, the place is indeed peculiar." Song Weiyang poured Yang Xian another cup of tea, asking, "What is the situation with the Shenzhen canning factory?" Yang Xian shook his head, gathering his thoughts. "My friend's older brother is the deputy director of the Shenzhen canning factory. Several rounds of significant downsizing have led to a drastic decline in the sales of military canned goods. With the imposition of anti-dumping measures by Europe and America, the export of canned products has also faced restrictions, making civilian canned goods even harder to sell. The canned food factory in Shantou has been insolvent for 2 years. Workers' wages could only be resolved through bank loans, but eventually, the banks ceased lending, forcing the factory to compensate workers with cans instead of cash. Can production lines truly be acquired at a low price? Will Weiyang intervene in this matter?" Song Weiyang inquired. Yang Xian chuckled. Who is unaware of the situation in state-owned enterprises? The workers are so impoverished that they resort to stealing items from the factory to sell. Even if we do not purchase the production line from the Shantou factory, by next year, it will likely be pilfered to the point of being unusable. Regardless, the factory is set to be sold to Weiyang. Why shouldn't we be allowed to acquire the production line beforehand? The leadership stands to gain, and the workers can benefit as well. The only party at a loss will be the Taiwanese enterprises. Song Weiyang raised his glass and said, "Old Yang, if you successfully negotiate this deal, you will be the great benefactor of the canned food factory. Here's to you. I'll toast with tea." "Fair enough," Yang Xian replied, sipping his tea. "Director Xiao Song, I finally clarified my thoughts on the way here. I underestimated the situation and, in my haste, revealed my hand too early, allowing you to lead me by the nose. To be honest, since graduating from university, few have managed to outmaneuver me, and you are the youngest to do so. Zheng Xiaohong laughed heartily. Old Yang, you still remember that? Of course. Yang Xin took another sip of tea. However, I admit my folly in underestimating you. I cannot blame others for being ruthless. Standing on the rooftop of a half-finished building in Cheong Island, I nearly jumped off while drunk, having come close to death. Can I not see through this matter? Zhang Xiaohong replied, as long as you can see clearly, we will all be good brothers moving forward. Come, let us drink again. Cheers. Yang Xin resumed drinking baijiu. Song Weiyang interjected, all right, let us eat some food. Another round, and we may end up in the hospital. Yang Xin finished his drink and smiled. Brother Zheng's drinking capacity is undeniable. Aside from that, he must be quite adept at sales and building relationships. Not much. Just about 5 or 6 gene, Zheng Xiaohong modestly replied. Yang Xin remarked, this reminds me of an old classmate who entered the foreign trade department after graduation. He was quite the drinker. He has also ventured into business, and just the other day, I visited him in the special zone on my way back from Cheong Island. I intended to seek his support, but guess what? Chen Tao asked, what happened? Yang Xin shook his head with a bittersweet smile. He is even more unfortunate than I am. My bankruptcy was due to national policy, while he was swindled by a woman, losing all the money he earned from years of business. He now lives in the countryside of the special zone, working as a translator for a foreign enterprise, earning just over 3,000 yuan a month. Zheng Xiaohong commented, 3,000 is not a small amount. That depends on who you ask. Yang Xin suddenly squinted and said, Director Xiao Song, I believe our factory's canned goods should be developed for export. My friend used to work in foreign trade and knows people both domestically and internationally. Could we perhaps bring him on board? Thus, the cultivation of his own team begins. Song Weiyang chuckled, that is fine, but I fear they might consider it a waste of talent. Rest assured, I will persuade him. Yang Xindao added this time. When we go to the canning factory in Shanshou to discuss the production line, I will invite him along to assist. Song Weiyang did not discourage this approach. For a company aspiring to grow stronger, it is essential to attract various talents. In slightly larger enterprises, the absence of factions would indeed be peculiar. Indicating one troubling truth, the company is on the brink of collapse. Fair competition fosters corporate development, yet should vicious factional strife emerge, one must not fault Song Weiyang for his ruthless turn. In this scenario, Zheng Xiaohong is a pivotal figure. Old Zhang, known for his tact and understanding, can serve as a lubricant within the company. After finishing their meal, Yang Xin was nearly unsteady on his feet. Zheng Xiaohong supported him, saying, Brother Yang, there's a bowling alley downstairs. Let us go play a few games. Yang Xin expressed his surprise. Bowling alley in Romping City? I thought only the provincial capital had one. Chen Tao chimed in, there's also karaoke. Zheng Xiaohong laughed. All thanks to Mr. Song's investment. Now I see. I truly admire Boss Song, Yang Xin replied with a smile. Let us go and play a few games. A group of inebriated companions helped each other down the stairs. Upon arriving at the bowling alley, Song Weiyang spotted a familiar face, Zhong Dahua. The bowling alley was rather desolate, largely due to the high prices. Accompanying Zhong Dahua were a man and a woman. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, while the woman exuded youthful fashion. She sent the ball down the lane, knocking over 8 pins. Zhong Dahua immediately applauded, excellent shot. Miss Lin is truly impressive. She could compete internationally. The man concurred, indeed. Zhui Yun's bowling skills have greatly improved. The woman laughed modestly. Oh, you mustn't flatter me. It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Zhong Dahua replied, regardless of whether it's a black cat, white cat, or a blind cat, a cat that catches a mouse is a good cat. The man pointed at Zhong Dahua, laughing, old Zhong. You can't just alter the sayings of great figures. Who would dare? Zhong Dahua smiled apologetically. The man picked up a bowling ball, pretentiously polishing it, ready to take his shot when he suddenly noticed Song Weiyang and the others approaching. He disregarded everyone else, fixating his gaze on Chen Tao, and asked Zhong Dahua, Old Zhong, you're from here. Do you know those people? Zhong Dahua turned to look and immediately darkened, responding, Young Master Tang, those few have enmity with me. The man, astonished, asked, You, the factory director of a major enterprise, who would dare hold a grudge against you? Zhong Dahua explained that young man, the one with the delicate face, is Song Shumin's son. Song Shumin embezzled and misappropriated state assets, and I could not stand idly by, so I reported him. Now, the Song family regards me as their enemy. The man merely chuckled before inquiring, what about the woman with wavy hair? Do you know her? Not quite. Zhang Dahua shook his head. The woman immediately rolled her eyes and retorted, cousin, you're being ridiculous again. Be careful, or I will tell my sister-in-law when I get home. Do you really think I am that kind of person? The man quickly distanced himself from the accusation. Zhang Dahua, seizing the opportunity, remarked, young Master Tang, allow me to inquire on your behalf. The man chuckled, sure, let us consider it a chance to make a friend. With a cold smile, Zhang Dahua approached Song Weiyang, who was purchasing tickets, and said, oh, isn't that young Song? You're here to play as well? Song Weiyang furrowed his brow and then warmly shook Zhang Dahua's right hand, exclaiming enthusiastically, ah, Director Zhang, what a pleasure to see you. Ouch, let go of me. Will you? Zhang Dahua protested, having been pampered for years and unaccustomed to such underhanded tactics. What was meant to be a handshake turned into a painful grip as Song Weiyang secretly twisted his fingers, leaving Zhang Dahua feeling as if his pinky might snap. When dealing with an enemy, any means are permissible until a thorough reckoning is achieved, even such childish tricks. As Zhang Dahua grimaced, Song Weiyang feigned concern, asking, Director Zhang, what's wrong? Kidney deficiency doesn't cause hand pain, does it? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Zhang Dahua retorted angrily. Song Weiyang raised an eyebrow and said, very well, then kindly step aside. Good dogs don't block the way. Chen Tao quietly updated Yang Xin on the situation, prompting him and Zheng Xiahong to stifle their laughter. It was amusing to see Song Weiyang, usually composed and mature, behaving like a child for the first time. Zhang Dahua, rubbing his hand, pointed toward a couple in the distance, saying, young Master Tang wishes to meet you. Why aren't you going to greet him? Which young Master Tang? Song Weiyang inquired curiously. Certainly the notable one, Zhang Dahua boasted. He is the son of Director Tang from the Ministry of Light Industry, wishing to befriend this young lady. May I ask how to address her? Not interested. Chen Tao firmly stood with Song Weiyang, giving him a frosty reception. Zhang Dahua, now irate, snapped. Oh, so you dare to disregard young Master Tang's presence? Just wait and see. He turned to leave, and Chen Tao scoffed. Is this how one can be a director? Acting like a fool. He is doing it on purpose. Trying to make us look foolish in front of young Master Tang, Song Weiyang remarked. Zheng Xiahong suggested, is he trying to sow discord? Indeed, Song Weiyang corrected. He is employing a treacherous strategy to turn young Master Tang against us. Such a petty individual, while he may not possess much skill, he is certainly enthusiastic about employing these crude tactics. Moreover, if we are not cautious, it could prove fatal. Yang Xin proposed, let us go explain the situation. Chen Tao winked, watch me. Zhang Dahua, fuming, hurried over to the man and exclaimed, young Master Tang, this is utterly infuriating. I revealed your identity, and they actually told me to leave. It's clear they are disrespecting you. Really? Young Master Tang not only remained unfazed, but was instead smiling. Indeed, just a moment ago, when I shook hands with that lad from the Song family, he twisted my fingers. Zhang Dahua extended his right hand, and as you can see, my pinky is all red. Perhaps I should approach him again or discreetly contact that curly-haired beauty. Rest assured, Master Tang, I shall ensure you successfully connect with anyone you wish to befriend. Master Tang inquired, how did they arrive here? Zhang Dahua turned around and quickly replied, perhaps they were intimidated by your father's position. These individuals present a facade of sincerity, yet behind the scenes, they are utterly revolting. Just watch. They will undoubtedly approach to curry favor while simultaneously speaking ill of me. Chen Tao led the way, her laughter as radiant as blossoms swaying in the gentle breeze. Greetings. Master Tang, I am Chen Tao, a shareholder of the Shifeng Canning Factory. Master Tang promptly pushed Zhang Dahua aside and shook her hand with a smile, saying hello. Miss Chen, I am Tang Yong. The woman who had been engrossed in her own game suddenly turned around. Is that the Shifeng Canning Factory associated with Director Xiao Song? Indeed. Chen Tao replied, you are truly beautiful. May I know your name? Lin Zhuiyun, recently appointed as a lecturer at the College of Light Chemical Engineering, the woman responded. Upon hearing the name Lin Zhuiyun and observing her beauty, Song Weiyang, who was trailing behind, immediately felt dazed, almost calling her in on impulse. This woman was, in fact, the younger sister of his mother-in-law from a previous life. How remarkably coincidental. What was meant to be a pretentious display turned into a melodrama of familial entanglements. Song Weiyang was not overly familiar with this aunt, having only encountered her a few times. At the time of his marriage, Lin Zhuiyun had already been abroad for several years, married to an American of Chinese descent. They had 3 children before divorcing, reportedly due to frequent domestic violence. As for Master Tang, he was likely the cousin of his future wife, who also ended up emigrating, and Song Weiyang had never met him. Master Tang's father, a government official, seemed poised to pass away in a few years, prompting the entire family to pivot towards business ventures. No, let me reassess. Zhong Dahua was entangled with Tang Yong. Song Weiyang had heard whispers that this fellow sought to connect with Tang Yong to convert the winery into shares, but ultimately, he was restrained by Mayor Huang and other senior leaders. Indeed, Zhong Dahua even lost his position as the factory secretary, yet continued as the factory director, albeit with an added overseer to keep him in check. This is rather intriguing. Perhaps I could find an opportune moment to discreetly inform Mayor Huang of these developments. Tang Yong's attention was now entirely fixated on Chun Tao, who took the opportunity to introduce Master Tang. This is our Shifeng Canning Factory's director Song Weiyang. Before Tang Yong could respond, Lin Zhuiyun curiously examined Song Weiyang. Are you the director Xiao Song featured in the newspapers? Quite impressive. Lin Zhuiyun, at the tender age of 20, had just graduated with her bachelor's degree and had only spent 2 months working in a government office, finding it rather tedious. She transitioned to the College of Light Chemical Engineering as a lecturer, assuming the role of a legitimate instructor. A 20-year-old university graduate is indeed a rarity in this new century, especially considering the generally higher age of admission these days. It is not merely due to innate intelligence. Rather, her parents, both professors, cultivated her intellectual and cultural acumen from a young age, even when they were relocated to the countryside. In 1980, after her parents were rehabilitated, Lin Zhuiyun returned to the city at the tender age of 7 and immediately enrolled in the 4th grade of elementary school. As for her career, it can only be described as capricious. With familial connections and her own capabilities, she pursued her endeavors based on personal preference. While securing a position as a lecturer at Tsinghua or Peking University was out of reach, becoming a lecturer at the Institute of Light Industry seemed a natural progression. In contrast to Chen Tao, Lin Zhuiyun may not possess a more voluptuous figure or longer legs, yet she is graced with a perfect visage and striking features, exuding an intellectual charm akin to a delicate orchid that has been transplanted from a deep valley to a greenhouse, innocent, serene, elegant, and fragile. Chen Tao, however, resembles a wild mountain peach, resilient against drought and frost, blossoming brilliantly amidst barren crevices. I am Director Xiao Song, he remarked, surprised to learn that Miss Lin had heard of him. When I left the provincial capital a couple of days ago, my father praised you, Lin Zhuiyun replied. He even showed me the article written about you, urging me to work diligently, remain humble, and avoid being inconsistent in my efforts. Xiao Song reflected. It is indeed rare for the old gentleman to commend me. I cannot recall how many times I was scolded by him in my past life. From before my marriage until my time-traveling escapade, when he deemed me a scoundrel for allegedly trying to deceive his granddaughter. Tang Yong chuckled. Director Xiao is quite the celebrity in the provincial capital. Several newspapers have reprinted articles about him, making it difficult not to be aware of his reputation. The main reason for this notoriety lies in the peculiar choices of the cousins, one forsaking a stable government position to pursue teaching, while the other, having barely completed university, sought to profit from bureaucratic approvals, all the while engaging in frivolities and wandering about after marriage. The Rongqing Evening News boasts a history of several decades. Although it is primarily distributed within the provincial capital and surrounding counties, it ranks second in sales among provincial newspapers, only surpassed by the provincial party newspaper. Almost every department within the government and various enterprises in the provincial capital subscribes to the Rongqing Evening News, which has rendered Director Xiao quite renowned within the local bureaucracy. Countless officials have used him as a benchmark to admonish their wayward offspring. Xiao Song humbly stated, newspapers tend to exaggerate. I merely led the canning factory to earn some modest profits. In the realm of small enterprises, no matter how much one strives, the results remain limited. Young Master Tang is the one truly engaged in significant ventures. Tang Yong inquired, have you heard of my name? I have heard my father speak of you. He holds you in high regard, Xiao Song replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, though that may be mere flattery, I appreciate it, Tang Yong laughed heartily. As for your father, I have met him twice and even sold him approvals from the Ministry of Light Industry. He is quite astute and makes for a good friend, though he can be difficult to engage with. Xiao Song suggested, since we share mutual acquaintances, we should certainly keep in touch. Tang Yong waved his hand dismissively. Socializing over drinks or playing ball is acceptable, but do not seek approvals from me. The regulations have tightened, and acquiring approvals has become increasingly difficult. One misstep could land one in trouble with the authorities. From Tang Yong's demeanor and actions, it is evident that he possesses considerable intelligence. He is acutely aware of who flatters and who sows discord. Yet, he carries himself with a carefree nonchalance, exhibiting audacity to the extreme. Even jesting about the illicit trade of official documents in plain view of the public. Song Weiyang chuckled, remarking that friendship ought to be cultivated over drinks and sports. And discussing documents merely dampens the spirit. Shall we play a game? Tang Yong proposed. A trio match. Lin Zhuiyun interjected. Song Weiyang replied, ladies first, Miss Lin. Lin Zhuiyun swung the ball and knocked down 5 pins with her first throw, followed by 2 more with her second, totaling 7 points. Her performance was, at best, mediocre. Zheng Dahua, witnessing Song Weiyang engaging animatedly with the 2 esteemed guests, felt a pang of anxiety, akin to a cat scratching its own skin, and quickly applauded, exclaiming, excellent shot. Miss Lin plays remarkably. However, this flattery missed the mark. Lin Zhuiyun interpreted Zheng Dahua's words as sarcasm and immediately responded with a frosty demeanor. Come on. Young Master Tang, let us join in, Song Weiyang suggested. Certainly, Tang Yong replied. The 2 took their turns. Song Weiyang toppled 6 pins while Tang Yong managed 9. Bravo! Young Master Tang's bowling skills are of professional caliber. Zheng Dahua continued his flattery. This time, his praise struck a chord. As Tang Yong relished the acknowledgement of his penchant for revelry, his smile widening. Continuing the game, Song Weiyang knocked down 3 pins, scoring 9 points, while Tang Yong finished off the remaining pin, achieving 10 points, plus the score of his next throw. Zheng Xiaohong, Chen Tao, and Yang Xian, who were not participating, stood by observing, occasionally whispering among themselves. In the second frame, Song Weiyang scored 7 points, Lin Zhuiyun 8, and Tang Yong decisively struck a strike. Strike! Tang Yong exclaimed. Leaping in celebration. Zheng Dahua clapped and declared, incredible! Young Master Tang is truly exceptional. Song Weiyang could not help but concede that Tang Yong indeed excelled in bowling. With professional training, he might very well compete at a higher level. After 6 frames, Tang Yong emerged victoriously, decisively besting both Song Weiyang and Lin Zhuiyun. With a boastful grin, Tang Yong remarked, you both need to practice more. Even with practice, one cannot surpass young Master Tang's prowess, Song Weiyang replied with a smile. His inner thoughts betraying a different sentiment. Unlike you, I don't spend my days in frivolity. What has the use of being a bowling champion? Lin Zhuiyun chimed in. Don't compare yourself to my cousin. He excels at every pastime but lacks focus on serious matters. As for serious matters, someone else can handle them. My role is to enjoy. Tang Yong laughed heartily, taking pride in his carefree attitude. Zheng Dahua added, some individuals are destined for greatness from birth, unlike us, ordinary folk. Young Master Tang is fated for wealth and privilege, and he possesses the right to indulge in his passions. Song Weiyang quipped, has Director Zhang taken up fortune-telling? Zheng Dahua replied, even without formal training in divination, it is clear that young Master Tang is destined for a life of prosperity and affluence. Tang Yong laughed heartily, exclaiming, ha ha, Lao Zhong, you are indeed destined to flatter others throughout your life, and you have mastered the art to perfection. Zheng Dahua nodded and bowed, replying, it is my honor to flatter young Master Tang. Mere mortals cannot even hope to achieve such a privilege. You are truly despicable. Tang Yong playfully scolded Zheng Dahua. The remark was rather excessive, leaving Zheng Dahua somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and said, no matter how lowly my fate, as long as I am associated with young Master Tang, I can still reap some modest gains. The laughter from Tang Yong was infectious. As he patted Zheng Dahua's shoulder in amusement, Song Weiyang remained silent with a cold smile, while Lin Zhuiyun displayed a look of disdain. Yang Xian quietly lamented, I have encountered many directors from state-owned enterprises, but few possess such shamelessness. Zheng Xiaohong commented, young Master Song's father fell victim to such a person. I truly feel for him. Indeed, this individual is akin to a dog, Chen Tao remarked. Yang Xian continued, such a person is genuinely terrifying. They induce disgust, and yet, you cannot afford to underestimate them, for they will strike when it matters most. He is not a dog, but a venomous snake. Take young Master Tang, for instance. Zheng Dahua must be seeking something, which is why he is so subservient. Once trouble arises, Zheng Dahua will surely turn and bite, with young Master Tang being the first casualty. Zheng Xiaohong speculated, initially Boss Song must have viewed Zhong Dahua as a mere dog, believing that nurturing him would suffice, only to discover he was an insatiable wolf. Tang Yong, buoyed by Zhong Dahua's flattery, tossed aside the bowling ball and declared, "Playing with you all is rather dull. It's a matter of skill. Isn't there a karaoke room here? Let us sing, and I shall showcase my vocal prowess." Zhong Dahua responded. Young Master Tang must sing at a level akin to a professional. He would surely win a championship at a singing contest. Tang Yong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not necessarily. When it comes to singing, Zhuiyun is the true expert. She won the provincial singing competition when she was in middle school." Zhong Dahua began to flatter Lin Zhuiyun, saying, "Miss Lin is truly a hidden gem. I am far too superficial to have recognized it." Nonsense. Whether one sings well or poorly is discerned by ear, not by sight. Lin Zhuiyun grew increasingly disdainful of Zhong Dahua, lacking even the energy to feign interest. As the group crowded into the karaoke room, Zhong Dahua invited Tang Yong to sing first, but Tang Yong insisted. Typically, the skilled performers take the stage last. "Lao Zhong, you go ahead and sing a song." Zhong Dahua, unable to refuse, replied, "Then I shall embarrass myself and set the stage for others." Soon, Zhong Dahua began to sing Little White Poplar, and in all honesty, his performance was painfully discordant. While Zhong Dahua sang, Tang Yong, seated beside Song Weiyang, suddenly whispered, "That fellow Zhong wants to collaborate with me, leveraging my father's connections to privatize Jiafeng Liquor Company. This guy seems unreliable. Perhaps we should cast him aside and partner up instead, considering that distillery is also part of your Song family." Song Weiyang was taken aback, half amused and half dismayed. "Young Master Tang, you are quite forthright. We are meeting for the first time, and you are already discussing such significant matters. I am a person who despises trivialities. I speak my mind and act accordingly." Tang Yong, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, possesses an air of both foolishness and cunning, rendering him inscrutable. It is no surprise that this fellow, despite his seemingly aimless indulgence and pleasures, has thrived remarkably, ultimately immigrating abroad to enjoy a life of leisure. In his previous life, Tang Yong opted to collaborate with Zhong Dahua, as he found himself devoid of alternatives. Although this endeavor faltered, he remained a keen observer of the unfolding circumstances for several years, eventually stepping in as an intermediary to negotiate the acquisition of Jiafeng Distillery by another brewery. The extent of his financial gain remains a mystery. This individual is akin to a parasite, feasting on state assets. Upon encountering such a fortuitous opportunity, Song Weiyang did not exhibit excitement. Rather, he became increasingly rational, inquiring how Master Tang came to consider collaboration with him. "Because I am unreliable," Tang Yong candidly admitted, displaying a rare self-awareness. "Thus, I prefer to seek a dependable partner when undertaking ventures. I delegate the challenges to my partner, while I simply reap the rewards. Each of us plays to our strengths and fulfills our needs. Furthermore, in the entirety of Xikang province, who does not recognize my integrity? I am a man of my word, never meddling unnecessarily, nor demanding more than my due. What is mine will remain mine, and I shall never covet what does not belong to me." Song Weiyang remarked, "Zhong Dahua is the manager of Jiafeng Distillery. Collaborating with him is far more convenient than partnering with me." Tang Yong countered, "Challenges are preferable to unreliability." He gestured towards Zhong Dahua, who was still singing. "I am fully aware of how this fellow ascended to the position of manager, and I am equally cognizant of the distillery's current state. Collaborating with him is a gamble. Both he and I are unreliable, and success hinges solely on fortune. Even if we succeed, it would merely constitute a one-time transaction, and I would have to sell my shares immediately. This Zhong fellow is incapable of managing a business. The distillery will inevitably falter under his stewardship. And what of me? I am merely a high school student," Song Weiyang interjected. Tang Yong chuckled. "What of being a high school student? When I was in high school, I had already begun selling permits. Ambition knows no age. I have read articles about you in the newspapers. Your endeavors are commendable, clearly indicative of someone capable. Our collaboration may indeed become more intricate and protracted, yet the likelihood of success is undeniably high. Moreover, it could evolve into a long-term venture while you manage the distillery. I shall be a shareholder enjoying dividends. How delightful it would be to profit while seated comfortably. Once your father completes his sentence and is released, he can take over the management of the distillery, and I would feel far more at ease with you at the helm." Song Weiyang inquired, "Do you genuinely wish to be merely a shareholder receiving dividends? Who would toil when they can receive annual dividends? Do I strike you as someone who engages in earnest work?" Tang Yong retorted, Such reasoning is compelling. Song Weiyang found himself at a loss for words. Tang Yong continued. A couple of years ago, I took a trip to the United States. Do you know whom I envy the most? I greatly admire the shareholders of major American companies. Spending their days fishing, playing chess, driving cars, attending soirees, gambling, and courting women, all without a care in the world, yet never short of funds. It epitomizes my life as aspiration. I envision a life where I am a shareholder in a grand enterprise with limitless finances and endless enjoyment, leaving no regrets in my lifetime. Song Weiyang expressed his admiration, stating that Master Tang's aspirations are indeed monumental. One should not underestimate such ideals. They are remarkably challenging to realize. Tang Yong remarked that it is imperative to find the right partners. Without a reliable ally, one might end up cleaning up after others. Trustworthiness must be accompanied by capability, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. This sentiment resonated with Song Weiyang. Tang Yong continued, "You are an astute individual, which is why I speak candidly with you. Deceit is a tiring endeavor, and it is uncertain whether one can successfully deceive you. Why bother? However, the person surnamed Zhong is quite different. He appears clever but is, in fact, quite foolish and has an insatiable appetite. You cannot fathom how envious I am of the opportunities he once had. Associating with your father, receiving shares without effort, and as the distillery expands. So do the dividends, earning money while reclining. Yet, he believes his shares are insufficient, undermines your father, and then seeks to collaborate with me to establish a shareholding system, aspiring to acquire at least 40 of the distillery's equity. He fails to recognize his own limitations. Even if the distillery were entirely his, it would inevitably collapse in a few years, leaving him exhausted and with nothing to show for it." Song Weiyang sincerely remarked, "Master Tang possesses true wisdom." "True wisdom is a stretch. It is merely small cleverness," Tang Yong laughed. "I believe that self-awareness is of utmost importance. One should act according to their abilities. Lacking capability, one must seek collaboration with those who possess it. This is the path to success for the mediocre." Song Weiyang countered, "How can someone who understands this be mediocre?" "Do not flatter me. I dislike insincere praise as it makes one feel foolish," Tang Yong replied. "In truth, my admiration lies not with you, but with your father, the illustrious boss Song. Let us spend 2 years securing the distillery, and you can manage it for 2 to 3 years. As long as you stabilize it. Your father should be released from prison by then, and you can hand the distillery over to him to nurture and grow." Song Weiyang chuckled, "You speak boldly. Are you not afraid I will take offense? You are an intelligent person. I do not speak falsehoods to the clever, as it is both laborious and unappreciated." Tang Yong stated, "Let us be forthright. If this venture succeeds, I will require 40 of the distillery's equity. It is 40, neither more nor less. I will not interfere with management. I only desire the annual dividends." "That is excessive," Song Weiyang shook his head. "Even without Master Tang's assistance, I will eventually reclaim the distillery." Tang Yong countered, "Even if you manage to reclaim the distillery, it will surely take a considerable amount of time. By then, the business may be on the verge of collapse. Would you truly let your father's hard work be squandered in the hands of that surnamed Zhong?" 10. Song Weiyang bargained. 35. "It cannot go any lower. I must retain at least 10 for operations," Tang Yong insisted. "Then let it be 15, Song Weiyang proposed. Tang Yong grumbled, "You are just like your father, nitpicking in business deals, which is quite exasperating. Be straightforward. How much did Zhong Dahua agree to give you?" 30, said Tang Yong. "But nothing has been finalized yet. The risks of collaborating with him are too high. I won't proceed without at least 40. Song Weiyang replied, "I'll offer you 15. Reserving another 5 for operational costs. Is this a beggar's offer?" Tang Yong retorted, displeased, just as Song Weiyang was about to respond. Zhong Dahua had finished singing Little White Yang and approached with a grin, saying, "Master Tang, I've thrown the first stone. Now it's your turn to display your jade." Tang Yong, adopting a pretentious demeanor, laughed heartily. "Is that what you call a stone? It's more akin to mud. Your singing is worse than a pig's squeal." "Ha! I was born without a musical talent, just a rough man, unlike Master Tang, who excels in everything." Zhong Dahua laughed awkwardly. Tang Yong gestured towards Chen Tao. "Miss Chen, why don't you give us a song? You are beautiful, and I am certain your singing is delightful." "Then I shall embarrass myself," Chen Tao replied, taking the microphone. Tang Yong pushed Zhong Dahua aside and said, "Old Zhong, why are there only drinks? Where are the fruits? Hurry and have the waiter bring a big watermelon." Zhong Dahua hesitated. "Master Tang, it's autumn. Watermelons might be hard to find. Didn't you claim that in Romping City, you could manage anything? If you can't even find a watermelon, What use are you? Tang Yong scolded mercilessly. Zhong Dahua, suppressing his anger, replied with a forced smile, You are right, Master Tang. I will send someone to find a watermelon immediately. Get lost. Tang Yong barked. Zhong Dahua left the singing room, and once outside, he kicked the wall in frustration and muttered, You, Tang, I won't let this go. One day, I will make you regret it. Tang Yong chuckled and said, Director Song, let us continue our discussion. Song Weiyang remarked, You are asking for too much. Then give me a firm offer. If we can agree, we proceed. If not, we part ways, Tang Yong stated. I dislike dragging matters out. Things should be straightforward, not overly complicated. Song Weiyang responded, I will give you 15 of the shares, plus an additional 5 for relationship management. If this matter can be resolved within 2 years, I will grant you another 5. What if it's within a year? Tang Yong inquired. Then I will add another 5, Song Weiyang replied. If the matter could be expedited within a year, Song Weiyang would reap substantial benefits. Initially, during the shareholding reform led by Song Shumin, the management held only 49 of the shares, while the Song family possessed a mere 30. Deal, Tang Yong declared. Now, share your plan, Song Weiyang prompted. Tang Yong grinned. Of course, I intend to collaborate with Zhong Dahua first. Impressive. Song Weiyang instantly grasped the brilliance of Tang Yong's strategy. By partnering with Zhong Dahua first, should the endeavor succeed, the faux collaboration would transform into a genuine partnership, effectively sidelining Song Weiyang. Conversely, if it failed, Tang Yong could tarnish Zhong Dahua's reputation, seizing the opportunity to install his own people to manage the winery, and subsequently join forces with Song Weiyang to transform the winery into a shareholding entity. He would profit from both ends, ensuring financial gain. Song Weiyang, fully aware of Tang Yong's cunning, did not oppose him, as he was certain that Zhong Dahua would inevitably fail. Tang Yong inquired, Where is your brother? Let us arrange a time for me to meet him. You know my brother? Song Weiyang asked. I've met him once, Tang Yong replied. The last time I visited Roping, I stayed at this hotel, and he accompanied me for a game of bowling. Song Weiyang remarked. My brother went to Hubei a couple of days ago. The canned goods factory has a distributor there, and he needs to take someone along for advertising. Remarkable. Your canned goods have even reached Hubei, Tang Yong chuckled. Here is my thought. I will feign cooperation with Zhong Dahua on the shareholding reform. After it fails, I'll make a fuss about it. The government and the workers will undoubtedly be outraged, and Zhong Dahua's downfall will be inevitable. As for your brother, he is the perfect candidate for the new factory director. Firstly, the brewery staff and workers hold affection for your family. Secondly, your brother is the nominal director of the canned goods factory, and its growth signifies his capability to manage a business. Thirdly, your family maintains certain connections within the local government. These 3 factors, coupled with my influence in the province, will surely enable your brother to ascend as the brewery's director. This is merely the first step. Song Weiyang sighed. To devise such a plan, Master Tang is certainly no ordinary person. I've already stated, do not flatter me. Tang Yong waved dismissively. The second step depends on timing and public sentiment. We must not rush. Once the moment is ripe, we can secure provincial support for the brewery's shareholding system. Everything will naturally fall into place. The prerequisite is that the brewery should not perform too well. It would be preferable for it to exhibit a facade of ongoing losses, which will require your brother's cooperation. Song Weiyang chuckled wryly. There is no need for my brother's cooperation. Once Zhong Dahua is ousted, my brother will inherit a mess, and achieving a quick balance of income and expenditure will be quite a challenge. Very well, it is settled then, Tang Yong stated. Between us, we must not appear overly familiar, yet we should avoid any discord. Zhong Dahua possesses a modicum of cleverness. Do not let him see through us. I have always been quite adept at acting, Song Weiyang replied with a smile. While they were conversing, Zhong Dahua unexpectedly pushed the door open, entering with a watermelon in his arms and a knife in hand, exclaiming, Master Tang, it's fortuitous to follow you. There is a vendor selling watermelons just downstairs. In this era, out-of-season fruits were indeed a rarity. By mid-October, watermelons were practically extinct. Tang Yong, somewhat astonished, chided, You truly found one. Impressive. I, Lao Zhang, will risk my life to fulfill Master Tang's requests. Zhong Dahua chuckled heartily. Tang Yong nodded in approval. Excellent, excellent. Quickly, slice it open. At that moment, Lin Zhuiyun had just finished singing a song and handed the microphone to Song Weiyang, saying, Little Song, why don't you sing a song? Song Weiyang had a passion for singing and at that time had quite a collection of Michael Jackson tapes at home. along with a fondness for songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Even if he becomes a successful businessman in the future, he still often frequents karaoke venues. And his young lover, who is still in her childish years, is merely an obscure singer. What songs does she perform? Inquired Song Weiyang. In this era, selecting songs for karaoke is quite inconvenient. The low-end options are cassette tapes, while the more sophisticated choice is videotapes, and VCDs have yet to gain popularity. Indeed, VCDs. Suddenly, Song Weiyang realized he had missed a lucrative opportunity. If only he could traverse time a few months back, acquire some initial capital, and venture into producing VCD players while swiftly applying for a patent, he would undoubtedly make a fortune far exceeding that of canned goods. The VCD was a Chinese invention. One company invested 70,000 in its development but neglected to apply for a patent, allowing both domestic and international competitors to capitalize on the idea. To enhance their product's competitiveness, Weiyang subsequently invested an additional 16 million in further research and another 20 million renminbi to develop the VCD market, resulting in these efforts benefiting their rivals, leaving Weiyang heavily in debt due to their substantial initial investment. Ironically, this situation fostered the growth of BBK, which eventually led to the emergence of Oppo and Vivo smartphones. Chen Tao assisted in locating videotapes and picked one up, saying, "Xiao Fang? That was a song from my father's generation." Song Weiyang chuckled. This year, Xiao Fang has resonated throughout the country, echoing the sentiments of many returning educated youth. And this year has even been dubbed the year of Li Chuanbo by the music industry. What about Woody Jirong? Chen Tao inquired, pulling out another tape. That's a good one. Song Weiyang replied with a smile. Zhong Dahua sliced a watermelon, offering a piece to Tang Yong. Young Master Tang, please enjoy the melon. As Tang Yong savored the watermelon, Song Weiyang began to sing. In the throng of people, there is you, there is me, meeting, knowing, and understanding one another. In the crowd, it's you, it's me. Feigning propriety with a smile. No need for excessive words. We both know what we truly desire. There is no need for concern, nor for sorrow. Tang Yong spat out a watermelon seed, praising, "That was impressive." Chen Tao and Lin Zhuiyun's eyes lit up as well. A handsome young man who could sing always attracts the attention of girls. It was not merely about vocal talent. Song Weiyang's rich experiences infused the song Woody Jirong with profound charm. Do Daxian is truly remarkable. The lyrics he penned are exceptionally powerful. This mainland rock song even outshone a plethora of songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan last year. Clap, clap, clap. As the song concluded, Chen Tao was the first to applaud, followed by Lin Zhuiyun. Upon glancing back, they noticed Zheng Xiahong and Yang Xin, two inebriated souls, had succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Lin Zhuiyun remarked, "Director Song, not only do you excel in business, but you also sing beautifully. Just average. Not as proficient as Miss Lin," Song Weiyang modestly replied. Lin Zhuiyun sighed. "I once aspired to attend a music academy to become a star, but sadly, my father forbade me from enrolling. Now, here I am, teaching ideological and political courses to a group of engineering students every day." It turns out that this aunt is a political science teacher, a fact that Song Weiyang was completely unaware of in his previous life. He comforted her, saying, "Your father is merely concerned about you. The music industry is quite complicated." "Perhaps," Lin Zhuiyun replied as she settled beside Song Weiyang, casually inquiring, "What about you? What major do you wish to pursue?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll figure it out after the college entrance examination," Song Weiyang responded. Lin Zhuiyun suggested, "I can offer you some advice. Studying computer science is quite promising these days. However, since you are in business, you might also consider studying business management." Their conversation deepened, growing increasingly animated. Tang Yong, having finished a slice of melon, felt somewhat bewildered. He knew his cousin well. She was typically quiet and reserved, rarely initiating contact with boys, making her current behavior seem rather unusual. Suddenly, Tang Yong found himself amused. Rather than discourage the interaction, he felt inclined to encourage it. He thought highly of Song Weiyang. He was handsome and had great potential, making him quite suitable as a future husband for his cousin. "Haha, my cousin has chosen a high school student as her boyfriend. It's a classic case of an age gap romance. Just imagine how furious uncle would be to find out." The image of his uncle, fuming yet helpless, brought Tang Yong delight. That old stickler, always lecturing, had treated him like a grandson since childhood, and now his daughter was being swept away by a high schooler. Let him weep. Meanwhile, Chen Tao felt quite the opposite. Seeing Song Weiyang engrossed in conversation with Lin Zhuiyun stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. She rummaged through a box of tapes and cheerfully exclaimed, "Let's sing Xiao Shua Zhou Yi Hui together, Miss Lin." Huh. Lin Juiyun hadn't heard her clearly. "You sang beautifully just now. I want a duet with you," Chen Tao beamed. "All right," Lin Juiyun replied, oblivious to any ulterior motives, simply recognizing Chen Tao's enthusiasm. As they began to sing, Song Weiyang nearly burst into laughter. Although Xiao Shua Zhou Yi Hui is traditionally sung by a female voice, its bold and carefree style matched Chen Tao perfectly. In contrast, Lin Juiyun was better suited to softer, more delicate melodies. Her rendition of such a powerful song felt awkward, and she was thoroughly overshadowed by Chen Tao. "Oh dear. I'm not singing well. I've thrown off your rhythm," Lin Juiyun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Tao graciously replied, "No worries. It was my choice of song that was wrong. Let me pick something softer for you." "Thank you." Lin Juiyun thought to herself that this sister was truly kind-hearted. Before the eldest brother could return from Hubei province, Song Weiyang executed a series of adjustments regarding company shareholders and structure. The Shifeng Canning Factory was officially renamed Shifeng Food and Beverage Company. Limited. Song Weiyang held 60 of the shares, Song Qiji 20, Guistaolan 8. 5. Zhang Stehong 5, Yang Xian 5, and Chen Tao 1. 5. From the composition of the shareholding, it was evident that this was a typical family enterprise. The highest authority within the company is the board of directors, with Song Weiyang serving as the chairman. Yang Xian serves as the general manager, overseeing all company affairs. Song Weiyang concurrently holds the position of chairman of the strategic committee, responsible for formulating the company's strategic development plans. Guistaolan is the chair of the finance and audit committee and temporarily assumes the role of finance manager as the company expands further. Guistaolan will relinquish this position and appoint another finance manager. Chen Tao serves as the assistant general manager and temporarily acts as the general manager's secretary. As the company grows, a separate secretary for the general manager will be appointed, allowing Yang Xian to choose an individual of his preference. Yang Dishi, formerly the director of the canning factory office, is temporarily appointed as the assistant to the chairman, while also serving as the chair of the compensation committee and director of the office. Li Yedong, the former technical section chief of the canning factory, is appointed as the chief engineer and temporarily acts as the manager of the quality supervision department. Song Qiji is the deputy general manager, overseeing the marketing promotion department, business marketing department, and logistics management department. Each of these departments is managed by veterans from the canning factory. Lastly, there is Zhang Stehong. Given the company's relatively small size and uncomplicated shareholder structure, a supervisory committee is not established. However, Zhang Stehong serves as the supervisor, regularly inspecting the financial situation, investigating any anomalies, and monitoring senior management personnel. He is qualified to convene emergency shareholder meetings, demanding that the board and executives promptly rectify errors and cease any actions detrimental to the company's interests. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiahong temporarily fulfills the role of Human Resources Department Manager. Furthermore, the positions of Vice General Manager responsible for production management and procurement management are vacant. Yang Xian will temporarily assume this role and may appoint individuals at his discretion. Nevertheless, the managers of these two departments will be selected from the experienced personnel of the canning factory. The Product Development Center is currently unstaffed, with decisions regarding these matters to be made by Song Weiyang. Upon reviewing the company's departmental framework and appointment letters, Yang Xian was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Although he lacked the inclination to rebel at that moment, even if he had, he found himself ensnared by Song Weiyang's grip. As the company flourishes in the future, the Supervisory Committee and Human Resources Department will be under Zhang Xiahong's purview. Finance will be managed by Guistaolan, and marketing will be overseen by Song Qiji. In this scenario, Yang Xian, despite his elevated status as general manager, would only have direct control over production and procurement, provided he does not act recklessly. All vice presidents and departments are to adhere to his directives. Even if Yang Xian were adept at handling all matters, he would still be restrained by Chen Tao. The highest position Chen Tao holds is that of assistant general manager. Any commands issued by Yang Xian must be coordinated and executed through her. Should Yang Xian contemplate rebellion, he would be thwarted directly by Chen Tao, without needing Zhang Xiahong or Guistaolan's intervention. This was not merely a rope tied around Yang Xian, it was akin to being bound hand and foot. Yang Xian was filled with indignation, feeling a lack of trust. Angrily, he sought out Song Weiyang to voice his grievances. "Chairman, I do not oppose the appointments of the supervisor and financial personnel, nor do I have any justification to do so. However, The position of assistant general manager must be filled through my own recruitment and appointment. If there comes a day when my opinions diverge from Qintao's and she, being a shareholder, could obstruct my directives, I would find it impossible to execute my commands as general manager. You make a valid point, Song Weiyang pondered carefully. How about this? You and Qintao collaborate temporarily. Should any issues arise, I will promptly replace one of you. I assure you, once you identify a suitable candidate, I shall reassign Qintao's position. Yang Xian felt somewhat impulsive and explained, Chairman, this position can be filled by anyone. If you lack confidence in me, you may appoint any seasoned individual from the canning factory. However, it must not be a shareholder. This presents a significant managerial risk, akin to having two chief stewards in the company when disagreements arise, whose counsel should be heeded. Even if my collaboration with Qintao is harmonious now, it will inevitably lead to major complications in the future. Song Weiyang could not dispute this, for Yang Xian's assertions were indeed sound. He could only offer reassurance. Old Yang, my intention is as follows. Qintao may lack understanding of company management, yet she possesses considerable potential for growth. Therefore, I hope she can learn from you and gain practical experience. Rest assured, within a year, I will adjust her position, and you may select the assistant general manager yourself. What do you think? Very well, but it must be within a year. If her position remains unchanged after that, I shall resign. Truly. As long as the individual is not a shareholder, I am amenable to anyone serving as assistant general manager, Yang Xian replied. A year of acclimatization would be ample time for Yang Xian and Qintao to cultivate a collaborative rapport. The true purpose behind Song Weiyang's arrangement was to facilitate Yang Xian's integration into the collective, urging him to cease viewing himself as an outsider. Given Qintao's current lack of knowledge, Yang Xian would serve as her mentor, ensuring a harmonious coexistence between them. In just 1 year, with Qintao acting as a bridge, fostering cooperation and communication, and with Zhang Xiahong's adeptness, the shareholders would soon become allies. Song Weiyang clasped Yang Xian's hand with a smile. Old Yang, our company is presently modest in size, and our talent pool is insufficient. Hence, I can only make such arrangements. Shareholders and senior management must, out of necessity, assume at least 2 roles each. If we unite our efforts to expand the company, it will benefit us all. Would you not agree? Let us hope. Yang Xian nodded. He had already embarked on this precarious journey and could only follow suit. Given the current personnel appointments, unless Song Weiyang and Zhang Xiahong were utterly unhinged, he would never be granted an opportunity to usurp authority. The sole source of solace and gratitude for Yang Xian was that despite the production line from the Shenzhen canning factory not yet being operational, Song Weiyang graciously granted him shares. Viewed from another perspective, Yang Xian, who believed himself incapable, was already held in high esteem by Song Weiyang. This was the fundamental reason for Yang Xian's compliance with the appointment. Song Weiyang felt a surge of joy within. He had already begun to treat Yang Xian, this hunting dog, as a steadfast workhorse. The framework was established, the direction set. Yang Xian could only follow the predetermined path, tirelessly propelling the canning factory forward. Old Yang, if you have any trustworthy friends, please invite a few over swiftly, Song Weiyang urged. We must finalize the candidates for the vice president responsible for production and procurement management as soon as possible, as the managers of both departments will ultimately fall under your purview. I will do my utmost, Yang Xian replied. In truth, my former acquaintances may not hold our company in high regard. Song Weiyang inquired about a friend who previously worked in the foreign trade department. Let us assign him a dual role for the time being. Once the company flourishes, I shall establish a dedicated export trade department for him to manage. I have already contacted him, and he is en route. As soon as he arrives, I will promptly head to Shantou to expedite the introduction of the production line. Yang Xindao. This friend arrived swiftly. The money he earned from venturing into business had been entirely swindled by a woman, leaving him to languish as a translator in a foreign enterprise. Upon receiving the call, he immediately resigned and took an overnight train to Romping. Yang Xian, upon hearing the news, personally went out to greet him, ushering him in with the words, Old Zhang, this is our company's chairman. As Yang Xian began the introduction, his friend exclaimed, Dr. Ma, Director Liu, and Secretary Chen, what brings you all here? Song Weiyang, Zhang Xiahong, Qintao, Yang Xian. Yang Xian wore a perplexed expression, remarking, Old Zhang, you must have mistaken someone. Song Weiyang concurred. He has undoubtedly made an error. Zhang Xiahong added, given the vastness of China, it is quite common for people to resemble one another. Indeed, what a coincidence. Qintao chuckled. Old Zhang, in a state of urgency, retorted, "How could I be mistaken? Back in August, I was in the special economic zone, specifically paying to attend Dr. Ma's lecture. His insights were profoundly enlightening, but alas, I was defrauded of all my money. What is happening?" Yang Xian asked, bewildered. Ha 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 ha. Chen Tao could no longer contain his laughter and burst into fits of amusement. Song Weiyang extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Ma Qiangdong, pleased to meet you again." Old Zhang, brimming with excitement, shook hands with Song Weiyang, exclaiming, "I knew it. How could I possibly mistake a person? Has Dr. Ma been invited by Shifeng Can Food Factory for guidance?" "No," Yang Xian interjected, clearly bewildered. "Old Zhang, this is our company's chairman, Song Weiyang." "Huh?" Old Zhang appeared equally confused, pointing at Zhang Xiahong and asking, "Then who is Director Liu?" Yang Xian clarified, "This is not Director Liu. This is our shareholder, Zhang Xiahong." Old Zhang then pointed at Chen Tao, questioning, "And you are not Secretary Chen?" Chen Tao replied with a smile, "I am indeed Secretary Chen, currently serving as Secretary to General Manager Yang Xian." Old Zhang was left speechless. "Were you all imposters back in the special economic zone?" The three shared a knowing laugh. Yang Xian, perplexed, asked, "What special economic zone? What imposters? What about Dr. Ma and Director Liu?" Old Zhang gestured toward the trio, saying, "This gentleman is Dr. Ma Qiangdong, an expert in business management. This lady is Liu Huateng, Director of the Shenzhen office of the China Private Enterprise Development Promotion Association. And this is the beloved Secretary Chen Mingxi. They have guided numerous private enterprises in the special economic zone and assisted several beverage factories in turning their fortunes around, even receiving coverage in the Yangqing Evening News. In addition, Dr. Ma organized entrepreneurship lectures specifically to aid the development of private enterprises. Tickets, priced at 500 yuan each, were eagerly snatched up by the business owners in the special economic zone, with hundreds attending each session. I personally attended 2 consecutive lectures. Is this really the case?" Yang Xian inquired, casting a glance at Song Weiyang. With a chuckle, Song Weiyang replied, "Perhaps it is better to let Director Liu elaborate." Zhang Xiahong burst into laughter before adding, "This must be Old Zhang, right?" Yang Xian introduced Zhang Guodong, a senior 1 year above me. Zhang Xiahong, patting Zhang Guodong on the shoulder, said, "Old Zhang, since you are a friend of Old Yang and are coming to our company, we are all on the same side now, aren't we?" "Indeed," Zhang Guodong nodded in affirmation. "First and foremost, I must extend my apologies," Zhang Xiahong stated. "You have attended 2 lectures by Dr. Ma, totaling 1,000 yuan for the tickets, and I will reimburse you for that." "No need for that. Let's be serious," Zhang Guodong insisted. Zhang Xiahong replied with a smile, "Here's the situation. Dr. Ma is not actually Dr. Ma. His name is Song Weiyang. His father is imprisoned, and his family is in debt to the tune of several million. He seized the opportunity during the summer vacation to earn some money in the special zone. I am not Director Liu. I am Zhang Xiahong, a minor official from the county sports committee who rashly decided to venture into the special zone. This Secretary Chen is not Chen Mingxi. Her name is Chen Tao, a laid-off worker from a cotton spinning factory, deceived by her fellow villagers and left homeless in the special zone. None of us even possess border permits. We entered by sneaking through barbed wire, hoping to make a little money. Thus, you all impersonated members of the Private Development Association and became con artists?" Zhang Guodong deduced. Zhang Xiahong countered, "It cannot be termed as deception. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. We are indeed assisting in the development of private enterprises, are we not? That is a fact. Even the Yangqing Evening News reported on it," Zhang Guodong acknowledged. Zhang Xiahong further inquired, "What Dr. Ma taught you was not unfounded, was it?" "Not at all. Every word was reasonable," Zhang Guodong affirmed. "Then how could it be considered deceit?" Zhang Xiahong remarked. Zhang Guodong, both amused and exasperated, nodded, saying, "Right. You are not the fraudsters. We are the gullible ones. Had I not met you today, I would still have believed you were genuine." He added, "Let me tell you. The Private Development Association has indeed been established directly under the jurisdiction of the Investment Promotion Bureau." Zhang Xiahong chuckled heartily, her laughter causing her flesh to jiggle. Yang Xian, listening from the side, was left in astonishment. "You all engaged in such activities?" he asked. Song Weiyang replied, "Well, the past is best left unspoken. We were left with no other option. So, the startup capital for the canning factory's resumption of operations was acquired through your schemes?" Yang Xian inquired. "Not entirely," Song Weiyang clarified. Zhang Guodong asked, "You must have amassed quite a bit of money, right?" Song Weiyang responded, not too much, just over $1 million. Zhang Guodong, feeling disheartened, said, it took me several years to earn just over $1 million, and I was swindled by a woman. Yet you effortlessly managed to acquire such a sum. Comparing ourselves to others is truly infuriating. Chen Tao interjected with a laugh, that's not entirely fair. How many people could deceive so many small business owners in the special zone? Indeed, Dr. Ma possesses genuine expertise, Zhang Guodong remarked with a sense of relief. All right. Let's not dwell on the trivial matters of the special zone, Song Weiyang interjected. Old Yang, please elucidate the situation for our friend here and reminisce a bit. We shall step out for a moment. Once the trio vacated the office, Yang Xian could hardly contain his curiosity and asked, Old Zhang, I was a bit bewildered earlier. Could you elaborate on the matter concerning Dr. Ma and Director Liu? Certainly, Zhang Guodong responded. He then began to recount the tale with fervor, detailing every nuance. In the realm of small enterprises within the special zone, there remains a profound nostalgia for Dr. Ma, especially in times of adversity. The small business owners often lament, if only Dr. Ma were here, he would undoubtedly provide the solution. Not long after their departure, the Investment Promotion Bureau publicly announced the establishment of the private conference, though regrettably, the official private conference pales in comparison to the counterfeit versions. Those individuals also host lectures, but they lack the appeal. Everyone yearns for Dr. Ma's teachings. Yang Xian listened in growing astonishment, unable to suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, our chairman is truly remarkable. He even excels in the art of deception with such professionalism. Is he really the owner of the Shifeng canning factory? Zhang Guodong inquired. Why would I deceive you? Yang Xian replied. He is still in high school and took advantage of his summer break to trick you. I can't believe I've been duped by a high school student. Zhang Guodong muttered, speechless. Enough with the trivialities, Yang Xian declared, tossing aside the company structure framework. Take a look for yourself. For now, there is just one vice president overseeing production and procurement. Zhang Guodong burst into laughter. Old Yang, you truly are employed now, Dr. Ma has you tightly bound. Yang Xian corrected him. I hold shares. I am not merely working for free. All right, you're a shareholder, a boss, Zhang Guodong conceded. I refuse to be the vice president. Production and procurement are not my strengths. What do you wish to do then? Yang Xian asked. Zhang Guodong replied. I want to manage the marketing department. I assure you that I will establish a formidable marketing team in the shortest time possible. Yang Xian hesitated. The vice president managing the marketing department is the chairman's elder brother, and the manager is also an old hand at the canning factory. Since you were introduced by me, intervening in the marketing department might arouse the chairman's suspicion. A small company has no need for such complications, Zhang Guodong dismissed. Then you should discuss it directly with the chairman, Yang Xian suggested. Upon encountering Song Weiyang again, Zhang Guodong promptly stated, Dr. Ma. Chairman. I wish to take on the role of marketing manager. What insights do you have on marketing? Song Weiyang inquired. Zhang Guodong responded. I propose to construct a marketing team that strikes at the provincial level, simultaneously developing distributors and establishing outlets in major cities and towns. Wait. Your proposed scale is too grand. We cannot afford the salaries, Song Weiyang retorted. Zhang Guodong remarked that the grassroots marketing team need not receive salaries. Offering them commissions would suffice. Hold on, Song Weiyang interjected. Did you previously deal with health products? Zhang Guodong replied, I do not engage in health products. But a friend of mine does, and I assisted in formulating their marketing strategy. Song Weiyang chuckled wryly. My friend, can goods differ from health products? Our profit margins are not nearly as high, and we cannot sustain a marketing team of tens of thousands nationwide. Zhang Guodong inquired, what were your original plans? Song Weiyang explained, to invest in advertising and establish channels province by province. Too slow, Zhang Guodong countered. A steady and methodical approach is the way to ensure long-term success. To which Song Weiyang responded, all right, let us proceed with your method. You take charge of the marketing department. I will focus on building the team and opening channels. I have some connections that may prove beneficial. However, I have one condition. You must grant me equity dividends based on sales growth. If I do not perform well, I will forfeit not only the dividends but my salary as well, resigning voluntarily. Such audacity, Song Weiyang laughed. Let us set aside the equity dividends for now. You will certainly receive a salary, as failing to do so would violate labor laws. If the marketing channels are well established, I will consider granting you bonuses. Not only for you but also for the staff in the marketing department. How does that sound? How will the bonuses be calculated? Zhang Guodong queried. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer losses. Do you not trust Dr. Ma? Song Weiyang replied. To Zhang Guodong's surprise, he nodded in agreement. I trust you. Very well. You are now the manager of the marketing department, Song Weiyang stated. Let me first share the positioning of our various products and the promotional plans for the upcoming new canned goods. Song Weiyang was unperturbed by the prospect of Yang Xian leveraging Zhang Guodong's involvement in the sales channels, as his elder brother, Song Qizhi, was directly overseeing this aspect as the vice president. Since Zhang Guodong aspired to be the marketing department manager, they would allow him to try. If he proved effective, he would remain. If not, he could depart. By late October, construction had commenced on the barren land east of the canning factory. A local construction team was employed, utilizing only shovels and picks to excavate the foundation and erect the expansive factory structure, which would take approximately a month and a half to complete. By December, the production line was expected to arrive, significantly enhancing production capacity. The newly acquired land spanned a moderate area of around 60 acres, nearly half of which was arable. Given the remarkable sales figures the previous month, both Secretary Fan and Mayor Huang were pleased to see the canning factory thrive. They not only took the initiative to secure the land, but also liaised with the bank to provide a loan of 5 million yuan, greatly alleviating the factory's financial strain. The bank, too, was amenable to the loan, despite the factory's prior debts amounting to several million. The triangular debt issue from the late 1980s remains unresolved to this day, with non-performing and bad debts pervasive. Moreover, with rampant investment across various regions and the recurrence of redundant construction, the central government is compelled to implement policies to curb such excesses. Banks, wary of reckless lending, find it increasingly challenging to identify suitable borrowers. The canned food factory, being a prosperous enterprise, stands out as an exceptional client. In the realm of business, circumstances often mirror the absurdities of life. Just 2 months prior, banks were urging the canned food factory to repay its loans, yet now they seem eager to continue lending, as if fearing that the factory might owe too little. Yang Xian has departed from Rongping, heading towards Shenzhen, accompanied by Guostao Lan, who are tasked with negotiating the production line. In the absence of the general manager, Song Weiyang has assumed temporary responsibilities, dedicating his days to instructing Chun Tao on how to manage the company. Zhang Guodong has remained behind to select the more astute workers from the factory, initiating short-term marketing training. Zhang Xiahong, the supervisor and head of human resources, has also set aside his primary duties to engage in joint venture discussions with other cities and counties. Despite the declining sales of the Qiqiao Cup gift canned goods and the intensifying competition faced by the water cup canned products, the factory must continue to expand production. As the new product, the 1,000 paper crane canned goods, is set to be launched in the market to avoid a repeat of the previous supply shortages. Song Weiyang has resolved to stockpile 2 months' worth of inventory, tasking the joint venture factory with producing water cup and gift canned goods, while his own facility focuses entirely on the production of the new 1,000 paper crane items, ensuring ample supply following the advertising campaign. As the weather grows increasingly chilly, Chun Tao has donned a fitted wool sweater that accentuates her curves. She places the telephone receiver down and calls out, "Chairman, I have Director Zhang's call for you." "All right," replies Song Weiyang, setting aside his textbook. The call is swiftly connected. "Old Zhang, I trust the joint venture discussions are proceeding smoothly?" He inquires cheerfully. "Not quite." Zhang Xiahong responds over the line. The Tingzhou canned goods factory is reluctant to engage in a joint venture for contract manufacturing. However, they are interested in selling their canned goods production line. "What are the specifics?" Song Weiyang asks. Zhang Xiahong explains. The Tingzhou factory aims to pivot towards beverage production and is offering their canned goods production line at a bargain price, some of which are Italian-made, all for just 2 million yuan. Nevertheless, they are primarily selling food canned goods production lines, specifically for metal can packaging. Should we consider purchasing it? The Tingzhou canned goods factory is the largest in Xikang province, boasting over 1,500 permanent workers and an additional 3,000 temporary workers at its peak, capable of producing hundreds of tons of canned goods daily over a decade ago. After a moment of contemplation, Song Weiyang responds, "We shall not pursue food canned goods production for the time being, nor for the next few years." "Do they have any fruit canned goods production lines?" "Yes, but they are not for sale. Only the food canned goods production lines are available," Zhang Xiahong clarifies. "Please elaborate on the situation of this canned goods factory," Song Weiyang requests. Zhang Xiahong continues. "The economy of ZZ City is extremely underdeveloped, and the canned goods factory is considered a pillar of their economy. Last year, they laid off a third of their workforce. This year, the factory manager and city officials have decided to shift their focus to producing orange soda. Initially, the canning factory was entirely shut down, but upon witnessing the remarkable sales of our fruit preserves, they resumed operations. The first batch of fruit cups has already been launched into the market. Indeed, their food canning production line is exceptionally impressive, Italian machinery, previously supplying military districts and exporting to over 30 countries. It would be a great pity for it to languish and used in the factory. However, despite its prowess, if there is no market for food cans, we shall only focus on fruit preserves, remarked Song Weiyang. Zheng Xiaohong expressed some regret. All right then. I will discuss joint ventures with them. Although this canning factory primarily specializes in food cans, they also produce several dozen tons of fruit preserves daily. Securing this factory would essentially enable multiple smaller factories to operate as subcontractors. I appreciate your hard work, old Zheng, said Song Weiyang. Why are we discussing this? Let us wrap it up. Zheng Xiaohong laughed. Song Weiyang felt a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how many canning factories are on the brink of collapse these days. The largest canning factory in the country is faltering, and the largest in our province is also in need of transformation. Those that survive are exceedingly rare. Simultaneously, this signifies an escalation in competition. Song Weiyang's introduction of fruit cups has instilled hope in numerous struggling competitors. And now even the leading enterprises in our province are beginning to produce fruit cups. After ending the call, Song Weiyang called out to Chun Tao outside, Sister Tao, please have Director Yang select 2 sharp young individuals to accompany me to the provincial capital tomorrow. Sure thing. Chun Tao replied cheerfully as she rushed in. I'd like to join you too. You should stay at the company to observe, learn, and inquire, Song Weiyang advised. All right then, Chun Tao responded, somewhat disappointed. Just as she stepped out of the office, she noticed Lin Zhuiyun approaching, which further dampened her spirits. Nevertheless, she managed to smile and said, Miss Lin, what brings you here? Lin Zhuiyun replied, I came to take a look. Your place is quite small, yet it radiates vitality, unlike other state-owned enterprises that seem lifeless. By the way, is Director Song inside? Yes, he is. You can go in, Chun Tao said. Lin Zhuiyun skipped into the office but suddenly turned back and said, Miss Chun, would you like to join me for karaoke tonight? My cousin has returned to the provincial capital, and I don't have any friends to hang out with in romping. Sure, Chun Tao replied casually. Lin Zhuiyun grinned. I'll invite Director Song too. We could also go bowling or roller skating. You're quite the schemer. Chun Tao muttered under her breath as she turned to leave. Lin Zhuiyun did not catch her words and knocked on the door. Director Song, it's Lin Zhuiyun. May I come in? Please do, Song Weiyang replied. Upon seeing the physics and chemistry textbooks on the desk, Lin Zhuiyun smiled and said, Oh, Director Song, how diligent you are. With the college entrance examination approaching next year, you must focus on your studies. Indeed, replied Song Weiyang. Lin Zhuiyun inquired, do you need my help with your studies? Song Weiyang casually pulled out a high school math problem and asked with a smile, can you solve this one? At first glance, Lin Zhuiyun seemed quite familiar, as if she had some impression of him. However, upon careful consideration of the questions, she realized that she could not even recall the basic formulas, exclaiming in astonishment. Oh dear, how is it that I can't even solve high school problems? That's quite normal, Song Weiyang replied. No, I can't accept that. Let me think again. Lin Zhuiyun promptly seated herself, striving to recollect the relevant knowledge points, to the extent that she completely forgot about her plan to hang out with Song Weiyang. Take your time, he said, engrossed in his book. After scratching her head and pondering deeply for a good half hour, Lin Zhuiyun finally completed the moderately challenging problem. She set down her pen and stretched, saying, I'm exhausted. It feels like I've returned to high school. Back then, I could solve such problems in just a few minutes. Song Weiyang chuckled. In a few years, you might not be able to solve even one in a day. That's true. I haven't really engaged with mathematics since my junior year. I've forgotten more than half of advanced calculus, Lin Zhuiyun lamented, resting her head on the desk. What extracurricular books do you usually read? She inquired. I read history and philosophy, Song Weiyang replied. What about literary works? Lin Zhuiyun asked. Throughout the 1980s and early 1990s, China was in an era of learning where nearly everyone was engrossed in reading books and newspapers. Literature was naturally the preferred choice, and philosophy was also quite popular. What might seem tedious in the new century was, at that time, highly sought after. Even translated pirated versions of foreign philosophical works could easily become bestsellers, he explained. I do read literary works, but not extensively, Song Weiyang admitted. Do you enjoy poetry? Lin Juyin asked. Haizi? He responded. I'm not particularly fond of Haizi's poetry. It's too pessimistic for my taste. I prefer Wang Guizhen. His work is positive, uplifting, and transcendent, she stated. Song Weiyang smiled. I thought you might like Shimurong. I've read Shimurong's poetry too, but I don't care for it much. It's overly sentimental and lacks depth, Lin Juiyun remarked. To be candid, Song Weiyang did not particularly enjoy conversing with artistic young women. It felt laborious and time-consuming, offering little reward aside from fleeting encounters. However, Lin Juiyun was quite spirited. Having recently transferred to romping and lacking friends to converse with, she seized every opportunity to talk. Especially since she had been feeling cooped up at home after her cousin's departure. Actually, I do particularly like some of Haizi's poems. Like Autumn. I even memorized part of it, using our bones laid bare on the ground to inscribe on the beach, youth. Then, bearing the weight of an aging father, time stretches long. Direction falters, animal-like fear fills our poetry. Song Weiyang felt a bit of a headache coming on, but suddenly recalled something, grinning as he said, Let me tell you a secret. What secret? Lin Juiyun asked with curiosity. Well, Haizi's poetry isn't necessarily pessimistic. He also wrote some rather risky poems, Song Weiyang revealed. Risky? Nonsense. Lin Juiyun's face flushed immediately. Song Weiyang then queried, Do you remember his poem Reproduction? Lin Juiyun shook her head. Not really. Song Weiyang remarked. Then you should go home and take a look for yourself. You must be speaking out of turn. Lin Juiyun, though immensely curious, chose not to pursue the topic further. Her gaze fell upon an open notebook on the table. Oh, 1,000 paper cranes? You can write poetry too? Song Weiyang replied. Not poetry, but lyrics. Did you write this? Lin Juiyun inquired. Sort of, Song Weiyang responded. I am preparing to launch a new canned product, and this is its promotional song. Why is there no score? Lin Juiyun asked. I cannot read music, but I already have the melody in my mind. I plan to take it to the provincial capital to have someone transcribe it, Song Weiyang explained. Then sing it for me. And I will help you write down the score, Lin Juiyun suggested. The 1,000 paper cranes, a traditional craft in China, are often associated with children. However, in Japan, they carry profound significance, symbolizing wishes and blessings. Each time Japan faces floods or earthquakes, when disaster-stricken areas are deprived of water and electricity, they receive truckloads of 1,000 paper cranes. This has led some to publicly request, please do not donate 1,000 paper cranes. They occupy space and transportation resources, are difficult to dispose of, cannot be consumed, nor can they be sold. It is merely a form of self-satisfaction for the donors. So it would be better to donate the money used to make them, please. At some point, the 1,000 paper cranes made their way from Japan to Hong Kong and Taiwan, acquiring a label of love. It is said that they possess the magic of the love deity. And girls in Japan often fold a crane at the age of 13 to give to the boy they admire. However, the 1,000 paper crane has yet to gain popularity on the mainland, and Lin Juiyun was unaware of its existence. She asked, Why does the lyric mention folding 1,000 pairs of paper cranes to fulfill 1,000 wishes? Are 1,000 paper cranes used for making wishes? Song Weiyang chuckled. There is a legend in Japan that if one folds a crane each day for 1,000 days, they can bring happiness to the person they cherish. Hence, they refer to it as 1,000 paper cranes. Is that true? Lin Juiyun questioned. What do you think? Song Weiyang replied. Lin Juiyun laughed. It must be false. But the legend is beautiful. By the way, hurry and sing this song. I want to see if it sounds good. Song Weiyang tapped on the table, creating a rhythm, and began to sing. Love runs deep, easily revealing scars. Feelings are so genuine, hence hard to part. Folding 1,000 pairs of paper cranes. Fulfilling 1,000 wishes. After dreams awaken, love no longer drifts aimlessly. My heart, with no regrets, folding and unfolding, is all for you. My tears unending, entangled in the burdens of dreams at night. Upon hearing, Lin Juiyun exclaimed, This song you wrote is beautiful. I never expected you to be a musical genius. It's just a catchy tune. How can one call it genius? Song Weiyang waved his hand dismissively. Lin Juiyun stated, If a professional musician wrote such a song, it wouldn't be considered genius. But you are different. You can't even read music, yet you managed to create this. Feeling embarrassed, Song Weiyang blushed. 1,000 Paper Cranes. One of the top 10 Chinese songs of the coming year, resonates with those who have lived through that era, as even those unable to sing can hum a few lines. For a time, it echoed through the streets and permeated television broadcasts, to the point that one could almost develop calluses in their ears. As for the original creator, the prince of digital love songs, Mr. Taija Xiao, perhaps he should return to his studies in mathematics. 999 Roses and 1001 Nights are also quite melodious. Lin Zhuiyun remarked. If you sing this song, will your new canned product sell well? It requires a narrative, replied Song Weiyang, suggesting a tale of two young lovers who meet while purchasing canned goods at a mall. The boy teaches the girl how to fold 1,000 paper cranes, declaring that if she folds 1,000, her wish will be granted. However, just as they are about to wed, the boy is suddenly afflicted with leukemia. Yet the girl persists in folding cranes. On the day she completes 1,000, the boy's eyes close forever. Is it really that simple? Lin Zhuiyun shook her head, asserting that it was too vague and should include more details. It could very well be the basis for a novel. Song Weiyang countered, a novel would be too laborious. We can certainly add details, but it could be made into a music video instead. What is an MV? Lin Zhuiyun inquired. Song Weiyang elucidated. That day we were singing karaoke, and what played on the television was an MV. A music video? Lin Zhuiyun asked. Is MV short for music video? Indeed, Song Weiyang affirmed. The progenitors of MVs in mainland China were Tu Honggang and Zhang Guoli. 3 years prior, Tu Honggang approached Zhang Guoli with the intention of filming an MV for his new song. Zhang Guoli, unfamiliar with the concept, casually viewed a few foreign MVs and shot a haphazard production. Other artists followed suit, resulting in a formulaic approach, singers performing before the camera, alternating between singing and pacing, occasionally featuring a supporting character, typically a handsome or beautiful individual. The true essence of MVs in mainland China did not emerge until the 1996 film Farewell, My Concubine. Can MVs tell stories? Lin Zhuiyun inquired. Absolutely, you can think of them as miniature films, Song Weiyang responded. Suddenly, Lin Zhuiyun exclaimed with excitement, let me sing this song. I want to direct the MV as well. How delightful. Are you planning to become a pop star? Song Weiyang asked. Not at all. Lin Zhuiyun vehemently shook her head. If I pursued that path, my father would surely break my legs. Ah, so it's merely a hobby? Song Weiyang suggested. Yes, just for fun. It sounds quite amusing. Lin Zhuiyun smiled, her eyes sparkling. Song Weiyang scrutinized Lin Zhuiyun for a moment before suggesting, how about you become the spokesperson for the 1,000 paper cranes can product? What does it mean to be a spokesperson? Lin Zhuiyun queried. Song Weiyang explained, it means your photo would be printed on the cans when they are sold. Absolutely not. Lin Zhuiyun vehemently waved her hands. You'll be famous after shooting the MV. One more spokesperson won't hurt. It could be quite entertaining. Give it a try, Song Weiyang encouraged. I would even offer you a fee for your endorsement. It is not a matter of money, Lin Zhuiyun remarked. I need to think it over. Song Weiyang responded. I will travel to the provincial capital tomorrow to collaborate with Shikong Audiovisual Publishing House to record songs. And then I will seek out directors and actors to shoot the music video. You only have a few days to decide. Lin Zhuiyun tilted her head, resting it on the table, her fingers playfully entwining her hair, and expressed her inner turmoil. I also wish to give it a try, but I fear my father will disapprove. He has objected to so many things. Do you heed his every word? Song Weiyang harbored deep resentment towards the elderly gentleman. Indeed. Lin Zhuiyun laughed mischievously, akin to a little girl secretly indulging in mischief against her parents' wishes. Although Song Weiyang had not been closely acquainted with this aunt in his previous life, he had heard many stories from his wife and understood Lin Zhuiyun's character well. She was born during a time when her parents were preoccupied with their own struggles, and her childhood in the countryside was fraught with hardships. Upon returning to the city, she was met with an overwhelming degree of pampering and strictness, lavished with the finest clothes and food, yet subjected to a myriad of restrictions. Thus, a naive, sheltered girl emerged, enamored with play, literature, ideals, and love, yet lost in her own identity. One fateful day, Lin Zhuiyun encountered a young man, and they quickly fell deeply in love. This young man, an American-born Chinese, worked at a foreign enterprise and was soon to be transferred back to the headquarters in the United States. Her father vehemently opposed the union, even threatening to sever their father-daughter relationship. The rebellious spirit that had long lain dormant within Lin Zhuiyun finally erupted, leading her to elope with the man. However, due to the stark cultural differences between East and West, their marriage was fraught with conflict. The man's volatile temper led to physical confrontations, and after enduring 11 years of turmoil, Lin Zhuiyun chose to divorce. At this moment, the audacious Lin Zhuiyun hesitated. Yet small acts of rebellion continued to surface. For instance, when her father insisted she work in a government position, she resolutely resigned and relocated to a different city to teach. Engaging in a battle of wills with her father was a source of great amusement for her. Upon deciding to serve as the spokesperson for a new canned product, Lin Zhuiyun quickly immersed herself in the role, even assisting Song Weiyang in crafting the details of the music video narrative. There must be a wedding dress. Lin Zhuiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have always dreamed of wearing a beautiful wedding gown. During the music video, we should capture scenes of the couple selecting wedding dresses, symbolizing their impending marriage. Song Weiyang nodded in agreement. That is a splendid idea. Lin Zhuiyun continued. The video should feature a library where the couple reads together. A man with a scholarly aura is undeniably charming. Song Weiyang chuckled. Your wishes shall be honored. Moreover, we need an amusement park, like the merry-go-rounds in Hong Kong films. I have always longed to ride a carousel, Lin Zhuiyun added. Song Weiyang replied. That might prove a bit challenging. Carousels are hard to come by on the mainland. After deliberating for quite some time, Chen Tao suddenly knocked and entered. Chairman, everything is prepared. We depart promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your hard work. Song Weiyang acknowledged. Chen Tao inquired, what have you two been discussing? I could hear you from outside. Lin Zhuiyun remarked, we are discussing the music video. With an utter lack of guile, she promptly divulged the matter. Chen Tao, upon hearing this, felt a pang of jealousy and her competitive spirit ignited. Chairman, how about I transform the story into a novel? I shall title it Thousand Paper Cranes. It goes without saying that, as a devoted fan of Qiong Yao, Chen Tao would undoubtedly craft a narrative in that quintessential style. Yet, there remains an audience that relishes such tales. Once Chen Tao completes her manuscript and enlists a skilled writer to refine it, the novel would be released alongside the music video, assuredly igniting a fervor for Thousand Paper Cranes. Ultimately, Chen Tao joined the expedition. By 7 in the morning, she arrived at the canning factory, tossing a bag of steamed buns to 2 young employees. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Here, have a little something. Thank you, General Manager. You are so kind. The young men eagerly divided the buns, one of them opening the car door, urging, General Manager, please get in quickly. It's cold outside. And you might catch a chill. It's all right. I'll wait here for the chairman. Chen Tao replied with a smile. Chen Tao effortlessly employed such small acts of kindness to win hearts, a strategy that, albeit simple, proved effective. Within a mere fortnight, she had made a positive impression on everyone she encountered, from vice presidents to office managers, and even the ordinary workers. It was a remarkable feat. For a beautiful woman temporarily serving as the boss's secretary, it was expected that whispers would circulate, yet astonishingly, no one had spoken ill of her thus far. Shortly after, Song Weiyang arrived at the factory in his brother's Volkswagen. After exchanging greetings with Chen Tao, he hopped into the driver's seat of the van, announcing, Let us go. Chen Tao nonchalantly took her seat in the passenger's side and eagerly said, Chairman, I brainstormed last night and believe we should introduce a female supporting character. The novel? Song Weiyang inquired. Indeed. The female supporting character has affections for the male protagonist, but he is enamored with the lead female character, creating dramatic tension. Chen Tao explained. Song Weiyang chuckled. You love me. I don't love you. I only love her. A love triangle. Chen Tao continued. The supporting character is well matched with the male lead. His parents have even arranged a childhood engagement for them. However, the male lead regards her merely as a sister. Once he begins a romance with the lead female character, his parents intervene, and they must overcome numerous obstacles to be together. Just at that moment, the male lead is diagnosed with leukemia. Truly a quintessential Qiong Yao narrative. Song Weiyang pondered where to begin his critique, ultimately deciding to contribute his own flair inspired by Korean dramas. He started the van and said, the male and female leads must come from vastly different backgrounds. A Prince Charming falling for a Cinderella. Moreover, their paths should cross not only while purchasing canned goods, but also as they discover they are neighbors residing in the same building. The male lead, a wealthy scion from Hong Kong, seeks to escape the constraints imposed by his family and ventures into the mainland to carve his own destiny. The female protagonist hails from an ordinary working-class family and is a graduate of a typical university. After much effort, she secures a position at a foreign enterprise, where she and the male protagonist become colleagues. He is a distinguished executive, while she is merely an ordinary employee. The male protagonist, handsome and affluent, is adored by the women in the company but finds himself particularly drawn to the female lead. Consequently, the female employees collectively harbor animosity towards her, frequently creating troubles for her. Additionally, the male protagonist's childhood sweetheart follows him from the port city, leveraging connections to join the same company. This antagonist, devoid of any meaningful engagement, harbors malice and actively schemes against the female lead, orchestrating mistakes in her work to oust her from the company. The female protagonist, however, adeptly navigates these challenges with her intelligence, striving to avoid causing any complications for the male protagonist. When the pressure becomes unbearable, the male protagonist instinctively comes to her defense, deepening their emotional bond. Moreover, there could be a male supporting character, an expatriate employee who, despite cultural barriers, harbors a deep affection for the female lead. Occasionally, due to the machinations of the female antagonist, the male protagonist misinterprets the female lead's actions, leaving her feeling unjustly accused and unable to explain herself. In these moments, the male supporting character steps in, offering unwavering support, his love characterized by selfless devotion. In a typical setting, the female protagonist dresses modestly. However, a grand ball is essential to the narrative, where she, adorned in a borrowed gown, transforms from a Cinderella figure into a breathtaking Snow White, stunning everyone in attendance. The female and male protagonists must share a dance, their movements captivating the entire audience, drawing spontaneous applause. Song Weiyang elaborated for a full 10 minutes, leaving Qintao in awe, exclaiming, "Chairman, you are remarkable. You weave such intricate tales even in love stories." To which Song Weiyang humbly replied, "Just basic operations." He was reluctant to elaborate further. Once upon a time, Song Weiyang's career was on an upward trajectory, exhausting him daily while he returned home to be dragged into watching Korean dramas by his girlfriend. Those memories were not easy to revisit. Chen Tao diligently took notes, capturing the plot details with sparkling eyes, asking, "Is there more?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Weiyang continued, insisting that the male protagonist, male supporting character, and female antagonist all wear high-end attire, creating a stark contrast with the female lead's humble beginnings. He emphasized that the male protagonist's clothing should not be from Pierre Cardin, as, despite its status as a top brand in China, it is regarded as mid-range internationally and known for its accessibility. What should he wear then? Chen Tao inquired. Brands like Brioni or Armani would suffice, Song Weiyang suggested. While the female antagonist could flaunt Louis Vuitton or Chanel, ensuring her portrayal as high class. She would often use these labels to mock the female lead, deriding her as a beggar from the countryside, while other female employees in the company would fawn over the antagonist, isolating the female lead completely. Chen Tao, slightly bewildered, replied, "I don't recognize those brands. I only know Pierre Cardin. I'll introduce you to them later," Song Weiyang smiled. The van soon arrived at the entrance of the Light Chemical Engineering Institute, and Song Weiyang rolled down the window, calling out to Lin Zhuiyun, who was anxiously awaiting. "Teacher Lin, get in." Upon encountering Song Weiyang, Lin Zhuiyun's cheeks suddenly flushed, and as she entered the car, she exclaimed, "Rogue." "What rogue?" Song Weiyang was bewildered, unaware of how he had offended his aunt. "I can't be bothered to explain," Lin Zhuiyun muttered. Tentatively, Song Weiyang inquired, "You wouldn't actually go and read Haizi's poem, would you?" Lin Zhuiyun fell silent, yet her face began to heat up. Just yesterday, upon returning to school, she had rushed to the library to seek out Haizi's poems, only to find herself perplexed after reading reproductions several times without comprehension. This morning, she had approached a female professor in the same office, a stern woman in her 50s, who, after reading it twice, advised her, "This is an erotic poem, Lin. Don't look at it." After much persistence, Lin Zhuiyun finally grasped the meaning. The entire poem depicted an intimate encounter, notably the woman's first experience. The various metaphors throughout the poem alluded to the more explicit aspects of intimacy, which, if articulated, would certainly be censored with asterisks. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Lin Zhuiyun wished to vanish into the ground, flinging the poetry collection aside before fleeing, oblivious to the female professor who picked it up to savor it slowly. Observing Lin Zhuiyun's distressed expression, Song Weiyang chuckled, "Don't overthink it. In truth, when Haizi penned his poetry, he might have intended deeper meanings that we mere mortals fail to perceive. Can we please not talk about Haizi's poetry?" Lin Zhuiyun's face turned crimson. "All right, haha." Song Weiyang laughed heartily. Lin Zhuiyun gritted her teeth, her blush deepening. The Shikong Audiovisual Publishing House, established last year, traces its origins to the recording and video studio of the Shikong Provincial Cultural Department. Despite its modest size, every record and videotape distributed within the province must be reported here, followed by a uniform dispatch to stores across various counties and cities. The recording studio is quite professional, equipped with electronic recording devices acquired last year, though unfortunately gathering dust. Indeed, Some seldom-used equipment has accumulated a layer of grime, while the rest primarily records revolutionary songs and operas, having yet to capture any popular music. The recording engineer, in his 60s with a head full of white hair, remarked, "Only vocal melodies? Isn't that sufficient?" Song Weiyang was taken aback. Of course, the engineer retorted, tossing the music score back to Song Weiyang. "Finish composing the piece, and then come find me." With a cheerful grin, Lin Zhuiyun chimed in, "Teacher Zhu, you can compose too. Why not take charge of finishing the arrangement?" Song Weiyang quickly added, "Yes, Teacher Zhu, I can increase the composition fee. It's not about the money." The engineer waved his hand dismissively. "I could arrange a revolutionary model opera, but popular songs? Have you confirmed that you want me to arrange it?" Never mind." Song Weiyang found it hard to imagine what a revolutionary rendition of Thousand Paper Cranes would sound like. Lin Zhuiyun suggested, "How about we pay a visit to Shikong Music Academy?" "Great idea." Song Weiyang responded with a smile. The Shikong Music Academy ranks among the top 3 music institutions in the nation, teeming with talent, making it effortless to find someone to arrange pop songs. Moreover, it is more affordable than in the capital and Guangdong province. A mere 1,000 yuan suffices, and the other party even considers it excessive. Viewing Song Weiyang as an easy target, the individual in question is a young lecturer in his 30s who, within a single day, hastily handed over the arranged score to Song Weiyang. He assembled a band and a recording engineer, with Lin Zhuiyun lending her voice, and they eagerly commenced recording. Initially, all seemed well, with the style closely mirroring the original. However, halfway through, Song Weiyang was taken aback. After the first chorus concluded, an unexpected bamboo flute interjected, accompanied by the eru, a clear manifestation of the young lecturer's creative abandon. To think that a perfectly good love ballad could be transformed into something so distinctly Chinese. Why not use a violin instead of that absurd eru? Thankfully, the Swana did not make an appearance. "Stop." Song Weiyang quickly intervened. The recording engineer was visibly displeased. "What now?" Song Weiyang replied, "Replace the eru with a violin." The engineer retorted, "I think it sounds quite good, melancholic and beautiful. The era fits the song's mood perfectly. I am the one footing the bill, so I have the final say," Song Weiyang asserted. "You, an outsider. Guiding a professional, what do you know?" The engineer snapped. With a wry smile, Song Weiyang responded, "Please, do me a favor and substitute the eru for a violin. Let us record it anew." The engineer, unwilling to argue further, muttered, "Just wait, I'll call a violinist." After 2 arduous days in the recording studio, Song Weiyang finally felt satisfied with the final product. To his surprise, the spontaneously added bamboo flute lent an inexplicable buoyancy to the song, as if the protagonists were reminiscing about sweet moments, creating a stark contrast to the preceding sorrow. It evoked a feeling akin to smiling through tears. Originally, Song Weiyang intended to enlist a director from the provincial film studio to shoot the music video, the same individual who had previously assisted with an advertisement for the canned goods factory. However, following the recording experience, he dared not take further risks and opted instead to accompany Lin Zhuiyun directly to Shanghai, leaving Chun Tao behind at the factory to write novels. The train rumbled through the mountains. Lin Zhuiyun lay on her bunk, gazing at the retreating landscape, and suddenly sighed, "Alas, I shall surely face criticism upon my return." "I only took 3 days off," Song Weiyang remarked. "Didn't you arrange for a teacher to cover your classes?" "I did. But taking leave without a valid reason will surely displease the leadership," Lin Zhuiyun replied. Song Weiyang recalled, "I remember you mentioning that the president of the Light Chemical College was an old classmate of your father. With that connection, why fear reprimand?" "That very connection worries me more," Lin Zhuiyun retorted. "Do you know what excuse I provided for my leave?" "What?" Song Weiyang inquired. "I told the leadership that my father was ill, and I needed to return to the provincial capital to check on him. If I don't return to school for half a month, the department head will undoubtedly report to the president, who might think my father is gravely ill. Their camaraderie is remarkably strong. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to personally procure gifts and travel to the provincial capital to visit an ailing friend." As the conversation progressed, Lin Zhuiyun could not help but chuckle, seemingly recalling the awkwardness of the principal visiting her father with a can of food. Song Weiyang remarked, "You truly excel. Your fabrications are refreshingly sophisticated. Are you reveling in this misfortune?" Lin Zhuiyun retorted indignantly, "I have never engaged in such outrageous behavior throughout my life." "It is all you're doing." Song Weiyang laughed. "Isn't it exhilarating?" Lin Zhuiyun's anger transformed into amusement as she nodded. Indeed, it is quite thrilling, akin to breaking free from a cage. Song Weiyang advised, "You have matured. You cannot always heed your parents' directives. At times, you must make your own decisions." Lin Zhuiyun turned over, leaning against the headboard, and began to peruse the complete works of Schopenhauer, fortuitously landing on the essay on the freedom of the will. She mused, "To be honest, I envy you. At 17, you can assert your own authority, and your family, friends, and colleagues heed your opinions. I am quite the opposite. I have been restricted since childhood from doing this and that. Do you know? A boy at university pursued me. He is rather handsome and talented, and I agreed to dine with him a few times. Subsequently, my father summoned him to his office." "How did your father find out?" Song Weiyang inquired. "My father is the department head," Lin Zhuiyun replied. "That is rather unfortunate." Song Weiyang could not suppress a laugh. Lin Zhuiyun continued, "Since then, that boy has not dared to speak to me. I was furious and confronted my father. Yet, he insisted it was for my own good, claiming he was merely assessing the boy, stating that if he were suitable, he would not hinder our romantic pursuits." Song Weiyang counseled, "You ought to consider it from another perspective. The fact that the boy shied away after a conversation with your father indicates he does not genuinely care for you. Of course, if a boy is summoned by the department head, he would be terrified. He probably fears he won't graduate," Lin Zhuiyun lamented. Song Weiyang said, "His fear of not graduating led him to evade you. If one day you were to marry, and he encountered someone more suitable, who could ease his struggles for the next 20 years, do you think he would not abandon you for another?" Lin Zhuiyun fell silent. Song Weiyang continued, "Thus, your father genuinely cares for you. He fears you may be deceived in matters of the heart." Lin Zhuiyun retorted, "So does this mean I must introduce every man I date to my father for approval before pursuing a relationship?" "Not necessarily. But it is wise to seriously consider the opinions of elders," Song Weiyang responded. "Hey, whose side are you on?" Lin Zhuiyun expressed her displeasure, unable to clarify the matter. Song Weiyang quickly shifted the topic, glancing at the book in Lin Zhuiyun's hands. "Shall we discuss Schopenhauer instead?" "I have no desire." Lin Zhuiyun angrily shoved the complete works of Schopenhauer beneath her pillow. Song Weiyang, grinning, asked, "Do you know the name of Schopenhauer's pet dog?" Lin Zhuiyun initially remained silent, feigning sleep with her back turned to Song Weiyang. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, she could no longer resist the urge to turn and inquire. "What is its name?" Song Weiyang replied, "It is a curly-haired dog that accompanied Schopenhauer through his final solitary days. Its name is the World Spirit." "The World Spirit? What a peculiar name," Lin Zhuiyun remarked, somewhat incredulous. "You must be making that up." Song Weiyang insisted, "It is indeed true. I have heard it is also related to Hegel." Curiosity piqued, Lin Zhuiyun asked, "What connection does it have with Hegel?" Song Weiyang explained, "This story begins with the rivalry between Schopenhauer and Hegel. During Hegel's tenure as the president of Berlin University, his philosophy was declared the official philosophy. Schopenhauer was displeased and openly challenged him by scheduling his own lectures at the same time as Hegel's, accusing Hegel of being a sophist and a charlatan, calling for the revocation of his philosopher status. Schopenhauer naming his curly-haired dog the World Spirit was likely a satire aimed at Hegel." Lin Zhuiyun listened with great interest, chuckling, "Please, continue." Song Weiyang elaborated, "Both Hegel and Schopenhauer's philosophies stem from Kant's philosophy. However, Hegel developed rationalism while Schopenhauer established irrationalism. The former emphasizes reason while the latter speaks of emotion, inherently at odds with one another. Hegel asserted that apart from reason, nothing in reality holds significance, claiming reason is an absolute force. Schopenhauer, on the other hand, posited that the irrational will is the essence of humanity and the essence of the world, with all things being vessels and objectifications of will, while reason is merely a derivative of intellect, serving as a tool to aid the will's survival and development. Which perspective do you find more compelling?" Lin Zhuiyun refrained from answering, instead asking, "How come you possess such knowledge, as if you have studied philosophy?" "I have yet to read Hegel's works." "Oh, it's just a casual perusal," Song Weiyang chuckled. "As a literary girl, you are quite easy to persuade." A gentle breeze swept through the cool, cloudy weather as they arrived at Shanghai. Rather than heading to the film studio, Song Weiyang took Lin Zhuiyun directly to the drama academy. "What are we doing at the school?" Lin Zhuiyun inquired. Song Weiyang responded, "I am here to consult the director." Lin Zhuiyun remarked, "The directors are all at the film studio. The ones in school are merely teachers. While they possess a profound theoretical foundation, that does not guarantee they can create a good film. Having a theoretical foundation is sufficient," Song Weiyang smiled. The music video I intend to shoot will embody a youthful idol style, and if I were to entrust it to the film studio's directors, they might lead it astray. Upon exiting the taxi, the two entered the school side by side, and the guard did not hinder their entrance. A man in his 30s hurried past, prompting Song Weiyang to stop him and ask, "Excuse me, where is the directing department?" The man glanced at Lin Jueyan and continued walking, saying, "Follow me." "Are you a teacher in the directing department?" Song Weiyang inquired. "A student," the man replied. "You must be nearing graduation from your master's program, am I right?" Song Weiyang continued. The man awkwardly remarked, "I am enrolled in a film directing class that admits students from the community." Well, Song Weiyang began to understand that this so-called film directing class bore some resemblance to the MBA training program he attended in his previous life, established by a reputable university. It allowed individuals to enroll after a cursory selection process, essentially permitting anyone who paid the fee to attend. Valuable knowledge would undoubtedly be imparted. Given that the instructors were legitimate professors, it ultimately depended on the students' diligence. Ignoring the man's embarrassment entirely, Song Weiyang smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I also plan to apply for the film directing class. Perhaps we shall become brothers in the future." The man's awkwardness vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of enthusiasm. "You've come at an inopportune time. New admissions will not occur until next year. Can I audit the classes?" Song Weiyang inquired. "Auditing is permissible, as long as you do not disrupt the class," the man replied. "Teacher Wei is very kind, even if you're an auditor. He will provide feedback on your assignments." "That is splendid," exclaimed Song Weiyang. "I hope you can look after me in the future. May I ask your honorable surname?" "I am surnamed Hu Shiwejuan," the man replied. Song Weiyang then asked, "Can students from our film directing class truly become directors?" Hu Shiwejuan shook his head despondently. "It is somewhat difficult. After all, one does not obtain a formal undergraduate diploma. At most, they might end up muddling through in an advertising company. With connections, one could enter a local television station, working as a general assistant on a drama set, gradually gaining experience, honing skills, and accumulating resources. But one could also make their own films. I've heard about independent cinema abroad," Song Weiyang suggested. "That is exceedingly challenging. Even students from formal directing programs struggle with that," Hu Shiwejuan replied. Song Weiyang asked, "Are there any students from our school who have succeeded in this regard?" Hu Shiwejuan pondered for a moment and said, "There is one, currently a junior. Last year, somehow, he acquired a 16mm camera and produced a 15-minute short film, which surprisingly made it to some international short film competition. However, that was the extent of it. He did not win any awards, and the film garnered no buyers, leaving him with significant debt from his brief trip abroad." "What is his name?" Song Weiyang inquired. "Jean Peng," Hu Shiwejuan replied. "Thank you, my senior." Song Weiyang waved his hand. "I will first inquire at the academic office. Let us chat more another day, and I'll treat you to a meal," Hu Shiwejuan responded. "Sure, just remember that the film directing class only meets from Friday to the weekend. Avoid coming to audit at other times." Song Weiyang smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Hu Shiwejuan quickened his pace, seemingly hurrying to class. Song Weiyang turned to Lin Jueyan and said, "Let us go find that Jinping." However, Lin Jueyan remained rooted to the spot, gazing at Song Weiyang for a while. "Director Song, I never realized you could spin such elaborate tales without batting an eye. If I hadn't accompanied you to Shanghai, I would have thought you genuinely intended to enroll in that directing class." "Haha, a harmless fib," Song Weiyang replied. "Big liar," Lin Jueyan teased with a laugh, inquiring, "Are you truly planning to recruit a student for the shoot?" Song Weiyang replied, "It depends on the circumstances. Students are more manageable and more receptive to novel ideas. Moreover, if the individual has made it to the International Film Festival, it indicates a solid foundational skill set. If I were to engage a professor or a director, they would undoubtedly adhere to their own vision, leaving me with no room for input," Lin Jueyan remarked. "Regardless, your points are all valid." After making further inquiries, Song Weiyang finally located Jean Peng. The young man, approximately 25 or 26, wore glasses and had a slender frame adorned with long hair. He expressed his surprise, saying, "You want me to shoot a music short film?" "To be precise, it's an MV," Song Weiyang clarified. Jean Peng retorted, "The translation is quite similar, but the content differs." Song Weiyang explained, "An MV primarily revolves around the song, with hardly any dialogue. Please take a look at the script I've written." Jean Peng perused the script, scoffing, "What a hodgepodge. The format is all wrong. It's neither a literary script nor a shooting script. It's an absolute mishmash." Unperturbed by the disdain, Song Weiyang chuckled. I am merely an amateur, which is precisely why I sought a professional. No time for this, Jean Peng said, turning to leave. Name your price. Song Weiyang called after him. After a few steps, Jean Peng turned back, saying 5,000. 3,000 will suffice. Song Weiyang countered. That's rather steep. Take it or leave it. Goodbye. Jean Peng retorted irritably. For 5,000, you will gather the entire crew, including lighting technicians, and their wages will be deducted from that amount. Furthermore, you are responsible for renting the filming equipment. I will cover the rental fee separately, Song Weiyang stipulated. Jean Peng shrugged. Give me the script. And I'll see you at the school tomorrow. Also, the song's tape. Song Weiyang handed over the sample of 1,000 paper cranes. Observing Jean Peng depart, Lin Zhuiyun questioned. Is that all it takes? It's a straightforward task. No need to complicate things. Song Weiyang smiled. Indeed, it is quite simple. What students lack most is practical experience. In this era, the film industry in mainland China is rapidly cooling down. Even established film studios may struggle to find projects, and students from drama academies, regardless of whether they receive compensation, are eager to participate, solely to gain a modicum of practical experience. Jean Peng not only gathered classmates and assembled a crew within a day, but also enlisted a professor for technical guidance. Initially, they established filming locations, selecting a shopping mall, the Bund, a hospital, and a wedding dress shop, among others. The primary shooting venue was designated as the rehearsal room of the Drama Academy, where hundreds of paper cranes would be suspended, accompanied by wind chimes, creating a mesmerizing display as the cranes danced in the breeze. Subsequently, Song Weiyang took Lin Zhuiyun to the mall to select costumes. Brand names were not essential. What mattered most was a youthful, fashionable style that showcased the allure of the lead characters. Subsequently, Song Weiyang's family ventured from unit to unit, seeking assistance in borrowing venues for their filming endeavor. Under the auspices of the Shanghai Drama Academy, he claimed that the school was organizing students to create a patriotic tribute film, promising to credit collaborators in the end credits, employing all manner of persuasion to secure filming permissions. Remarkably, even a hospital agreed to allocate a luxurious patient room for their use. After several days of relentless efforts, Lin Zhuiyun accompanied him throughout, gaining a thorough understanding of Dr. Ma's duplicitous tactics. On the eve of the shoot, Lin Zhuiyun earnestly declared, from now on, I shall not believe a single word you utter. Anyone who does is a fool. I like you. Song Weiyang responded with a serious demeanor. What? Lin Zhuiyun was momentarily taken aback, then blushed, feigning a punch. Get lost. Laughter erupted from Song Weiyang as he dashed away, finding amusement in teasing the literary girl. The students exhibited diligence. Despite the project merely being a music video, they approached it with the seriousness of an art film. Yet, this dedication had its drawbacks as well. Prior to the official commencement, discussions erupted among the crew, leading to extensive revisions of the plot and cinematography. Not only the cinematographer and lighting technician contributed, but even the script supervisor and prop personnel voiced their opinions, with some even staying up all night to draft a comprehensive storyboard based on the script. When Song Weiyang received the storyboard, he was taken aback after just a glance and remarked to director Jean Peng, there is no need for such complexity, the simpler, the better. It's merely a music video. Jean Peng countered, simplicity comes in various forms. Some are crude and lacking, while others embody artistic restraint. Rest assured, we are professionals, more knowledgeable than you. I don't care about that. The shots must remain pristine, the lighting must be clear, and the characters must appear fresh. Song Weiyang insisted. Do not worry. I understand, Jean Peng replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. On the day of the shoot, within the school's rehearsal room, the classroom was adorned with origami cranes and wind chimes, while a standing fan was positioned to blow continuously at the makeshift window drapes. Squatting behind the monitor, Song Weiyang called out within mere seconds, Stop, stop, stop. The lighting is incorrect. Jean Peng retorted angrily, I am the director. You cannot arbitrarily call for a stop. I desire a different effect. The lighting is too dim, Song Weiyang asserted. This empty shot is meant to convey the male lead's grave condition and the female lead's sorrow and suffering. The lighting must be set this way. Jean Peng insisted. I do not care what you wish to convey. It must be executed my way, Song Weiyang replied, growing increasingly resolute. Am I the director, or are you? Jean Peng fumed. I am the client. I am funding this, so you must heed my directives, Song Weiyang declared, unwilling to elaborate further. Jean Peng, in frustration, tossed aside the directing tube, stating, I am done. Find someone else if you wish. Very well, return my money then, Song Weiyang replied. I will return it. But you reek of vulgarity. Jinping extracted several hundred yuan from his pocket and tossed it onto Song Weiyang's chest, stating that he would provide the remainder tomorrow. As he had not brought it with him, a fellow classmate, acting as a mediator, quickly approached to diffuse the tension. Jinping, there's no need to rush. Let's discuss this calmly. And Mr. Song, please do not take offense. Artistic creation often involves differing perspectives. Perhaps we could engage in further dialogue. Jinping retorted. Everything I had to say was already expressed. There is nothing more to discuss. Song Weiyang replied, allow me to reiterate. I am producing an MV, a commercial product, not an art film. This MV is limited to 4 minutes, and the visuals must be as impeccable as possible, strikingly beautiful, devoid of any need for profound meaning. Do you comprehend the essence of beauty? The sole requirement for the entire piece is its aesthetic appeal. Jinping countered, is a slightly dimmer light incapable of achieving beauty? It resonates with the narrative and complements your lyrics. Frustration mounting, Song Weiyang found himself at a loss, astonished by the obstinacy of these students. Lin Juoyan intervened, suggesting, why not film one version according to Jin's perspective and another based on director Song's vision, then decide during post-production which to use? Jinping, evidently in dire need of funds, agreed, that works. Thus, Song Weiyang, eager to avoid wasting time, proceeded. They filmed multiple takes of the empty room with the wind stirring the curtains, altering the lighting several times. Lin Juoyan removed her outerwear, donning a simple white dress. Wandering thoughtfully in the classroom, occasionally reaching out to play with origami cranes and wind chimes. Disagreements soon resurfaced. Jinping insisted on a silhouette-focused approach to convey the female lead's emotions, while Song Weiyang was adamant about capturing her face and form directly to immediately captivate the audience's attention. After a heated discussion, they settled on conducting 2 separate shoots, leaving the decision for later editing. The costs of film stock soared dramatically. Although Song Weiyang felt a surge of irritation, he refrained from demanding a change in personnel. Professionalism prevailed. Despite his frustrations, he knew he relied on Jinping's filming expertise. Jinping was genuinely dedicated, meticulously seeking angles for each shot and engaging in repeated discussions with the cinematographer regarding light ratios and the golden mean. While Song Weiyang struggled to grasp these concepts, the results of the same shot exceeded their expectations. However, during post-production, he was determined not to allow Jinping any involvement, fearing the final cut might turn out disastrous. They worked tirelessly in the empty room, capturing several takes from morning until 3 in the afternoon. Midway through, another argument erupted as Song Weiyang insisted on using filters to create a soft light effect on the female lead. This technique would envelop her in an ethereal glow, a common trope in youth idol dramas, which later found its way into martial arts films and historical dramas. Jinping vehemently opposed this notion, arguing that it appeared overly contrived and unnatural, likely to disrupt the audience's immersion. Disrupt what? This is an MV. Song Weiyang resorted to the threat of withdrawing funding, and Jinping ultimately chose to concede. The second scene transitions directly to the hospital, as a premium ward has fortuitously become available. Delaying any further might result in an elderly patient needing admission. The hospital, recognizing the significance of assisting the Drama Academy in producing a patriotic tribute film, has dispatched the deputy director of the office. The deputy director, surnamed Zheng, warmly shook hands and greeted, "Hello, student Song. The ward is now available. How may we assist you further?" "Thank you, Director Zheng. We truly appreciate your unit's cooperation," Song Weiyang replied with a smile. "Not at all. I am eager to experience the filmmaking process firsthand," Director Zheng chuckled. Currently, Song Weiyang serves as the president of the Student Council at Shanghai Drama Academy. The film they are set to produce is a tribute celebrating the 45th birthday of the nation, aiming to express the students' love for their homeland. With plans for a theatrical release in major cinemas next year, Song Weiyang will portray the leading male role and quickly changed into a hospital gown. Not quite. You still need makeup. A person on the brink of death does not look like that, Jinping remarked. Song Weiyang suggested. Just make my lips and cheeks a bit pale. Jinping countered. Would that even look convincing on screen? Director Zheng inquired, what ailment afflicts this character? Jinping replied, late-stage leukemia. Director Zheng responded, then you must shave your head. Song Weiyang expressed his dismay. Jinping insisted, then let us proceed with shaving your head. We must listen to the doctor. Song Weiyang resignedly explained, art originates from life but must transcend it. Transcendence is essential, yet it must not stray from reality. Jinping added. Song Weiyang, uninterested in further debate, conceded, Fine, I'll shave my head, but for the next few days, I will wear a wig. However, I have a request. Just pale my lips and complexion. Do not make me resemble a ghastly specter of illness. Audiences are not drawn to that. Jinping turned to Director Zhang, asking, Doctor, how should a late-stage leukemia patient appear? Director Zhang replied, It varies from person to person. Some may appear emaciated beyond recognition, while others may show no apparent abnormalities. However, a common trait is the visible signs of weariness and exhaustion from prolonged suffering and chemotherapy. Let us adhere to that. The doctor's word is final, Jinping stated. Director Zhang found his role somewhat monotonous, having never engaged in film production. He was thrilled to discover he could contribute to directing the shoot and added, Of course, it is not strictly necessary to shave the head. Chemotherapy is expensive, and many patients opt for conservative treatment. Moreover, very few hospitals offer chemotherapy, only 2 in the entire Shanghai. Understanding this, Jinping, despite his disdain for Song Weiyang, held great respect for Director Zhang, expressing gratitude for the doctor's guidance. Not at all. It is all in service of our country, Director Zhang smiled. In service of our country? What does that even mean? Jinping pondered, choosing not to inquire further. He began surveying the ward and subsequently conferred with the cinematographer and lighting technician regarding the shooting plan. By the time Song Weiyang returned with his head shaved, Jinping had already meticulously designed the shot breakdown for this scene. With a hearty laugh, Lin Zhuiyun remarked on Song Weiyang's perfectly round head, likening it to a boiled egg devoid of its shell. Amused, she gazed at him, yet Song Weiyang chose to ignore her, reclining on the hospital bed with his eyes shut, retreating into silence. This particular scene was captured in 2 distinct styles. While Song Weiyang preferred to avoid noise and unnecessary delays, Jinping remained indifferent, unconcerned about wasting his film. From the selection of the location to the conclusion of the shoot, the 4-minute music video took an exhaustive half-month to complete. Song Weiyang hastily took the raw footage to the film studio, seeking the assistance of a professional editor while he himself remained present, offering suggestions throughout the process. Jinping, eager to partake in the editing, was entirely overlooked by Song Weiyang, who was unaware that the editing had commenced. When it came time for the cuts, even Song Weiyang, who had vowed to exclude mediocre footage, could not help but admit the merit of some of Jinping's insisted shots. Although reluctantly, he incorporated several of them, even sacrificing his own stylistic preferences. Jinping was indeed bothersome and stubborn, yet his undeniable talent left the door open for potential collaboration in the future. The music video, though straightforward, consumed a budget of 50,000 yuan, with over 20,000 solely spent on film. Upon returning to the studio, Song Weiyang promptly handed over the music video and the master tape to Zhang Guozhong, instructing him with 2 tasks. The first was to reach out to major television and radio stations, distributing the music video and tapes for free to ensure their broadcast. Programs such as Music Walk and Golden Hits in 10 minutes should be approached. If none were available, they would resort to paying for song requests with the content reading May all lovers in the world unite. The second task involved liaising with pirates, aiming to proliferate pirated tapes and videos. He insisted on making this song's piracy rampant. Should the pirates be reluctant, they would invest hundreds of thousands to produce counterfeit copies, distributing them freely to audiovisual retailers nationwide. Having already viewed the music video, Zhang Guozhong was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, Dr. Ma, this strategy is brilliant. The combination of song requests and piracy was indeed formidable. Although the costs of song requests were high for television and radio, they remained considerably cheaper than advertising fees. Thus, each song request would effectively serve as an advertisement for chiffon canned goods. As for piracy, it could yield sales figures hundreds of times greater than the legitimate market. Once the pirates recognized the potential for profit, they would spontaneously promote the canned goods factory. This innovative approach was unprecedented in the early 1990s, while piracy was widely despised. Few realized it could be wielded as a promotional tool. In the future, the media marketing course at the university would spotlight a classic case, Blue Cat's mischievous 3,000 Questions. This animated series, notorious for its length and tedium, had long been a staple on children's channels, sometimes even annoying young viewers. Why did dozens of television stations repeatedly air Blue Cat's mischievous 3,000 Questions for years? The answer was simple. It was entirely free. The production team invested a considerable sum to create the animated series, proactively offering it to television stations for free broadcasting, thereby transforming it into a sensational hit. They intended to profit from the sale of merchandise related to the Blue Cat character. Song Weiyang's current strategy is to turn 1,000 paper cranes into a blockbuster, with the canned goods serving as ancillary products for the song. As November drew to a close, Song Weiyang's hair had grown, yet it still appeared too short. He summoned Chun Tao to his office and inquired, "How is the novel coming along?" "It's nearly finished." Chun Tao replied. "Let me have a look," Song Weiyang said. Chun Tao promptly handed over 2 manuscripts. "It should be around 80,000 words, just lacking an ending," she added. Flipping through the pages, Song Weiyang was pleasantly surprised to find the writing quite coherent, though the prose was rather straightforward and resembled a mere account. It was adequate for a popular romance novel. "It's good. No need for editing. Hurry and finish the conclusion," Song Weiyang instructed. "Should we contact a publisher?" Chun Tao asked, visibly excited. As a literature enthusiast, she primarily read romance novels and self-help essays. Poetry and philosophy often lulled her to sleep. Distinguishing her taste from Lin Zhuiyun's, Song Weiyang replied, "Contacting a publisher is too cumbersome. We'll go directly to the pirates and print 20,000 copies. We'll send one representative to each province to hire locals to distribute the pirated novels for free to rental bookstores. Also, we should include the legend of the 1,000 paper cranes and the folding method in the book, along with the chiffon canned goods logo. Let us inscribe on the front page, 'Chiffon canned goods wishes all lovers to be united in the end.' Isn't that in a regular publication?" Chun Tao asked, somewhat disappointed. Song Weiyang reassured her, "If you wish for a legitimate publication, I can assist in submitting it to a publisher. However, by the time the official edition hits the market, the pirated copies will already be widespread." Chun Tao chuckled. "That's fine, as long as it gets published." Secretary Chin, being affluent, was not concerned about the modest royalties. Her desire was solely to fulfill her literary aspirations. Another half-month passed, and the new factory was nearing completion. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaolan and Yang Xian successfully negotiated, acquiring 2 complete universal production lines for fruit canning at a cost of 2.8 million yuan, along with several surplus peeling machines, pitting machines, and high-temperature boilers. Once these machines were calibrated, the daily production capacity of the cans could exceed 60 tons, eliminating the need to seek partnerships with smaller factories. Yang Xian had achieved a significant milestone, saving the canning factory at least 8 million yuan in precious time. It's worth noting that importing production lines from abroad requires foreign currency, which was scarce in China at that time. Simply traveling abroad to purchase equipment was fraught with complications, especially in securing US dollars. "Chairman, I have fulfilled my duty." Yang Xian smiled. Song Weiyang patted his shoulder, saying, "You are the great benefactor of the company, Yang. By the way, there were no unexpected issues in Shenzhen, were there?" Yang Xian responded, "What issues could arise?" "The Shenzhen canning factory has long ceased operations." "And Haiba Wang?" Song Weiyang inquired. Yang Xian chuckled. "The joint venture between Weiyang and the Shenzhen canned food factory is nearing completion. We may sign the contract right after New Year's Day." "Huh. The equipment was supposed to have been returned a long time ago, but we had to wait for the Taiwanese businessmen to send someone for the factory and equipment inspection. I can imagine that once they conclude the contract after New Year's, they will arrive at the canned food factory and exclaim, 'Hey, where are the production lines for canned goods?' I bet they will be infuriated." "Indeed, the audacity of the Shenzhen canned food factory is astonishing," remarked Song Weiyang. Yang Xian replied, "In truth, it's not a big deal. They merely sold 2 universal fruit production lines, and there are still several canned food lines left. Even if the Shenzhen canned food factory sells all the machinery, the Taiwanese businessmen will have to accept it begrudgingly. After all, they are preparing to invest over 100 million yuan. They cannot afford to turn against us over a few machines. In this day and age, doing business in China defies all logic. Foreigners act irrationally, and the chaos ensues. Chinese people are equally unreasonable, leaving foreign and Hong Kong Taiwanese merchants both amused and exasperated." "What about old Zhang?" Yang Xian inquired. Song Weiyang responded, "He is on a business trip. A new canned product is about to be launched. Zhang Guodong has not contacted any distributors." After meeting with Song Qiji, they both set off to promote the product in different regions. They have even divided the territories. Song Qiji is responsible for the areas north of the Yangtze River, while Zhang Guodong handles the south. The promotional strategy is decided by Song Weiyang, but the specific execution plan is drafted by Zhang Guodong. Due to a lack of manpower and channels, they plan to first penetrate the provincial capitals and, once a foothold is established, attract local distributors to seek collaboration. In Tianjin, during the night, Geng Zhong emerged from the train station, utterly fatigued, and hailed a taxi home. At 40 years old, he is a journalist for Beyond 8 Hours. He had just returned from Zhejiang province, where he interviewed Lu Guanchuan, the CEO of Wanxiang Group, which is on the verge of going public. Lu Guanchuan is a formidable figure, having been named one of the top 10 news personalities in the nation in 1985. While Song Shumin was still grappling with the shareholding system of his winery, Lu Guanchuan had already legally compelled the local government to relinquish 2/3 of Wanxiang Group's shares. Beyond 8 Hours is also quite impressive, ranking among the top 5 magazines in the country in terms of sales. It encompasses a wide range of content, from popular stories and celebrity profiles to documentary reports and significant news, appealing to both refined and popular tastes, thus earning the affection of readers. Geng Zhong specializes in interviewing celebrities, and Lu Guanchuan warmly received him, while Song Weiyang has yet to attract his attention. Dear listeners, it's time to immerse ourselves in the beauty of music once again. Shifeng Canned Food has requested the song Thousand Paper Cranes, wishing that all lovers in the world may eventually unite. Shifeng 1,000 paper cranes born of love. Folding 1,000 pairs of paper cranes, weaving 1,000 sentiments, it is said that hearts can meet. Geng Zhong, weary from his long journey, was resting his eyes when the broadcast suddenly made him smile. This canned food factory is quite clever, using song requests as a means of advertising. The driver chimed in. Perhaps they are desperate to sell their cans. I've heard this several times in the past few days. Nonetheless, this song is quite delightful. After listening to it a few more times, I shall have it memorized. My heart, without regrets, is intricately folded for you. My tears, unending, are entwined in the burdens of dreams that haunt the night. The driver, amidst his chatter, began to sing, much to the amusement of Geng Zhong. In this era, advertising has reached extraordinary heights. Every conceivable tactic has been employed, leaving no stone unturned, even exploiting the song request programs on the radio. The most striking among them is the company Feng Tian Fei Long, which peddles health products. They possess no factories or office buildings. Their products are outsourced for manufacturing. And they embark on a frenzied advertising spree. In the first year, they invested 1.2 million yuan in advertising, yielding a profit of 4 million. In the second year, they spent 10 million yuan, garnering a profit of 60 million. And in the third year, a staggering 50 million yuan in advertising led to profits exceeding 100 million. Geng Zhong repeatedly sought to interview the owner of Feng Tian Fei Long, yet the individual, while ostentatious in advertising, remained reclusive and steadfastly declined media inquiries. Upon returning home, as Geng Zhong set down his bag, his wife inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet," he replied. "Then I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you," she said. Heading to the kitchen, Geng Zhong sank into the sofa, and with a mere blink, he dozed off, stirring from slumber only when his wife called him to eat. "Awake?" she asked. Rubbing his eyes, he lifted the bowl of noodles to eat. By this time, the golden hour had passed, the primetime drama had concluded, and the song request segment commenced as anticipated. In the 1990s, nearly every television station featured a song request program, and the lesser the station's status, the longer the segment. Geng Zhong, initially focused on his noodles, found himself drawn to the familiar melody. Was it 1,000 Paper Cranes again? This time, it was accompanied by an MV. And the screen displayed the caption, "Shifeng Canned Goods wishes all lovers to become united. Shifeng 1,000 Paper Cranes, born for love." Geng Zhong mused. This absurd canned goods company must have lost its mind. No amount of money spent on song requests would lead anyone to purchase canned goods after hearing the song. Unexpectedly, his daughter, Geng Shaoan, a junior high school student, dashed out upon hearing the music, exclaiming "Dad," before settling onto the sofa, completely engrossed in the song. As the MV commenced, a beautiful girl in a white dress strolled through a room adorned with countless paper cranes, exuding an air of melancholy and solitude. Even at the age of 40, Geng Zhong found himself captivated, for the girl was stunning, her ethereal presence seemingly untouched by the mundane world. The soft focus filter, a well-worn cliché in idol dramas, was astonishingly mesmerizing in the context of early 1990s mainland China. Even Geng Zhong, a journalist for a popular magazine, could not fully comprehend the allure. Feeling that the MV's leading lady was strikingly exquisite, the scene shifted, revealing the girl wandering in a mall, approaching a row of canned goods. Just as she reached out to grab one, another hand reached for the same, their hands brushing against each other. The camera pulled back to reveal the boy's face, equally illuminated by soft light, resembling a handsome figure drawn from a comic. Wow, Ma Juanhao is so handsome. Geng Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. Geng Zhong inquired of his daughter, who is Ma Juanhao? The protagonist. Geng Xiaoyan replied impatiently, do not disturb me while I listen to music. Ask me later. The music video unfolded with simplicity, depicting the journey of the male and female leads from a chance encounter to mutual understanding, transitioning through various scenes. Ultimately, as the girl tried on a wedding dress, the boy suddenly fainted, prompting the girl to fold 1,000 paper cranes daily in prayer for his well-being. As the song concluded, Geng Zhong asked again, how do you know that man's name is Ma Juanhao? It is written in the novel, Geng Xiaoyan replied. What novel? Geng Zhong pressed. The novel 1,000 Paper Cranes. This song is inspired by a true story, with the male lead named Ma Juanhao and the female lead Chen Yi, she explained. Look at the ridiculous name Chun Tao has chosen. The presence of the song, the novel, and the canned goods led Geng Zhong to perceive the hints of promotional hype. He asked, have you read the novel? Geng Xiaoyan immediately shook her head. No, I never read extracurricular books. A classmate recounted it to me. Geng Zhong extended his hand. Bring me the novel. I truly do not have it, Geng Xiaoyan insisted. Geng Zhong sighed. I shall neither scold you nor prevent you from reading extracurricular books. Quickly, hand me the novel. Really? Geng Xiaoyan expressed disbelief. Indeed, Geng Zhong affirmed. She promptly returned to her room and brought forth the novel, dutifully placing it in her father's hand. Geng Zhong opened the front page, immediately noticing the trademark of Shifeng canned goods, along with the phrase, Shifeng 1,000 Paper Cranes Born for Love. Is this novel quite popular? He inquired. It is certainly popular in our class, Geng Xiaoyan responded. Initially, it was discovered by Peng Yan at a rental bookstore. She rented it because the title matched the song aired on television. And it turned out to be the same story. The preface even mentions that the song 1,000 Paper Cranes is based on a true story. The male lead, Ma Juanhao, is a wealthy scion from Harbor City, while the female lead, Chen Yi, is a college graduate. They face numerous hardships to be together, but tragically, Ma Juanhao contracts a terminal illness. Geng Zhong queried, did you purchase this book? Yes, Geng Xiaoyan nodded. Initially, 1,000 Paper Cranes was only available at rental bookstores, with each store possessing merely 2 copies. Not even the Xinhua bookstore had it. After 2 weeks, however, it suddenly appeared in bookstores everywhere, and I bought a copy. Geng Zhong muttered, what an ingenious method. What? Geng Xiaoyan asked. Nothing. You should go to sleep, Geng Zhong replied. In an era where reading was ubiquitous, rental bookstores served as barometers for the piracy book market. Once a novel gained popularity, rental store owners would invariably request increased stock. What they procured, however, was pirated material, prompting pirated book merchants to take action, printing in bulk within the shortest time frame, often neglecting even proofreading. The activities of the pirated book merchants would swiftly invigorate the market, resulting in the novel appearing in over 90% of bookstores within a brief period. Geng Zhong reclined on his bed with a novel in hand, losing interest after merely a few chapters, and subsequently tossed it onto the bedside table before drifting into a deep slumber. When his wife returned to their room after a bath, she assumed he was simply fatigued and chose not to disturb him. Instead, she picked up the novel and began to leaf through its pages. To her surprise, she became increasingly engrossed, reading well into the night. Upon reaching the chapter detailing the demise of the protagonist, Ma Juanhao, she could not restrain her emotions, covering her mouth as she wept, fervently wiping away her tears. Awakening in the middle of the night, Geng Zhong noticed his wife crying and inquired with concern, did you have a nightmare? It's the novel, Ma Juanhao has died. She replied through her tears. Is it truly that distressing? You are an adult, he responded, momentarily speechless. His wife then asked old Geng, do they sell the 1,000 Paper Cranes canned goods in Tianjin? You can fold the paper cranes yourself, he replied. I was referring to the canned food. The 1,000 Paper Cranes series, it's what Chen Yi, the character in the novel, enjoys the most, she clarified. Geng Zhong found the conversation baffling and turned away to sleep. In truth, although the song 1,000 Paper Cranes had been introduced in Tianjin, the canned products had yet to be made available. The marketing team was relatively small, and their manpower was insufficient. Additionally, local distributors were hesitant, lacking trust in unfamiliar brands from outside the region. This trend was observed across various areas, except for Xikang and Hubei provinces. Take the capital city as an example. Song Qiji personally led a team there, and the name of Shifeng canned goods had begun to spread due to the popularity of the song. Yet, the distributors remained unconvinced, unwilling to accept goods before payment. citing the excessive space the canned products would occupy in their warehouses and doubting the sales potential of Shifeng canned goods. Frustrated, Song Chiji could only go from one supermarket to another with samples in hand. Almost every major department store turned him away, refusing even to accept free samples for trial sales, as their shelves were already filled with predetermined products. In a shabby hotel, Song Chiji stared despondently at the canned samples and asked, "What should we do?" His team exchanged glances, having exhausted every possible strategy. Yet they were unable to distribute the goods. Currently, 2 full carloads of canned products were stored in a warehouse near the train station in the capital, accruing additional storage fees for each day they remained unsold. One marketing staffer remarked, "Director Xiao Song may have misjudged the situation. His methods seem ineffective." Another retorted, "How can they be ineffective? I've heard that the 1,000 Paper Crane series is selling well in Xikang and Hubei. There must be an issue with our marketing approach." What kind of issue could there be? We've done everything possible, even resorting to street vending, the first individual countered. Another chimed in reality, Shifeng's reputation has already been established. Many people in the capital are aware of our canned goods, thanks to the popularity of the song. That is precisely the problem. The song is well received, yet the canned goods are not selling. Someone else exclaimed, "I believe the people in the capital are too proud, looking down on brands from smaller places. Those distributors regard us with disdain, and the stores refuse to even accept free samples for trial sales." As the group reached an impasse, Song Chiji found himself at a loss, resorting to chain smoking as he pondered their predicament. Far away in Shanghai, Zhang Guodong encountered a similar predicament. He had been running for a fortnight without making any headway into the canned goods market of Shanghai. "Zhang, this is untenable. The warehouse rental in Shanghai is exorbitant," one of his subordinates remarked. After considerable contemplation, Zhang unfurled a map of Shanghai and decisively stated, "Xiaolin, I shall draft a survey questionnaire immediately, have it printed in 1,000 copies. Once the questionnaires are ready, everyone should take to the streets to conduct the survey, with each person assigned to a specific area. Moreover, we must focus our efforts at the entrances of shopping malls, schools, government offices, and entertainment venues to ascertain the specific circumstances." Zhang swiftly formulated a work plan and commenced action in batches that very afternoon. That evening, while smoking a cigarette and compiling the findings, Zhang discovered that 52 of respondents were aware of the Shifeng brand, a rather alarming statistic. It is worth noting that just a month prior, Shifeng canned goods had been virtually unknown in Shanghai, yet now, a mere survey revealed that over half of the respondents recognized the brand. The reason was straightforward. The song had gained immense popularity, rapidly spreading through frequent requests and pirated tapes. 1,000 Paper Cranes was poised to be one of next year's top 10 Chinese songs, and its eponymous album had outperformed even the 4 Heavenly Kings in the Greater China region. Furthermore, Song Weiyang had intentionally incorporated 2 dialogues between the male and female leads within the song. The first exchange saw the male protagonist remark, "You enjoy Shifeng canned goods as well?" To which the female protagonist replied, "I adore Shifeng's 1,000 Paper Cranes." In the second instance, the male lead stated, "Legend has it that if you fold a paper crane each day for 1,000 days, your beloved will attain happiness." As 1,000 Paper Cranes captivated listeners, Shifeng canned goods subtly ingrained themselves in the audience's memory. However, the question remained, why were distributors and stores reluctant to embrace the brand? Zhang meticulously analyzed the data once more. Among the respondents familiar with Shifeng canned goods, females constituted 76, listeners of the song made up 94, and readers of the associated novel accounted for 5. 3. Those aged 10 to 15 represented 12, while 15 to 20-year-olds comprised 36, and 20 to 25-year-olds made up 33. Remarkably, students accounted for 71. 6. Zhang finally identified the crux of the issue. He gathered his subordinates and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Tomorrow, each of you should stock the stores near your designated areas, particularly those close to schools. If possible, we should also place our canned goods on consignment at the school canteens. We 1T charge them. Let us give them away for free to sell, 20 cans per shop. And just leave a contact number." "Zhang, isn't that quite a bit of waste?" someone cautioned. "What does that little waste matter?" Zhang retorted. "Small shops differ from formal establishments. While they may shun canned goods from larger stores, the owners of small shops relish a bargain." Within just one day, Shifeng canned goods were stocked in 82 shops surrounding various schools in Shanghai, including 16 that were actually located within school premises. 2 days later, all the canned goods were sold out, prompting the small shop owners to frantically call for restocks. Meanwhile, in the capital, Song Qiji lacked the marketing acumen of Zhang Guodong and opted for a more brute approach. He personally led a team to set up stalls on the street, facing various forms of harassment. Not only was he fined after being apprehended, but he also nearly engaged in a scuffle with local vendors over prime spots. After 3 arduous days, Song Qiji discovered that the best sales were near schools, where eager children clamored to purchase the goods. There was no need for him to devise strategies. The small shops in the vicinity began inquiring about how to procure sheafing canned goods. All of Song Qiji's frustrations dissipated, and he ceased setting up stalls, instead focusing on cultivating relationships with the local shopkeepers. The local distributors were not oblivious. They quickly learned about the success of sheafing canned goods near the schools and began approaching him for collaboration, intending to expand distribution to major supermarkets. The launch of sheafing canned goods in Tianjin would have to wait until January. As the end-of-term exams approached, Geng Xiaoyun arrived at school as usual. Upon entering the classroom, she noticed several classmates gathered together. "Wow, these are the cans that Ma Juanhao and Chunyi love," they exclaimed. "They look just like those on TV. The cans are truly beautiful." "Of course they are. Chunyi even uses one as a pencil holder. I want to have one on my desk too. Perfect for holding origami cranes. And lucky stars. What are lucky stars?" Origami cranes are for loved ones, while lucky stars are for friends. Inside the can's packaging was a manual instructing how to fold origami cranes and lucky stars, and each can came with 5 colorful plastic strips for crafting lucky stars. "Quick, let me see the manual. I want to learn how to fold lucky stars." Geng Xiaoyan leaned in, and indeed, the can resembled those in the music video. She eagerly asked, "Where did you buy them?" "They're available at the school's convenience store," a classmate replied. "How much do they cost?" Geng Xiaoyan inquired. 6 yuan. The classmate answered. "That's quite expensive," Geng Xiaoyan remarked. "Not at all. This is the love can of Ma Juanhao and Chunyi. Plus, they taste better than other cans. Want to try a piece?" Curious, Geng Xiaoyan sampled a piece of apple canned fruit. Initially, she found it rather ordinary, similar to the canned goods she had tasted before. Yet it somehow seemed more delicious. Nodding with a smile, she declared, "It's really tasty. Regular canned goods can't compare. No wonder Chunyi loves it so much." "I told you." "They didn't believe me," her classmate rejoiced. Geng Xiaoyan rummaged through her pocket, discovering she had saved enough allowance from the week to buy a can. She resolved to purchase one at lunchtime. Upon returning to her seat, she found a can on her desk. The can had been opened, and inside were several origami cranes. The lid was ajar, still exuding a delightful aroma, suggesting it had been opened that very morning. Geng Xiaoyan, fearing that her classmates might catch sight of her, cautiously retrieved the topmost paper crane, only to discover a crookedly inscribed message on its wings, wishing Geng Xiaoyan happiness every day. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she surreptitiously glanced towards the boys in the classroom. Could this J be Jiang? Or perhaps it might be Jean. Ideally, it would be Jiang Heping. He is so handsome and academically accomplished. Could it be that Jiang Heping harbors feelings for me? Oh dear, should I reject him? After all, middle school students ought to avoid early romance. Yet, rejecting him seems imprudent. Perhaps we could first cultivate a friendship, study together, and walk home as companions. His home is not on my way, but that is inconsequential. We could meet on Sundays to review our lessons. Yes, after I buy a can of food at noon. I shall learn to fold lucky stars. Lucky stars symbolize friendship. Once I have filled a jar, I will present it to him, and Jiang Heping will surely be delighted. The more she pondered, the happier she became, tucking the paper crane into the jar and concealing it deep within her backpack. At the back of the classroom, a plump boy surnamed Jia was surreptitiously observing her by propping his textbook on his desk, yet Geng Xiaoyan chose to disregard him entirely. With the successful experience in the capital and Shanghai, Song Qiji and Zhang Guodong quickly began to expand their efforts. They dispatched personnel to various provincial capitals to establish a foothold. Once there was a breakthrough, they personally rushed to broaden their channels, spending nearly half of their time aboard trains. Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Huadu, Jiangcheng, Jinling, Shancheng, these cities became the focal points of their promotional endeavors. The Paper Crane series, infused with a hint of bohemian charm, sold not just faith, but also love and sentiment, necessitating substantial support from students and white-collar workers. As a reborn individual, Song Weiyang found himself somewhat misguided in his assessment. He had targeted the Paper Crane series jars towards young adults aged 18 to 30. However, market feedback revealed a significant discrepancy. These jars were surprisingly popular among high school and middle school students, contributing at least 60% of sales. Upon receiving this information, Song Weiyang was somewhat bewildered. This was not as he had envisioned. Priced at 6 yuan per jar, the product seemed exorbitant compared to the national average wage. How could such young children possess such purchasing power? Even as the canning factory ceased investing in promotional songs, the songs and novels proliferated through pirated channels, leading to the viral spread of Shifeng's paper crane jars in schools across major cities. This phenomenon even reached elementary schools, where young children exchanged jars to express affection, though, more often than not, they conveyed friendship. In the following 6 months, propelled by provincial distributors, this trend rapidly permeated small to medium-sized cities. Around early March, the Jingqing Evening News suddenly reported a story. Early romance had become rampant in various middle schools in the capital, severely impacting the school's atmosphere. After the Spring Festival, students returned to school, exchanging paper cranes, Lucky Stars, and fruit cans as tentative gestures, gradually evolving into what were termed romantic relationships. Some parents have reported that their children spend all their New Year's money on canned food, and some even resort to stealing money from home to buy these cans. Upon returning home, they neglect their homework, spending their days folding paper cranes and stars, while secretly penning love letters to classmates of the opposite sex. This news sparked an immediate and fervent reaction from parents, who inundated the newspaper with letters, stating that their children exhibited similar behaviors. They demanded the prohibition of both the song and the novel Thousand Paper Cranes, hoping that Shifeng Canned Food Factory would cease production of the Thousand Paper Cranes series, thus providing students with an untainted educational environment. However, such a ban seems ludicrous. The song has never been officially released, and all circulating copies are pirated. Television and radio stations care little for such distinctions. They will play any song requested, as there is no legal prohibition against airing unofficial songs. The novel, although published, sold only a few tens of thousands of legitimate copies, with the rest being pirated, at least several million copies in circulation. In this day and age, the allure of romance novels combined with Korean dramas is potent enough to captivate even those in their 40s. Many schools have resorted to strict measures, prohibiting their on-campus shops from selling Thousand Paper Cranes canned food. Yet, the more teachers and parents impose restrictions, the more rebellious the students become, secretly purchasing cans and folding Lucky Stars and paper cranes, transforming into clandestine operatives. The ingenuity of the working class knows no bounds. They seize the opportunity to launch colorful paper strips for folding paper cranes and Lucky Stars, even extending their business to small towns. Setting aside the canned food, the paper cranes and Lucky Stars have become a popular cultural phenomenon in schools. When these students grow up, the Thousand Paper Cranes and Shifeng Canned Food will become cherished memories of their youth, evoking a bittersweet nostalgia akin to the tales of water margin cards, Saint Seiya, or Calabash Brothers. Regardless of the circumstances, the reputation of Shifeng Canned Food has gradually risen, and its sales channels have expanded across various regions. Consequently, cup cans and gift cans have also been introduced, with these 3 types of canned food becoming a sensation, capturing the attention of competitors nationwide and attracting a plethora of imitators and followers. In the final management meeting before the Spring Festival, Guo Xiaolan excitedly announced that the company's sales for January reached 23.08 million yuan. The detailed financial report is yet to be compiled, but I will gather the statistics gradually. So much, Shen Tao exclaimed in surprise. Song Weiyang dampened the enthusiasm, stating, the initial promotional investment was excessively high, recording songs, filming music videos, taking requests, and customizing pirated versions. All of that totaled over 3 million. Adding in production and sales costs, the profit is certainly minimal. As long as we break even, it will suffice. Zhang Xiahong replied with a smile, this is essential for market expansion. Zhang Guodong, filled with determination, raised his hand and declared, now that our channels are established in various provinces, we aim to achieve sales of 40 million yuan next month. Song Weiyang nodded. Sales of 40 million yuan are achievable, especially with the Spring Festival approaching. We will focus on promoting gift cans. Mr. Song and Mr. Zhang, your responsibilities are considerable. It is imperative to solidify the channels and conduct an extensive advertising campaign across the provinces, aiming to ensure that the Shifeng gift canned goods reach every city nationwide during the Spring Festival. Song Qiji remarked for the previous lecture advertisement. Simply removing the mention of the Mid-Autumn Festival would allow for immediate deployment. Zhang Guodong added, the cost of ineffective advertisements has risen. The decision is in your hands. Song Weiyang did not concern himself with such trivial matters. Yang Xian cautioned, if we expand the channels too rapidly, our production capacity may not keep pace. Xiaolan suggested. Then we should increase the number of cooperative factories. That is agreeable, Song Weiyang affirmed. Yang Xian inquired. Should we consider purchasing an additional production line to further enhance our capacity? No, Song Weiyang decisively refuted. Our canned goods are currently in demand due to effective marketing. Yet this does not alter the overarching sluggishness of the canned goods market. Once the fervor diminishes, we risk unsold inventory. We must now contemplate product diversification. I have decided to launch a beverage line in the summer, gradually shifting our focus from canned goods to beverages. What kind of beverage? Yang Xian asked. Song Weiyang responded. It is not yet determined. I will reach out to the Institute of Light Chemical Engineering to collaborate on developing a new beverage. After a discussion on the product market, Yang Xian suddenly interjected, Chairman, there is a pressing issue at our factory that requires resolution. Please, go ahead, Song Weiyang prompted. Yang Xian continued. Over 90 of the workers at the canning factory are still classified as state-owned enterprise employees, with their affiliations linked to several municipal state-owned enterprises. In fact, their wages must first be submitted to these enterprises before being disbursed to the employees, a step we have merely bypassed. Their salaries are beyond our control. We can only adjust them through bonuses and penalties. This is a historical legacy. When Song Shumin allowed his eldest son to acquire the canning factory, transforming it into a private enterprise, the workers became a challenge to manage, leading to their affiliations with other units while their wages were handled by Song Qiji. The office director and chairman of the remuneration committee, Yang Deshi, who had remained silent, spoke up. This issue indeed needs to be addressed. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly face troubles in the future. Even I am still classified under the state-owned enterprise structure. I could lead the way by resigning to fully commit to the company, but it may be challenging for ordinary workers. Song Weiyang pondered for a moment and declared. For the newly recruited workers, each will receive a wage increase of 5 yuan after the new year. The salaries of those under the state-owned enterprise structure will remain unchanged unless they voluntarily relinquish their secure positions. Xiaolan remarked, that may not suffice. Zhang Xiahong interjected. This is creating internal conflict. What then? Should I, as a private enterprise owner, pay them to buy out their years of service and continue to pay them monthly? Song Weiyang countered. Let's think of alternative solutions, Zhang Xiahong replied, frowning in contemplation. Song Weiyang quickly conceived a rather unorthodox idea. Contact the government and state-owned enterprises to have these workers laid off. Xiaolan chuckled. That is feasible. Zhang Xiahong remarked, indeed. We cannot bear the burden of being the villains. Song Weiyang added, after the Spring Festival, let those state-owned enterprises announce layoffs, while we declare salary increases. Let them play the antagonists while we take the moral high ground. We must also enhance our internal communications, highlighting the dire conditions faced by workers in other state-owned enterprises, contrasting them with the favorable circumstances in our factory. I refuse to believe that anyone will cling to their iron rice bowl after that. Zhang Guodong suddenly interjected. We also need to hire more staff. Our marketing team is understaffed. Song Qiji nodded in agreement. We should recruit at least 100 at once. Very well. The decision is yours, Song Weiyang replied as he rose. Let us adjourn. Secretary Fan is coming for a visit this afternoon. Fan Jingyang soon arrived, seeking assistance. His first words were, Yang, you must lend your Uncle Fan a hand. Song Weiyang responded with a smile. Uncle Fan, feel free to speak. If I can help, I certainly will. Fan Jingyang explained. The tea factory has been surrounded by workers for 2 days, clamoring for their wages before the new year. This morning, they even stormed the municipal party committee. Your canned goods factory is faring well. Why not merge with the tea factory? It will be a gift. You one tea need to spend a dime. Sichuan province boasts a unique tea house culture, with tea houses in every city, county, town, and village. Even the most impoverished villages have at least one tea house, while slightly better-off villages may have several in operation. The sheer volume of tea consumed in these establishments could sustain multiple tea factories. However, numerous small-scale tea roasting workshops also exist, producing tea at prices lower than those of formal tea factories. This has placed the Roping City Tea Factory in a precarious position, unable to sell its products beyond the local market while losing business to these small workshops, leaving it unclear about its market identity. Song Weiyang displayed a troubled expression. Uncle Fan, this might be difficult. Our canned goods factory is still in its nascent stages. Hastily taking over the tea factory could jeopardize us. Fan Jingyang countered, Yang. You and your father are truly capable individuals. Once we merge with the tea factory, we can undoubtedly turn losses into profits. Rest assured, I will handle the placement of the tea factory workers, ensuring we do not hinder the entrepreneurs. I will need to think it over, Song Weiyang replied. Indeed. It warrants consideration, Fan Jingyang chuckled. Come, let me see the situation at the canned goods factory. Secretary Fan, please follow me, Song Weiyang said. With his hands clasped behind his back, holding a metal teacup, Fan Jingyang appeared somewhat disheveled in his Zhongshan suit, reminiscent of a grassroots village officer rather than a city secretary. His secretary scurried alongside him, accompanied by a city reporter. This journalist was responsible for covering government news, and the next day would surely feature a headline. Secretary Fan of the Municipal Party Committee personally visits Shifeng Food and Beverage Company for research. Attentively listening to gaining a detailed understanding of Secretary Fan emphasizes our city's light industry has ascended to a new level. Song Weiyang and Fan Jingyang walked at the forefront, accompanied by Office Director Yang Dashi and the Secretary. Journalists also accompanied them, discreetly slipping a generous red envelope containing 50 yuan, which was considered quite generous for transportation expenses. Song Weiyang pointed to the new factory building and remarked that the two newly introduced high-tech production lines had completed debugging and had been in operation for a month. We have recruited 50 permanent workers, alongside over 400 temporary workers who are working overtime to boost production, with plans to convert 100 temporary workers to permanent status after the Spring Festival. Excellent work. This significantly increases employment opportunities for the populace, said Fan Jingyang. I would like to suggest prioritizing the re-employment of laid-off workers from state-owned enterprises in our recruitment efforts. Song Weiyang responded with a smile, absolutely. Fan Jingyang continued. The re-employment of laid-off workers has always been a top priority for the government. If the canning factory can assist in alleviating the government's burden, I would consider reducing taxes based on the employment ratio of these workers. That would be greatly appreciated, Secretary Fan, Song Weiyang replied, still smiling. While laid-off workers certainly evoke sympathy, private business owners tend to prefer hiring local farmers. Farmers, though less educated, are simple, diligent, and full of vitality. Whereas many laid-off workers exhibit laziness, complaints, and even harbor disdain for private enterprises. The newly recruited 50 permanent workers were initially all laid-off workers. But after a month of work, numerous issues arose, leading Yang Xin to contemplate dismissing at least 15 of them. After accompanying Fan Jingyang through the factory for over half an hour, Song Weiyang escorted him to the exit and discreetly approached his mother, saying, Mom, you need to handle negotiations with the government. We must secure the tea factory without leaving any unresolved issues. Are you really going to acquire the tea factory? Guo Xiaolan cautioned. That factory has been in debt for years and has tea-paid salaries. Song Weiyang replied, if the debt is within 10 million, we can manage it. Anything beyond that, the municipal government can address. Furthermore, the tea factory is not the main focus. The priority is to secure the Qingshan tea plantation. Acquiring the entirety of the Daqingshan would be even better. Daqingshan is the highest peak within Rongping City, renowned for its picturesque scenery and pleasant climate, though somewhat inconvenient in terms of transportation. Guo Xiaolan remarked, you are being overly ambitious. There are mines in Daqingshan, operated by a state-owned enterprise, and the municipal government lacks the authority to grant you access. Song Weiyang chuckled, I am not interested in the mines. I only desire the tea plantation in some forested areas. That is feasible. We could use the tea plantation to offset the debts of the tea factory. And the municipal government would certainly be agreeable, Guo Xiaolan inquired. But what do you intend to do with so much tea? It one tea cell, Song Weiyang replied. We will produce tea beverages. Tea can be made into beverages? I've never seen that in the market, Guo Xiaolan expressed her astonishment. If we create it, then it will exist in the market, Song Weiyang said with a cheerful smile. Guo Xiaolan cautioned, it is best not to engage in reckless endeavors. The new factory and equipment have cost us a substantial sum, and our marketing expenses have exceeded 5 million. Despite the promising sales of our canned goods, we have consistently operated at a loss, and we still owe nearly 10 million to the bank. If you pursue that tea beverage project, it may thrive. But should it falter, our financial chain will be irrevocably severed. Song Weiyang replied, do not worry. Even if we venture into tea beverages, we will begin distribution in the summer, by which time the funds from the canned goods will have been recouped. Unable to dissuade him, Guo Xiaolan could only admonish. Exercise caution in all matters. I understand, Song Weiyang assured her. Guo Xiaolan felt a mix of concern and relief. The child was so much like his father, rushing headlong into endeavors without comprehending the importance of steady progress. As the year's end approached, the canned food factory grew increasingly busy. Due to the cyclical nature of fruit seasons, production of peach and apple canned goods had already ceased, and they were now focused solely on sweet orange cans. Song Weiyang, carrying a set of premium gift cans, visited the home of the president of the Light Chemical Engineering Institute. Upon announcing his identity, President Peng welcomed him warmly. "Ah, Director Song, what a rare visitor. Please, come in. My apologies for intruding. I would like to extend my early wishes for a joyous spring festival, President Peng." Song Weiyang replied, mindful of the administrative hierarchy, as President Peng was of equal rank to Fan Zhengyang. President Peng, devoid of any airs of authority, personally brewed tea and remarked, "Director Song, your canned goods are quite impressive. I noticed them even at the train stations in the capital during a recent conference. Merely fortunate." Song Weiyang smiled. After some casual conversation, he finally articulated his purpose. "President Peng, our Shifeng Food and Beverage Company seeks to establish a long-term research collaboration with the Light Chemical Engineering Institute." "That sounds promising," President Peng responded. "How do you envision this collaboration?" Song Weiyang explained, "Shifeng will provide funding while the Light Chemical Engineering Institute supplies scientists, together forming a food engineering experimental center." In 1994, Shifeng is willing to invest $1 million for research, doubling that in 1995, and committing at least $5 million in 1996. As long as Shifeng Food and Beverage continues to expand, our annual investment will increase correspondingly. President Peng, now visibly intrigued, sat up straighter and remarked, "Director Song possesses foresight that surpasses most contemporary private entrepreneurs." Although Rongping City was indeed underdeveloped, remote, and conservative in its policies, it also harbored significant advantages. For instance, the Light Chemical Engineering Institute boasts remarkable research capabilities in the field of chemical fermentation, which would be unwise for Song Weiyang to overlook. President Peng, pleased by the prospect, reflected on the institute's original purpose of serving the third-tier enterprises relocated to the interior. However, in recent years, many of these enterprises had suffered losses, with 6 or 7 out of 10 closing down, leaving the school with diminishing opportunities and a declining status within the educational system, resulting in a reduction of funding rather than an increase. They were on the brink of financial distress. Song Weiyang continued, "The Shifeng Food and Beverage Company assigns tasks to the experimental center every year and provides a certain budget. As long as the experimental center fulfills its tasks, there will be financial rewards. However, there is one stipulation." "Please, go on," Principal Peng chuckled. Song Weiyang said, "The Food Engineering Experimental Center must share all research outcomes with Shifeng Food and Beverage Company, which holds the rights to patent them and has priority in purchasing, using, and selling them. Even state-owned entities cannot infringe upon our rights." Principal Peng replied, "That is indeed reasonable." He perceived not only monetary gain but also opportunities for teachers and students to gain practical experience, as well as the resulting academic, social, and political influence. Of course, these considerations are secondary. An annual investment of 1 million yuan is neither too much nor too little. It is merely a token gesture. Suddenly, a knock interrupted their pleasant conversation. Lin Juyan entered the room, accompanied by the principal's wife, carrying gifts. Upon seeing Song Weiyang, she exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Song Weiyang smiled. "It's been quite a while since the winter break started. Haven't you returned home yet?" "It's all your fault," Lin Juyan retorted crossly. During the summer vacation, the campus was desolate. The leaves of the parasol trees carpeted the ground, while a few sparrows hopped about, searching for insects among the fallen foliage. A group of children from nearby homes had come to the school's south basketball court to play, their laughter punctuated by the sound of basketballs bouncing on the ground. Lin Juyan squatted by the sidelines, watching the children play with boredom, engaging in half-hearted conversation with Song Weiyang. "I am utterly exasperated. I should never have agreed to shoot that music video, nor should I have accepted the role of spokesperson for Shifeng Canned Foods. Do you know? Even during class, students ask me if I am Chinese, and some from other classes come specifically to see me out of curiosity. It's even worse at home. My father scolded me thoroughly, and in my frustration, I moved in with my sister." Lin Juyan's sister, Lin Wanzi, was Song Weiyang's mother-in-law in a past life. "So, how do you plan to reconcile?" Song Weiyang inquired. Lin Juyan replied, "I've been back for half a month now. My sister and brother-in-law have had several fights, and it's quite awkward living at their place. Song Weiyang was well aware of the reasons behind the quarrels. His father-in-law, a department-level official in the provincial government, faced severe backlash for his inappropriate relationships, which led to public scandal and, ultimately, disciplinary action. His career suffered significantly, resulting in a marital breakdown, after which he ventured into business and accrued substantial debt around the year 2000. "Are you spending the new year at school then?" Song Weiyang asked. "I plan to return home tomorrow," Lin Jueyun replied with a smile. "I came to deliver gifts to the principal, hoping he could say a few good words for me over the phone. Besides, with the new year approaching, I refuse to believe I will face scolding at home. That would be most inauspicious." Song Weiyang remained silent, feeling quite awkward as he gazed ahead. Lin Jueyun asked, "Why have you fallen silent?" Song Weiyang raised his hand and pointed. "That should be your father." Lin Jueyun turned her head to see an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, sporting thick-rimmed glasses, glaring at her with a fierce expression. She was instantly startled, exclaiming in a panic, "Oh no!" The old man approached, his demeanor serious, commanding respect without uttering a word of anger. "Dad," Lin Jueyun called out weakly. Song Weiyang chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." "Stop." The old man's voice, though not loud, carried a weight that resonated from his years of teaching experience. Song Weiyang halted immediately, greeting politely, "Hello, sir. I am a student of Lin Laoshi, seeking her guidance." The old man inquired, "Have you finished your consultation?" "Yes, sir. Goodbye," Song Weiyang replied. The old man pressed on. "What is your major?" "Political education," Song Weiyang answered. "Why didn't you return home during the summer break?" The old man questioned. "It's too far. I'm from Northeast China," Song Weiyang explained. The old man probed further, switching to a local dialect. "Where exactly in Northeast?" "Mo," Song Weiyang replied. "Oh my, it's quite a distance." As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Lin Jueyun felt her anxiety dissipate, even letting out a soft laugh. The old man's expression shifted instantly, fuming. "Do you think I haven't seen that MV? Ma Juanhao?" Song Weiyang feigned surprise. "Ah, sir, so you enjoy pop songs too? My name isn't Ma Juanhao. It's Ma Qiangdong." The owner of the canning factory said I looked handsome, so he invited me to star in the MV and paid me 500 yuan. Capitalists are truly ruthless. Had I known the cans would sell so well, I would have demanded 1,000. "Are you really a student?" the old man asked, slightly unsure. "As long as I am a student, I regard my teachers as my parents. Since Lin Laoshi just referred to you as dad, you are like a grandfather to me. I wouldn't dare deceive you," Song Weiyang responded sincerely. The old man could no longer reprimand him and began a lecture instead, stating, "Students ought to embody the essence of a student, focusing on their studies at school, contributing to the nation's development in the future. Yet here you are, a teacher and a student, skipping class to shoot some MV for filthy lucre, losing sight of priorities." Lin Jueyun remained silent, bowing her head in earnest as she absorbed the reprimand. Song Weiyang echoed, "You are absolutely right, sir. I have come to a profound realization regarding my mistakes. Young individuals like us, with confused ideologies, ought to heed the guidance of the elder generation of educators. From this day forth, I shall earnestly learn from this lesson, never to betray the hopes of the party, the people, and your esteemed self for our younger generation." His flattery was evident, revealing him as a seasoned smooth talker, which made the old man chuckle despite his irritation. Song Weiyang concluded, "Even old fried dough sticks can be reformed. If they succeed in being repurposed, they can become beneficial to the nation and its people. Just as criminals can be rehabilitated through labor, students who err can also correct their mistakes." What is a university? If not a place for growth, university is a place for making mistakes. If one can commit all the blunders of a lifetime during their university years and learn valuable lessons from those errors, then upon entering society, they shall emerge as an exemplary individual. Would you not concur with this notion? The old man surprisingly nodded, acknowledging the reasoning, albeit with a hint of irony. "What year are you in?" he inquired. "I'm in my second year," replied Song Weiyang. "How are your studies progressing?" the old man asked. "They are above average, but I still need to exert more effort," Song Weiyang responded. Recognizing your own faults and shortcomings is commendable, the old man waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, and make sure to study diligently in the future." With a sense of relief akin to a pardon, Song Weiyang smiled and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir, Teacher Lin. I shall take my leave now." Before he could turn away, the old man suddenly called out, "Wait." Song Weiyang, feeling somewhat vexed, asked, "Is there anything else you wish to impart, sir?" The old man replied, "Since you are studying ideological and political education, how many times have you read Das Kapital?" Song Weiyang admitted, I have not yet had the opportunity to delve into it. The old man continued, university differs from high school. It is not only essential to attentively attend lectures, but also to engage with supplementary materials. You must read Das Kapital, as well as the selected works of Mao Zedong. It would be even better if you could learn a foreign language and read the original text of Das Kapital. Song Weiyang replied, "You are absolutely right, sir. I will make it a priority to read Das Kapital." The old man added, "In addition to Das Kapital and the selected works of Mao Zedong, you should also explore some Western philosophical texts. Though these Western works may not always present correct viewpoints, they can serve as valuable references, helping to broaden your perspective. It is crucial for the youth to have an expansive outlook. The world ultimately belongs to you, and the development of our country and nation relies on the younger generation." Listening to the old man's words, Song Weiyang felt a sudden clarity wash over him. "I will certainly study diligently and strive to become a new socialist individual with 4 virtues," he affirmed, nodding earnestly. "Very well, off you go," the old man gestured. Song Weiyang took off in a hurry. Lin Juyan watched as he vanished from sight, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at?" The old man scolded. "You are already a teacher, and yet still fantasizing about running away from home. I must say, this student exhibits more awareness than you. He recognizes his mistakes and seeks to amend them." Lin Juyan stifled her laughter, saying, "Dad, he is the young director Song who asked me to film an MV." The old man paused, then suddenly became irate, exclaiming, "That little rascal. If I catch him again, I shall make him pay dearly for leading my daughter astray." As Song Weiyang ran far away, he suddenly realized something. The soft focus filter in the MV was so pronounced that it could be recognized at a glance. The fans of those Dr. Ma characters in Deep City must have quite the topic to discuss. At Yangzhouwan Prison, in the visitation room, the number of family members visiting inmates was somewhat high as the Spring Festival approached. After waiting for quite some time, the prison guard finally approached Song Weiyang and his mother, saying, "You may enter now. It is your turn." "Thank you, my friend," Song Weiyang said, slipping another pack of soft Chinese cigarettes into the guard's hand. Compared to his appearance during the trial, Song Shuman appeared noticeably thinner, his skin darker. Yet he still maintained a relatively spirited demeanor. As Guo Xiaolan rummaged through a collection of items, she remarked, with the new year approaching, "I am uncertain what to bring you." Observing the gift-wrapped boxes, Song Shuman chuckled. "Ah, this must be that lovely gift can, quite exquisite indeed. And what of the boss?" "He has gone out of town for sales," replied Song Weiyang. "It is indeed time for some rigorous training," Song Shuman nodded, before inquiring, "How is the situation at the canning factory?" Song Weiyang responded, "It's going reasonably well. For this month of the Spring Festival, we have set our sales target at 40 million. "That's impressive. Well done," Song Shuman expressed with satisfaction, then asked, "Are there any difficulties? Speak up, and I shall help you devise a plan." "There are indeed numerous challenges," Song Weiyang admitted. "Firstly, we are short-staffed and can only expand through tiered distributors. While our channels are developing rapidly, there are significant hidden risks. The company has no control over the second, third, and fourth-tier distributors. And we can only watch helplessly as first-tier distributors engage in unscrupulous practices." Song Shuman nodded, acknowledging the issue. "How do you intend to resolve it?" he queried. "Regarding the distribution contracts across various regions, with few exceptions, all are signed for 1 year. My plan is to leverage them to penetrate the market within this year. And once the contracts expire, we will eliminate provincial-level distribution, signing agreements at the municipal level instead. Ultimately, I aim to establish county-level distribution agreements," Song Weiyang articulated. "That is quite an ambitious undertaking," Song Shuman remarked. "Yet, no matter how challenging, it must be accomplished. Otherwise, we will be like floating duckweed, unable to take root." "Your perspective is indeed sound," Song Shuman smiled. "In my past experience selling baijiu, I grew from small to large, progressing from county to city and then to province, ultimately expanding nationwide. Regrettably, before I could fully seize the provincial market, I found myself incarcerated. Your approach is quite the opposite, starting from a broader scope and then honing in on precise control. If executed correctly, your method will surely foster rapid growth, but you must exercise caution, and more caution. There are numerous examples of companies transitioning from baijiu to beverages, instant noodles, and health supplements, leveraging advertising to swiftly establish a national presence. Brands such as Qinchi, Zurisheng, Wagadeacheng, and Sanju Oral Liquid either expanded too rapidly or faced chaotic distribution, leading to their downfall, with once multi-billion-dollar enterprises having their financial chains severed at a moment's notice. How could Song Weiyang not remain vigilant? Song Shuman pressed further. What else is concerning? Song Weiyang replied. The second issue pertains to outsourcing. Currently, the canning factory has nearly 20 subcontractors, and this number will increase post-Spring Festival. That poses a significant risk, Song Shuman stated emphatically. Of course, it is perilous. Once the market for canned goods stabilizes, I plan to acquire a large canning factory with independent export rights and subsequently eliminate those smaller subcontractors, Song Weiyang said. But that alone may not suffice, Song Shuman cautioned, as those small factories will continue to produce Shifeng cans and will unabashedly sell them in the market. You cannot win a lawsuit. The local government will side with them. Song Weiyang chuckled. That is not necessarily the case. If Shifeng can become a nationally renowned brand, recognized with certification from the Ministry of Commerce, the province will certainly provide significant support. At that point, we can escalate the lawsuit, filing against dozens of companies at once, directly appealing to the provincial authorities, creating a nationwide sensation. Song Shuman pondered, this approach should yield results, though its promotional impact outweighs its efficacy in combating counterfeit products. That is sufficient, Song Weiyang replied. Song Shuman inquired, is there nothing more? There is nothing else, Song Weiyang stated. Will Mayor Huang not cause any trouble? Song Shuman asked. Song Weiyang laughed. He even actively sought collaboration with me. However, I did not follow his suggestion to turn the canned goods factory into a joint venture, which seems to have displeased him. Song Shuman turned to his wife. How is the conflict between Mayor Huang and Secretary Fan progressing? Guo Xiaolan responded, it is quite lively. Old Jean from the tax bureau has taken early retirement due to illness. He must have been caught by Mayor Huang with some incriminating evidence. Given the severity, Secretary Fan has had to yield, especially since the newly appointed tax bureau director is not aligned with him. Since old Fan became mayor, he has become increasingly. Well, let us not dwell on it. Keep your distance from him. Song Shuman hesitated to elaborate, clearly aware of many of Fan Jingyang's dubious dealings. Wu Xiaolan said, Old Song, I have already established the necessary connections. Once you complete 1.5 years, you may be eligible for a sentence reduction. Song Shuman replied with a bitter smile. An 8.5-year sentence, even at the maximum reduction, will still leave me with over 4 years by the time I get out. The world will have changed. Regardless, you must maintain good behavior, Guo Xiaolan advised. At my age, am I expected to engage in fights with the younger crowd? Song Shuman retorted, mocking himself. Song Weiyang discreetly remarked, Dad, by the time you are released, you should be able to take over the distillery. Song Shuman's expression darkened. Do not act recklessly. The depths of this situation are treacherous, and do not put yourself at risk. Fear not. The waters have long since muddied. Song Weiyang briefly outlined the situation concerning that young Master Tang. Quite intriguing, Song Shuman remarked with a sly smile. The current office director at the distillery is Xiao Weidong. Correct? Indeed, Guo Xiaolan nodded. Xiao Weidong is trustworthy. Maintain close contact with him, Song Shuman advised. Guo Xiaolan questioned, but did you not have a conflict with him? The moment you were apprehended, he aligned himself with Zhong Dahua, quickly ascending to the position of office director. Song Shuman explained with a smile. Do you remember the day I was taken? When the police arrived, I said I needed to arrange some matters and called a few individuals into my office, one of whom was Xiao Weidong. Did you encourage him to align with Zhong Dahua? Guo Xiaolan asked. One must always have a contingency plan. You never know when it might come in handy, Song Shuman replied. Song Weiyang was left in admiration. In another life, had it not been for his elder brother's untimely death and their mother's mental instability, which led to their father's complete loss of resolve upon release from prison, there might have been a genuine chance of reclaiming the distillery. It is indeed possible that Xiao Weidong has defected. After all, a considerable amount of time has elapsed, and he may have already colluded with Zhong Dahua. Now, with an insider in our midst, the likelihood of success for our plans has significantly increased. It is merely a matter of time before Zhong Dahua is ousted. Upon concluding the visitation, Song Weiyang, accompanied by his mother, returned home to gather their belongings and set off to their grandmother's house in the village to celebrate the new year. Zheng Xiahong and Chun Tao have already departed, while Yang Xian remains at the factory, as he is not yet ready to return home, feeling he has not yet made a name for himself. Oh, the third sister is back, along with Yang Ang. Quickly, set down your things. Do not tire yourselves. Allow me to carry them. As soon as the car door swung open, the second aunt rushed over with a fa of exaggerated warmth that could truly be off-putting.